We're doing Final Cut Pro 10. This is the child of, I guess, of Final Cut Pro we've heard about for years, and it's an amazing application. It's very intuitive once you get over that little hump, and we're going to walk through that over the next 10 lessons, and it'll be great. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we're going to be covering and what we're going to get out of the class. So the first thing is a better understanding of the world of video. I fully realize that many of the people here, many of the people watching on the internet, may be brand new to video. You might be photographers who are switching to video. You might just be somebody who needs to do video for your job, or you want to vlog, and you need to get your head wrapped around some of this jargon. So we're going to actually answer some of those questions, and those are also some of the questions that I'm hoping to get from our audience, as well as from the folks watching on the internet, if something is, you're confused about something in reference to just the general idea of video. And some of those things are this jargon we have, formats and frame rates and codecs, and it's a whole new language. So those are the kind of things that I'm hoping to explain, and I'm hoping that you'll ask questions if you don't understand something. And if I do use jargon as I'm teaching, please stop, raise your hand, and say, what does that word mean, like codec? Didn't they used to make film? And they're like, no, that's Kodak, and now they just make other products with the name Kodak on it. So anyways, we're going to be talking about that. We're going to look a little bit about the aesthetic of editing. When we're going through the application, as I teach you different tools, I'll also comment on why you would probably make the edit at this point to make it a better edit. Okay, so we'll talk a little bit about the aesthetics, and after you take the class and see how you'll cut things together, you will ultimately become a better videographer, because you will be yelling at yourself the first time you cut a show saying, why did I do that? Why did I shoot it that way? Who was this crazy person? Oh, it was me. So you actually become a better videographer as you edit, and then you end up being able to edit the show that you want. So what will we get out of this class? Most importantly, you will learn how to edit in Final Cut Pro 10. So who was class for? Well, it's for a lot of people. It's for a variety of people. New kid on the block. You have never edited before. If you know nothing about editing, that's okay. This class is for you, because we're going to start at the very beginning and teach you the basics. We're going to look at editing, importing. We're going to look at putting on filters and effects, the whole 9 yards, all the way through exporting or sharing your final video, whether it's to a file or to the web. Maybe you're self-taught. You've already played with the program a little bit. You opened it up. You did a couple things. You got really confused and scared. You closed the program. You said, I'll get back to this. And now it's been a year. Okay? Old soul. Maybe you used previous versions of Final Cut. Maybe you came from Final Cut 7, okay, or Final Cut 6, and it's a big transition. Or perhaps you even tried an earlier version of Final Cut 10, and it's changed a lot. It's now 5 years mature, and it's an amazing program. It's quite different than it was the day it was released. Movers and shakers. You've moved from another nonlinear editing system. Perhaps you were using, say, Premiere or iMovie or Avid, and you want to get your head wrapped around how you can edit with this tool. Look at that. NLE, nonlinear editor. You've learned a new piece of jargon. Okay, now you can be popular at parties. They'll put you in the other room because you're such a nerd about video. And then those in the know. You've played with it, you're comfortable with it, but there's some things that are missing from your repertoire of knowledge. And there's going to be a lot of keyboard shortcuts and some tricks and techniques that you may not know. So even if you know the application, hopefully you will learn to get deeper into the application. So what are we going to do in our 2 weeks? Week 1, we're going to start today. We're going to explore Final Cut Pro. We're going to look at the interface, and we're going to build a rough cut. In the next lesson, we're going to refine that rough cut and learn some advanced editing techniques. Then, once you have editing under your belt, you'll do the first thing you would normally do when you edit, and that's how to set up a project and import video. A very important part of working with Final Cut 10, but not the most exciting thing, because everybody wants to dig in and start editing. So if you've purchased the class, there will be download files, and as a matter of fact, those will already be imported, so you can just start editing right off the block. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. And then we're going to look at how you can make better audio, work with audio, fix audio problems, whether it's audio that's too loud or too soft or there's too much noise. We'll look at working with photos and the unique challenges of dealing with very large photos or very small photos. And also, if you want to animate those, if you want to do that Ken Burns effect and pan through an image. That's great for the photographers out there that have all these images. Now they want to do some sort of a show reel or a sizzle reel with their still images. In the second half, in the second week, we're going to look at filters and transitions, how to smooth out your show, how to give your show a look and a feel. Filters can be anything from color correcting to stylizing something. And then we're going to look at creating titles and using generators. The nice thing about Final Cut 10 is a lot of the things you need, or pretty much everything you need, is built into the application. So if you want to make a lower third or a title, you don't have to step outside to another application. There are already tools inside that you can use. And the same thing goes with generators. What a generator is maybe you need a background. Why have to go out to a stock library where you can generate it from within the actual program? And then we're going to look at some more advanced techniques, such as color correction, how to fix problematic video that maybe you shot with the wrong color temperature, or you want to give it a boost, or maybe you need to color match 2 scenes to each other. Speed changes. We all like to vary the speed, slow things down to make it dramatic, or speed things up to make it exciting. We'll look at that. We'll look at stabilizing shaky videos and great tools within the application. And then also how to work with a green screen. If you want to key something out and put somebody over a different background that you shot on a green background, we're going to look at how you can do that very easily in Final Cut. And one of my favorite areas is multicam editing. And the beautiful thing about Final Cut 10 is if you've shot a scene with multiple cameras, it's really easy to take those cameras and combine them into a single clip that you can switch between live and you can tweak. So you now have the ability to shoot multiple cameras and easily take them and switch between them. And then, of course, unless you deliver your show and can finalize and share it, it doesn't exist. So we're going to finish off the boot camp with showing you how you can do the final tweaks on your show, how you can export it, and also how you can clean house and archive it, so if you need to go back in, it will be ready for you. Now, I do want to point out we have a Facebook group. This is a combined group. Go to Facebook, it's Abba Shapiro Creative Live, and you'll ask to join that group and we'll accept you. And it's actually a mix of 2 courses. I also have done a Premiere Pro Bootcamp, so I use both applications. I actually use them interchangeably, so you can go ahead and go onto Facebook, join that group. The beautiful thing about the group is it provides the opportunity to interact with other students that have taken this course to pose questions. Historically, one person may pose a question and then other students, we have a pretty large population in there, have answered them. And I will also be part of the group to answer them some of those questions. So I really think it's advantageous for you, if you're watching this, to join the group and go ahead and be an active member of the group. So it's time to talk. Now, I'm not going to go through all of these questions because I really want to jump into the application, but I'm curious, and I'm going to ask the people here and also the people watching out on the internet, why are you here? Why are you interested in Final Cut Pro 10? And I'm just going to throw it out to the audience here. We'll see if any questions come in. If you have a question, please wait for the microphone. So anybody, tell me, why did you come to the class? Why are you here?
I'm pretty new to video and video editing, so I wanted to get a head start. And sometimes I watch online, but it's a very different experience seeing it live and being able to interact. So I think this is
So
great.
tell me, what kind of videos do you need to make, are you hoping to make?
They're going to be real estate related videos, neighborhood related videos, so different parts of Seattle.
So you'll be able to go through a house and cut something together for an individual, or even do neighborhoods so people can then, see what it would be like to move into a house in that neighborhood.
Precisely.
So you're going to just get so much more business because you're learning this, right?
That's the goal.
That's the goal. That's, it's always good to have a reason and motivation. Anybody else want to hop in and tell me why you came here or what you're hoping to get?
Hi, I'm here because I want to add video to my repertoire. I am a former educator turned photographer as a second career, and that's what I want to do. My clients are asking for video, and this class is going to be able to help me do that. That's why I'm here. I shoot with an iPhone, I shoot with a Blackmagic camera, and I shoot with whatever I can get my hands on, but I love my iPhone. And the videos I like to produce are food-related, lifestyle-related, so those are things I like to do.
Excellent, excellent. So we have a variety of things already here. And as a matter of fact, I'm glad that you mentioned the iPhone, because the point is the cameras we have access to these days are brilliant. The iPhone is an amazing camera, and it's the camera that is always with you. It can shoot ultra high definition 4K video. The new iPhone 7 does this high dynamic range. Lots more jargon, okay? HDR, high dynamic range. Now you're going to be really popular at that party. I want to jump to another question, which is a big thing, which is what is your biggest fear when it comes to editing? Why are you scared? Or are you scared? And what concerns you about Final Cut Pro 10 that you're hoping to have relieved? Fixed, resolved. We'll go with that. I'll make up words as I go along. We'll add them to the dictionary via Wikipedia. So, anybody want to hop in and say what their biggest concern is? What their biggest fear is?
I think for me, it's knowing what you want to produce and what you want to get, the end result. And the Final Cut Pro is the kind of, I say a barrier, but it's not really a barrier. It's the tool to get you what you have in your mind, the vision of what you're trying to produce. And so it's kind of like a musical instrument. You know the music you want to play, but you don't know how to finger that in a piano or a guitar or whatever. And so learning this will give me the tools to be able to recognize, realize that vision.
You can make up words too.
Yeah, I can do
We'll make it up together. We'll have our own dictionary. No, that's great. That's great, because that's exactly what Final Cut Pro 10 is. And that was the thinking behind it when they redesigned this editing system that was completely different than anything that had been out there before. And the whole point behind it is they wanted to take away the confusion and the task of the edit and let you be creative. So once you get over that initial hump of, okay, where things are, how this works, it becomes just very obvious how you would edit. I mean, as a matter of fact, for those who have never edited before, it's even easier to pick up Final Cut Pro 10 than those who may have used a traditional nonlinear editor, such as Premiere or earlier versions of Final Cut. And that's really the mission that was behind the thinking here. The editing team, they wanted something that you didn't have to worry about the interface and whatnot. You just did stuff naturally, and you got the show that you want. So that's great. So by lesson 10, I'm going to ask you that question again and see if we have realized your dream and mine at the same time. Let's hop into Final Cut and take a quick look about the application. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you through the application. And before we even get into that, let's take a quick look at the kind of show that we'll be working on and the footage that we'll be working with over the next 10 lessons. And this is the exact same footage that those who buy the class will get. You'll be able to download these. You'll be able to download these libraries and project files. And it's kind of fun stuff. It's dancing. So just a quick overview of the interface, and then I'm going to go into detail and kind of give you a tour so you know where you are. This is Final Cut Pro 10. Say hello to Final Cut Pro 10. It can't see you waving. Hello, Final Cut Pro 10. Hello, students. Thank you very much. Okay. So this is Final Cut Pro. We have some basic windows, but this is our story. I could play this back here, but I'm going to go ahead and bring this full screen so you can see the type of show that you'll be able to build by the end of the class. And everything in this show was built using what was in Final Cut. Okay? So let's bring this full screen.
I'm Anna Russell. I'm a dancer from Crimea. I started dancing because in Russia, there's a huge culture for children to grow up doing something artistic. And this was a huge culture during the Soviet Union, and that's what my mom grew up doing, so she took me to ballet lessons. And for my first ballet lesson, I remember it was in America at Maryland Youth Ballet, and I was 8 years old. And I remember walking up the steps, and I felt like a dancer had to be very quiet and not make a sound. So I remember tiptoeing up the steps and being worried that I would be too loud and like trying to act and behave as much like a dancer as I could. And I also play the piano. What I did was I used to go study music starting from 15 years old in Italy on my own. And I would meet my professor from Juilliard there, and she would invite some of her best students to meet her at her music institute. And we were situated on top of this mountain with like little houses. In one house we would sleep, in one house we would eat, in one house we would have all of our practicing rooms. And so long as I can continue dancing and teaching, I am happy.
So there was a variety of things that we got to see designed into that show. There were titles. There was a lower third. There were some transitions. We did some slow-mo. I had, this wasn't a full final. The mix wasn't, notice her voice went down at one point. We're going to learn how to make sure everything is even, that background or ambient sound is not too loud or can be heard. So that's the idea of what we'll be working with and what we're going to be building over the next 10 lessons in the next 2 weeks. So let's go ahead and take a brief tour. Actually, it won't be so brief because I really want you to be well familiarized with the different areas. And as we go through the course, I will repeat, when I go to a section, something that you may have heard. As a matter of fact, I do want to point out that you will hear things that might seem repetitive. For instance, when I do import, I will describe some things that I'm going to describe now. And the reason is I've discovered that people, when they watch something, when they buy something, it's like, I have a problem with audio. I'm going to jump to do the audio section. And they don't watch anything before, and then they're lost. So I try to make it that if you jump into a section, I kind of give a little bit of a backstory or a background to that section. So it also is nice reinforcement. So don't worry if you don't get it all in the first listen. I repeat a lot of the stuff as we focus on different sections. And then, of course, you can always go back and replay it over again. So this is your basic interface when you open up Final Cut, except there wouldn't be anything in here. This would all be empty, but that would be kind of ridiculous for me to show you an empty interface and try to explain things. So I've already populated it with footage and built a timeline, and this is the show we watch. But let's go ahead and look at this. So the first thing that we're going to talk about is the browser. The browser is this area right here. Okay, it's located in the upper left-hand corner by default. This is the default settings. And this is where you store all of the media that you're going to work with when editing your show. Okay, so what are some of the things that you might use when you're editing? These are not trick questions. I'm not here. So what are some of the elements that you might want to work with when you're working to cut a program? You don't have to grab a mic. You can scream it out, and I'm going to repeat it because I want energy. Yes? Images. So you're going to work with images of some type, both video images and, because there's so many photographers in our audience, still images. What other elements would you probably bring in? Audio. So maybe you're bringing in sound. Maybe it's music, or maybe it's sound that you recorded separately of an interview that you might need to meld or merge with video that you recorded. Sound effects. Those are some things. Other items you might want to bring in? Maybe somebody has used Photoshop. So you might want to bring in starts with a G and rhymes with affix. Graphics, there you go. That's great. See, I told you, no trick questions. I'm not trying to get anybody shocked here. We don't want the deer in the headlights. No. So that's what's here. Now, this is your library. And in the library, you'll see, and I'm going to zoom in so you in the class can see a little bit better. And if I don't zoom in, sometimes you can't see the board, just give me a shout. And I want to make sure that people can actually see what's in different areas. So the library, you bring things in and you assign keywords to them. But the idea is I bring in my footage and then I describe what this footage is with the keywords. For instance, like this footage might be from the piano recording. So anything that I shot from the piano, I can find by simply clicking on the piano keyword element, and I find all my piano shots. Or perhaps I need to find some music. Well, I brought in a couple cuts of music. So I can very quickly find things because I have keyworded them. Okay? Some of the keywording happens automatically when you bring items in. And for instance, if you have a folder named music and you import it, everything gets the keyword music. You can also assign them very easily, and we do go into detail. So that's things you can do. It also has what are called smart collections, which automatically knows what different things are. It's like, oh, I need to just find my audio files, or I just need to find my photographs. And I can go ahead and click on that, and it finds all my still images. So that's the beauty of Final Cut Pro 10, is that once you bring things in, it's so easy to find things. So there is that organizational part at the beginning, and we actually spend an entire lesson on that. And that's what happens here. Now, there are going to be 3 terms you hear a lot when you're talking about this thing called a library. You'll hear the term library, you'll hear the term event, and you'll hear the term project. And that can be initially a little bit confusing, so I want to do a quick overview of what that is before we kind of move forward. So an entire world, think of a library as a container. So in that library, you would have access to all of your media and all of your projects or timelines. Okay, so think of it as, a container. You click on it, and it opens up Final Cut, loads this library, and has those elements in it. So the library is a big container. And then you have something called events. Events are a smaller container inside that big container. So for instance, if you want to organize your media or your footage into more refined groups, you can put them into events. For instance, in this case, I did the studio dancing one day. So I said, I want to keep that organized. I know that's going to probably be B-roll. There's not going to be any voiceover there. So I'm going to put that into an event. And then I said, oh, we did the interview. I want to keep that separate too. So I can put that into an event. So I can control things. Maybe you're doing a cooking show, and you might have each lesson, cooking macaroni and cheese will be an event, and all the footage for that would be in there. And then you might have cooking wrapped bacon with a bacon sauce, obviously a very popular thing, in another event. So the idea is you keep it organized. So that's what events are. They're just groupings. And then you'll hear the term project. And a project is simply your sequence or your timeline. It's that bar that was underneath that I showed you. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and zoom back out. It's the graphical interface of you telling your story. And I'm actually going to go ahead and talk about some other things. You will better understand this as we go through the next 10 days. You will really understand it when we hit number 3. But I don't want you to be concerned or confused by libraries, events, and projects. Now, you can have multiple libraries, and you can have multiple libraries open if you want. So for instance, maybe you do both cooking shows and real estate. Okay? So one library could be all your cooking shows. The other library could be all your real estate programs. So if you don't want to be confused or distracted by the real estate stuff, you could just not open that library. And you could also have a library of maybe all your special effects or all your music. So it's very dynamic, but once you get your head wrapped around it. And the whole thing here is we're dealing with keywords, and a lot of folks have used, say, iTunes. Well, and I think this is a good analogy for, when we're looking at clips. You can have music in your library, and you might have a song by the Beatles. And so that would be maybe have a keyword, the Beatles. But also if you did one of music by John Lennon, you might have that. You might have music from the 60s. Okay, British rock groups. Well, you might have one version, but you can find it in multiple places. And that's really what this is all about with the keywording. You might find the same clip with different keywords, but because it's going to serve you a different purpose. So that's the whole idea of what's happening in the upper left-hand side, and that's about your browser window. The next thing that we're going to look at is your timeline. This is a graphical representation of your story from beginning to end. This is where you're going to do all your work. Okay, so if we look over here, this is the first shot of the show. As a matter of fact, if I move my playhead right above it, I see the first clip in the timeline, and whatever I see there, I see here. Okay? And as I move down, now you'll notice this is a little bit stacked. I'm going to zoom in just for a moment. I have the dancer, Anna, here, but if you notice, I also have this Anna left. That's a title. So you start stacking things and layering things if you want to add graphics or titles or cutaways, B-roll. So for instance, right here, she's dancing to catch your attention, and then she starts talking. Well, right here, she's still dancing, but we start hearing her voice. Okay? So you're able to stack things. If I did a picture-in-picture, I might put that picture on the next area above it. So you have a main storyline. We'll get deeply into that when we start editing. And then you have other video that you may add on top of it. And also, you have audio down here. So here we have the dance music, and here I have her voice talking. So one thing to keep in mind, with video, think of these areas, these layers, as you're in a building. And the bottom layer is your main story, okay? And you're looking down. But now you want to put a picture-in-picture there. So you put another image on top of it. And if you've ever worked in Photoshop or any of those programs, After Effects, it works the same way. And I'm looking down, and if that image is full size, I don't see what's below it. I might hear the sound, but I don't see what's below it. But what if I shrink that a little bit? I'll have to go like this because you can't see it from this angle. You're in the top of the building, right? Yeah, you're looking over the building now. So I actually see this area around here, and I see this picture in picture. Then if I want a title, I may put that on the third story, and it's like looking through a glass ceiling with the words written on it. So that's how you start thinking for layering in videos, and that's how you get the video that you want instead of all one line, and it's either music, it's either like, you know, the narration, the dancing, or a title all at once, not all at once, but individually. So that's the idea as we go through here and start working with this program. So that's our timeline, and as I play it, this is called the playhead, and that, whatever it's over, will show up in this screen. So if I go over here, I'm looking at her dancing and I see it here. So I see a visual representation here in my viewer. Browser, timeline, viewer, and that's really the magic 3 things that you'll be working with while you're editing. I can go ahead, I can play by hitting the space bar,
I started dancing because in Russia.
or I could grab the space bar and just skim through the show, okay? You'll also notice that I have something happening here. Remember that was my playhead and I told you emphatically that whatever that's above you see? Well, I kind of lied. There's also something called a skimmer, and that is another thing that makes Final Cut 10 unique. Because I might want to be editing and playing something, but then I may want to go, oh, you know what? I just quickly want to look at what's happening ahead. And I can skim through some clips and see what's happening, and then as soon as I move my mouse off that area, it jumps back to where the playhead is. So it allows me to very quickly skim through my show, and as a matter of fact, if I was looking at any kind of footage, we'll go to the dance studio footage, with skimming on, I can also just very quickly go through all my footage. And this is brilliant, because these days we shoot so much more video than we did in the past because it's easy and inexpensive. It used to be, I started in the days of film, which was ridiculously expensive, so you didn't have as much footage to look at because you were very judicious with how much money you spent and how much you shot. Then we went to videotapes. They were still expensive. I remember buying 10 Beta cam tapes, that's not Betamax, and that was over $1,000 for 10 90-minute tapes, right? So you're not gonna use up a lot of tape. Now, it goes to hard drives, it goes to smart cards, it goes to the memory in our phone, and you'll end up with hours and hours and hours of footage, and being able to search through that quickly is what you need, and this works brilliantly because of that skimming. And because of the fact you can add keywords to it, you can find the stuff you need if you have hours and hours and hours of footage. That's the magic. So where it may look, why do I need all this? Well, if you have a more complex show, you want to be able to not spend 20 minutes looking for a shot. You want to find the shot in like 10, 15 seconds, and then 20 minutes belaboring if you should use that shot and how you should use that shot. So that's what happens over there. So that's that playback area. So you'll notice something else that happened here. When I was in my timeline with the skimmer, I see what was in the timeline. When I went over at any of these other clips here, I will actually see in my viewer what the information on these clips. So this is dynamic depending on where I am skimming or where I am playing from. So this is where we're going to create and edit our story. I'm going to show you how to navigate through that a little bit later, but I want to show you some of the other buttons and areas that you may come across. So these are my main 3 windows. There's another window that you'll be using and seeing a lot through the course and using after the course. There's a little button up here, and I do want to point out that, you know, and I've used this example before, the great thing about Final Cut 10 is there's 4 or 5 ways to do everything. The challenging thing about Final Cut 10 is there's 4 or 5 ways to do everything. Find the way that works best for you, and just do it. Okay? If you like to drag things around, it works great, dragging and dropping. If you love using drop-down menus, there's a drop-down menu for almost everything. You like keyboard shortcuts? Keyboard shortcuts are there. If you like right-clicking and getting these contextual menus, so you click on a clip and you know exactly what you can do to that clip, you can do that. Don't think you have to memorize it all. I have discovered that if I am doing something over and over again, that I sometimes look up and find out what the keyboard shortcut is for that, just to save me time. And there will be some keyboard shortcuts that I think are really going to be helpful for you, and I will tell you those as we go through. So that's just something to keep in mind. So this button up here is for the inspector. You'll also notice that when you put your cursor over a button or any area, you'll get a tooltip. Kind of tells you what it does, and if there's a keyboard shortcut, it'll even tell you what the keyboard shortcut is. So this is Command 4. Okay, that's the command key. There used to be called the Apple key. At one point, the Splat key, depending how far back you go in the world of Macintosh. I guarantee there's somebody out there going, I remember using the original Mac. And it was the open Apple and close Apple. So that makes the people who've been around forever really happy, but we just remember it as the command key. And the beautiful thing, it actually says command on the keyboard. So that's a modifier key that you would hold when you hit down the number 4. So I can press this button, and I'm going to zoom out so you can see what happens when I press this button. It opens up this area called the inspector, and the inspector is giving you information about whatever is selected in your browser or in your timeline. Okay? So if I selected this clip here, I'm going to just grab one arbitrarily. And there's not a lot of information about that one because I didn't pick an exciting clip. Actually, let me pick one from the timeline. There we go. With sound. So right now it's telling me some information. I do want to point out that it goes down below. And I'm not a big fan of having to scroll down a lot. So here's a great little tip. If you're in the inspector, and by the way, we are using the latest version of Final Cut for this class at this point, which is 10.2. So if you're using an earlier version, it might look a little bit different, though ever since it was released in 5 years, Apple has given free updates to every version. So if you don't have the latest version, log on to the App Store where you bought it, and it will update it to the latest version, and you'll have all the cool things that I'm showing you. So as I was saying, I want to see more. So I can double click at the very top of the inspector, not up here, but actually the inspector. And what it will do is it uses this whole vertical space if I need to see a whole list of things. And this will be more stuff. Maybe we don't have all that now, but if we start adding filters and whatnot. So here I'm looking at 3 different things on this clip. I can look at the video aspects of my clip, and this is all the controls if I'm going to scale it or shrink it or reposition it or crop it. This is the controls. I can see what's going on. Audio, I can fix audio. I can look at my audio clips here, and then I can find out general information on the clip, such as what codec. There's a third one, right? Codec. Codec's the one I don't know what a codec is. You hear it all the time. You take anything from the iTunes movies or your, iTunes, YouTube, Vimeo. A codec stands for compressor, decompressor. It's basically the fancy math that they use to take these really big files and squish them down to something that you can stream to your phone or your computer, and it doesn't look horrible. Okay, so they get better and better at creating these mathematical formulas to squish and throw out some stuff so it's small, and then when it blows up again, it looks pretty good. That's what a codec is. And there's a lot of different ones, depending on how you're recording things, whatever your camera is, you may use a different codec because the manufacturer determined that's what they wanted to use. The most popular codec that you'll probably come across with is H.264. Why is it called H.264? Because an engineer, or a group of them, named it. If I named it, it would be Bill or Diane. But it's H.264, and that's exactly how they encode things for YouTube and Vimeo and Netflix and almost everything you download. They're progressive, so there's a new codec called H.265 that's probably coming down. It already is here, but and that's just smarter and smaller than H.264. Apple has some unique codecs that you'll find in Final Cut 10. It's called Apple ProRes. And what it is, it's a codec, and we'll talk more about this when we do importing, that Apple came up with that allowed them to compress things without any loss. So when you hear the word codec, it's basically the math involved to squish something, and they apply the same math to have it grow. So there you are. So I can find out what my codec is. I can find out lots of different information in my inspector. So you'll be referring to that a lot. You can open and close that very easily. Remember, we talked about Command as our keyboard shortcut. Command 4, I can toggle that on and off if I don't want to reach over and click on that button. So I can either hit the button, or if I get used to the keyboard shortcuts, it's like, oh, I need to look up something about this clip. Why isn't it working? Oh, because it's a giant 6,000 by 4,000 photograph. Okay? Command 4, very, very useful, and that is what the inspector is all about. In the middle is a great toolbar. Okay? This is right down here. Let's zoom in and move across the toolbar and talk about some of the other elements that you'll have access to. So the first thing are these 4 buttons here. These are editing buttons. Okay? This does a variety of different types of edits that we will learn about. If you've already done some editing, they may be familiar. They have insert edits and overwrite edits. They have something called a connect edit, which is unique to Final Cut. So the idea is that if I've marked something, I can press this button and bring it to the timeline. I can drag it, but maybe I just want to press that button and say, okay, whatever I selected, just put into my show. It has a button to do that. And that's what these buttons are all about. And once again, if you're not sure what that button does, just hang your mouse over it. It'll give you a tooltip. That's an overwrite. And at the end, it gives you the keyboard shortcut, D. So those are those basic editing tools to bring things from your browser into your timeline. At the very end of that, and this is important to note, if you want to be able to just bring in the video separately or the audio, maybe the audio of the dancer was just noisy in the background, I'm not using it because I want to be able to just bring in the visual of her dancing because I'm putting in my own music, I could do a video-only edit. Or maybe I want to do an audio-only edit because I recorded a voiceover, but you don't ever need to see my face talking, so why bring that in? So it allows you, if you switch these, you'll notice this icon changes. So if I do video only, we just see the face. And again, you'll notice keyboard shortcuts. That up arrow, it's a tricky one, that's your shift key. Okay, so literally with shift 1, 2, and 3, I can switch between different ways to do that. I'm going to do that with the keyboard shortcut. So we just did basically shift 2, that was video only. Shift 3, notice how this icon changes? It's now just a speaker icon. And then if I hit shift 1 again, that's both. And the reason I want to point that out is as you edit, you're going to learn a lot of keyboard shortcuts. You're going to teach yourself once. But there will be times that you make a mistake. Not that this has ever happened to me, and not that this will happen to me at all over the next 10 lessons. I will never make a mistake. And a moment of silence for the... Okay, now you can stop laughing. Okay. But for instance, I might remember a keyboard shortcut from another application, and I go shift 2, and now I'm editing and going, why don't I have any audio? Okay? So the point I want to make is that keyboard shortcuts are great, but sometimes if you hit them by accident, you may turn something on and off and try to figure out what it is. So I'm just trying to open your eyes that those are the things that could happen. So they can be your best friend or they can be your worst enemy, whether you do something by accident or not. So as we move down this sequence, we looked at the tools. In the middle is the name. Let me zoom out so you can have the right perspective. This right here is the name of the project, okay? So if you're working on multiple timelines or sequences, you can know exactly which one you're working on. For instance, as I indicated before, you might be doing multiple shows in the same library. So a library can have multiple projects. A project is a timeline. So maybe you're doing a 3-minute walkthrough of a house, but maybe you're doing a 30-second sizzle version of that for just the people to catch their attention. So you want to very easily be able to say which version you're using. Are you doing a cooking show and you want to see macaroni and cheese, and then macaroni and cheese with bacon and more bacon? Obviously, they're close friends. Other key things that are very useful. If I had more projects open, and there's a couple little arrows here, I'll point this out again, but they're kind of grayed out now because I only have one. But if you need to jump back and forth between the previous sequence and the next one, maybe you want to go back and reference something, there's just little arrows here. If you click on them, suddenly you're like, where did my project go? You might have gone to a previous or next one. So I just want you to know what's there, and that's very useful. Let's look at some of the other areas that we have, some other buttons that are of importance. I'm going to go up here to the upper left-hand corner. In the upper left-hand corner, we have 3 buttons here. This is an import button, so if I want to bring media into my show, I have to import that. Does anybody use any other programs where you have to import things, Photoshop or placing what? Okay, what's the keyboard shortcut normally for importing something? And this is not a trick question because I'm going to hover the mouse over it, and you might be able to read that, but what is it? Command-I, import. I want you to realize that when they came up with the keyboard shortcuts, they thought about this, and they said, okay, what do we use in other programs? Oh, I want to copy something. What do you think it is? What's copy in your word processing program? Command-C. What's paste? Command-V. Now you know how to do new shortcuts in Final Cut, you now know. Okay? So a lot of those same shortcuts. What if you want to make a new document? Command-N. Guess how you make a new project? Your editors. No, but keep in mind that it is intuitive, okay? And there's even when we get to the tools, which I'll show you, a lot of times it's the first letter of the word that represents what you're switching between. So that's import. There's a key. This is keywords. We actually will look at this in more detail when we start labeling things on ingest in lesson 3. This is something that's very interesting. I'm going to actually click this open. It shouldn't be doing anything now, but this is your background tasks. So for instance, when you import something and you're having it like analyzed or whatnot, if you go here, you can see what's happening under the hood, okay? You can also see when you're exporting something that it's doing a bunch of math, because you can still edit. The point is that if you're waiting for something, like perhaps at one point during this class, I'll ingest 400 gigabytes of media by accident. I know my future, I dreamt it last night. I may be going, why is everything taking so long? And I'll look here and I'll see like 400 things happening in the background. I'm like, oh, now I know why. I'm asking it to do too much. So that's the background task. It's very useful. It's up there. You can toggle it open and close. It doesn't, and also if you need to stop something, but it's great there. So those are some key areas here. Let me zoom back a little bit. And below them are some other shortcuts that you'll use. So this little button is your library sidebar, okay? So let's take a look at that. So if I click this button, it opens and closes this left side, which is part of my library. So if I don't want to see all this stuff, if I just want to look at my clips, I can open it and close it. That's pretty self-explanatory. These 2 areas are actually very useful, and we'll actually be covering them very shortly. One is show or hide photos sidebar. So if I click on that, it actually would show me any photos I might have in my photos library, or any audio I might have in iTunes, or any of the sound effects that come with Final Cut. So this is a great way you can have a shortcut to things that live in your computer that aren't necessarily something that you would always bring in with your media. It's stuff that's already resident there. Next to that, and you notice as I click these, my window changes. As a matter of fact, I should zoom out so you can see that better. So there we have library. We have our stuff from the computer. And this is something called titles and generators. And here are animated titles and still titles and generators that you can access from within the application. These come bundled with it, and they're customizable. They're not just, they have some parameters, but you can customize that. So the whole idea of this upper left-hand corner is when you need to create something, whether it's to bring in your media, your video, your audio that you brought into the show, whether you need to find a nice piece of background music that might be in one of your audio libraries, or whether you actually need to create something, that's what happens in that upper left-hand corner, and that's what those buttons are for. Again, the idea was to be intuitive. It's like, oh, I don't remember where that was, but I know I'm creating stuff, so I'm going to go over to this left side and start punching some buttons and see what happens. Okay? So that's that area in the upper left-hand corner. In the lower left-hand corner, there's something called the timeline index. Here's the giveaway. It says index. It's closed now, but if I click on that, I see something that's very interesting, a lot of detail here. This is, again, something that's pretty unique. And there's really, that's really not good language, because if something is unique, it can't be almost unique. It either is or it isn't. But we'll use the idea that something can be relatively unique in that maybe there's a couple people out there who also do this. So with that random thought, if I click on the index, I can look at my clips, and this is every single one of my clips in my timeline, okay, that I've used. Now, it's much more useful than just a list. If I click on something, I say, oh, you know what? Where's the shot where she leaps in the white tutu? I click on that, it jumps immediately to that shot. So if you've properly labeled things, you can jump to exactly where you need to find it. And there's even a little search box. So if you have hundreds of clips, you can say, did I use this? Where did I use this? I need to find it. You don't have to sit there and skim through 4 hours of video. So that's one of the things that's very useful in your index. As we move across it, and we're not going to go into too much detail in that, you need some context for that. And by the way, we have the index of all the clips. I'm going to pan down here so you can see. I can even, refine that and say, I just want to look at all my video clips, okay? I just want to look at all my audio files. You know something? I just need to find anything that has a title, because I have to go through, because I found out I spelled her name wrong. There's not 3 N's in Anna, okay? There was only 2. So it has a lot of control. The next button over here in your library, there's something called tags. That's where you can actually put markers or notes to yourself, whether you want, you can make a note that, oh, I need to fix something here. I need to fix the audio. I need to find a replacement shot. I need to color correct. So you can write to-dos to yourself, and you even have a done button, so it moves them to do and done. You can put markers in, so if you export out a QuickTime movie, it can have chapters. A lot of things we can do with this. Now, granted, I'm introducing some of these intentionally, even though I know we won't have the opportunity or the time to cover everything in this course. Teaching you everything about Final Cut in 10 hours would be impossible. Our goal here is to get you comfortable with Final Cut, so you're not scared. You can put something out, you can create a show, but if you discover something, you won't be confused. Advanced courses would probably will go deeper into that. But I want you to be aware of what's here and the advantage. And then we have something called roles, which I will talk about in the audio section and on export, so I can just look at my music, my dialogue. If I just want to look at my music, I can isolate just my music stuff. So it's very, very powerful. And that is what happens over here. And those are the 3 main sections of that part. If I'm not using it, I can go ahead and close it by hitting the index button, and it goes away. As we move across, we're almost done with the tour. Luckily, this is not a hop-on, hop-off bus, because you all are stuck on the bus with me. I've locked the doors and put a giant dome on top. So it's just a hop on and come along for the ride. As we move along here, in the right side, there's, again, more buttons. And these buttons allow you to do some things such as that skimming process that I did before. So it was really nice. I could skim through it, and then I moved over here and jumps to my playhead. But what if I don't like skimming? I could toggle it off, and now, not that I don't like it, but I find it confusing, I just have the playhead to work with. There is no skimmer. And the keyboard shortcut for the skimmer is S. And I like pointing that out because it's a great thing to toggle on and off, but if you don't know that's the keyboard shortcut, you'll be like, I was typing something, because you're typing a word, but you're not in a box to type a word, and suddenly you turn off skimming, it's like, where did my skimmer go? Okay, so S for skimmer. Okay, so as we move along there's video skimming. And by the way, if you have skimming turned off, when you go to those great little boxes here, I can't skim through these anymore. Hit the S key, I can skim through it again. So that's something to keep in mind. Next to that is an audio skimming tool. I have that turned off for the class because it would be annoying, because if that's on, every time I skim, I hear something. Now that's useful if I'm trying to find a word to edit out. But for most of the time, I can toggle it off. And now this is where they were clever. So we know skimming is S. So audio skimming should be a variation upon S. And that's what they tend to think about when they create these shortcuts. So audio skimming is Shift S to toggle it on or off. So when you start looking at keyboard shortcuts, there's usually some logic behind them. And also that's a good way to say, oh, well, I thought I turned it on, but I didn't hit the modifier. As we continue down, there's something called soloing. So if I just want to listen to a unique audio track, I don't know if you can see that, but what do you think they use for the word solo? S. This time it's an option, okay? We saw a shift, we saw a command. This little modifier here, that's the option sign, okay? That's the one that's like, I don't remember what this squiggly one does. Well, to me, it looks like an escalator. I'm going to actually go up to our drop-down menus because I want to point something out here. Let's see if I went to a good menu. Okay, so whenever you go to a drop-down menu, right, you see all these keyboard shortcuts. And you're like, I recognize part of these words. I know most of my letters. There's a few. I only know 23 of the 26. But what are these things? So I'm going to give you a quick overview of how you can remember that stuff, because I need that. So command is easy. It's on the keyboard. It's the one you use all the time, okay? And that's the most popular modifier. Shift is easy. We already learned that. That's the up arrow. But then there's these other 2. So we just started talking about the option. And to me, that looks like a little escalator, okay? Whether this is true or not, you will now never forget this. And I know if I get on an escalator, I can go up the escalator or down the escalator, which means I have options. And that's how I remember that little line is option, so I can remember what the keyboard shortcut is for option S or option V, okay? The other modifier is this little caret here, okay? That's the control key. to me, when I was a kid, there was a little cartoon, and it was long enough ago that basically a cartoon on television were stick figures, okay? High budget stuff. And I think it was Tom Terrific, but his hat was like a little triangle, okay? So I'm wearing the hat, I must be in control. Whether it makes sense or not, you will now not forget that if you have the hat on, you're in control. That's the keyboard shortcut for control, okay? So you can start learning the keyboard shortcuts that if you go down here all the time and say, and you don't even know what this does yet, detach audio, and I do it manually every single time, I'm gonna take notes, and I'm gonna say, I did this 27 times today. That's a keyboard shortcut I should learn. You know, I've had students come to me and they just, like, they memorized every one. Every one. Honestly, I had one student, and brilliant, but like I could say anything, and he knew the keyboard shortcuts. But didn't know how to edit. That was a different story. But he memorized the keyboard shortcuts. Memorize the ones that you use a lot, that you find useful. Don't clutter your brain with extra information. As you need them, if you see you're doing something 20, 30 times, learn the shortcut, because that will save you time. Okay? And saving time is important. Okay? So that's the idea here. So let's jump back down here where we saw that originally, as we fly through here. So we were just on, come on, give me my tooltip. Soloing, and then there's something called snapping. Snapping is really important. Now, snapping is the one keyboard shortcut that doesn't quite fit the mold of obvious. And it's been this way since Final Cut 1 back in the year 1999. There are people who are going, 1999, I have food in my fridge from then. And there's people here watching going, 1999, my dad wasn't even born yet, you know? So quite a diverse population. But what snapping is that when I bring two things next to each other, or the cursor to the edge of a clip, it snaps right to that position. So it makes sure that I'm exactly where I want to be. I want to be on an edit point. I want to be on a marker, okay? So snapping is an N. Snapping is what we used to say. Just emphasize it. It's a silent S. Don't you mistake that for napping. Don't tell people that you're napping at work because you're snapping at work, but that's snapping, and if I turn that off. And then there's a couple more things to the right side that are very important. This is very useful. This is your appearance of how your timeline looks. You will be going and changing this often depending on what you're doing. So I'm going to zoom back a little bit, and you'll see along the top that I have different icons. And if I click on these different icons, my interface changes to where I see more or less of my video in relation to my audio. There's one that says, I just want to look at my audio waveforms. I'm just cutting audio. I don't want to be distracted by the video. Or I still need to see a little video, but I'm still focusing on audio. And as you go down, it progressively tweaks it and modifies it. Okay? So here, this is all my video, and my audio is now not distracting me because maybe I'm just looking for cutting for continuity. Okay? So it's very easy to switch between these. Maybe I just want to see everything. I have a huge amount of vertical stuff, and I just really want to clean it up, maybe just for a couple of minutes to find something that is way off screen. Generally, you're going to use one of the ones in the middle. And in addition to that, there are two sliders. And I'm going to go in just a little bit, but I want to make sure you see what happens when I work with these. So this slider here controls the height of these clips. So if I needed more space to see things, I could make it taller. The one below it is the horizontal control. So I'm zooming in or zooming out on my sequence or my timeline to more or less detail. Okay? And then in addition to that, I have the option of, do I want to look at these things called roles or angles, and we'll learn about that over the rest of the course. Roles being how we define what different clips, what their role is in the show, whether they're a music clip or a dialogue clip, or whether they're sound effects or B-roll. Those are all roles, and sometimes you want to be able to see that very quickly. So that's the idea here, and you'd be moving around a lot there. While I'm talking about that interface, I want to go up here to the upper left-hand corner. Sorry, I'm zooming in and zooming out so you have some perspective of where I am. But you'll notice that up here, I love this menu that keeps popping down. I apologize for that, but it's not me, it's Apple. So there's a similar icon up here, okay? And if I click on that, it controls the way I view the elements in my browser. So again, I can make them bigger or smaller, okay? I can also look at these. These are a film strip view. I can look at them in smaller or larger increments. I'm gonna zoom out here. So if I look at them in 5-second increments, I'm seeing a lot more of my clip. It's longer, because I'm basically zooming into each individual clip. I can go all the way down to, oops, wrong one there. There we go. 1/15 of a second, and now I'm really seeing, you know, precision. And then I can go all the way back to where I'm just seeing one frame to represent each clip. So those are the controls you have there. And we will, as we go through, but you can also group things differently. I can say, oh, I just want to keep all my content ordered by the, you know, when I created it. Or I don't care about that. I need to find out about what kind of file it is. You know, I just want to keep it by file type. So those are, again, ways you control the interface up there. So let's go back here. There's two more items on the end. This is for your effects browser. So if you click on these, it actually opens up another interface. We kind of saw something similar to that in the upper left-hand corner when we looked at our generators and our titles, because you're creating something. Again, this is something that's embedded in the application, but these is where you get filters that you can apply to a clip to give it a different look. You know, one of these is a 50s TV look, or, you know, aged film, or color correction, or an audio fix. Maybe you need to use a compressor. Those are effects that you can get to, okay? And these are all in. So where that you're creating something, here you're modifying something in the timeline, okay? That's why this is over here, because this is part of the editorial process. So you have the effects. And if you move over next to the effects, I want to zoom in so you can see what these icons look like. There's also your transitions, okay? And we're going to actually spend a session on both effects and transitions. And these are everything from your standard cross dissolve to fancy movements where maybe you have, light changes for your transition, okay? So that's where you're accessing stuff. And finally, we're going to look here, and I keep zooming out, not to make you nauseous, not to make you feel like you're on a roller coaster, but because you have to see where they are, because you're like, well, he showed it to me zoomed in, but I can't find it now. And trust me, the larger your screen, the finer the resolution, the harder it is to find these things if you don't know where to look. So the last thing I want to kind of cover here is this is generally found underneath your viewer. And with different layouts, it might end up over here if your viewer's in the middle, but you need to look under your viewer. So there's timing, okay, where you are in your sequence. So if I place my cursor somewhere, I can see right now that I'm a minute and 30 seconds and 10 frames in, okay? Something to keep in mind. With video, the way we count is hours, up to 24, minutes, seconds, and frames, okay? So every video you count by frames, and there's different frame rates, okay? You'll hear that. There's sometimes 24 frames a second, that's traditional movies that you would see in the theater. There's 30 frames a second, that's what you would see in American television. There's 25 frames per second, that's what you see in the rest of the world. Do not want to leave out the rest of the world because you're bigger than just America. And they're going to go, well, I don't see you talk about 25. By the way, everything we're using in this class will be 30 frames per second because I have an American TV. But it works perfectly in 25 and it works perfectly in 24. And even some of the other formats that are now coming with high def, 60 frames per second, 120 frames per second. But it's always hours, minutes, seconds, frames when you're finding a precise location. Okay. To the left, there are a couple drop-down windows on things that you might do to clips in your timeline. Okay, and the three of them are, one is your transform. This is the button where you're going to click if you want to scale something, if you want to crop something, if you want to distort something, okay? So you're transforming the image. Next to it is another drop down. It's the magic wand, and this is a quick way to do kind of color balancing, color correction, as well as audio. So this is how you're going to enhance something, the look or the sound of something very quickly. And then finally, to the right is another one. It looks a little bit like a speedometer because it is a speedometer because it's all about speed. And this is where you will very quickly get to things such as slow-mo, speeding things up, customizing things, freezing stuff. So those are the quick elements. And we will use these as we go through the next 10 lessons. But that's all these magical, confusing things in the interface.
I'm not clear on how to build different bins in the library.
Okay. So the question was, I'm not clear how to build different bins in the library. If they've come from a traditional editing program, what we used to do is create folders and put the video clips in a folder to organize them. So like all of our music would be in a folder, all of our B-roll, all of the dance stuff, and you would bring them in and you'd make folders and drop them in like you would right at the operating system level, right in the Finder. Well, this is a little different. There are no real folders to speak of, and that's a better thing. Folders are automatically created by putting a keyword on something. If I go ahead and I put the keyword on here that says behind the scenes, that's me shooting, then it's going to automatically create a folder. Think of these as folders, but they're keyword collections, where I can access that clip. But the beautiful thing is I'm not limited to keeping it into one location. I could also say this is studio footage. So if I put the keyword studio, it now will appear in behind the scenes and studio. So it's automatic, and you can also create smart collections. And a smart collection is simply, oh, I want something that's behind the scenes in the studio, and anything with both of those keywords can be found, again, in a new collection and is automatically populated. So it does the folder work for you. Okay, and we really get deep into this when we do ingest, because a lot of times you do that when you bring it in, or you label it, your clips into folders before you bring it in from the Finder, and Final Cut will automatically apply those keywords. Now that you see the finished product, let's do some editing. We're going to just do the basics right now, just so you can get a feel for things. Tomorrow we're really going to get in and do some serious editing. So I'm going to create a brand new project. How would I create a brand new project? I tested you. It's like a document. What's the keyboard shortcut? Command N. You guys, 6 out of 6. If they didn't look at the audience, 6 out of 6. Command N. It makes a new program. If you don't remember that, you can always just go right up to the menu under File, New Project, Command N. Okay, so I'm starting with a new blank timeline. We'll talk more about this, but this is going to be start. As a matter of fact, if you get the footage, this is how you make one. I already have created a brand new starting project for lesson 1, a blank one. Okay, so if you download the media, that's there, but otherwise Command N makes a new project. So we're ready to start editing, and let's look at how you edit. So the first thing I want to do is I want to cut that opening dance image. I want to show you what that is again. And look, remember that button I said you can go to the previous project? There we go. We can take advantage of that. Shortcuts for everything. I'm not going to throw all the keyboard shortcuts at you because your brains will explode even more. I'm going to jump to the beginning of my timeline. The home key, our function, and function left arrow on a laptop will take you right to the beginning of your sequence. Okay? So it's these 3 shots. Okay? Wide shot, establishing where she is, close-up of the upper body as she turns, close-up of her feet. So, gonna come back, jump to my other show. I know all of this. I don't know where this footage is, but I know one thing. I know she was wearing something that was white. She had a white tutu on. Let's see if I did a keyboard shortcut for white tutu. Bingo, there we go. So I can quickly find all the shots with the white tutu. I can skim through it. Oh, there's the close-up of the feet. There's the upper body. There's the full wide shot. Okay, so now I'm ready to start bringing this in. I want to start with a wide shot, and I want to select what part of the clip I want to bring in. And this is the in point, out point, okay? So I'm picking a range of videos. The idea is that when you shoot video, you want to shoot more than you need. You don't want to turn the camera off right when the action ends. You might need that extra handle, that extra stuff, and you want to roll it before the action starts. The next thing is I'm going to pick that range, but I'm not going to be super specific on exactly what frame, because the whole idea is I want to start creating my story, and then I can refine it and trim off the extra frames or add the extra frames as needed. I just want to get the general idea. So the way Final Cut works is I could go over to this clip, and I can look at this one of 2 ways. I can look at this as my film strip, remember I can zoom in, or if I wanted to, I'm gonna hit this little button right here, I can look at it as a traditional list. Okay, so I can find things, and there's that clip. Okay, so I wanna go to the close-up of the feet. There we go, and that's the spin. Now I've already marked this, I'm gonna remove that, and all I have to do is when I wanna pick a range of a clip, I can kind of see what she's doing here as I skim over it. If I skim, and at the very beginning, I click and just drag, it creates a yellow box, and that's the range of information, that's the range of the clip. So we see the beginning frame, and then I can see her kicking. That sounds good. I can also see a little tooltip, how long it is, and this is about 8-9 seconds. So once I've selected this, I want to go ahead and bring it down into my sequence, into my project. And I can just grab that middle area and drag it right down and let go. And that puts the clip into my main storyline. And I can go ahead and I can play that. Okay, so that's our first clip that we're working with. We made our first edit, okay? Now I want to go where? I want to go to the close-up, right? So I can go here. I can find it where it is. I can click through it. By the way, I could use the up and down arrow keys to very quickly go through the list this way. I'm going to switch back to the film strip view because I want you to see either way works real easily. So I want to go to the upper body. And again, it remembers, the beautiful thing about Final Cut, it remembers the last in and out point, the last edit point that you selected. So if you go back, it still's there. If I make a new edit point, like for instance, I drag this in, I could just grab a new area. Now I have a new in and out. So it's nice. It's persistently remember. So I did have it remember my other one, but okay, so what's the last action here? Okay, I want to get her as she turns. Okay, so I'm going to pick it up on the turn. I can skim through. If I want more detail, I can zoom in, right? We learned I could zoom in here. I'll tell you, keyboard shortcut, worthwhile to have. Command plus and Command minus. The plus is actually above the equals key, but you can use this in here and in here to zoom in for more detail and zoom out for less detail. So if I go Command plus with this window active, there we go. It starts spreading it out. As a matter of fact, you can see I'm seeing a lot more detail here, so I can be more critical about what area I'm going to grab. So we're going to get it right as she turns. And if I run out of space here, it just goes to the upper row. As a matter of fact, you can see if there's a jagged edge, it means it just continues on the previous line. We're working with a relatively light resolution here, low resolution. So there's her hand comes up, and there's the turn. And I'll just grab a range here. So I just want the turn, and I can drag that, and I bring it down. Because Final Cut has something called a magnetic timeline, no matter where I drag it, it's going to snap to the end of that clip so I don't have a big gap. Okay? There's ways I can bring something in that I want later, but that's more of an advanced editing technique we'll get to. For right now, I want everything to be continuous. So now I have the second clip. Let's go ahead and throw the third clip in, and we're going to use a keyboard shortcut for that. So now I just want the close-up of the feet. Okay, there she turned. These were 3 cameras running at the same time, so I'm going to grab the turn, a little bit of kick. So now what I want to do is I want to throw it to the end of this. Okay, so I'm going to start using one of these buttons here, and there's something called an append edit. The keyboard shortcut is E. I remember it as the extend edit, okay? And if I hit the letter E, whatever I have selected there will now drop into my storyline right after the last clip. And this is a really efficient way to just slug things onto your timeline to start figuring out your story. You know, you don't have to go down, move the playhead to the end. You're good to go. So I just hit E. I'm going to undo that, Command Z, and do that again. You'll see. I have this selected. I just hit E. It's an append edit. And now I have 3 clips. We learned how to zoom in with Command plus and Command minus up here. Works down here too. I want to see this in more detail. Command plus, I have to have that as the active window. There we go. All right. I'm zooming in, zooming out. So that's really useful. There's also a great thing. Third keyboard shortcut you should remember. Shift Z, it's fit to window. So if I'm zoomed out or zoomed in too much and I hit Shift Z and I do this all the time, I can see everything as big as it needs to be. if I don't need this, remember we were looking at this? If you have a window open and you need more real estate, you can close it. I just clicked on the transitions. So now I have my 3 clips, okay? There's clip 1, there's a turn, it's repeated, and did I bring the feed in, or did I accidentally delete it? Well, luckily there's that persistent vision, so I'm gonna go back here. Guess what, Shift Z again. My mistakes are your learning opportunities. Shift Z up here, look at that. Now these are all just one frame. See how useful these shortcuts are? I have this selected. Oh, that's my problem is I didn't grab the feed. Okay, it remembered. Gonna go append. Even though I didn't know where my playhead was, it put it at the end. And now I would start trimming. So we're gonna do just a couple quick trims here to get going, and then we'll really dig deep into editing in the next lesson. So I wanna get it right as she turns. She's turning right there, and then she turns again, right? So I need to trim off this. It's real easy. All I have to do is find the end of the clip and drag it back until I see that turn point. That's what I love about Final Cut, is that once you get some basic stuff, it's obvious. Oh yeah, I want to trim off the end. I simply grab the end. The arrow is the little yellow thing points to the left, and I'm going to drag it back. And you'll notice that my image updates in that upper right-hand window, so I can see exactly when she starts doing the turn. So I get her right there mid-turn. Go to the next clip. She repeats the action a little bit. I have a little bit too much at the head. So I grab the other side, and I'm just going to drag that a little bit over to the right and see to match action. Okay, she's halfway through the spin. Let's see how that looks. It's pretty good, pretty good. It's close. We could finesse it, but that's the whole idea between it. And I could do the same thing again here. Okay, I see that she's turned and she starts moving her leg. As soon as I see motion, I'm good to trim that end. And now I want to cut to the leg in motion. Okay, trick is when editing, always try to cut on the action and people won't see the edit. Now, of course, once we put music in, let's go ahead and very quickly add a connected clip so you can see what that is. So I want to go ahead and bring in music. As a matter of fact, it will override this. So I'm going to hit music, and I'm going to pick a nice cut here. I can listen to this. I want something a little peppier. I like that. If you listen to this, this is what we heard earlier. I can simply take that and drag it down, or I could go ahead and put my playhead at the beginning and do what's called a connected clip. And we'll repeat this again tomorrow, but a connected clip will now attach to the first one. The keyboard shortcut is Q. There's also a button. Think of Q with a little tail, as that tail can stick itself onto another clip. And the beautiful thing about Final Cut is if I go ahead and I move that clip, the connected clip will move with it. That's the cool thing. Other nonlinear editors never did this. If you move the clip, everything above it would just stay there and suddenly like, oh, I don't have a title. Well, if you put a person in and they're speaking and you give them a lower third title and then you move the person, now the title stays with them. So you don't get screwed up. So in this case, if I move the dancer, this to a later part of the show, the music will live with it, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna hit the Q key, and this is a long cut of music, Shift Z, so I can say, look at that, I have my music, and I want it at the beginning, so let's go ahead and just trim off that. And we're gonna go ahead and hit Shift Z to see the whole line, and let's see how that looks with some music. I think I grabbed the wrong cut. That's very ominous. I don't know what just happened to my music. Let me go ahead and try that again. Maybe it's haunted. Let's go up here. We'll pick the range. I'm gonna just play the beginning. That sounds good. I don't know where that evil stuff came from. I'm gonna go ahead and pick I wanna cut off everything to the right. So it starts at an endpoint. The endpoint of my range should be an out point. Out, what do you think the keyboard shortcut to mark an endpoint and an out point is? This is the big finish. Endpoint is I, out point is, see, no trick questions, okay? I hit the O key, it's nice and small, move my playhead to the very beginning of the show, and then I'm gonna hit Q, okay? That's a connect edit. It was still longer than my show, but let's see if she's possessed now. You know what that is? That's the music in the studio. She was dancing to possessed music. So I'm gonna very quickly use the inspector. See, my mistakes are your benefits. We'll learn how to do this a little bit later, but I can go ahead and I can turn off the audio in the studio. And this will make it a little bit louder. Okay, let's see if we can hear now. And we can see right there, it's cut and cut. Okay, and then you start tweaking it. So that's the whole idea behind editing. It's putting stuff, just bringing it in line, putting things above and below, and then fine-tuning it.
So what are the advantages of the frames per second you shoot? What does 120 offer versus 25? So that's more of a shooting question, but
no, that's good because you know it does raise, and I did say I would cover this. So the question is, what's the difference visually or aesthetically between 24 frames, 25, 30 frames, 60, 120? Well, the new ultra-high definition 4K format is 60 frames. So more frames per second allows you theoretically to get a more lifelike feel. But 24 frames, which is what a movie is, has more of that film feel. So some people like to shoot 24 because they like the flow of fewer frames and there's more blurring. Some people like the precision. Sports often are shot at 60 and 120, even if they're delivered at 30 because it allows you to slow-mo and still get a crisp image. The nice thing is about Final Cut is once you decide what flavor you want to export, you can just drop whatever flavor in it. So if I'm doing 30 frames a second, I can drop 60s in, I can drop 120s in, I can drop 24 in. Final Cut will automatically do the conversion, and it just plays the way it should. So I don't necessarily have to make everything match to work. Next question.
When will you talk about setting a scratch disk?
When will I talk about setting a scratch disk? I will do that on Tuesday, April 3rd from Las Vegas. No. I will talk about setting a scratch disk in lesson 3 when we talk about ingesting. And just as a quick aside for those people who can't wait, you can either have all your media locally on your internal drive, either inside or outside the library, or you can have it on an external drive or an external server if you need a larger space or you need to share that media.
Got a couple people asking, Barbara specifically asked this one, why Final Cut versus iMovie?
Okay. Final Cut is when you're ready to move to the next level. iMovie is very, very simplified, though they seem to have the same interface. And it kind of does a disservice to Final Cut because it is way deeper than iMovie. iMovie is designed to be bulletproof and not let the individual editing make as many mistakes. But to do that, it doesn't give you all the control that you might want. A lot of times you want to do something and iMovie just does it one way because it doesn't break. Apple designed it that the average person can use it and you can get that home movie out real easily without, banging your head. When you step into Final Cut, you're using the same tool that people use to cut corporate, cut weddings, cut theatrical films. There have been several theatrical films released this past year that were cut in Final Cut 10. So it's a very powerful program if you dig deep, but the nice thing is it can be as simple as you need it to be to get started. Now we're going to bring clips in. We're going to expand upon the trimming model that we introduced yesterday. We're going to talk about some different types of specific trim edits, ripple, roll, slip, and slide edits. These are words that make no sense to some folks who've never edited before, but by the end you'll have a sense of why you would do and what is a ripple edit and a slip and a slide. So that's some exciting stuff that you can wait for in the next few minutes. J and L cuts, again, more jargon for those who haven't ever edited, and for those who have edited, they're going, wow, I can do J and L cuts. Replace edits, swapping out a clip, secondary storylines, a very unique feature, very unique, no need for redundancy here. I'm going to trim my own presentation, do a little ripple delete of that very. And storylines, they allow you to do things editing that other editing applications cannot do. And then we're going to talk about something called auditions. And I'll leave that as mysterious because maybe each of you get to come up and pretend you're me, or maybe not. So let's go ahead, have some fun, get a little bit deeper, and go ahead and work more with Anna, our dancer. So we kind of finished off yesterday. We threw 3 clips in. We did a little trimming so that her action would be nice and smooth. Let's just play that to kind of get a running start to see how our show is beginning, and then we'll start doing some additional editing. So I'm going to jump to the beginning of my sequence. I need to make sure that the sequence is active. And then if you have a full keyboard, you can hit the home key to go to the beginning. If you're working on a laptop, and a lot of people are doing that now, there is no home key, but you can hit the function key and the left arrow key, and that will take you to the beginning of your sequence. And just by the way, if you hit the right arrow key, it would take you to the end. So very easy to navigate. And while we're talking about navigation, if you use the up and down arrows, it will step you between each of the edit points. And that's what we're going to do right now. See, I'm stepping between the edit points, up and down arrows. So you don't have to grab that mouse and slide something. It's very easy to get to places. So we have our 3 clips in here, and we want to add something more to this. I want to start her talking. So I've organized this already with keywords, and we'll learn about that in the next lesson, but this is all preset. It's already been ingested, so if you have the media, because you've bought the class, you'll have these already pre-organized. So I did something just for the interview, and I'm going to focus on that. I'm going to go ahead and scroll up here a second and close some of these disclosure triangles so we're not distracted. And there we are. I put all the interview media into its own event. Just a reminder, we were talking about events earlier on, and we'll talk about it a lot more, but I have all the interview footage in one event, and I even refined it by putting keywords on what I thought was the best opening soundbite, the story I wanted her to tell. She has one of her dance story of when she was a child and her first ballet lesson. She talks about when she was playing the piano and studying in Italy. I thought that was really cool. And then I have a close. So I've kind of pre-organized this with keywords so I can find the chunks that I want to put together. So we're going to cut those in, and we're going to learn some editing techniques while we do that. So let's go ahead. I'm going to zoom right out, and let's listen to some of these sound bites. Now, I can do this a couple of ways. You would think the easiest way is just to select something, hit the
And
play
I'm a
button.
dancer, and I also
But if you click and select something and just hit the play button, wherever you clicked is where it's going to start playing. I wanted to start playing at the beginning of the clip that I thought was a good soundbite. So here's a great keyboard shortcut. If you select any range, okay, and here I have the entire clip, and if I hit the / key, that's the key that's underneath the question mark on your keyboard, it will play from the beginning of my range to the end of the range. It's a great way to preview a chunk of video.
I'm Anna Russell. I'm a dancer from Crimea, and I also play the piano, and I teach, and I model.
So that's one take. So we have the first clip. She says, I'm a dancer in Crimea. I also have another version. I asked her to do it again. So let's go ahead, hit that /
I'm
key.
Anna Russell, and I'm a dancer, and I also play the piano. I'm from Russia originally, from Crimea, and now I'm living in DC.
Okay, so she does a couple of different reads. I want to pick the first one to bring in. And I've already actually kind of cut these down a little bit. You'll notice there's additional versions here
I'm Anna Russell. I'm a dancer from Crimea.
because I ran this with 2 different cameras. And as the course goes through, we're actually going to create a multicam clip from this in, I believe, lesson 9. And we're also going to look at doing some color correction for balancing the 2 different cameras in lesson 8. So something to look forward to. So let's go ahead and pick the clip that we want to bring in. I think we'll go with the first one. And what I want to do is I want to bring this to my sequence. So what we did yesterday, and this is kind of interesting, we put 3 clips in, and then I threw this music in because we wanted to hear what it sounded like with music. Well, something happened here that was unique. It put in what's called a gap clip, okay? If you've been a traditional or legacy editor, you would think of this as a slug. This is just like a blank holding place. So if I went and I did an extend edit, an append edit, which is the E key, I think of it as extend, so I remember the keyboard shortcut, is it gonna put it where I want here, or do you think it's gonna put it at the end? Well, let's go ahead and try that. I'm gonna hit the E key. It puts it where it should, at the end. It's always just appending it to the end, but I don't want it to go to the end. I want it to go right here. So I could do this a lot of different ways. I could bring it in, I could go ahead, I could delete that. It automatically snaps in. That's the beautiful thing about the magnetic timeline. If you select something and then you delete what's before it, it's going to close that gap. There are times when you don't want to close the gap, and we'll talk about that too. But suppose this was an actual clip, and I wanted to insert this between this point and this point. So let me go ahead, remove this from my sequence, and I want to insert my clip right on that edit point. So instead of doing an append edit, I'm going to do an insert edit. Now the button for the insert edit, we have all these 3 things here. There's a connect edit, which we started to talk about. There's the insert edit, and there's the append edit that we did before. So I could go ahead and do an insert edit, and I want you to see what happens. So I'm going to just click that button, and it throws that into my timeline. Now, take into account, I have music here, right? I also have her voice. So Final Cut 10 really wants to keep everything together. It doesn't overwrite the music here. It knows that I have it there for a reason. It doesn't delete her audio. So now I have 2 sounds going on. So I want to be aware of that. And if I need to do anything, I can break those apart. So an insert edit squeezes something in, and there's that empty gap clip that's there. So it just pushes it down. So an insert edit, and be careful with an insert edit because you can actually split a clip in half by accident if you put it in the wrong place. So if she's talking here,
Crimea, and I also play the piano.
so maybe I also play the piano.
I also
So I can position my playhead right there. And what if I want to put in a shot of the piano? I'm probably going to save this till later because I want it to be a surprise to the viewer, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to look for that piano shot. And it's in the dance media folder, I believe. And I have something labeled piano. And I could pick a piano shot that I want to put in. So there's a nice one. I pre-selected that range. And again, if I do an insert now, and we're going to do the insert, I used the button before, but there's a great keyboard shortcut for it. It's the W key. Think of it as wedging something in. There are 3 edits that you're going to do all the time. A connect edit where you attach a clip to the top. We kind of talked about that when I did the general overview. There's the insert edit when you wedge something in, and the append edit where you extend the length of the show. Okay, so this little pinky is the connect edit. The keyboard shortcut is the letter Q. Think of that circle with a line down, so it's kind of attaching, okay? The insert edit is a W. You're wedging it in. The append edit is extending the length. Guess what 3 keys are next to each other on your keyboard? Q, W, E on a QWERTY keyboard. So that's really quick. You can very quickly do the 3 types of edits that you often do with those keys. So from now on, I probably won't be using those buttons. I'll be using Q, W, and E to get things where I want them to be. So W is the wedge. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to probably put this clip in to see what it looks like. I'm going to play it back. I selected it. I hit that / key. That's a nice little chunk. So go ahead and I'm going to hit W. I haven't had to split this clip yet. It will do it automatically. As soon as I hit the W key, it pops in the piano. Okay? Let's take a quick listen.
and I also play the piano and I teach.
So I like that. That's one way to tell the story. We have to massage a little bit. She goes, they play the piano. I also teach. What do you think you would like to see as a viewer? Why is that not necessarily a good cut? It's an okay cut, but you have a problem with it, right? What problem might you have? You don't have to, you can just shout it out. I'll repeat it for the people at home. You have a problem, but you don't want to tell me what it is. It's breaking up the dialogue. It's too staccato. It's distracting. Okay? I want to hear her keep speaking. So I kind of want to maybe have her talk and also see the piano. So in this case, maybe I don't want to do an insert. I'm going to undo that, Command Z. And instead, let's see what happens if I did a connect edit, if I put it on this next layer up here, as she says that. So I'm going to hit the Q key. Now I don't break it up. Let's see how that feels.
And I also play the piano and I teach.
I like that. If her volume was a little bit louder and the piano was a little bit softer, that could work. So we're going to deal with audio later, but it's distracting not to be able to hear her now. So I'm going to go ahead and bring the piano volume down, and I will bring her very soft voice up just for this. And let's see how that works.
And I also play the piano and I teach. And I model.
So, and I model, and she does, but I have no footage of her modeling. So I want to cut that out. Well, there's several different ways I could trim that. We learned yesterday, if I wanted to, I could just grab it by the right end, and when you go grab the edge, you see how your cursor changes? Well, that means I can just do a trim by dragging it. And because I have snapping on, we learned about snapping yesterday because it's the one keyboard shortcut that makes no sense because you're napping, it's N. So if it doesn't snap, that just means snapping is off and I hit the N key. I turned it off intentionally, and now it doesn't snap to the end, okay? I want it to. Most of the times I'm gonna hit the N key again, and it snaps. So that's one way that I could do this edit. But I want to point out that as you get more proficient with Final Cut Pro 10, there may be times you want to use other techniques that have the same result that might be quicker. So a lot of people discover that if they want to chop off something from the end, they can use the blade key, okay? Another test, wild guess. What do you think the keyboard shortcut for the blade key is? B. You guys are great. I don't even know. You guys could, you've edited before, right? You've used this. So if I hit the B key, my cursor changes to a red razor blade, and wherever I click, it cuts. So I'm going to switch back to the A key. And by the way, that's an important thing to know. A is like your neutral position. If you have the wrong tool selected, A is what you always want to go back to. It looks like an arrow. Okay, so A is your standard selection tool. So if for some reason you've intentionally or accidentally switched to a different tool, A is what's going to get you back. So what we've done here is we've actually razor bladed this in half. You can see the dotted line. And it's a dotted line because it indicates that these two clips are continuous. If you have two clips together that aren't continuous, that's an edit point, they'll just be a regular line. But a dotted line indicates that this is called a through edit. You don't need to know that necessarily, but that means it's continuous. It should have been connected, but you decided to break it up. At this point, I could go ahead and select it, and if I wanted to remove it, I would simply hit the delete key. So there's two things. So a lot of times you want to remove something, you can blade it, and then you can delete it. What I'm going to do throughout part of this lesson is I'm going to give you some basic techniques. And for those who have already done something, or if you're going back to watch it again, the show again, I'm going to throw out an advanced technique. So a lot of times you may not want to hit the B key and then go select it, because you already know where you want the cut to be, okay? So if I wanted to command it to make the cut, okay, so I don't have that cut there anymore. If I want to command it to make the cut with its blade instead of having to select it, how do you think I would make that cut without switching keys? I want to command it to make a blade cut. Command B will actually, wherever that playhead is parked, it will slice that clip in half. So if you're playing along and you know you want to just cut everything at a point, you don't have to do anything. You can just hit Command B, it razor blades it right there. So remember, a lot of these keyboard shortcuts relate to each other, okay? You can switch a tool, you can use a tool automatically. I'm gonna go back to my interview now. Let's find the open. I think she has, does she say anything more? So we're gonna also play the piano.
Teach.
Play the piano, I also teach. Now, if you're working on this media, I've already built this show, and I'm going to pop back and forth between it to show kind of where we're going. And that way, if you're trying to recreate this, you can easily go back and forth. So the trick that I did here with my pre-cut is I made sure that I opened the project. So I'm going to go up here and choose my Smart Collections and choose the projects. And I'm going to pick the one that I think I did that I called Finished, Full Cut, okay? And we know now, because we learned earlier, that I can jump back and forth between different sequences, so I can look at what I did before and repeat that, or maybe take elements from it. So we did this a little differently with the dancing, but let's hear what she says.
I'm Anna Russell. I'm a dancer from Crimea. I started dancing because in Russia, there's a huge culture for...
So I started in Russia, huge culture. So this starts with the deeper part of the interview. So let's jump back and we'll bring in that. I want to go back to my original story. We'll go over to interviews. And I think it still is part of the open. We've narrowed it down. There's a wide shot.
I'm Anna Russell. I'm a dancer from Crimea. And I also play the piano and I teach.
Here's another take.
And I also play the piano and I teach. And I model.
And she models. So we'll go into the actual dance story. That's where we want to go. And I'm going to be hopping back and forth. So the nice thing is, and this is how you should start thinking about this skimmer and the playhead. I just want to see what this shot is. I don't have to play it. As long as I don't click, I can skim over any footage I want to see. And as soon as my cursor leaves that space, I see where the playhead is parked. So they're kind of together and exclusive. It allows me to very quickly, so I have the piano stuff. So we're gonna go ahead, listen to these two clips. We know we're in the close-up, maybe we'll go to the wide shot. I wanna hear that. I selected, I go /.
I remember it was in America at Maryland Duke Ballet, and I was 8 years old. And I remember walking up the steps
So we're gonna start that I remember in America. So we're gonna actually push everything down with another insert edit.
from Crimea, and I also played.
So after Crimea. So there's our point where we wanna do that. So we're gonna do an insert edit now, right? We wanna cut that apart, push everything down, pick the clip, we'll go with the wide shot. I'm gonna put the whole clip in. Now, I'm gonna zoom in, I'm gonna make these larger because I wanna show you some workflows. So if we wanna change the way we view things, that's clip appearance. We saw that yesterday. And under clip appearance, I want you to see this, I can go ahead and I can make these larger if I want, so I can see things a lot easier. And if I needed to, I could go ahead and see this as a film strip and I go to more detail, 10-second chunks and whatnot. So we've done that. Let's go ahead and close that. Oh, by the way, for those who were so distraught earlier when I couldn't find that preference that I was looking for, angels have come down. And if you wanted to do continuous playback underneath this selection, this is where it was. This is a new feature, as a matter of fact, that was in the latest release. If you click on continuous playback, you can just hit play on the first clip and it will just keep playing. So if you want to look at all of your footage without having to stop and start, that's where the button is. There we go. I may sleep easier tonight. So we've gone in there. I want to do the cut. I'm gonna play.
From Crimea, and
So it's from here.
from Crimea,
Mark it there. Go over here. Go to the wide shot.
the steps.
And we'll take that right from the
And
beginning.
I remember.
So this is what I wanted to show you. I just selected a little piece by accident. This happens to folks all the time. And you're like, wait, I want that piece. Or else you do this. You accidentally, and this is what happens more often, you click here, and now you want to select a range inside, but it doesn't let you because there already is a range selected, and you get frustrated. Well, don't be frustrated. Here's a couple different ways that you can do range selections when you've accidentally selected the entire clip. We can mark an in point with an I key. That's going to give me a new in point. I can mark an out point with the O key. That's another way you can initially mark it, but if you have the whole thing selected, you can mark a new in and a new out point, and you're good to go. The other option is to remove both the in and out points simultaneously. Okay? So in is an in point, in is an I point, out is an O point. If you ever wanted to select an entire clip, and stay with me here, so if I wanted to, X is always the keyboard shortcut to select an entire clip. Option X removes the in and the out point simultaneously. So I for in, O for out. Option I removes the in point. Option O removes the out point. Option X removes both the in and the out simultaneously. So if you've marked any kind of an in and out point, you're like, I just need to start all over again. Option X, and it goes away. I, O. And these are some of the keyboard shortcuts that you will find valuable. They're not obscure ones. You use this all the time. So we're going to go ahead. I'm selecting the whole thing. I want to do an insert edit. I've played around over here. I know the cut should come in about at this point. And what kind of cut am I going to do if I want to wedge this in? An insert edit. And what's the keyboard shortcut for insert? W. Bingo. So there we go. I want to point out something. I did this for a reason. See this piano thing? It was connected to that sound bite there. So in a traditional editing thing where you had tracks, if I put a clip in, that would have stayed way back there and I would have had this piano that I didn't need. But I know that I wanted this to stay together. And that's what's really cool about this application is it's very easy for me to move things around without things getting out of sync as long as I've attached them properly with a connect clip in my sequence or connect edit. Let's see how this plays back.
Crimea, I remember.
So this cut kind of works.
Crimea, I remember.
Now I synced up the audio. There's actually black here. So I'm going to go ahead, and this is going to be a little bit of a challenge because the camera wasn't running with the lens cap off. Actually, it's because we've mixed audio with different video. So I have a point here that...
Crimea, I remember it was in America at Maryland Duke Ballet, and I was 8 years old.
So I need to clean that up. So I'll probably put a cutaway there, okay? I also may want to take out a chunk in the middle. Okay, so let's do that first. I want to tighten up the story. Let's listen to what she's saying. I'm going to bring up her volume. We'll actually do audio editing a little bit later. I'm going to use the up arrow key to get to the beginning of that clip.
I remember it was in America at Maryland Duke Ballet, and I was 8 years old. And
I remember I was 8 years old, I think is what I want. Okay, I want to cut out I was in America and whatnot. So if I want to do that and I want to make that edit, there's a couple things I would probably do. I would go in, again, so I could look at my timeline a little differently and maybe make my waveforms a lot higher so I could see that. And then I'm also going to make this taller. So now I can really see where she's saying stuff. And ignore the fact that I've overmodulated. It's just so you can hear it in the studio and you can hear it out online. So I want to remove this.
and I was 8 years old. And I remember walking up the steps.
I remember walking up the steps. So what I need to do...
So I'm a dancer from Crimea. I remember it was in America at Maryland Duke Ballet, and I was 8 years old. And I remember walking up the steps. And I felt like a dancer.
Okay, so if I want to cut this, we've learned we could use the blade key, right? I could go ahead, and I'm going to do this just randomly, move my playhead where I want. I can command it to make the cut. Command B.
It was in America at Maryland Duke Valley, and I was 8 years old.
Hit the blade again, and I could go in and delete that. Works, 3 steps. But let's undo that. Instead of blading it, I had to remove all my blades. I undid a bunch here. There should be, there we go. I could go ahead and play, and if I know I want to remove that section,
My dancer from Crimea. I remember it was in America at Maryland.
I remember. So I can mark an in point there. I'm going to let it play to the end of the sentence.
It was in America at Maryland Duke Valley, and I was 8 years old.
Okay, so I'm going to be sloppy here intentionally
And I was 8 years old.
because I want, I was 8 years old, but I'm going to cut that right in the middle. I'm going to hit an OK. So I've marked my range, and I would do it a lot faster in real life. So I want to remove that area. Instead of blading it, I simply mark in, I mark out, or I could just do the range by going to the range key. We'll do that in a moment. But if I hit delete now, it just extracts that chunk and tightens the space. So if you have something you want to remove, it's great for interviews. Just throw them all on a timeline, and you can see in the audio waveform where the gaps are, where somebody's not talking, and you could just remove those chunks, and now you have a nice string of the parts of the interview you want to work with. So it's a great technique. So you don't have to go through all the steps, but again, I'm trying to give you the tools that work best for you. You'll find something that works best for you. So now let's go ahead and play that and take a look at some of the trimming techniques that we would want to use.
Crimea. I remember old.
So I cut off, I remember I was 8 years old, so I need to fix that, and I could go in and I could trim this and pull it back if I wanted to.
And I was 8 years old.
But you know what you do a lot of times when you're editing? You play this over and over again, right?
I remember and I was 8 years old.
So here's a couple of other techniques. I know I made this edit. I know I want to listen around this edit. We learned that the forward slash would play anywhere between an in point and an out point, any selected range. Okay? Forward slash, underneath the question mark. If I choose the question mark, shift forward slash, instead of playing around this area here, it's going to play around the cut. Okay? So watch this. I'm going to hit shift forward slash.
Remember and I was 8 years old.
So that way I can listen to it and I say, oh, there's a problem, and I can start tweaking it. Okay? And maybe I want to pull this left or right. But the idea is a lot of times when editing, especially editing audio, you need to play it over and over again because part of it is the rhythm. Okay? Is there a long enough pause? Or if you're cutting between 2 actions, does the action feel smooth? So not having to go back and move your cursor in front each time and then play and then stop, it's a lot easier to hit shift forward slash and listen. But we're going to take that to the next level. Everything gets taken to the next level. I have this already selected. I know I want to move it left or right. I want to nudge it a little bit. Okay? I don't want to have to sit there and pull it because, you know, I've been up for 36 hours editing. My hand's not steady anymore. You can easily nudge any selected edit point or a clip with 2 keys, comma and period. So if I hit the comma key, I am trimming this. I'm adding a frame at a time to her speaking. That's the comma. That's going left. The period's going to go right. The clip that I'm affecting is the clip that has the directional little yellow points going that way or this way. So I can do very precise editing in my timeline and really trim things down to a fine point. So I've done this trim, and then I'm going to hit shift forward slash.
Crimea. I remember Valley and I was 8 years old.
And so if I didn't like it, all I have to do is do the period and the plus and hit shift forward again. I keep listening and listening and listening. Okay? So that's one way that you can do that. If I wanted to work with that a lot, I could also mark an in and an out. Now, before we saw that I marked an in and an out within a clip to just play that section over again. Now, by hitting the forward slash by itself.
I remember Valley and I was 8 years
I
old.
just want to point out, you could do that. You could play a whole, you want to just play a whole chunk of a show, 5, 6 edits. In your sequence, you don't have to do it one clip at a time. You can mark an in to an out, and you could hear that whole section. And then you can make changes and tweak it again. So having that control. Now, let's go ahead and take that period, that nudging to the next level, because perhaps I don't want to move things 1 at a time. Okay, I'm going to select this edit point. If I want to do it 10 at a time, I can do that as another default. So period and comma, nudge 1 left or right. Shift. Notice how these modifiers are starting to do things that you can kind of predict. So if I hit shift, comma, 10 frames at a time. So if I'm at a 30 frame per second, I'm moving a third of a second at a time. 25 frames if I'm PAL, it's, you know, not quite a half second. So I can go and I can be very precise, and then I hit that shift forward key, and I can get the rhythm just right on my edit points.
Well, talking about the between in the use the way they use the blade and the delete, and the final result, what the different? What was the difference in the?
So the question was, I used the blade to cut something, and then I did it another way. I just marked it in and out and did an extract edit, right? The truth is, the end result is exactly the same. It's 2 different ways to do it, but sometimes you're playing it and you know where you want it to go in and out, and instead of having to stop and hit blade and stop and hit blade, it's quicker to mark an in point and an out point and then just hit delete. But the net effect is exactly the same. And there are times when you just want to trim something off. So remember, the blade is really useful. It allows you to cut. something in half, and then you can do something with it, and then the extract. For example, we haven't got here yet, but I'll give you a workflow where I might use a blade. I might have a single clip, and I want to do a transition from the clip without a filter or an effect to a clip with the filter. And the way that filter is designed, it's an on or off thing. It's not something that I can adjust on the fly. So maybe it's a filter that goes to black and white from color. So I could cut the clip in half with a blade. I don't want to remove any of the clip, and I put that black and white filter on one side, and then I do a dissolve between the clip to itself. So there are definitely uses where the blade is more proper to use than the extract edit. Good? Okay, that's a great question. And what that question really pointed out was, I'm giving you multiple ways sometimes to do the same thing. And I do that for a couple of reasons. One, everybody has their own style. For some people, it will never stick to do a range and delete. They learned it by themselves, and they know how to use the blade tool. They will always blade. And you know something? If it works for you, do it, okay? Some people just naturally want to do things one way or the other, okay? You're a dragger, you're a keyboard person, okay? If you're not a keyboard person, you're going to do it the other way. The other thing is, I actually use both ways because if my hand's on the mouse, I may do it one way. If my hand's already on the keyboard, I may do it another way. Okay, but as you're learning, find the way that works for you and stick to that. But I wanted folks to be aware there's other ways to do things. And if they're already doing it one way or another way that I'm teaching, that the way they're doing it may not be wrong. There's just an alternative way of doing it, which is why, people might be out there going, oh, I use extract edit all the time. I didn't even know you could blade. Or people are saying, oh, I've been blading. Is it wrong to use extract? No, not at all. And this is what it's all about. You slug things in, and now you start finessing things, and there's lots of ways to do it. I'm going to go ahead and zoom back out so we can see what we're doing, give ourselves some perspective, and let's play and hear what she's talking about.
Youth ballet, and I was 8 years old. And I remember walking up the steps, and I felt like a dancer had to.
So I think at this point we've seen her enough. It's established her. We'll probably put a lower third here. So I'm starting to think about my story while I'm doing the cut. But it would be nice. I really love the dancing stuff. So I want to put some pretty dance shots in. And I'm going to put that in as B-roll. Okay? So I'm going to keep my playhead there. As long as the playhead's parked there, when I do an insert or connect edit, it's going to go right where that playhead is. If I mark an endpoint by hitting the I key, I want to point out that if I do a cut, it's going to go where the range starts. It ignores that now. So if nothing is selected, the playhead takes priority. If a range is selected, that takes priority, okay? And I'll prove that, and I'll illustrate that. I don't think I need to prove it by throwing a shot in. So let's go at some of the dance studio footage. And I have some really pretty stuff here. There we go. And I like this. This is some stuff that we shot, and we shot this at 240 frames a second. So it's with slow mode in the camera, and we're playing it back at 30, so it's about 1/8 speed. And I just think this is a real pretty shot to get into. So we're going to go ahead and pick that shot, and I'm going to do a connect edit. So there's the shot. It's a total of, we shot 2 seconds. It ended up being 20 seconds. So this was like actually 1/10 normal speed. There we go. There's the move. Mark my in and out. I'm going to go ahead and do connect. And I get something interesting. This is going to happen to you guys. There's not enough media in the source clip to fill the range in the timeline. The result will be shorter. So this is what Final Cut is thinking. It's thinking, I have this amount of video here, and I want to put it in that amount of video there. And obviously one is a lot longer than the other. As a matter of fact, if you need to find how long something is, you can select it and you can control and find out what the duration is. Control D is duration. You'll hear me say that several times. So if I have this selected and I hit Control D, I can see that that's a 10-second clip. If I go down here and I hit Control D, I can see that's a 22-second clip. I apologize. I think I might have bumped the this. If I didn't bump it, then the ghosts have returned to the shell. The Ghost in the Shell, is that the movie? So what are my options here? Well, if I go ahead and I do the connected clip and I hit Q, it's going to give me that warning, and I'll say continue. It puts in the entire range I selected, but it's warned me that it didn't go all the way to the end. You'll also notice it did put it where the endpoint was. I'm going to go ahead and hit undo. I want to remove this selection here. We've learned how to do that. You can remove an endpoint by hitting Option I. You can remove an outpoint by hitting Option O. Option X removes both of them. Now you're starting to see where this becomes valuable. Okay, I'm going to go ahead. Option X removes that. And now, wherever my playhead is, I can do my connected clip. Q did not get a warning. Did not get a warning because I don't have a range selected. All it knows is that I have an endpoint. And it knows I have 2 points here, 1 point here. It does the math. Guess what you're starting to learn? Something called the 3-point edit. The people who have edited before are going, yes. Okay, 3-point editing allows you very precise editing. You pick 2 points, it does the third. So by default, if I have 1 point here and 2 points here, it's going to choose the duration, the range from my source clip. Before I had 4 points, it gave me a warning, but it always chose the duration from the sequence. So if I have an in and an out here, it will only use the in point there for whatever it needs to. Something to keep in mind. It allows you, keeps you from getting into trouble. So that's it. You think of it as, you pick 3, it does the math for 4. There's a really cool little feature where you can do a 3-point edit, but instead of worrying about what's on the beginning of the clip, you want it to end on a certain motion, okay? So let's say, I'm gonna go ahead and delete this. She's talking.
Be very quiet and not make a sound. So I remember tiptoeing off the steps.
So I want, at the end of tiptoeing off the steps, I want the motion to end. And it automatically put, you know where it put the beginning, the end point? At the very beginning of the clip, it just as a default. You know, I could have stretched this out over here. I can make, it can go across clips, but I'm not really caring about the beginning. I'm gonna go back to this clip here. I'm gonna hit Option X. I like I want it to stop right there. I'm clicking, my range selection, I'm just dragging backwards. And I just care about that full motion. So I want that full motion to happen, and I want it to end there. I'm not asking much, right? If I did the Q key, it puts it at the beginning, and I didn't see the action end. Undo that. Shift Q. Shift Q will connect it to the end of the clip. It will match the out point here of the range to the out point here of the range. Okay? So I'll go Shift Q, and you'll notice that her foot comes right to the top, and then we cut. And this is really useful. Maybe you doing something where people are leaving, you know, they're taking a tour of the New York Harbor or the Seattle Harbor, and you want it to end with the ship just as it leaves frame. You mark an out point there, mark an out point in your show, do Shift Q, and now you can do a connect from the back. That's back timing.
There's a question about removing echo on interviews, like the audio.
I'll do a quick answer to that because we're not going to cover it. And I don't say we're not going to cover it to be mean. We do cover audio, but if you have echoes on interviews, there are some great third-party plugins, okay, that you can add. And there is an echo remover and a whole bunch others that for both video and audio. And the best way to find out what's out there that's vetted, that's approved, is if you go to the Final Cut Pro website on Apple's Final Cut Pro website, and they have a special section on third-party plugins. And there are loads and loads of plugins, and they're pretty reasonable. That's one of the hardest ones to, I mean, it's a complicated one. I think it's about $100, but it has saved my bacon many, many times. And for a cooking show, the most bacon you can save, the better. Yeah, there we go. So let's bring a couple more clips. I want to have a kind of a sequence. We know we've timed it right how we wanted to. The clip is connected there, and my timing is perfect. I'm going to throw another clip in, and maybe we're going to go with this leap here. We've got some leaps. I just want to get it right as she jumps. Remember, I can't grab and do my range because I selected this by accident, right? So I said you could mark I and O, mark an in and out point. Or there's another option you can do. If I like to drag my ranges. It's natural for me. I don't want to hit I and O. If you've already selected a range and you want to bypass that, if you hold down the Option key, it lets you just go and drag from wherever you are. So you're already dragging. It's like, oh, it didn't work. You don't have to move your hand off the mouse. Just hit the Option key, and you can pick that range very easily. So I've picked my in and my out point. I want it to go right after this clip, so I'm going to use the up and down arrow, and I'm going to go ahead and hit Q to connect that clip. Let me connect one more, and I want you to see what happens. So we have the leap. We have this. Oh, the jump should be a little bit longer. Let me stretch that out.
Towing off the steps. And
yeah, 2 jumps are nice. So I'm going to go ahead, and I want to trim off the end. Okay, I have a couple ways I can do this. I could go grab it. I could blade it, okay? There's something else you can do. And this is an advanced technique, so I just want to throw it out there. This is, if I want to trim everything to the right of the playhead, okay, I can use the left and right bracket keys. Those are the ones to the right of the letter P on an American keyboard, okay? And if I hit Option, right bracket, it trims everything to the right of where my playhead is parked. If I hit Option, left bracket, go here, that's selected, so it won't let me do that. There we go. It trims everything to the left. So that's another quick way to trim everything beyond Option, left and right bracket. Now, I want to point something out. How did it know which one to cut when I had multiple things? How does it think? It's something odd there. There we go. It will, by default, choose the topmost layer. There's a little dot here that indicates that that's the layer that it's working on, or that's the clip it's working on. Okay? But when I was over here, it went down there. So it's not going to hurt my main storyline, because it's going to go there first. If I needed to select the main storyline, if I actually select the clip, now it will use whatever clip is selected in my range. Okay? So that's pretty cool. Wait a second. Look, I selected a clip and I'm not using my mouse. This is a really cool feature. If you have the playhead and you have a bunch of stuff below it, if you hit the C key for clip, it will select the clip on the main storyline. So I don't have to, if I'm over here and I want to do something down there, I hit C, I'm now in that clip. I mark an in point with my I key. I mark an out point with my O key. I can go ahead and do whatever I want in that range. I can add a filter, I can delete it, whatnot. Okay, so this is where the power starts coming in. And you notice, and this is a question I get asked often, well, isn't Final Cut Pro just iMovie on steroids? Absolutely not. They both have a nice, simple initial interface, but it's nuances like this that allow you to tell the story that you want to tell. I want to delete this chunk. Well, what's going to happen if I hit delete? It moved everything. It tried to do what it's designed to do, and I'm going to undo that. So I remove this. It assumes I want it to be back to back, and something interesting happened here. And this next few minutes you need to watch carefully because this is where it all comes into play. You get your head wrapped around this, you're ahead of the game. So I'm going to delete it again. It cut that out. Final Cut 10 avoids clip collision. So it says, oh, this clip is connected there, so it stays where it is. This clip is connected to this clip, so it stays where it is. So when it pushes it together, one gets out of the way. So I don't accidentally delete stuff. We're going to see the top one, okay? Because whatever's on top, and then we're going to see this one as soon as it pops in. So if I wanted to, I could, at this point, grab this and move it over. But I'll tell you, the truth is, see, I moved it over, it slid right down. And because of snapping,
And
it's continuous. Undo that. I didn't really want to do that. What I really wanted to do is I just needed to take the cough out. I don't want to change the timing at all. So instead of hitting delete, I can hit shift delete. What shift delete does is it removes the clip and replaces it with that gap clip that we learned about earlier. So my timing isn't off. This is just like a blank spot. It's like a hold spot. So now my timing is the same. I could remove that and then it would close out, but that's one of the things you do. So instead of deleting, if you want to keep the timing exactly the same, shift delete. That shift is getting a lot of work. The command gets a lot of work. The shift gets a lot of work. Option gets a lot of work because it's like another way of doing something. So it's things to keep in mind. So now we're starting to get some serious control with what we're doing in our sequence. So I have the dancer here. I have this here. And you know what? I think it would be great if these two pieces were, as a matter of fact, let me throw one more element here. We have that jump. Let's do some regular stuff here. It's just some nice spins. And I have that range selected. And you know what I want? I really want to put it there. But if I put it there, I'm going to have a problem, right? What's going to happen if I right now do a connected clip? Is it going to move everything out of the way? No. No, it's going to connect it to where I want it to be. So now it's on top. That's okay. She's on top. I could play it, but if I wanted to have this drop down, I could do a couple of things. I could move this out of the way, drops down. Of course, now I push this out of the way, drops down. Got to move that over. So this is really kind of kludgy, isn't it? Okay? So undo a bunch of that stuff. What I really want to do is I want these three clips to act as a family. I want them to act as a group. I want them to be connected at one point. And if I do any trimming, like if I go ahead and I trim this clip, I want this one to follow right along. Okay, so I need to do something for that. So let me move this over. So I have three, what I will define as in silk. They're just like having fun here. They're just making fun of me. I have three clips, but the problem is they're each connected to its own unique spot. And I want them to work as a group. I'm jumping between my edit points just to make sure that my, don't have any, see, look at that. When I played around, I got a couple of frames. I'm going to zoom in really tight. Flash frame. One frame of video, looking at either what's below or something that's black. Unless you zoom in, you don't see it, but that's the problem, okay? Your viewer will, and what's really annoying is as you become a better editor, you start seeing these on television a lot. And then you tell your people you're watching with, they're like, shut up, we just want to watch the show. And then you're like banned to like, the basement to watch on a little, on your phone. They don't make little TVs anymore. They only make big TVs and little iPhones. Okay, so I want to close that space. We've learned one way to do it. I could grab an edge and just extend that. But maybe I don't want to extend it. I just want to move it over. So I could physically grab stuff and move it over, but sometimes you want to be precise. So I kind of hinted to this earlier. Instead of selecting the edit point, I select the entire clip. And now using those same nudge keyboard shortcuts of period and comma, I can move it over until it hits. If I overshoot one, I'll know immediately because it'll step out of the way. Okay? So that's how you can make sure things are exactly where you want them to be. So back to my original problem. I want these to act as a family. I can select all of them. And if I right-click on it, there is an option to create a storyline. Let's see if I can zoom in without losing that. Pretty good. Okay, so it's at the very bottom of the screen. But what this is going to do, it's going to take those three clips and make them into their own storyline, like the main storyline, but now it's a secondary storyline. And you can have as many as you want, but it's a way to group clips together, okay, that I can now manipulate them. So I'm going to create a storyline. And as soon as I do that, you'll see there's a gray bar on top. And all of my connection dots are gone except for this first one. So now if I want to move this, I can even unclick that. Oops. Undo. I can grab that gray bar, which I can't see on my computer. Did I undo it one time too many? I think I did. Never zoom in. Create storyline. There we go. I can grab that gray bar and I can move this chunk. If I start doing things where, let's say I took out this section, remember how some of them moved and some of them didn't? They're all connected, so it only goes to that one spot. Gives me a lot of control. The other thing you can do is there are times when you want to swap the order of clips, because perhaps I really want the slow-mo one at the end. I'm going to show you this on the main storyline because I don't want people to think you can only do this on secondary storylines, but we're going to do it on the secondary storyline too. So I'm going to hit Shift-Z, go to the head, function left. So I might have these 3 clips here. Okay, they're automatically, everything on this main storyline automatically relates to each other, where these I have to force them into its own storyline. If I wanted to switch the order of these clips, all I have to do is grab the clip and drag it to where I want it and let go. Because of the magnetic timeline, it just swaps them out without any problems. You don't get this when you're in any other kind of a nonlinear system. Okay? You have to use modifier keys, you have to be careful, but I can switch the order of clips. I can move things from the end to the beginning, and it will automatically close any gap and keep it wide open and keep it exactly together. So that's pretty cool, right? Now, because I have a second storyline, these don't move independently of each other away from my main clip. They're all together. So if I want to put this at the beginning, I can, because they're all related. So this is really cool. So secondary storylines are an important thing to keep groupings together if you want to move them as a group, if you want them to work together as a group. Now, we learn later on when applying filters, and that'll be in a later class, that if I apply a filter, I'd still have, these clips have their own independence. So I can apply a filter to one. It doesn't apply it to all of them because they're a storyline. We'll learn in that lesson about something called a compound clip, where you put them in a container. Okay, so I just wanted to introduce that idea that you'll be introduced to storylines, which are these, which basically keeps them grouped together with a single connection point, yet you can move them around, and you can treat them independently with any kind of filters you want. Or if you needed to group them to do something to them as a set, you have to put them into a container, and that is called a compound clip. And we do that in our filter thing, I believe. So when you get to filters, you'll learn about a compound clip. But those are things you'll have to discover, and I want you to be aware of that. We've learned some nice basic techniques. Did I switch this around to the point that I'm going to hate this now? I think I did. Oh, I guess I moved it back.
I'm Anna Russell.
Okay, so I like that. I want to do something. I'm going to take the music. I don't want to be distracted by the music now. As a matter of fact, let me zoom out a little bit. Command minus, this zooms me out a little bit. Command plus, there we go. And so I have the music. I don't want to listen to it now. It's a little bit distracting. As a matter of fact, I did move this around. It was attached to that first clip. But wouldn't it be nice
I'm Anna Russell.
to hear her talking while she's dancing? So I want to do that, and I'm going to do what's called a split edit. You'll hear them also referred to as J cuts and L cuts. So we see this all the time watching television, watching movies. As a matter of fact, it's more often you see a J and L cut than you see a straight cut. A straight cut is somebody talks, the other person cut, the other person talks, cut, the other person talks. That's not really good editing. Your goal in editing, and we actually were talking about this before the class started, is your audience should never see the edit, the idea of it being smooth. One of the students in here brought that up. And that's exactly what the whole point of editing is. Your viewer shouldn't see the edit. It shouldn't draw attention to itself. So what do? Well, you're watching a conversation between 2 people, and the second person starts talking, and you hear them, and then you cut to them. Because you've heard them first, you're ready to see them. It's what real life is. If I'm talking to somebody on this side of the room and somebody over here asks a question, I turn my head, but I've heard the question. Okay? So I don't even notice the cut. So that's, you have J cuts and L cuts. It's the shape they used to make on a timeline. Actually kind of does this. The other thing is sometimes you'll cut to a person's reaction first while the first person still's talking, because that's more dramatic. How are they reacting to what they're saying? So in some cases, the video leads the audio. In some cases, the audio leads the video. Another example of using this is we see the dancing, we hear her voice, we cut to her, we're not surprised. We don't often even notice it because we're expecting to see her. And that's what we're going to attempt to do. I'm going to give you one more example. In the old days, Hitchcock, big fan, awesome films, but the audience was different than the audience is today. They expected to see everything. So if somebody was going into a building, you'd see them drive up, park the car, get out of their car, you see a shot of them walking into the building, getting into the elevator, shot of them in the elevator, getting out of the elevator, now they're in the office. Today, you see them pulling up and parking, you hear the sound of the office, the elevator door opens and they step out. You just cut out a lot of exposition, you got them to where they wanted to be, and you achieved it with a split edit. So, split edits are incredibly easy because with the magnetic timeline, things try to get out of the way of each other instead of smushing them. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to just turn off the music for a second. I'm going to hit the V key. V turns off visibility of any clip you select. So if I don't want to hear something, I can hit the V key to toggle it off. If I don't want to see something, I can hit the V key to toggle it off. For instance, if I had something on the second track and I wanted to see what's happening below, hit V, it temporarily toggles it off. So we're back down here. I want to do this J cut. So what's interesting is if I tried to just move her over, all I'm going to do is squish the clips before or after, right? So I want to split these apart. Well, if you go to any clip, and you double click on the audio, you see it gets broken into two pieces. The other thing you can do, and I'm going to go ahead and undo that, double click, bring it back. If you right click on it, you have the choice to expand your audio, Control S, expand your sound. You can control the sound. What that does is allows you to work with the audio and the video part of a clip independently. So I'm splitting it, Control S, and now what I could do is, well, I could maybe, try to move this audio over. I don't have enough media, that's not gonna do it. I didn't want to do it anyway. What I really want is I want to see the dancer first, and so I'm gonna just take the video and I'm gonna bring it over, okay? So what's happening here? I'm seeing the dancer now still. I never lost her audio because it hops out of the way, and then I see her at that point. So it's very easy to do these split edits. I go boom.
I'm Anna Russell.
So maybe I want to see that even a little bit more. Let me go ahead and turn on the music with the V key. Let's go back to full and see how that looks and sounds.
I'm Anna Russell. I'm a dancer from...
Much smoother. You're not jarred anymore, okay? And this is the beautiful thing. That was so easy. So I'll repeat what I did. I want to separate something, so maybe I'll do it even here. So let's take a look. What about?
And I also play the piano and...
Okay, so wait, I want to do a split edit, but it's on its own storyline. I can, because technically it's kind of doing it. I'm seeing the piano, but what if it was on the same storyline? Sometimes you want to clean house a little bit. You want things to be on the same storyline. So I could take this clip that's on the second storyline. Actually, let's take our group of clips. That's even better. Okay? And if I right-click on it, here we go. If I go right to the bottom, I should be able to smash that onto my main storyline. Let's go ahead and select these. Select them, right-click, overwrite to storyline. Is it not giving me that? But I'll get it from up here. Here we go, there it was. Overwrite to primary storyline. Command, Option, down arrow. Sometimes when you have multiple clips selected, you get different things in your drop-down menu than if you have a single one, and vice versa. It's very context sensitive, so if you don't see something that you've seen before, it's just the way the software is designed. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to overwrite this to the primary storyline, and it did something interesting. It knew that I didn't want that video anymore, but it assumed I still wanted her audio. And what did it do? It pushed this down, but it kept her original audio, so I can actually hear her speak.
to be very quiet.
So it looks the same to the viewer, but now I have something much cleaner, okay?
I remember what?
And now, if I wanted to do any kind of split edit, I could always still double click on anything and move them out of the way.
Which split edit is that? Is that the J one or is that the L one?
The one I just did?
Yes.
This is actually not a split edit at all because I was about to say the problem was, but I will, and I'll be honest with you, I never truly remember, but I believe J, you have the audio first and then the video. L, you have the video and then the audio, okay? But nobody's gonna test you on that. And if they do, leave that party and go to a better party, okay? But my problem was, I didn't have any sound here in the first place. I was being clever and went and tried to say, oh yeah, you could do it with a whole row or an individual clip, and I picked clips that I didn't have any sound on. I would have had sound on there. But I wanted to point out to you that the real crux of this, in addition to J&L cuts, was that you could move things to the main storyline and you don't lose the audio below because maybe you think better that way. Maybe you want to move it to the main storyline because you want to put a transition between these two clips. So they need to be next to each other. Maybe you want to rotate some things around. So you may have done the initial cut and put your B-roll on top, but then you want to clean house a little bit and you squish it down. Now remember, it's non-destructive, right? I didn't get rid of her video. So if for some reason I change my mind, okay, and I want to bring her video back, well, I can take this and I can lift it from the storyline. So now it's above. And if I wanted to bring this back, I could go stretch this out. There's something called a roll edit. We saw that before, okay? We've been doing trims, which have been single-sided. It affects the duration of the show. A roll edit says, I have two clips, and I want to change where the actual cut is. So as one gets shorter, the other one's going to get longer. One clip gets shorter, the other gets longer. The duration of both clips together will always stay the same. All I'm doing is moving that center point. Let's take a look at our beginning clips first. So here's the dancing. And let's cut to the, oh, there's the turn. So maybe that was perfect. It was, but maybe it wasn't. So I want to do a roll edit. I need to switch to a special tool, a trimming tool. Trimming tool is the T key. So I hit the T key, or I go down to my tool menu, and I choose Trim. Now when I select an edit point, do you notice? It's now facing both clips. And what I can do here is if I go ahead and drag that, do you see how I see a little image on the left and a little image on the right? So that's telling me the last frame of the first clip, the outgoing clip, and the first frame of the incoming. So it's the last against the first, and I can see exactly where I want that cut to happen. So really, maybe I'm thinking the movement would be better there. By the way, while we're here, you can see that that is not a precise match edit of her arm, okay? But when we watched that, it wasn't a problem. Let me go ahead and hit play, just to prove it. Little tight, but you can often remove a few frames. If the person's raising their hand, if you cut out of the medium shot and cut here to the wide shot, and there's a little gap, our brains automatically fill that in. People don't notice that. But if you go up here and you cut, and the hand's down here as she's raising her, it's a repeat action. Definitely people catch that. They're like, what? What was that? So we have done swap edits, we've done insert edits, we've done connect edits. Another type of edit that you may do, but we don't use it that often in Final Cut 10, is actually, they have a new key for it now. Let me go ahead and zoom in. It's an override edit. Know that? I was like really being, there we go. I was trying to click on it to get that, and it didn't come. Oh, that's because I probably didn't override. An override edit, okay? What an override edit does is maybe you threw down a bunch of stuff into your timeline. So I'm right here, and it's like, you know what? I need to just replace this chunk. I want to just obliterate what's there. So if I do an override edit, select this range. This is a photograph. I hit this button. It puts it in the main storyline and removes what's underneath, okay? So maybe you're swapping something out, or usually this is at the end of a show, you've put something in too long, and you just want to overwrite it. What I found is, in a traditional editing program, I had to do this all the time, because I didn't have this magnetic timeline, I didn't have these smart storylines, so I did overwrite edits. I find now, I very rarely use that. The reason I bring it up is there are people coming from other editing platforms that are so used to saying, well, where's my overwrite edit, that they're upset when they can't find it. So in the latest, or most recent version, Apple decided to put the button in, and give you an overwrite. I mean, it was always there. It was always there as a drop-down. It was always there as a keyboard shortcut. By the way, it's D as the keyboard shortcut. But, you know, people grumble. And that's one of the things I really do like about, you know, the team at Apple is that they've made a lot of changes to the initial release of Final Cut 10, listening to what people have asked for. And, you know, they're constantly working to make it better. I mean, there's things that they know they want to do. It just takes time to write code. So it's always getting better. But they really have listened, and people said they wanted that, and they brought that in. So those are the 4 basic type of edits that you're normally dealing with. So what do I want? Gap clips. Sometimes you want to open up the space in your timeline, okay? Maybe I know I want this, but I want it later. So I would go and I'd grab this, and what's problematic here is I'm in the wrong tool. I'm gonna go to the selection tool, and then I gotta move it, and what's gonna happen? It snaps back. This drives editors nuts who are used to the old way, because you say, I wanna get it, but later. You can drag and move something, but you need to switch tools. You're gonna switch from the arrow tool to the position tool. It's basically an arrow without a tail. And this is actually pretty cool. If I hit the P key, and I drag this, when I drag it somewhere and let go, it puts a gap clip in to keep these from snapping together, okay? So it's very easy. And then, you know, a gap clip is just like a regular clip. I can grab the edge of it. Gotta go back and switch from the position tool to my trim tool. There we go. Or actually the A key. So I can trim that, okay? So it works just like a regular clip that holds a space. You can also, if you just want to put like a break in somewhere, let me zoom out a little bit. So maybe between these edits, I want to put something in. I can put in a gap. Keyboard shortcut, I believe, is Option W, but if you need to find it, we'll type in gap. It should be under, there we go, replace with gap. So there we go. I should be able to replace this with a gap. Oh, I have that selected, so I need to. Arrow, Option W, puts in a gap. So if you want to just put like a little separator in, sometimes I'll do this if I'm cutting an interview and I'm on the timeline, I've just cut the heads and tails off everything, but I want to visually see where I've broken it up. I'll throw in Option W and throw a little gap clips in between, so visually I can, you know, listen to sections. You know, I'll do a string to, and I want to be able to see where things are broken up, especially if I have a really long sequence, and those, you know, I want to see that it didn't run into something else. So that's really useful. I want to show you a few what I would call advanced trimming techniques. We mentioned them on the slide. We've done the roll. All our trims have been ripple trims, but there's also something called a slip and a slide. And I saw lots of confused faces when I said slip and slide, because you've never heard of that. So let's say I have, bring this baby down, being the clip. Nobody puts baby in the corner. Lots of movie references. I'm going to take this, I'm going to overwrite that to the primary storyline. So I have these 3 clips, and let's take a look at what happens when I play them.
America at Maryland Duke Ballet, and I was 8 years old.
Okay. So we have her leaps, but the timing may not be exactly as I want between these clips. So there she's jumping. I hate it when things actually do work and then I'm trying to find a way to change it. But I have this clip, I like it, but you know something? I want to pick up this leap a little bit earlier, and I don't like that she's starting a new leap at the end. I really want to kind of move everything back, the in and out point, just like a few frames. So I could do a trim here, and then do a trim there, and all these little trims, or I could select this clip and switch over to my trim tool. Now, when I put it between clips, we could do a roll edit, right? When I put it in the middle of a clip, it changes. You see that icon? So it's now pointing to either side, to either ends of my edit points. And when I click and move, what I'm seeing is the first and last frame of this clip. If I move my cursor left or right, you notice it's not moving in the timeline. It's showing me a different part of my video. So I know I want it to be 2 seconds long, but I wanted to pick it up before the leap there, okay? So all I had to do, and now I let go. And if I play that back,
And I was 8 years old, and I
it does exactly what I want. So I didn't want to change my timing, but it let me look at a different part of the clip. It's kind of like if you have a scroll and what's in the middle, you can turn the scroll, you see what's in the middle. That's a slip edit. There's also something called a slide edit. Okay, so let's say we got that perfect, but now it happens a little too early. I'm gonna do it with this. Sometimes I do it with reaction shots. You know, the reaction shot of, you're talking and it's like, oh, I want that reaction to happen earlier. So you love the reaction, but you need to move it to the left or right. That's a slide edit, okay? So normally I put my cursor over there, and it turns into a slip edit, but if I hit the Option key, do you see how that changes? It's now gonna be looking on the outside. So I hit the Option key. Now when I click and move, see how that changed? I'm now looking at the end of the shot before and the beginning of the shot after. So I'm sliding it up and down the timeline. I'm not changing the duration of all 3 clips combined, but I'm adding more to the first and removing some from the second, so I'm changing my timing. So that's the slip and the slide. Here's a way to remember it. You're in Seattle. Once every 5 years it snows. Happened yesterday. You're out there in the snow, you're walking along, and you slip on the ice. Your feet go up in the air, your butt lands on the ground. Okay, you've slipped on the ice. You are physically in the same spot, but a different part of you is touching the ground. That's a slip edit. You get up, you're all ready to go, come to CreativeLive, you're walking along, you slide. Your feet are still touching the ground, but they're over here. So a slide moves something up and down the timeline. A slip positions something in the same spot, just a different part is being seen, or in our case, our butt touching the ground. Slip, slide, ripple, roll. One more really cool feature in Final Cut, it's called an audition clip. Remember I said you get to audition at the end? You don't have to audition, you can just sit there. But you may want to sometimes figure out which version of a shot you want. So we're gonna go back to this soundbite here at the beginning.
dancer from Crimea. I remember
I'm a dancer from Crimea, okay, but I remember there was another take. So I'm gonna go back to my interview clip. And that was the opening clip.
and I also play the piano and I teach.
So I think this first one was
My
different.
dancer.
So what I want to do is I want to see, maybe I want to try both. So, in the old days, you'd maybe put it on top and you'd then switch it out, turn things on and off. We're not going to do that. First of all, let me see what the length of this is. Oh yeah, I did. I made this shorter already. So I'm going to go ahead and fix this split edit just so you can really see what I'm doing. Oh my gosh, what's happening there? Oh yeah, I'm grabbing the wrong side. Don't panic. I was just grabbing the wrong side. Look, I opened that up. Now I don't have the split edit. Nothing's out of sync. Life is good. If I want to bring these together, I can right click on it and I can bring them back together, which is collapse audio and video, or just hit Control S again. Okay, so there we have the clip. So this is Control D. It is 3.5 seconds long. This one, I think I have a longer one.
I'm Anna Russell.
So we want to pick it up with I'm.
I'm Anna Russell. I'm a dancer from Crimea, and I also play the piano.
So I'm dancing
And
from. I think that's a different one. Let's see if this is.
I'm Anna Russell. I'm a dancer from Crimea,
Okay, so that's the same one.
and I'm a dancer, and I also play the piano.
That's different.
I'm Anna Russell, and I'm a dancer, and I also play the piano.
So there's just she doesn't say where she's from, so that's what I want to pick. Gonna hold the Option key down. Let's see. Hit the /.
I'm Anna Russell, and I'm a dancer.
Okay,
And
so that's an alternative take. So I can go down, and another question we were asked earlier is, I think it might have been, I don't know if it was, I think it was off camera, a replace edit. So let's say I want to swap this out. If I drag this down and let go, I'll get a dialog box. Because I want to, and it says, oh yeah, you want to replace that? Well, if I hit replace right now, it will swap out the clips, and because it's a magnetic timeline, it actually throws in the shorter clip and everything just collapses. So if you have different takes, it's great. You don't have to worry about, oh my gosh, they said it's slower this time. I have to move everything. No, it just stretches and fits it. So that's really cool. If I needed to keep it the same, just to show you, and I'm gonna pick an arbitrarily long clip, if I drop this in and I choose replace from start, it does a 3-point edit. It uses the beginning of the clip I drop into the beginning and then uses the end in the timeline. So it doesn't get really long. Maybe I just, want to replace another dancing shot and I don't want it to get longer, okay? So I can replace it from the start, or if I do replace from the end, that's the same thing as doing a backed time edit, which I just care about the end of the statement. So those are the big three, but then there's these audition things. So that's kind of like it to the next level. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna go back to the first one that we liked. It remembers what that is, and I'm gonna drag it down. It's harder to drag when you're zoomed in, and let's get that pop-up. Pop-up. Here we go. I can do replace and add to audition, or add to audition. We're gonna do replace and add to audition. I click it, and it brought in that other clip. Let's go ahead and even bring this one in, which is even longer, okay? Bring it in. I can do replace, and then I'll do add to audition. And that's the longer version. So I have all these three, but I want to go back to the first one, or the second one. They're all inside a really cool container. And if you look closely at the clip at this point, you'll see there's a little spotlight because it's the big show. Okay, if I click on that, I can go between each version of my, and so I can say, oh, do I want to try this one? Do I want to try that one? And then I can go ahead, hit the enter key, that one's in, or else I can swap them out. They're all there. And it will stretch as needed because I put in the take that's from the beginning to the end. So you can try different versions, different takes. If you use filters, you can try something with a color corrector, without a color corrector. It is incredibly useful. And you can very easily, different cuts of music sometimes. I'll do different cuts of music as an audition, or different dance moves. So it's really great. They're all there. You don't have to go back and forth. When you want to finally be done, you can go ahead and click on that. And you can actually, you can right click on that. And under audition, you can say finalize, and it will just keep the one that you ultimately want. So that's pretty good. And then there's keyboard shortcuts that while you're previewing, you can actually swap out. So play with these keyboard shortcuts of these selections. And auditions are one of the great features that I find in Final Cut Pro 10.
How do you compensate for the audio when you create a gap? How would you do that?
I guess to better understand the question, if while I'm answering, they can type in if that's not the correct answer. If you create a gap, it does split the clip, and the audio will go away in that section, okay? If you want to just create a gap and have the audio not go away, you have to be a little trickier. And the nice thing is, it does allow me to teach a new feature. So let me zoom out, and let's say I have her talking. So I want this. We'll just zoom into this. I'm going to hit the Z key, and if I just, with the Z key, the zoom key, I just select that, it zooms right in. So let's say I wanted to separate this. So if I do a gap at this point, okay, Option W. That's a big, long gap for her talking. Undo. You saw I cut the clip in half. But if I wanted the audio to continue, and this is a little problematic because you have to be careful that you shouldn't throw things out of sync. I'm in my selection tool. Let me make this clip longer because you can't really see it. Well, we'll put a gap in anyway. Right now, these clips are married to each other. It doesn't want to, put this out of sync. But I move the video, I move the audio. If I need to separate them, I can say detach audio. The audio is still there. Let me zoom back in. It's just now a connected clip to its original clip. So it still's in sync, okay? But I can do something. Maybe I didn't want the audio anymore at all. One way I could delete that. I could turn it off also in the inspector, but I could delete it. But now, because they are separate from each other, if I put a gap clip in, okay, it's gonna be a big one because it's Option W, the default, I believe is 3 seconds. It put the gap clip in, but because these are detached, the connection stayed on the original one. The problem is, there's no audio there. So, if you put a gap in, it naturally wants to separate it. But if you needed to do it independently, you could detach the audio. If you just want an empty space, there's other ways to do it. You could actually grab a selection. So let's say she's talking again, and then we'll wrap with this. I'm going to grab a nice long piece in here, throw it to the end. I don't need to drag it. Option X, we'll just use the append. There it is, nice and long. Let's zoom in. So maybe I want to just take out the video of this part and leave a gap. So I'm going to go ahead, separate this, detach audio. Sometimes you look and you do not see. Yes. My finger was on it. No wonder I couldn't see it. So I'm going to select a range here. I kind of want a gap there, right? This is kind of a workaround. I kind of like this question because it's like, oh, how can I do this? So now I have this range. And what I want to do is I want to lift this from my storyline. So I'd have to go up here, see if it will let me do this section, L-I-F, lift from storyline. It doesn't let me do that. So this is what working without a net is. Okay, I'm going to have to blade it. Hit the B key, boom, boom. Now that it is its own clip, I can go lift from storyline. It brings it up there. I have my gap. I'll grab that clip, delete it now, and now I've been able to create the space. Not sure why I would want to do that. I guess there might be a reason because you may want to leave that space as like a reminder, but there it is, possible to do. And then if I visually want these together, I could go ahead and say collapse or reattach the audio to the video. Importing, organizing, and keywording your media. So when we worked with the footage before, I had already done that for you. I'd already had it imported so you could see it. I pre-organized it, and I added most of the keywords already. But we're going to start with a blank slate. So the first thing is we're going to start and create a project from scratch. Okay, we're going to create a brand new project, and then I'm going to talk a little bit in more detail about libraries, events, and projects. We were working with libraries, events, and projects in the previous lessons, but let's really talk about, get our heads wrapped around what they are and how they're different and where you can store them. And that's it. Where do things go? Do I store it on my internal hard drive? Do I do it on my external hard drive? Do I store it inside the library? Do I store it out? You know, there's a lot of questions. And this is, in a sense, maybe some of the more complex things that you'll be learning about Final Cut 10. But once you kind of get your head wrapped around it, you're halfway to the finish line. The editing is the easy part because it's really all about organization. So you can find your footage quickly and create the show that you want instead of hunting through dozens or hundreds or thousands of pieces of media, video clips and songs and graphics. So that's what it's all about. We're going to bring them some media in. We're going to organize that, so we're going to actually put them in their proper places. We're going to do some keywording. We're going to learn a little bit more about what are called smart collections, because Final Cut will do some of the work for you, some of the analysis, and help you kind of get pre-organized. And that's pretty much what we're going to cover. It's going to get your head wrapped around how do I take what I've shot and what I need to tell my story and bring it into Final Cut so I have access to it all so I can just be creative. And I think that's the objective of Final Cut 10 is they want to get the editing and the interface kind of out of the way so you can just think creatively. So you do the groundwork and you're good to go. So with that said, let's go ahead and launch Final Cut and ingest some media and look at some of our options. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to launch Final Cut. If you've played with it before, you might have some projects open. You might see them over here. You'll see something. It's mine. I have a project, an empty project called CreativeLive, where Final Cut will always default to a library as soon as you open. So we're talking about something you'll hear lots of terms. We've used them before: libraries, events, and projects. Those are three words that have a very definite meaning in the world of Final Cut, but let's talk about what they are. A library is a big container that has all of your media and your timelines, okay? So all the media live in folders called events, okay? And so an event is just another way that you can organize things. So for instance, maybe you're doing a cooking show, and each different lesson on how to cook something different, such as healthy macaroni and cheese, healthy pork ribs, healthy bacon. Wait, I think I'm off tangent here. But each of those episodes, you might have a bunch of unique footage for it, and you want to put that into a container, and that's called an event. So events allow you to group things by location or by what you're doing. For maybe real estate, maybe each event might be a specific tour of a house, okay? Or if you're doing weddings or events, maybe it's a different wedding or an event. Or you could even break up an event such as a wedding into, bad choice of words for event, break up a wedding into like a folder in the event for like, this is before the wedding, this is another folder, this is the ceremony. In another folder you might have, this is the after party. I guess that's not an after party. I got is the party. The after party is when everybody leaves and you have fun. So you do have an after party. So you can organize things. So a library contains everything. Then you have your groupings, and that's where you put all your media. And then you have something called projects. And projects are your timelines, your sequences, the individual story you're going to tell with that footage. And you can have multiple projects. Maybe you're doing some real estate videos and you have the 3-minute version, and then you want like a 30-second version. So you get them with the 30-second, they're interested in the house, then they click and they watch the 3-minute walkthrough. But you're still probably using the same footage, so it should all live in the same family, in the same library, okay? So library is the big container. Inside there are groupings called events, and inside there is also your projects, which is each individual story. You can have multiple libraries, and it's all how you decide to organize things. So maybe you're doing real estate and you want that to be one library, but you're also doing cooking shows. Well, the cooking show can be its own library, and the real estate can be its own library, and that way you don't have to get distracted and have all of your footage and all of your shows in one location. So that's the best way to kind of get your head around these different groupings. So we're going to bring things in. So you always need a library when you start, and it will create a default one when you first launch it if you haven't, but you can create multiple libraries very easily. Now, with Final Cut, as we've seen earlier, you can do things 5 different ways. You can use the drop-down menus, you can use keyboard shortcuts, you can right-click, whatever works for you. You know, it's very friendly to whatever style you like to work on a computer with. So I want to make a new library, go under File, and there I can open previous libraries, or I can create something that's new, a new library. And let me zoom in here so you can see that a little better. So when I zoom in, I need to be careful about my fingers. There we go, new. So you can create a new library. You can also create more events inside of a library and more sequences. So these are really where you start. So I'm going to go ahead and create a second library. I'll get this dialog box, and it's going to ask me what do I want to call it. We'll call this CreativeLive FCP 10 Bootcamp. And then I need to decide where I want this library to live, okay? By default, it likes to put things in the movie folder. If you're fresh out of the box, that's where it says, oh, you're making movies, I'll keep my library in the movies folder. You don't have to keep it there. You can put it anywhere you want on your hard drive. So maybe you might make a folder on your hard drive that's projects, okay? Or maybe you want to use an external hard drive because video eats up a lot of hard drive space. It's very easy to actually shoot 200 gigabytes to 2 terabytes and beyond. So a lot of times I like to keep my video projects on external drives. As a matter of fact, sometimes I like to keep them on different external drives, depending on, like, this is all my real estate stuff, this is all my cooking stuff, this is all my family stuff, this is my, my film that's going to get me the Academy Award. So I can store them all either on one big drive or individual drives. And the beautiful thing with Final Cut is if you go somewhere, you can plug that drive into another Macintosh, open up Final Cut, and you're good to go. You don't have to worry about, oh my gosh, I don't have this footage, I don't have that. So you should decide where things will live. This specific computer has a very small internal hard drive, 256 gigabytes. That was big in one day, but it's small now. So I'm going to store it on this external drive. I can just open that up, target where I want things to go. We're back in the Finder. I'm going to go ahead. I'll put this in a new folder just so we can organize it, and we'll call this CLFCP 10 Bootcamp Training. Create. So I just created a folder. Now I'm going to put that library in that folder. Hit save. If we look over here, I now have 2 libraries. By the way, luckily we got this pop-up. If you hover your mouse over it, just like we've learned earlier, it gives you a pop-up, gives you information. This is actually telling me exactly where that library is located, in case I forget. You can also, by the way, right-click on it and say, reveal this library in the Finder, and it will show you exactly where that library is. Okay, so that was the default one that I have there. Now, I don't want to work with, you can have all the libraries you want open at the same time, but you can see that can get kind of confusing. So generally, you only want 1 or maybe 2. It's nice sometimes if you want to grab something from a different library. Maybe you have a library of all these great animations you like to use in all of your shows, and you can open that up and grab something from that library and drag it over to the other one. But you can have multiple libraries open, and it's very easy to close the ones you don't want. I'm going to right-click on that, and there it is, Close Library CreativeLive. Okay. So let's take a closer look at what we have here. This icon of the 4 stars is the icon for a library. Inside that library are a couple of folders. This right here is an event, okay? We'll look at Smart Collections in a moment. So you have an event. It always makes an event every time you make a library, and by default, it names the event today's date, okay? It just assumes I'm going to bring it in. Maybe you want to track things by the day, okay? If I make another one, it would also be today, but I can change the name of this. I can go ahead and say, you know what? This event is going to be Lesson 3. As you see, I did not do well in typing. It was on a typewriter, for those people who remember what those are. So this is Lesson 3, and there's nothing in it because I haven't brought anything in. If I want to make another event, I could go to New, Event, and you see these keyboard shortcuts. As a matter of fact, if you were using a Word document, how do you make a new document? It's this pretty much the same, Command-N, right? So that's how you make a new project, which is the story you're telling, and an event is a variation on that. It's Option-N. So, you can use the pull-down menu eventually. You might say, oh, yeah, it's new. I can remember that. Command-N, new projects, Option-N, new event. Make another event. It's going to give me this dialog box. And in this dialog box, look at that. It gave me the same day. So we'll call this Alt Lesson 3. And right now, there's only 1 library open, so that's where you're going to put it. If I had the other one open, I could target either library. You also have the choice at this point to create a new project, because you always need to have a project, because that's what's telling your story. So you can do it at this point. I'm not going to, because I'm going to create a project from scratch just so you can see how you can create new projects. Hit OK. So there it is. There's our names. There's our organization. And now I'm ready to start bringing media in and organizing it. So I'm going to hide this for a moment. And I have a hard drive where I've copied much of my media. So the footage we're going to continue to work with is the same dance footage that we were using in lessons 1 and 2 of Anna. And I want to bring these in. And I did some pre-organization to it when I put it on my hard drive. So things to keep in mind is that there's a few workflows, and you should do what works and best for you the way you think. You can either take all of your footage and bring it in and store it on your hard drive first, and then in Final Cut, point to that media, because that's what you're doing is you're saying, I'm going to be using this media. Okay? So you can bring it onto your hard drive and go from there, which is what we're going to do in this class. You can just put in the camera card and import that media into Final Cut, or you can create something called the camera archive, which basically makes an exact copy of your camera card with all the strange folders inside, and it's just like you plug the card in, but now you have a virtual version on your hard drive to organize things. And some of this will make more sense as we go along. Mostly what you'll do is a lot of times people have footage, they've dragged it in from shoots, and they just drag it in from the hard drive. So we're going to start by bringing in some media that way. And I want to point out that if you look inside of a card sometimes, and I'm going to show the package contents, you'll see folders that have strange names. Like some cameras, they'll private, AVC HD, MRoot. Very confusing, right? Anybody ever open up a card and see something like this, or a whole bunch of folders that are confusing? Yeah, so Final Cut doesn't make you worry about that, as a matter of fact. I have 2 cards here that I created, and I'm going to show the package contents. And this has even different ones. This is from a Sony camera. It's like, this is confusing. I don't know what I'm supposed to take. So if you're going to copy a card over, copy the entire card, everything, because there's lots of metadata there. And then Final Cut can find things. So let's go ahead and start bringing some things in. And the other organization that I have is I have Anna footage. And if we look at that, when I've brought things in, I grabbed the whole folder, dragged them over, and it was labeled the camera that I shot it on. So this was the A7 Mark II, and this was a HVX 90V. The V should be in the middle. I don't know why it left and went to the right. It was bored, or operator error. I have some interview footage, and inside that interview footage, because we saw her when we were cutting, first we had her dancing, and then I had her playing the piano, and then I went back another day to record the interview. So that was a separate day. So I put that in a separate folder, and again, I shot that with multiple cameras, so I put those into subfolders. So I do a little pre-organization before it actually makes things quicker. It also allows me to look at any footage and say, you know something? I don't need 20 minutes of the inside of my foot because I left the camera on and it's my, my leg. And trust me, I do that all the time. There's probably some footage here of me have the camera on its side. And then I have some other different cameras, an RX100, that was where we did some of the slow-mo footage that were used, as well as some of the ultra-high definition, the 4K footage, and then the Shogun, which is this super high resolution footage. As a matter of fact, if I click on any of these and hit the space bar, I can play and look at this footage within the Finder to see if it's something that I want to use. So that's how it's organized outside of Final Cut. Let's bring it into Final Cut and see how we can organize it. So just to refresh, where is this being stored? By the way, I'm not going to ask you any trick questions. I've already done that. I'm going to ask you a question that has an obvious answer, but did we decide to store this on our internal hard drive or an external hard drive? External hard drive, because it's a lot of space. As a matter of fact, that Shogun footage is in itself is like 250 gigabytes, okay? Because it's large, Apple ProRes 422, again, some jargon that I'll be throwing out that you'll be very versed in by the end of the 10 days. But a lot more space there, so we stored it in the external hard drive. Now we're ready to jump back into Final Cut Pro. And by the way, when I'm switching, if you haven't used the Mac that much, I'm doing Command-Tab. It lets me switch between applications. Nice little shortcut. So I'm ready to bring some things in, and I want to import that, okay? Importing Command-I. There's also the drop-down menu. So this may look confusing. It's like, again, these screens with all these words and whatnot. Once we go through this, it's a piece of cake. And by the way, once you set it up, most of these things you don't even have to change, okay? So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to find the footage that I want to bring in. And it sees all my internal drive. It sees that external drive. If things were, on a network, you can actually bring things in across a network. Probably not so fast if you're bringing in a terabyte across a network. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to look at my first location, which is the Seagate drive. And if I go down, I can see all of those folders and those camera cards. So if you put a card in, it will appear, this is a card file. I did this so that when we give the files out to the people who buy the class, they have an example of a card. And remember how it was very confusing when we opened it up? It said AVC HD. You couldn't see any videos. Well, if I click to load it, and I'm going to just zoom back so you can see this in perspective, it doesn't see all those files and folders. It just shows you the video clips, okay? It wants to make it easy for you. Final Cut wants to make it easy for you. So the nice thing is I can then look at these clips, and I can use the same skimmer that we used when we were editing to just quickly look through and see, is that a clip that I want? Okay, so this one I can go ahead. If I want, I can select it and play. Well, that was all of 1 second. I probably won't use that clip. And then I could look at this one. I'm hitting the space bar again. And I can look at these clips as icons, or little pictures, or I can also look at it as a list if I wanted to. And that's something that we also did in the early ones there. I just toggle this to a list. And in this case, they're now a list, from top to bottom, and I see kind of a longer area that I can scrub through. Gives me a little more control, and I can use the up and down arrows to look at my different clips. So this would be if you're going to bring things in off a card, whether it's an archive or if you plug a card into your computer from whatever camera you use. So now I'm ready to pick my shots that I want to bring in, and I'm ready to tell Final Cut where I want them to go. And this is what this whole right side is all about, okay? And it'll make a lot of sense in a moment. So if I just want to bring in a whole clip, I can select the clip, go with this one, and now in the upper right-hand corner, I can say, where do I want it to go? Do I want to add it to an existing event? We created 2 events just a moment ago, Lesson 3 and Alt Lesson 3. I could create a new event because maybe I forgot to make an event and I want to bring this in, and I don't want to close this out and then create an event and step right in. So I can create a new event right off the block in here if I forgot to. And I can also target, if I had multiple libraries open, I don't want to accidentally put it in the wrong library, I have a drop down here where I can pick the library. In this case, we only have one library open, but you're telling exactly where you want this to go, and that's the important thing. And then you'll have a choice here, and I don't want to create a new file. We're going to add to the existing one. We're going to add to original lesson 3. You'll notice there are 2 choices here, but one choice is grayed out. Whenever you're getting anything off of a media card, it will never let you leave the files in that location. One of the things Final Cut gives you the option of doing is taking files and moving them into that physically making a copy of them in the library or moving them into the library. So now you have, I'm sorry, yeah, it's library, big thing, event. So that it's a big bundle and I can move that container anywhere I want, okay? So sometimes you want to do that because, you know, it's portable, but sometimes it gets really big and bulky. Maybe you have 30 terabytes of stuff, and maybe you're using it and somebody else is using it, so you want to just leave it on one hard drive and not have this big project file. So it's one of the choices you make, and this will kind of come clear as we go through, but you have a choice to either leave the files where they are or copy them. But if you're coming off of a card, the reason the other one is grayed out is Apple is protecting you. If you don't copy them off the card onto your computer and you start editing, and then you take that card and you start recording over it again, what happens to your original footage? Yeah, wah, 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 cartoon. So it always has you copy. It protects you. Okay? You'll see when I bring in something off of my hard drive, I'll have a choice, and we'll talk about that in a little more detail. So I can say copy to library, and it's going to apply a bunch of stuff, and we're going to talk about this in a moment, but right now, I'm just going to bring in one clip. So I'll say, okay, import selected. There's a little checkbox here that says close window after starting. I'll look at this, revisit this again in a moment, but if it's checked and it's checked by default, as soon as I hit import, the window closes, and you can start editing with that clip. If you're going to be bringing in footage from a lot of cards or a lot of different folders on your hard drive, you don't want to have to keep opening this up. So you'll just uncheck it and you just keep bringing them in. And when you're done, you can then close the window. Okay? So I'm going to say import selected. I'm only bringing in one clip. And now you'll notice in lesson 3, okay, I have a clip. And it says missing proxy here. And I'm going to deal with that in just a moment. I'm going to switch that back. And by the way, I love when things don't go perfectly. And that's why I like a live class, because this will happen to you. And guess what? It happens to me all the time. You'll go, I just brought it in. Why don't I have footage? Why do I have a missing proxy? So Final Cut can look at your footage as the original footage, or they can optimize it, and we're going to talk about that as soon as we click that checkbox, or it can make a proxy version, which is a smaller, lighter, not quite as high quality version, but you use that to create your rough, and then when you export it, it automatically looks at the good footage. It's really useful in situations where your computer's a little slower, or you don't have a lot of space. It creates smaller files that's easier to work with. And that's nice. And you can choose if you want to make them or not, depending on space and the speed of your computer and your workflow. So you have a choice when you're editing to look at your proxy files, which is lighter on the CPU and the processor and the GPU, or you can say, you know what, I'm showing it to my client, I want them to look at the high quality media. And what happened is I had this set to proxy, it's not available, so there's a little drop down window to the right, next to where it says 39%, and it says, oh, what am I looking at? Let me use the original media. There we go, there is our dancer, who is also a concert pianist. Overachievers, all the time. So we brought that clip in. And it's just there in lesson 3. It doesn't have any keywords because we brought it off the card. And it's called clip 2. And you can rename this clip. Okay, so if I want to give it a name, camera gave it clip number 2, I could type in any name I want. And now I have a good reference. I can search for it. Final Cut remembers the location and the original name of that footage. A term that we've been using and will continue to use is that wonderful term metadata. It's all about metadata, metadata, metadata. Metadata is simply data about data. Okay? So it's all the information that the camera records while you're recording the video. What time of day it was, what camera you were using. And especially we have a bunch of photographers here and a bunch of photographers are watching, you know, it may record the ISO and the frame rate and the frame size. And this is really useful because sometimes you need to search by that information. Show me everything I shot with my, you know, Sony 6500, and it'll just give you those footage. Show me everything I shot with my iPhone 6S or my iPhone 7, my iPhone 11. Who knows how long this show's gonna run. But that's stored, and it keeps that in a database behind the scenes that you can still use and you can access, but sometimes you just want to use the name of the clip. So I might rename this Anna at Piano. So I'm starting to organize my footage, and I simply renamed it. I randomly capitalized things. There we go. And I have my clip, and if I wanted to, I could edit my whole show from this clip. I can scrub through it, and as we saw earlier, I could mark in and out points and bring it to my timeline. So that's a basic import. Let's jump back to the import and again, look at our card. One of the nice things about shooting on a card is I don't have to bring in the entire clip. And this is something that's unique to when you come off of a camera card. It doesn't work when you come off of files on your computer. I can actually pick small chunks and only bring those small chunks onto my computer, okay, and into Final Cut. So we learned about selecting ranges in the previous class. So once again, ranges allow me to pick like from where I want it to start to where I want it to end, an in point to an out point. So I can look at this and choose what range I want. I'm gonna turn on a little switch here. Down at the bottom, there's that little change the appearance of clips. We've seen that in the editing part, and I'm going to turn on waveforms, okay? And if I want not to be distracted, because I've already ingested a clip, I don't want to bring that in again, I'm gonna say hide that. So it's nice and smart, but you'll notice now, in addition to having the video, I see the audio waveform of her playing the piano. So now I can see when she starts and when she stops. Now it's building the waveform as I'm doing this because I just brought this in. But I can see, okay, there's a chunk where she's playing a cut, there's a chunk, and it'll be very easy for me to find the section that I want to work on. So I'm gonna just mark an endpoint, the I key. And once again, just like in the program, I can fast forward if I want to and fast rewind. So that's the J key and the L key. So J, K, L are all next to each other. J, once again, goes backwards. L goes forwards. And if you tap it multiple times, you can actually go up to 8 times faster either way. So you can be very quick to go through this. So I could use the L key in this case. And I see that, but I have a pretty good idea where she stops. So I'm gonna just skim over here. Yeah, I can even see she looks away, she tries something else. So I'm gonna make that an out point. Hit the O key. So I can bring in just that chunk of a clip because she played for a while. As a matter of fact, this is almost 2 gigabytes for this one shot. Okay, so I don't want to bring all that in. So I can go through and select multiple ranges. If you hold down the Option key and drag, I can add additional range. So ranges you get by just clicking and dragging. So if I just grab and drag, it selects that range. But if I do another range without holding down that modifier of command, the first one goes away. So it lets me just grab a bunch of areas. I'm gonna grab this area, gonna grab this area. I'm holding down the command key. Gonna grab this area. Boom, and the last piece. There we go. So I've had 5 pieces selected, and now I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna bring these in, but let's also talk about some of the other options we have when bringing media in. So I talked a little bit about creating optimized and proxy media. I wanna, again, revisit that. So I can do this when I import or ingest media, or I can do it once it's in the program. So if I forgot to do it, or I didn't wanna take the time to do it, I can always right-click or use the menu, and any clip that's already in there that I haven't optimized or done a proxy of, I can do it after the fact. So you're never like limited by a decision you made at the beginning. So just to revisit optimized and proxy media. Some computers, and usually this is the case of older computers, and by the way, just as a reminder, the computer I'm using is almost 5 years old. Okay, so I hate it when I go to a class and they're using like a computer that I could never afford and everything works perfectly. This is 5 years old. It's a 2012 Retina display, and you're gonna see how smooth it is. So a newer computer. So when I'm talking old computers, I'm talking like maybe, you know, a MacBook Air from 7 years ago that is like no memory. But some codecs, compression ways we compress our clips, are harder on the computer to decode and play back in real time. Like H.264 is one of the terms you hear a lot. That's the YouTube, and your camera probably records that. It has to do a lot of processing to be able to play it back. If you want, you can optimize it, and what it does is it converts it to a larger file. It will take up more space, but it doesn't have to do any kind of calculation on the playback, so it'll play back smoother. So it's a trade-off. You get a bigger file, but it's easier to play back, okay? So that's what optimized media will do. What's then proxy media? Well, as I indicated earlier, proxy media is a lower resolution media, so you don't need as much hard drive, you don't need as much bandwidth. In other words, if you have a slower hard drive, a proxy clip, maybe 1/3 or less of the size of optimized. So again, you're not making the computer work as hard, and you can be more creative, and you don't have to wait for things if they stutter. So that's kind of a nice choice. You can have it do both when you import it. I'm gonna go ahead and create a, have it create proxy media when I bring it in, because then we can switch that, flick the switch, and you can see that suddenly I do have stuff. And you'll see it only bring in those clips. It still brings in the original, okay? So you'll always have the original, and then it can make proxy, and it can make optimized. Realize that there is a big difference. Now, optimized media uses a codec that Apple came up with called ProRes. You'll see it called ProRes 422. It's a broadcast format, but it's large. So you might record an hour on an SD card, and it takes up 4 gigabytes of space, right? And then you put it in, you optimize it, and now it's taking 65 gigabytes of space, okay? So it really can balloon, but it's now easier to work with. So, you know, your mileage may vary. If you have a fast computer, it may not need to do anything. And different cameras record footage different ways. So it's a trial and error based upon the situation. And if you do create this stuff, it's easy to clean a house if you don't want to save it. You can always recreate it. So I'm gonna go ahead, and in addition to bringing this in, I'm going to talk about some of these other checkboxes. And this is where you start getting into these things we saw earlier, these smart collections and keyword collections. So I can, if I want, have it look at the video and analyze it to see if it maybe has a color shift. Maybe it's a little too blue or a little too green or a little too yellow. Either, you had weird lights in the room. A lot of times you're shooting stage stuff, you have, colored lights, or maybe you have a mix of daylight, which is a certain color. Our eyes automatically do something called white balancing, but you might have a certain color coming in and then you have a certain color overhead and it's not quite right. Final Cut can actually analyze it, so then you can have it do like an auto fix. And most of the time it does a pretty good job. So that's a choice you have. And again, just like with proxy, if I don't choose to do it now, I can do it one at a time, because maybe I have 200 clips and only one needs that analyzing. So maybe I won't turn that on. If you are shooting stuff with people, okay, there's only one person in the shot, but again, it can analyze a clip and can determine if it's one person or two people in a shot, if it's a wide shot or a close-up or a medium shot. And it can do this analysis, and you can actually get collections automatically of, oh, I need to find 2 shots that I did, or 1 shot. Depending on what you're cutting, you may use this, you may not need to use this. Don't check everything. It's like, oh yeah, I'll use that. Because what's gonna happen is you can start editing, but in the background, your computer's crunching all this stuff, and you're like, why is Final Cut so sluggish? Why did it just quit on me? So get a feel for this, and do what you need, but don't do all the extra stuff. I've seen people just check everything, and then they're like, but I'm importing, it takes forever to start. So do it as you need it. I'm gonna click Find People because I want you to see what it does. And unfortunately, it's not gonna do a lot of different choices because it's basically a medium shot of her, but you'll get a sense of it. So Find People. And then if I have it do Find People, I can actually say, consolidate the results and put it inside of a smart collection. So it'll actually create a folder of, this will probably be all medium shots, one person, but it will do that. I can also choose to have it analyze and fix audio issues. This to me is one of the most brilliant things in Final Cut. Audio can be a nightmare. You're recording something, it's too soft. You're recording it, it ends up on one channel and not on the other channel, so everybody's kind of like on the left side of the speaker. In some cameras, maybe you didn't record audio at all, but now you have like blank audio that you're bringing in. It's like, oh, I have to bring it in and turn it off. It will analyze it, and it says analyze and fix. In some cases it fixes, in some cases it warns you. And I'll clarify that as we bring it in. So I can have it look at the audio and make some changes. So separating mono and group, that's really nice. You have one channel, you want to make sure it knows it's stereo. But analyzing and fix, if there's no problems, it won't do anything. If it's a minor problem, it will give you a warning, okay? If it's a major problem, it will fix it, but you can toggle it on and off, okay? So I like to do that. This piano stuff, let's have it analyze it. And I'm gonna uncheck close window because I want to keep bringing stuff in. So we have all that. I think we're good. And I'll hit import selected. And it's actually importing right now in the background. So we're good to go. And that was just from that one clip. Let's go back, and I'm going to step into another clip. So I'm going to go back to my Seagate drive. And we're going to look in this folder called Anna Footage. Now, I showed you at the beginning that I had pre-organized everything into folders. And I can continue to do more organization as I go through, but let's take a quick review of this organization and, again, some of the choices that we can make. So here I have my A7 camera, and those are the clips. As a matter of fact, this might be redundant to what I just brought in. So if I click on that, yeah, that's that piano angle. But I also have some stuff here on this HVX 90V in the wrong place of these other clips. And I can step down and see them. This is another angle of the piano. This is my shoe again. See, everybody should have this shot. Anybody here use GoPros? Anybody ever use GoPro? Yeah. How many pictures do you have of your GoPro of you looking like this going, is it on? Yeah. My entire, I think, sizzle reel is me looking at the camera. So, of course, you don't want to bring those in. But I think that's classic. And that's anybody who has shot with a GoPro has that shot of their confused face. And it will continue. So, obviously, I don't want to bring this in, but maybe I want to bring in a bunch of the other clips. But let's go ahead and actually, I'm going to bring them all in because I can remove them. These checkboxes will still be here. Okay? So, I'm going to go in and... still coming off the camera now. Bring that in. I'm going to say import, and this time I'm going to have it close the window. And we'll look over here, and we have our lesson, and it's doing some of the analysis. So there we go. One person finds all the shot with one person. Wide shots, they're all pretty much the same shot, but it did this analysis. And if I look up here, there's a little circle. Okay, that's your background task window. If I click on that, it tells me exactly what's happening. That my computer actually is working, and that's why the CPU is cranking away. So it's doing the transcoding to proxy media, and it's also bringing media in. In this case, it's copying stuff off of the card and bringing it inside of my library. Okay, so when you bring something off of a card, it always brings it into the library, into that big container. earlier I had mentioned that, well, sometimes you don't want to store things in the library, maybe you want to share it and whatnot. That's only if a clip is already on your hard drive. And what you can do is you can point to it. Those of you who have used previous versions of Final Cut 1 through 7, that's how it worked. You had the media and you had your project and you pointed to the media and they lived in 2 separate locations. And sometimes you may want to do that because you don't want to have this huge library. You want something that's more portable, okay? And there's a lot of controls you can have. You can go pretty deep, and I want to re-emphasize this. I've talked about it already, but Final Cut at first blush looks like very basic. As a matter of fact, people always say, oh, it's just iMovie. It goes so much deeper to where you can control where things live, and maybe you just want your proxies to live inside of the library so you can move it with you, and then you might have this big hard drive at home that has all your original media, okay? So you have portability. So it gets really deep, and within 10 hours we can only go so deep, but we'll dig deeper in future courses, and it gives you that grounding that now you can know where to look and what you're looking for. So even though this is bringing things in, I can actually start working with this footage. I'm going to close my background task, and everything was brought into lesson 3 of all my footage. So there it is. And I can start working with this stuff as it comes in. There's all the different clips. Even though it's still doing stuff in the background, it's looking at my original media, and I can start editing and just let it do what it needs to in the background. But it's also organizing things. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of my alt lesson so we don't get confused. I can simply, if I want to move an event to the trash or a clip to the trash, I right-click on it, move event to the trash. It says, do you want to delete this? And I'll say, yes, there's nothing in it. It does give you warnings. So we have that one set of clips coming in. Let's go ahead and bring in a bunch of stuff, and I'll check some folders. We're going to go back to import, and now we're going to just bring in a boatload of stuff. So I'm going to close all of these, and I have my Seagate drive. There's my Anna footage. I'm going to just select my music. I'm holding down the command key. It lets me select multiple things. I have some problem footage. I have my slow-mo stuff, and I have my huge Shogun stuff, which has this huge monitor. In this case, I don't want to bring all of this stuff into the package. I mean, it's all there, but why do I need to move it? And maybe I want to find it again. So I'm going to just leave it in place, okay? So when I go up to here, I can say leave it in place. So you can choose when you have media that's on a hard drive, whether you want it to actually be put into the library or if you just want to leave it where it is. Okay? So I'm going to go ahead and leave that in place, putting it into the same lesson 3. And then we have this thing here that says keywords from Finder tags and from folders. So what it's going to do is I've named those folders. So when it comes inside of Final Cut 10, these clips will have a keyword assigned to them based upon the name of that folder. So they're easy to find because I've already done a lot of work. There's also an option for something called Finder tags. And I want to explain that. I don't use it that often, but I want you to understand what it is. So if I go back to my desktop here, let me go ahead and, well, let me hide Final Cut. There we go. And I look inside here, and I open up the Anna footage. And let's say everything that is 4K, I'm going to make all of these a certain color in my Finder. Just selected them all, right-click, and they're all going to be green. So I did that, in the Finder. I'm organizing things. Maybe I assigned a color to them I want to search. And watch what happens when I actually do the import. So we're going to go down here. Let's look at our list. We're going to leave them in place. We're going to do Finder tags. We're going to get keywords from the folders and the subfolders. We'll talk about roles separately, especially when we get to the audio in the next lesson. For now, I'm not going to create proxy media. I don't need proxy media. It doesn't have to do that work. I'm not going to have it find people because really it's her and she's running around. So in one moment she's a close-up, the next moment she's a wide shot. It's a lot of work for it to do. The audio, I will have it analyzed. And then it's going to close this window. So let me go ahead and hit import. And we'll see it will bring that in. Let me zoom out. It gives me a whole bunch of warnings. And don't panic here. See these things? They all end with .xml. So this is just files it doesn't need. If you had a folder that had text files in it, or you had a PowerPoint or Keynote project or something, that's unrelated, it just ignores them. Okay, that's a case of this is some of the XML, it stands for Extensible Markup Language. It's some of the stuff that's inside some of those camera folders that it doesn't need. And also THM, those are the thumbnails. You don't want a bunch of little teeny pictures that you think are pictures and they're really the thumbnails. It's smart enough to know what it shouldn't bring in. So most of the time, don't even panic. These files aren't supported. You don't need them. Go ahead. It's now processing them. And we will see, this should close in just a moment. I think I had to check to close automatically. Yeah. There we go. Closes automatically. And take a look at what's happening here in our library. I'm going to make the library a little bit bigger so we can see it. We're not really working with a sequence now. So there's some buttons up here that, again, you can see tooltips if you hover over them. This will show or hide the browser. Let me go a little closer. This will show or hide your timeline. And then there's something called the inspector, which allows you to look at clips that you can open and close. And we saw that earlier when we were working with the basic editing. So let's go ahead, close the timeline. We now have a lot more space to work with, close the inspector. And now I can start seeing my clips. And what it's doing in the background is it's looking at each of these clips and creating two things in addition to bringing them in. It's creating thumbnails, so when you can see little images as you skim through it, and it's looking and creating its waveforms, so if you want to look at the way the audio is going. So this is all happening in the background, and it's drawing some of these images. You'll also notice I have a lot more information here. Those are the things we saw earlier. So if we zoom in, remember the names of those folders? Photos, problem footage. Oh, I didn't mean to bring photos, and that's a huge folder. That's probably why it's getting a little bit slow. Shogun, so I can go ahead and click on that, and this will just show me all the footage that I shot on the Shogun, or all the 4K video. So everything that was named for a folder is being brought in, and it's getting analyzed. It's taking a little bit of time because I just imported, I think, about 400 gigabytes of media. So it's analyzing a lot of files. The odds of you bringing in 400 in one fell swoop, unlikely, but as you see, it's doing the work. If I wanted to see the status of it, I can go ahead, click on this, and there's my transcoding and analysis. Probably left a couple things on that I didn't want to, and then I can go ahead, let me close that. In addition, wow, it has so many files, it just keeps growing. There it's creating thumbnails and waveforms. It's actually moving some of the media that we brought in. I think I unchecked most of it, but there's some it's gonna bring in. And while it's doing that, as these are building, I can start editing. So let me close that window. And you'll see things will start populating. Green, remember I changed the color? Well, while it's doing its work, because I brought in way too much stuff, do you have any questions? You must have a question, yes.
When you're importing, full photographic files, will it optimize them automatically, or do you need to do that ahead of time?
That's a great question. So the question was, when I bring in photos, will it optimize it? So first of all, it doesn't work with camera raw, because there's, if you shoot photos, your camera raw really needs to be developed to get the image that you want. JPEGs, TIFFs, PICs, all those other formats, it brings them in at their full resolution. Okay. Which is, if you shot something at 24 megapixels, 6,000 by 4,000, it comes in. And that's a good thing, because maybe you want to do a move on it. So you want all that resolution. You don't want it to be shrunk down. But it doesn't really optimize or change like the scale of the picture. It will create a small photo image that you can recognize, but it's still going to be its original format, its original size. I tend to do one of two things. Either I process my images in like an application such as Photoshop or Lightroom, or you can also process them in Photos, Apple's application, and bring those in. So if you do need to do some processing, and it's a nice question, because while we're waiting for it to import, I will point out a couple of other things that are very useful. In the upper left-hand corner, we were importing things, but there's a little button here, and it has a musical symbol and a camera. And if I click on that, it will look at anything that I might have in my Photos library, so I can bring things in directly that I might have organized in Photos, or it will look at my iTunes for music, and it also comes bundled with sound effects. So I can look at anything that's in my music library and bring it in. Sound effects, it's going to take a second to build, so it comes bundled. When you get Final Cut, it says download additional content, so you have a bunch of sound effects. So you can store things and get to them very easily. So if I have this photo, and these should be the original photos, I just threw them in straight out of the camera. These are JPEGs. I can go ahead and import those the same way that I would bring other things in, or I can even just drag them directly to my timeline. So it's very intuitive for the Apple ecosystem. Does that address your question?
Does it ever make sense, like let's just say you're doing standard HD, to reduce the size of your photograph just so that there's less, your file sizes are smaller? Does it
Yes, as a matter of fact,
faster?
we'll go a little more into detail, but it is important because, yeah, you don't need the real estate space used up, because standard high definition is 1920 by 1080. We'll hear this again. So that's 2 megapixels. That's nothing. That's high definition television. Your camera, your phone shoots 12 megapixels. Most cameras now shoot 18 to 50. So you have these huge images. So you're absolutely right. If you're not going to do moves on them, I do take them and resize them and export them and then bring those in, because it will provide an easier life for your processor, so it doesn't have to calculate all those pixels. Yeah, so that is a good workflow. Let's go back to our library and see what's happening with the 400 terabytes, it feels like, of footage. You can see these little circles. It's telling me that it's thinking. But it's starting to catch up, and I'm going to point out that as it's bringing things in, it has calculated, there's my problem footage, and if I click on it, it should kind of put this to the head of the queue for processing. And I can start working with this. I can start skimming through it, and all of this metadata has been attached that were the folders and the colors. I think our green should be caught up now. Yeah, this was everything that I labeled as being green. There's no pictures of Kermit, by the way, in this one, because it isn't easy being green. More enthusiasm. Okay, I know it's early, but it isn't easy being green. Excellent. I'll get you guys dancing in no time. And we had some music. It automatically figured out that was music. It's really very smart. It makes mistakes, but it knew that it looked at the waveforms, that this was stereo, this is no video, it's probably music. So it automatically addresses that. And that's for roles. In this case, by the way, the music was a keyword because the folder is called music, so I'm not trying to fool you. And there we go. So I'm ready to start maybe modifying some of these keywords because I want a little more refined solutions here. So let's talk about making keywords once things are already in play or already in place. So this is her doing a warm-up, which I thought was really kind of fun with this little animal zip-up outfit. This is dancers. So I want to assign a keyword to this. And to do that, I'm going to open something called the keyword HUD. It's this little area up here. The keyword HUD, it's a little picture of a key. It's right here. If I click on that, I'll get a little dialog box here somewhere. Don't be sluggish. There it is. There it is. I get this little dialog box down here. I'm going to bring it up so we can see it a little better. And it's already had one keyword assigned to it because this came off of the Shogun, this huge file, which is probably why it's taking forever to render. But I'm going to add the word warm-up. Make it all a single phrase. And then I'm going to go ahead and hit the return key. And you'll notice that I now have a blue tile that says warm-up. And over here, I have a new keyword created that I can search by. It's like when I click on warm-up, I'll find any shot that's labeled warm-up. And this is really where the magic comes into play. I can take a bunch of clips and assign keywords and start organizing things. And the beautiful thing about keywords is they can live in different locations. So in other words, this clip is both in the Shogun keyword area, and it's also in the warm-up area. So I say, oh, I want warm-up stuff. I don't care what camera it came from. Or I say, oh, I want the Shogun because I want all my big 4K footage. So that's what you're going to do. Is you're going to go through and you're going to start assigning keywords to clips. So let's go to the lesson. We're starting to see things getting built. And we learned earlier that I can look at these as long clips zoomed in for more detail, or I can just look at them as individual, like the first frame, to find things. So zooming in and zooming out, once again, Command plus will zoom into more detail. I see more frames of the clip, especially this is great for longer clips. Zoom out is Command minus, Command plus and minus, and it works throughout, you're on your timeline. And if I hit Shift Z, that's a fit command, it turns each of these into a single frame. So I can quickly look and say, oh, there's the clip I want, there's the clip I want. So this is still redrawing, so it's kind of hard to see the clips that I want. But let's see if I can push this a little bit. There we go. It's refreshing much quicker now, because now it's just creating that one frame, and I'll do the other frames later. So that's another opportunity where I intentionally made a slight error of bringing in so many clips and being so zoomed in, it was taking forever, and now the problem is solved. Shift Z does the first one. Now I can really see what's going on. So I have all of these images, and once again, I can rearrange my layout. We have the two sides here. We have our big image, and then we have this over here. And I can say, you know what, I want to see more of these images, and I want to see them a little bigger. So we can go up here, and in the upper right-hand corner, you see there's a little film strip. That allows me to change the appearance of my clips. Okay, let me move my keyboard out of the way. So I have a slider where I can make them bigger or smaller, so if I want to see them. This clock here, that's that thing where I did with Command plus and minus. I can look at them in more detail. Moving it to the right, I'm looking at them in 2-minute chunks, okay? 5-second chunks. And you see we're back to the same problem we had before, okay? So this is the same thing as Command plus, Command minus, and Shift Z. Bring that back down to a single frame. And in this same area, in addition to making things bigger and smaller, I can also start grouping these differently in how I view them. Because right now it's not grouped anyway, but what if I wanted to group them by the date that I brought them in? I want to see my newest stuff on top, because I don't know where I have 500 clips. Or maybe I want to do it by what type of file it is. So let's go ahead and click File Type. And now if we look here, there's my waveform audio files. There's my QuickTime movies. I'm going to go ahead and close that little thing. There's my MPEG-4 movies, different flavors, different cameras. There's just generic QuickTime movie. There's my photos, my JPEG images. So it's very easy to structure your organization. And also, if you don't want to see them and you want to just work with your photos, I can close everything out. Okay? And that goes back to this selection here of how do I want to group it. And you can change this back and forth depending on what you're doing. Maybe I just need to find everything that I've labeled a certain scene because when I brought it in. Or maybe I just really want to do it by when the image was originally shot versus when I brought it in. Okay? So you have those choices, then you can choose whether it's ascending or descending, top to bottom. So this all helps you control how you organize your media. And so we're going to go ahead and let that go. You can also click on waveforms, and in this case, if there's audio and it's drawn, you can then see the waveform when you see the clip. Most of the time I don't do this, but maybe I want to look at waveforms, in one instance. I say, oh yeah, I need to see where the one take that I had good audio and I can see big waveforms. But go ahead, you'll play with this, and we're going to just bring this down to, all and make these a little bigger and come back out. And we're going to start doing some keywording. So it's very easy now for me to see what's happening in each of these images. So I'm going to go to my QuickTime movies, and I can start selecting a bunch of things. For instance, piano shots. And I could go ahead and click all these and write piano. Now I'm going to go ahead and expand this. This is that keyword where I typed in the word earlier of warm-up. This says problem footage, because remember I had a folder called problem footage? It assigned that keyword. Okay, it's already there, but now I may want to do something else with a clip. If I click on this piano, here, this clip did not have, I brought it in from the camera card, I didn't have a keyword because I couldn't assign anything. So maybe I want to assign piano to it. So I'll type in piano, and I want to open this little disclosure triangle up because I want you to see what's below it, and I usually keep this open. These are little registers where now I have a keyboard shortcut in the first spot of anytime I do warm-up, I can just hit Control-1. So piano, I'm going to hit return. It now assigns piano to Control-2. And we'll just automatically fill this up. If I know I'm never going to use warm-up again, I can select it and hit delete. It's okay to delete things from here because it doesn't delete it from here. These are just quick shortcuts. That, oh, this is piano. I can select it and I can hit piano. And now that has the piano keyword on it. I can also just select a bunch of these, and instead of clicking on, Control-2, I could hit Control-2. That's that little triangle. To me, it's like a hat. If you have the hat, you're in charge. I don't know, it's something from when I was a kid. So Control-2, and now these all have that keyword. And you'll notice that I'm starting to see some bars above my clips, okay? So what do these mean? Well, this has a keyword on it, okay? So I've assigned a keyword. That means I've done some sort of transcoding, optimized media, okay? So I can see. You'll also see them as we go across if you've used the media. And we're also going to go, before we wrap this session, is when we make favorites of something. So there's lots of little indicators, and you can turn all these off if it's distracting, but it's usually very useful to see what I've worked on. So what I would normally do is I might go ahead, get these all small, select a bunch of clips, holding the Command key, and I could, if I wanted to, these already have the keyword, or I know they have the keyword. Oh, I have an in and out point there. So I have a bunch of these. I could hit Command-2, but I could also just as easily grab all the ones I selected and drop them onto the keyword area that says piano. And now that keyword will be applied to that, so I will be able to find all my piano shots. And this is that organizational structure that you do at the beginning and as you bring clips in. So when you have 400 clips and you need to find, oh, I need to find the shot of the master bath. Well, I'll look at the thing that says bath, and I can see all the bathrooms. Or I'm doing a wildlife, and it's like, oh, I need to find all the squirrels. Okay, you can look at that. So the nice thing is they can live in multiple locations. It's easy to assign them. I had pre-assigned them for you all, but this gives you a good idea of how you can assign these things. I could also just create keywords in the register and apply them whenever I want. Okay, so if I know that I'm doing something where it's going to be studio work, I could do one that says studio. So I haven't applied it to anything. And what I think is really cool, and a lot of people don't realize, is that you also can have multiple keywords in a register. So for now, I know, okay, maybe I did a lot of different dancers, so this should have both studio and Anna, the name of the dancer. Okay, so there we have studio and Anna, and I'm going to go here and look at all of my clips. And I'm going to reorganize these. I'm looking at these by type. I'm going to go back here, and instead of sorting them by file type, I'll just do it by when I created the content, because my cameras should have pretty much had the time and date on them. Always set your camera's date and time. Makes things easier when doing multi-camera and whatnot. And now I can see, okay, there's all this studio stuff of Anna. And I can select a whole range, select the first one. I'll go down here, hit the Shift key. They're all selected. And if I press this button or hit Control-1, it creates 2 keyword areas. So I can find any shot that was done in the studio by clicking on that. And I also have shots of Anna, which is all here. And I can start moving stuff around. It's like, okay, I like the Anna stuff. I'm going to go ahead and go back, and anything that has Anna in it, select those, bring those there, and now they're applied. Now I have all the stuff, so I can very easily find stuff. So you can apply keywords. What if you want to remove a keyword? You did something by accident. Again, it's very easy to do. If you select any clip, you'll notice that in the keyword HUD, these are all the keywords assigned to it. And it's like, oh, you know what? That shouldn't have been studio. Select it and hit delete. And now it will no longer be found in the studio keyword collection. You could remove all of them if you wanted to. So it's very easy to change those. Another way you can view your clips, we saw this earlier when we brought them in, is I could see them as a list. So we go over here, and right next to the how we view things, there's our toggle between the display between film strip, well, you'd be able to read that, between film strip and list. Click on that, and now we see this as a giant list of footage We saw that when we were bringing things in. I could click through, and I could see each of my clips. Now, in addition to seeing them and be able to skim through them, they all have little triangles. And if I open up any of those triangles, I can see what keywords might have been assigned to it. I know that I brought some clips in that it did analysis on, so the medium shot. You'll notice that is also something that is identified here. And it has a different icon, okay? This is like a little person's head, so this is a smart collection, okay? So those are my medium shots. Wide shot, okay? Not only does this clip have one person in a wide shot, it also has the keyword I put on it, Anna and piano. And if I wanted to remove piano, okay, I can do it the same way. I can select it, and then under the keyword HUD, I remove piano, and now I control what's there. So once you kind of know how it works, it makes a lot of sense. But if nobody's ever explained this to you, it's like, I don't know, I have all these keywords, I can't find what I want, it tells me what something is, and you're like, but now it becomes logical, right? You know, and it's a very smart way of doing things, and the nice thing is it does do a lot of the work for you. Another area of smart collections, if I go up here, it automatically has these by default. So, oh, I just want to look at my video clips. And now I'm seeing any clips is a video clip. I want to look at just my audio clips. These are my music clips. I want to look at favorites. We'll talk about those in a moment. I want to see what projects I have. We haven't made any projects. I want to look at just my still images. And we'll go back and we'll look at this as icons. So I can quickly, and it does this analysis behind the scenes. But I can also create my own smart collections. And an example might be is, you know, I've added all this metadata. Wouldn't it be great if I could have a smart collection that whenever I put in any image of Anna playing the piano, as opposed to Bob playing the piano, I could find them all? So if I look at this clip here, and I'm going to go back to all video, and I'm going through, I have all these things. I did label piano. I don't think I've labeled Anna and piano, so it'll be interesting to see. I'm going to go ahead, and I'm going to search. We've used these two buttons. I'm going to go ahead and search for some keywords. So I just open up the search box. Let me do that again. I did it a little quickly. There's the search comes here. If I hit this little area over here, well, let me go back over here. If I type in piano, it will search and find anything that is labeled with piano. This says Anna piano. So I can search by the name. If I've named things, I can search and find things. But if I hit this little button here, this is where the magic happens. I can create a smart collection with any keywords or type that I want. So I can say, you know what? I want any media that's video with audio, and I want it to have one of these other things. Maybe it's something I want video, but I want it from a specific camera. So maybe it's MP4, and I want it to have a keyword there. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to say people, and I want this to be just medium shots. See if I get myself into trouble here. I like working without a net. So you can make definitions. The nice thing is if I bring in another clip and I assign the keyword of Anna to it, and it's video and audio, it will appear here, but it will also appear in the smart collection. So I can do choices. You know, it can be exteriors rainy day. It could be exterior sunny day, and they just get defined, and it's very easy to find things, and you can search things. Gonna wrap with one last thing. Again, you can apply keywords. You can also make something a favorite if you want, or you can reject it if you know that you're not gonna use it. So you'll notice up here, you have a choice of what you see inside of the folder. So the default is hide rejected, but if you look at, you can look at all clips, rejected, something if it doesn't have any ratings or keywords, if I click on that, it would show me any clips, let me look at my entire library, that didn't have a rating on them, okay? And as soon as I put a rating on them, maybe I go ahead or keyword, and this is the keyword for piano, which is, maybe it's shift 1 or shift 2. Control 1, control 2, okay? As soon as I assign it a keyword, it disappeared because it's no longer empty. So you can quickly find things, but favorites, rejected, and unused. So I'm going to go through here, and let's just show all of my clips again. And maybe I go through here, and I say, you know what? This looks like a good one. I like this one. So I'm going to click on that. I'm going to hit the F key for favorite. You see a green bar. So I'm saying, that's a clip I want to use. I like it. And then I'm going to go down here, and this one says battery exhausted. I'm going to reject that, okay? Favorite F, rejected R. I'm sorry, rejected is delete. You see a red line above it, okay? And if it's unselected, there's nothing. So if I accidentally rejected, like this one, I hit R, I'm sorry, rejected, delete, delete, delete. And I go, oh, that was a mistake. I can hit the U key, and it takes that back. So it's very useful, and I can make a keyword that says, show me all my favorites, a smart collection. So making things favorites is great. Now, what if only I want part of a clip to have a keyword, or part of a clip to be a favorite or rejected? That's where it comes into play as magic. I can go down here, and I'm going to go to the interview clip. So let me actually find interview. And if I'm lazy and don't want to look at my list, I can just type in search. I'm going to sort this by duration. So it has the longer clips on top, and you'll notice here I have clips that are 0 to 10 seconds, clips that are, those are stills, those don't count. I have 10 to 30 seconds. I have a clip that's 10 minutes, because that's one of the piano clips. So let's go somewhere in here, 1 to 10 minutes. This is a nice long clip. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to select that clip, and I want to actually look at this as a list. So there's that, and I have all this area. I'm going to go ahead and pick a range in this clip where I really like what she does. And let me close this window here so you can see. So I'm scrubbing through or skimming through. I like this move here. I'm going to mark an in point. I'm going to go there to that. I'm going to mark an out point. I'm going to hit the F key. I just favorited that one area, okay? I am going through here, and I'm in the shot. I don't want that shot, so I have to reject that. The camera's there. I'll grab that area, and I'll hit delete. You see a red line there. I can also grab an area, and maybe I want to assign a keyword to that area only. It's a pirouette. I can't spell pirouette, so I'm going to call it a spin. Okay, now it has that keyword. And let's take a look at the left side here. So I should have something here called spin. I click on that. It's just that one part of the image. So now not only do I keyword a whole clip, I can keyword different parts of a clip and find those sections very quickly. Oh, you know what I really would like? I'd love to see just all of my favorites. So instead of looking at all clips, I'm going to say favorites. And now I just see the clips and the parts of the clips that are my favorites. And it's very easy to go through. So you see the control you have. And that's the beauty of working with this metadata, and why it's so important to spend a good amount of time understanding import strategies, labeling, keywording, and whatnot. Great clapping. It's a good way to introduce our Great clapping. It's a good way to introduce ourselves to the fact we're going to be working with sound in this lesson. We're going to be working with audio. We're going to talk about assigning roles, which is identifying what pieces of audio, whether they're music or dialogue or sound effects or actually anything you want. So we're going to look at assigning roles, because that's going to make mixing your audio and working with your audio that much easier. Now you can do this on import, and we've kind of touched on this previously, but you can always change this throughout the edit process. And in this case, we just want to focus exclusively on sound. So that's one of the things that we'll be working on. We'll be looking at syncing audio. It's a situation where we actually recorded the audio separately from our video. It's called DSS, or dual system sound. You know, most of the cameras we have, they don't have the greatest mics. They have great picture, but it's like a pinhole mic, so you don't get real quality sound. So a lot of times people will record the audio separately with an audio recorder. As a matter of fact, the footage that we're using, I recorded it with my cell phone, and I just plugged a lavalier in it. So I have separate sound from picture, and a lot of times you want to bring that together and work with it as a single clip. So we'll look at that for syncing. Fixing some basic audio problems. Sometimes it's not too loud, sometimes too loud or not loud enough. Sometimes you have too much noise in the background. So we'll look at some basic quick fixes to clean up audio. And then finally, we'll look at mixing audio. From the piece that we're working with, we have some music that we got from a stock audio library. We have some on-set music, location music of her playing the piano. We have her speaking. So we want to make sure everything's kind of even and it sounds the best. So we're really going to just cover the breadth of audio here in Final Cut. So let's go over to the application. And this is what we're working with. And the first thing I want to do is assign roles. Now, let's revisit what roles are. If we look over in the index, there's several things you can look at. We have clips, which is how you can quickly find any clip that's inside of your sequence or timeline. Tags, which are exactly what we did with the keywords if I want to search or find things by the tags that we put on them. And then we have roles, and as you can see in this, we have dialogue and effects, and I have music that isn't even labeled properly. So when it came in, Final Cut didn't know that it was music. Because sometimes it's great and sometimes it just doesn't pick it up. Sometimes if something comes in with video, it thinks that it's a video clip or a dialogue clip versus music. So let's go ahead and start assigning roles. To assign roles to a clip, you can simply select the clip, right-click on it, and you'll see there's an option to assign both video and audio roles. Now, of course, you can't assign a video role to an audio-only clip, so it would be grayed out. But in this case, I just want to assign music to this, and if I assign music to that, you'll notice it changes color here, and now I have music as one of my options. So that's my stock. Maybe I want it to be stock music. To find it, I can customize these. If I want to customize the roles I have to choose from, I can either do it when I'm assigning roles by right-clicking, and you'll notice that underneath all the assign option, there is edit roles. And also in the roles index, I'm going to zoom in here, I can edit my roles in that place. So it's two ways to get to the same location. So we have music, and if I click here, I can actually create sub-roles for all of my elements, for my effects, for my dialogue. And you may ask yourself, well, what's the difference between a role and a sub-role? Sub-role is something you have at lunch, and roles are something you have at dinner because they're dinner roles. Wait, that was a different class. So sub-roles allow me to break things such as dialogue into finer increments, such as each person who's speaking. So in this case, we have Anna, who's the dancer for the interview, but maybe I did interviews with half a dozen dancers, and I'm cutting back and forth, so I want to identify Anna and Bill and Charlie and Diana, and I can very easily jump between them because I've assigned them specific roles. It empowers me to really control my audio and find things that I'm looking for. The same thing with sound effects. Maybe I might have sound effects, and I want to be able to even split those up into, ballet studio sound effects, and then maybe street sounds because I did a street interview. And then with music, I again have a lot of control. I could maybe do stock music, and I could do location music, or if I do stock, I could do different stock libraries, so it's very easy for me to find out where I got that kind of music from to pay my royalties. In addition to adding sub-roles, I can add as many other roles as I want. So for instance, maybe instead of doing a sub-role for my music for stock music, I might have one of music that's location, and then I might have one that's stock music. So let's go ahead and create a new role, and then we'll start assigning these roles to our clips, and you can see how that's going to make it easier to navigate and to refine the audio in some of these clips. So I want to make a new one. To make a new one, I just go to the little plus. It automatically picks the color. You can change the color, but you have a very limited palette of colors that you can work with. So I'm going to call this my location music. And I can't change necessarily music to stock. I could change the sub-role here. So I'll call this stock music from Bob's library. And I'm going to hit apply. So now when I right-click on different clips, when I go to assign audio roles, you see I have more options here. So there it is, stock music, Bob's library. My on-location music might be here, her playing the piano. If I right-click on that and I want to assign it a video role, an audio role, we have a little problem here. This is actually a multicam clip. We're going to learn more about multicam, but I can't assign a role to a multicam clip because it's actually 4 clips, in this case, embedded into another clip that I can cut back and forth between. So what I need to do is I need to be able to change the original clips, and there's a couple ways that you can do that. I could simply double-click, and that will step me into my multicam. There's the 4 clips, and I could select them, and I could even select a group, and now if I right-click, I can assign them the audio that I want, which is location. In an ideal world, you would have done this at the very beginning. You bring things in, you assign them roles, which makes it easier later on. But I did this intentionally because I wanted to show that even if you've edited and you're almost done and you forgot to do something, there are still ways to fix it, okay? So I can step inside and do that. I could also do something very sneaky. I could go up here, and I know all of the piano shots had location music, so I can select them all, and that's Command A, right-click, and assign them the audio role of location. So it's very easy to do singles or groups. And the advantage of doing this, you'll see that I can now control things a little better. I'm going to step back out, and by the way, if you want to step between different projects, different timelines, you'll notice that there's little arrows on the left and right side, and that'll step you backwards and forwards to previous projects or previous timelines you might have had open. So I can just jump right back there, or I could go up and just choose all my projects from within this project area. So now I have my music. I have my multicam clip, which should update in just a moment. There we go. I close that out. There we go. How to refresh that. So that is my location music. I have a little bit of ambient sound that I put in. When I recorded this, she was actually in a dance studio, and in some shots, you could see people walking around in the background. So I wanted to add a little bit of ambience that kind of showed, oh yeah, I can hear those people because I'm seeing them. So it just kind of fills out my sound space. And that's really something you want to keep in mind when you're mixing audio, when you're adding audio. You're creating an environment with the sound. And it's very important because like whenever I've judged like an amateur film or a student film, the one thing that really jumps out is there's an emptiness to the audio track. And it's important to really flesh that out, to add ambient sound, to add music, to add just room tone, that there's a feel to something. And one way that you can kind of get a sense of that is when you're watching television, or if you're in the other room, just listen to what's going on. Listen to all the sounds that are there. It's likely they weren't there during the original recording. They were things that were added. I shot a commercial. It was 30 seconds long. We shot it silent. It was just drops of water, and it was about runaway kids, and you've got to really look out for them. And we spent 8 hours mixing the audio, creating the audio, and it was little things like a siren in the background, or a baby crying, or crowds, or horns honking, or a taxi, and we just layered this below the narrator, and it just gave a sense of where you were. There's a saying that good television starts as good radio. And if you can listen to your show and say, yes, I really feel that I'm present, that's success. And that's why you really start wanting to build these layers and then work with the volumes. And by adding roles and creating roles, you can easily listen and isolate certain types of sounds so you can really focus on how you want to mix them or how you want to control their levels. So we have those three. For the interview clips, it's Anna speaking. So the default probably was dialogue. Again, this is a multicam clip. So I'm going to cheat here, and I know because I've created keywords, I can go straight to the interview footage, select it all, Command A, right click. I'm going to assign the audio role of Anna. I don't have it yet, so I need to make a new one. See, I can do it right in there. I had one called new sub role that caught me by surprise. I want to edit here. We'll just call this one Anna. Hit apply, and now select all of these and assign an audio role of Anna. Boom. So now I have a lot of control. I can see what everything is. I can see their different colors. And where the power comes in to play is once I've assigned audio roles, and I'm in my role control here, I can turn on and off. This gives me a lot of control when I'm starting to work with audio. So for instance, let's say I didn't want to hear the music because I wanted to focus on her voice. I could go ahead and uncheck that, and it would mute anything that's music. I could check that and mute effects. Maybe I want to focus just on the audio levels of the music. I could turn off dialogue. Let's take a look at that in play. So here we do have music. We'll have her talking. Can't really hear her. We're going to have to fix that, but I want to turn off the music, and now you see it got grayed out. I can focus just on her audio. I'm going to bring that up and clean it up without being distracted by all the other sounds. And that's the beauty of roles. Even to the level of dialogue, I could go ahead and click on that little area. So we can highlight sections. And if I move over one, you'll see there's an option that says show or collapse sub-roles. And there's my sub-roles. It has Anna. But if I had other speakers, I could turn them on and off and really focus on who I want to work with and also very easily see, oh, if I turn everything off, I can see exactly where Anna is talking because I'm not distracted by the other colors. So roles are really valuable in being able to control things. And even when you export, you can turn off roles and say, you know something, export me a version without music, or export me a version with the audio on the left side and all my music and effects on the right. So whoever I give it to, they can mix it, or they can pull the audio off and put their own language in. Okay, so that's a lot of great things. As a matter of fact, a lot of shows that if you're doing something multilingual, I could have a role for each language. I don't have to make a new timeline. And then when I export it, I say, okay, first one, play language 1. Second one, language 2. Third one, language 3. If I need to go back and make a change, it's easy. I just hop in. So that's some of the value of roles, and you can really expand upon this. Syncing audio that was recorded separately. And then the problem is that audio that was recorded separately is lousy anyway, so we're gonna have to fix it. It wasn't as lousy as the original audio, but it was really soft. This dancer, beautiful form, softest speaker I have ever met. I was like, so it was a real challenge getting good sound, so we're gonna fix it. So I'm gonna go over here, and I've actually grabbed 2 clips that I labeled with keywords for sync so I could find them very quickly. So this is the original clip of her being recorded, and I was just recording the audio directly from the camera that was away from her, and little pinhole mic, and this is what it sounds like. So you really hear more people in the background than her when she starts talking. See if you can actually hear it. Okay, let's talk a little bit and talk to me. You can hear me great, because I'm standing next to the camera. No, I want you to talk to me. Tell me a little bit about, well, she's pretty clear and loud there. I could try to fix this, okay? And as a matter of fact, I will, because we're gonna fix this and the other one, because I wanna show you how much you can do with relatively quiet, poor audio. So if I wanted to fix this, I could go ahead and there's our clip, and I'm gonna bring this into a new sequence. I've actually created a new project that I can throw it into. I'll just go Command N, new project. We'll call it Fix Audio. Hit OK. Brand new project, and I'm gonna just drag this clip in. As a matter of fact, I'll probably end up trimming it to just where she's talking. So there it is. And since I'm working with audio, I wanna change the way I view this. I wanna be able to see that audio waveform a lot bigger, and I wanna make the whole thing bigger. So just like we could control, sometimes when I go to hit play, you're like, what just happened there? And this is many times during the class you've said, Abba, you've screwed up. Tell us what you did so when we screw up, we can fix it. So I will, okay? Did you see it got dim? And if I hit play, nothing's happening in this window here. Well, right above the spacebar is the letter V. And if you have a clip selected and you hit V, it toggles the visibility of the clip on and off. Okay? And it's useful sometimes. Maybe you want to turn visibility off because maybe you have two clips on top of each other, you want to see what's below it. Or you want to turn off a title. Or maybe you're just working with two pieces of sound, you don't want to open up rolls, and you just want to turn off, because you can turn off the visibility of the audio just like you can turn off the visibility of the video. It's just a way to remember that V for video. So that's what I did. And it immediately disappeared. So if something disappears, it's very likely you accidentally bumped the V key when you were going for the space bar to hit play. So here we are. We did an audio analysis, and when I brought it in, and it came up with this problems detected. Okay, big warning sign. If it was red, it would have been even worse. And the problem was there was noise and it's not loud enough. So my first approach would be, okay, let's go ahead and kick on loudness. It's going to do its best guess for the fix, and let's go ahead and hit play and see if she's loud enough yet.
Talk about is going to be lace.
We can hear it now, right?
And once
And when working with audio, it's a good thing to keep in mind that you should look at a graph of the audio levels to see if it's loud enough. Easy to see, right? Okay, somebody's going to get out the loop. You've got some photographers here, and you're going to go, no, you can't see it that way. It's there so you can find it. If you go ahead and you click on that,
I meet with a fashion designer.
It'll give you a big version. And if we look at this, I believe I'm zoomed in a little bit. There we go. I can see where it's peaking. And I want to make sure that it's loud enough to hear. And this is a graphical representation of the volume level, okay? Which goes up to 0, and then you have +6. Well, you never want to exceed 0. Anything above 0 is too loud, and it distorts because it's digital audio. If any of you have come from an analog audio background, you used to play tapes. Tapes were those. And you could actually, when you made a tape of an album, you could push it to +3, +6 dB because your whole idea was, oh, I want to get the signal, the music as loud as possible, and the noise, the tape hiss, as low as possible. Well, that was great then, because tape could handle it, but now 0 is your maximum. Anything above 0, you're going to hear clipping and noise and On the plus side, digital audio has a really low noise floor if you don't have a lot of noise in the room. So 0 is your top. But when you're mixing, you really don't want to ever hit 0. You're really pushing it to the edge. Generally, you want to average around -12 with your peaks at around 6. So that's something to keep in mind when you're mixing audio. And then, of course, your ear is important when you're working with this, because you can't just use this graph, because different sounds punch through differently. For instance, a siren at the same audio level as some really low bass rumble, the siren's going to punch through. That's why an ambulance can be heard from a distance, and that's why they have such a high frequency. So high frequency at the same visual volume level will be heard louder. So if you have a cut of music that has a lot of horns, clarinets, that's going to punch through more than like bass and timpani sounds. So yes, use the graph, but also use your ear. And don't get a real super expensive pair of speakers, because you'll hear nuances that your viewer will never hear. Try to get a pair of speakers that is representative of the type of speakers you think your viewer is going to be listening on, which is a real challenge these days because we have people listening on phones, through earpods, through big home surround systems. Do your best guess, but again, something good but middle of the road. If you are editing with headphones, that's fine, but when you're ready to do your final mix, unless your audience is going to be listening through headphones, put it on a pair of speakers. Things to keep in mind. So we need to go ahead and bring our audio level up to a default tone for voice. And then when we start bringing things like music in, music might have to be lower so you can hear the voice, at least lower at points. So before loudness is on, I'm going to go ahead and hit play. I want you to look at that meter. And that's the sound of her doing her shoes. As a matter of fact, I got so excited, I forgot that I wanted to turn on bigger audio waveforms. And we do that over here. This thing, we saw this earlier, a little film strip, change the appearance of the clip in the timeline. And I can go ahead and I can make them taller and shorter, so it depends how many clips I'm looking at. And if I wanted to, I can even make it all audio waveforms. When you're working with video, you could have smaller ones. So this is kind of a nice happy medium. I can see where it gets louder. I'll lay odds, that's me talking. Because remember, this is the mic next to the camera.
Okay.
Yeah, you've heard enough of me already. But here she is talking, and if I play it, I can barely hear it, even though I turn the volume, but I look at that, she's peaking at maybe -18, averaging -30. That's pretty quiet. Just to give you an idea, if you really want to be popular at parties and be a nerd about sound, these things are considered dB, -3, -6, -9. It's like earthquakes. I don't know if that's a good analogy. Every 3 dB is 1 order of magnitude. So sound doubles every 3 dB. So, -3 is twice as loud as -6, which is twice as loud as -9, and twice. So as you see, -30 is pretty soft, okay? So it's not just like a scale from like 0 to 100. I kick on my loudness. I hit play.
I haven't visited any fabric stores.
It pretty much fixed it, so she is hitting at that average of about -12, maybe peaking at -6, but what else did it do?
It's really hard to find the
Brought up the noise.
And exactly.
Now, I can try to fix that, and I can kick on noise removal, and it gave me a warning that there's noise, and I'll kick it on, and it tries to clean it up. It uses amazing secret technology.
It's really hard to find the fabric and exactly what you want.
So it got rid of the noise, but she still's really soft. I mean, she was like nowhere near my level of voice. So I can fix it. And by the way, this is an automatic setting, or a best guess. You can tweak this. You can say, you know something? I want her to be a little louder. Let's see if we push it a little louder if it'll work. Uniformity is the dynamic range. So some people will start talking like this, and then they get all excited, loud, and then they bring it down. And you got this thing going all over the place. So a lot of times with voice, you want to bring down, and you want it to be a little more uniform. There's also something called the compressor, a plugin that you can add, a lot of different audio fixes that also does very similar work. So I could bring this up a little bit. And I'm not going to try to bring up the noise remover. You'll notice as soon as I made that change, the waveform actually got bigger. Okay, so you have a visual confirmation of what you've done. And let's see how that sounds.
And how to drape it, and then just come to class and like bring it.
She's actually starting to distort. You also hear something that it sounds like she's a little bit underwater. That's because you're pushing the noise reduction too far. And so I would need to dial it back to get the best thing I could. And this is,
Dress in all kinds of different
there's like people walking behind.
and fabrics.
So this wasn't great audio. So ideally, I wouldn't use this. I mean, camera audio is bad enough. Camera audio when the person whispers is a real challenge. But you can, there's also a button here for hum removal. Sometimes when you record audio, and there's like not a good ground for the power, you'll get like a buzz, and that's considered hum. It's at 60 cycles. It would sense that, and you could fix it. And you could also EQ it. EQing allows you to actually take different frequencies and make them softer and louder. So assuming this was good audio, I could go in and I could say, you know what? I'm going to do a little bit of EQ. If I click it, that's flat, but the drop down says, oh, I want to enhance voice range. I want to enhance music. I want to bring up loudness. And what it's really doing is if you look over to the right, there's another little like graphic. If I click on that, it actually brings up a graphical interface or a UI, user interface, of my different equalizer. These are different frequencies, the different levels that people speak. So she might be speaking somewhere around here.
And I think dancers are very fashionable.
And maybe I have a hum and I want to bring that down. So you can start playing with this, but my advice with audio when you're just starting, I've discovered the more people mess with audio at the beginning, the worse it tends to sound. So you can always luckily uncheck these and turn them off after you've messed them up. But I do want to point out that if I go like voice enhance, do you see it actually is a preset for the frequencies where voice is. However, realize men's voices are a different frequency than women's voices, and this is like a catch-all. So these are just some examples. Want to boost treble? Obviously, you can see it. So those are really nice quick fixes if you start with not too horrible audio. We have pretty horrible audio. So what I'm going to do is I recorded separate audio very inexpensively. I took an old iPhone, any smartphone will work, that I would have got $30 for if I turned it back in. And I bought a plug-in lavalier mic from an online retailer located in Seattle. And within the next day, for like $20, $30, I now had a portable recording device. And you can get them with 6-foot cords if you want to start it. Sometimes I've gotten it with short cords, put it in the person's pocket, clip on the lavalier, and now if they're 20 feet away, I'm still getting good audio. The trick of syncing is I still need to get audio in my camera, because what Final Cut's going to do, it's going to match the audio, the bad audio, with the waveform of the good audio, and it's going to substitute it. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We'll substitute it. We'll still need to go in and fix it, because if you listen to this audio, she's still soft. Okay? But if I go ahead and I kick in the loudness, do a little noise removal. Okay. Once again, I'm talking.
Some dancers spend a lot of time partying, maybe because.
So it's a little clearer, and I would tweak that, but I'm going to go ahead and we're going to work with that sound. So what I want to do is I want to take my good sound and my good picture with my negligible sound. I'm going to select them both, okay? And then I can right-click, and one of the things I can do is synchronize clips. And it will magically merge them together. I'm going to go ahead and hit synchronize clips. I'll get this dialog box. I want to give it a name, something that I'll remember. So this is probably, we'll call this good interview. Where do I want to put that? I can put it in any event. I'm going to put it back in the interview event. I'm telling it to use audio for synchronization. That's what you want because you're doing audio. And this is really the thing that is very cool, and you'll want to make sure it's checked. Really, you don't want to change anything. It will actually, when it merges together, it remembers the old audio, and it connects it. It doesn't get rid of it. It just turns it off. And I'll show you what that looks like as soon as we make the connection. So it just brings them both together. You'll hit OK. It's synchronizing the clip. Now, these clips, it's looking at the audio waveforms. Hopefully I didn't screw it up so much that they don't match. It normally happens just like that. Oh, there we go. And there it is. Good interview. It won't, by the way, be in the my sync thing because it doesn't have a keyword now associated with it. It's a new clip. But if I wanted to, I could go ahead and assign a keyword to it. So Command K. Want to make sure it's in the interview. So it goes in the right place. And if I load this in and I look at this, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drag this into my clean timeline. Get rid of that bad one. Go ahead. We'll bring it in. You'll notice that when I skim through it, why is it going black? I didn't break it. I didn't break the TV. I started the recorder a few minutes before she started talking. I stopped it a few minutes after, but my video was much shorter. So it still keeps the good audio. It doesn't truncate it. So that's why if I go too early or too late, it disappears. The audio is there from the phone, but she's not. So I'm going to go ahead, find the area where she is. I'm going to mark it in point, let it play a little bit. And boy, did I run this a long time. Out point. If I want to see this in more detail, let me go ahead and zoom in. And this is where, sometimes you want to be able to see it in more detail. I zoomed in, by the way, Command plus, Command minus. I try to remember giving you the keyboard shortcuts, but that's that whole stretching thing. And just give us a little more space here. So, zoomed in too much. There we go. There, we'll mark that as the in point. Looking at the bear, me, probably a lot of me talking. I'll go ahead and I'm going to just drag this down to the timeline.
They used to leave me home alone because it wasn't.
Wow, look at that. She's a ventriloquist. I did something horrible here.
So
I make these mistakes for you. For you, I make these. I wonder why. It was probably figuring out what the problem was, and it didn't have any idea. So let me go back and see if I grabbed the right one or the wrong one. Sync. And we have this audio. Oh, yeah. I grabbed the wrong audio. I should believe it's 26. Let me take a quick listen here. So this is the audio before we fixed it. Let's go ahead, open up our inspector, select our audio, automatically go loudness, go noise removal. We probably can hear what she's saying now.
or taking another instrument and something else.
And let's cross our fingers, hit Command, select that one, right click, synchronize clips. Give it the right name. We'll call it Lucky because we hope it will be. Cross our fingers. Why don't we pick the same clip again? The net is gone. The floor is opening up. Moment of truth is coming. Let's start talking because I only have about a minute and that's not going to work for me. So I might as well do this as fast as possible.
Yeah, we can take a little bit.
Ah, it worked. Life is good. Okay, so let's get rid of the one that we didn't need. Throw this, go ahead, put it in here. Here we go. There's a beginning. And I can just bring a chunk in. Works so much better now. I always love when actually I do something that works. And there, my microphone was running. I actually was running multiple cameras. We'll use that in the multicam. But now we have our audio. It's synced up. And minus 12, it's hitting. I might want to make it a little bit louder. Okay? So I could go in here, and with it selected, I could just turn on the loudness.
And the top of that is going to be lace. And one.
A lot clearer. I actually have something that's pretty usable, and it's speaking really nicely, and I'm good to go here. If I wanted to, and I'm working with audio, and I want to apply other audio filters, we haven't talked anything about filters yet. There's video filters, there's audio filters, there's ways to enhance the look of a show and the way to enhance the audio or the sound of the show. Bad form for me to talk when she's talking. It's really killing the people up in the booth, which will ultimately hurt me, but they're great. So if I wanted to, I could go over here, and I just want to show you how deep the audio controls go. So over here are our effects, where audio and video effects are, and also our transitions. So I'm going to click on that effects, and I see this plethora of effects for video and also all these audio effects. And if I look at this closely, I could change voices and sounds. Yes, I could make her a cartoon animal. Maybe we'll do it for fun. But I can also fix things like change the pitch. If I've slowed it down or I want to make the voice higher, I can put in compressors to dynamically compress the sound so that, if you have a person who's getting really loud and really soft, she just stays at soft. So that's not necessarily what I want to do. But these are some great fixes. And to apply an audio effect, I can test it out before I even apply it. So if I'm playing and I go over here, and we're going to have fun because I'm a little crazy. That cartoon thing is actually really kind of fun. It's at the top. And if I can't find it, here we go, cartoon. And if it's playing, if I hover over it, it will show me what it sounds like. But she's too sweet for me to do that too. So you can see it's very easy to do different modifications, and you don't have to apply it. All you do is you put the cursor over it, and you can hit play, and it will apply the effect so you can test it. And then if you like it, you can go ahead and just drag it on, and it will apply that. And all of these have controls that you can tweak them. So they're not like a one-trick pony where it's on or off. Once you put something on, so if I go ahead and I want to go do some EQ, I can say, yes, I want to do EQ. We're going to go here, and we're going to apply a low-pass filter. A low-pass filter will actually, it's like a cutoff. There's high pass and low pass. So a low pass lets low stuff by, low frequencies by, and high pass lets the higher frequencies by. The effect is, if I put on a low-pass filter, I could cut out everything at a certain frequency. Maybe there's a high whistle or buzz in the room, and I just want to cut everything off above a certain frequency. And that's where, if I throw it on, I can go here. There's presets, in some cases, which I can save, but I can go here. If I double click on that little icon where we got the other, remember we got the equalizer, graphic equalizer, same thing. So what this is doing is anything above 12,000 hertz, it's cutting off and it's letting the low stuff in. Low pass and high pass are actually opposites of each other. But I could control it. I can say, you know what? That frequency is over here at 6,000 kilohertz. So I'll just grab it and move it over. And I can control that. So all this control is there, and that's one of the things you'll be doing with audio in Final Cut. So now we understand how to fix some audio and how to sync some audio. Now we did analyze this audio when we brought it in, but had we not done that, if we had a clip that we hadn't analyzed the audio, so I'm going to just go to a random interview clip here. If it hasn't been analyzed, I can simply go to this little magic wand drop down, and I could say auto enhance the audio, and it's going to look at that, it's going to analyze it, it's going to fix any problems that it sees. And remember, so it thought there was noise, and it still needs to be louder, but it automatically will fix that. Now we're ready to move on to mixing. Let's talk a little bit and talk to me. So I'm going to go ahead and clean this up a little bit. So I'm going to close the inspector. We've been back and forth on that since lesson 1. It's in the upper right-hand corner. Command 4 is if you like keyboard shortcuts. So now I have a little more space here. And I don't need my filters anymore, so I'll just click the filter button. That'll go away. And we have our clips. And I don't want to work on this one. I want to work on the previous one, which is this one right here. And we're ready to start mixing it so we can hear her voice, so the music isn't too loud, and really start massaging it so it sounds great. Let's go ahead and do that. So I could go ahead. I'm going to turn on my index because I want my rolls to be on. So if I just played this right out of the box, my music's at a good level. It might be a little, no, it's good. If it's a little high, you'll see it go into the red. One of the things about music, when you get stock music, it usually peaks almost at 0, because the idea is that if you're listening to music, you want it to be as loud as possible. So a lot of times you need to bring it down a little bit so it doesn't peak. We definitely will bring it down when she starts talking. So I can't hear it at all. So what do I want to do? I want to go in and I want to start working with the audio. And this is where roles will come into play. You know, I'm not using this area of stuff right here. I can close this out so it's not a distraction. So remember we had these buttons here. I can close my browser window. Now I focus really on the video that's going on. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to actually resize the window so I can really see what I'm working on. So the first thing, and I think her audio is pretty clean already, but if I wanted to just hear her voice, I'm going to turn off everything but Anna. And I can hear how she sounds clean and what her levels are clean.
I'm Anna Russell. I'm a dancer from Crimea.
So it's fixed, but she's too soft. And now the nice thing is, I don't have to do these clips and fix them one at a time. If I wanted to, I can grab all of them, and I'm assuming they're all of equal volume. And if I open up the inspector, I should be able to increase the loudness of these all at once. So there's a volume slider, but I can actually bring up the volume level. Unless I brought it up to the maximum I could. I'll type in, brought it up 4 dB. Let's hear how it sounds.
Professor from Juilliard there, and she would invite some of her best
Let's really bring that up.
to term at her music institute. We were situated on top of this mountain with like little houses. In one house we would sleep, in one house we would eat.
Speaks very softly from Crimea. So there's an accent. So it is a little hard to kind of follow along, but we're going to clean it up. So this is loud enough that I should be able to hear, and I did the volume for all of these at once. Okay. There's a couple ways to increase or decrease the volume of a clip. Let me pick a single clip and show you. I'm going to zoom all the way in. So if I have a clip, there is this little bar here, this sound bar, and it's easier to see actually on my music or my ambience, is that this is the audio level. I can bring it up or bring it down right on the interface. Okay, that's one way to do it. Again, with the clip selected, I could also bring it up this way. So it's just a slider. I could type in a numerical value. So there's 3 ways that you could easily, and what I'm doing is, this is just a bar that represents the audio volume. Okay, and this is going to be key. That represents the audio. This is a slider that represents the audio volume. The giveaway, it's called volume. Okay, there's a little thing here where I can type in a number. If I know, I just want to globally, just bring it up 6 dB. Okay, double it and double it again. So all I'm doing is controlling the volume globally on a clip to bring it up. If I bring it up too high, you might see, and it tries to give you a warning, she's going to start flattening out here. It's going into that yellow area, which is warning, and if you see it turn red, you're probably going above 0. Okay, so if I play that, let's see what she's speaking at. Or maybe it's me talking in the background.
I used to go study music.
Yeah, she came pretty close to 0, so that's probably a little too loud, but that should kind of keep you, things that you want to consider. So let's assume that her audio level is where I kind of want it. Let's zoom back out. And now I want to start working with the music. I want to start bringing the music under when she starts speaking. So what am I going to do? I want to be able to turn that music on, and that music is over here. Now the music is on. I could listen to that level by itself if I turn her off. And maybe I want to bring it globally down just about 3 dB, just because it's still speaking a little bit higher here. So I don't want it to come in and blow the audience away and then bring everything down and she's soft. So I want to be able to bring that down. I could grab that little slider here and bring it down. And as you can see, I grab it, I pull it down, and it jumps down. Jumps pretty severely, doesn't it? It's like 0, 2, 4, 12, kind of like when I hit the brakes when I'm speeding. 60, 40, 12, take it. If you hold down the command key, it kind of notches it down, and now I can bring it down one step at a time. So it gives me a lot of control. In addition, I could also use keyboard shortcuts to bring it down. And to do that, let me zoom all the way out. And I want to show you where you can find things. So let's say that I don't remember what the keyboard shortcut is for my audio levels. I could type in what I think would be the location. Maybe it's levels or loudness, not loudness, levels. So I'm guessing, and it's like, I'm not coming up with anything here. But I know what I really want to do is I want to, and this is what I kind of want to talk about. I know I want to modify the clip somehow. So instead of going through each of these and looking, I'm like, oh, I'm doing something to a clip. I bet the keyboard shortcut or the drop-down window would be under modifying something. And there it is, modifying adjust volume. And anytime you see a little diamond or a little triangle, that means you can go deeper in, and there's my options. I can go up and down 1 dB by hitting Control and the minus key to go down. The equals is also the same key as the plus key on your keyboard, so it's just Control plus, Control minus, and I can actually bring the volume up or down 1 dB or 1 notch at a time and get the level I want. So I'm going to hit play, Control minus. And if you look at this very closely, so again, you have that fine tuning. So there it's peaking at -6. That's nice. That's what she's probably doing. So I think that's probably a good level. It's also reflected up here, -6. I could have typed that number in. So we're good. We have our music coming in at the right level. She's starting to speak. So I need to duck the music under so that we can actually hear her, but I don't want to lose it completely, so I want to bring the volume down. There's a couple ways to do this. If you've worked in other nonlinear programs or worked in other Final Cut, you would use something called keyframes, where you can actually control precisely, at this point I want it to be this volume, a second later I want it to go down, and you draw. And we're going to be using keyframes, but the beautiful thing about Final Cut Pro 10 is you can actually do it in a couple of clicks. You can say, I want this range of audio, and I want to bring it down, just a chunk. So one of the tools, we used this actually in the earlier lessons, the range selection tool, both on import and also when we were editing. I can go ahead and choose that tool. The R key is the keyboard shortcut. If you want to get the drop down, it's right there, range selection, okay? And now I'll go here, and I can see this is where she's starting to talk. So I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to just draw a range where she's talking, maybe a little bit beyond. So if I haven't grabbed the full area, I can grab just a little bit more. Come on, be good. There we go. So I grab a little bit more range. When you zoom in, your mouse doesn't like to work the way it should. Okay, there we go. So I grabbed a range while she's talking. And now, if I bring down my audio to a nice level, I want you to see what it's done. I'm going to switch back to my selection tool. It's created keyframes, and it's going to gradually get softer and then gradually get louder. Let's take a listen now. We're ultimately getting to about -18 dB. It's probably going to need to be a little bit softer. Let me turn her voice back on, and I'm going to hit play. Starts ducking down.
I'm Anna Russell. I'm a dancer from Crimea. I
A lot clearer now because we don't have her stepped on by the music. So I can continue to tweak that because maybe I think it's too soft. Maybe I think it came in a little too early. I can grab any of these and move them. All I have to do is grab them, and I can move them back and forth when it goes yellow. So that's a more gradual dip of the music. I could go ahead and say, you know what? I think it needs to be a little bit softer or a little bit louder. I can grab it by the middle. If I grab it too far, undo. There we go. And it's going to work perfectly. If I wanted to, I could also grab a couple of keyframes. Come on. Now, don't worry. The reason it's doing this is because I've zoomed in on my screen, which you normally don't do when editing, and I can't quite get the mouse where it should be. If I go back to this point, look how easy it is for me to actually select these, and they really do work. Okay? So I can click on those. I'm going to just go ahead, Command click, and now I have 2 of them selected, and I can move them as a group. Really hard to see there. So you can readjust these as a group very easy. So that's what you're going to start doing. You're going to start ducking your audio down. If I didn't want to use the range selection tool, I can do the same thing by applying keyframes. Okay, before I did a range and pulled it down, if I take my mouse and I put it over this middle line and I hold down the Option key, wherever I click, it puts a little diamond on that bar. And let me zoom in a little bit so you can see it better. Now, with these diamonds here, I can go ahead and pull this down, and I have the same result. So I can create keyframes, and if I wanted something to come up gradually, or maybe I have a point where the door slams in the background, I might go all the way in and say, let's pretend this is a door slam. I could get really detailed here. I'm zooming in really tight, put a couple of keyframes in. These are really close to each other, and go ahead and grab the right one. And I just brought this down to pretty silent. If I go ahead and zoom out and I hit Shift-Z, so I see the whole timeline, you can't even see barely where I brought it down. But that could be a door slam or a cough. So these are the things that after I kind of piece my show together, I start massaging the audio to get it so it sounds the way I want it to sound. Okay, I can bring down volume, I can bring up volume, I can keyframe the volume. The other thing that I like to do is I like to sometimes fade music out or fade audio in so it's not abrupt. Even if a person's being interviewed, sometimes because of the background noise, if you just cut into the audio, you'll hear like, and then the person speaks, it's unsettling. So if I wanted to, and let's go ahead and zoom in again. As a matter of fact, let me switch completely to audio so you really have this big and make this nice and high. So if I go down to any of my audio clips, and at the very left and right edge, you see there's a little dot right there. See that little dot? I can grab that dot, see if I can grab it when I'm zoomed in, and I'm pulling it to the left. This is creating an audio fade, okay? So it's fading down at this point, and this is actually a pretty long fade.
I felt like a dancer had to be very quiet and not make a sound.
So I'm gonna go back and make it reasonable. I'll have nightmares about zooming in.
I felt it would be too loud, and I'm trying to act and behave as much like a dancer as I could.
So it's a nice gradual, it sounds nice. And I just want to show you that everybody likes audio to sometimes fade out differently. Sometimes you want it gradual at the beginning and then fast at the end. Sometimes you want it fast at the beginning and gradual at the end. Sometimes you want it linear. Well, the nice thing is if I go ahead and I go and click on this dot here, be good. There we go. I can change the way that audio fades out or fades in. So maybe, you know, this is the traditional plus 3 dB. It starts off slowly and drops off, but maybe I want it to drop off much quicker, and it changes the curve. So again, you'll start fading things in, fading things out, and the goal when you're ultimately done is to have nice, smooth audio. One of the things I did put in here, did I have my ambient track, my sound effects track? I think I did, yeah. So I did put that sound effect in, and I'm gonna go ahead and shrink my view. Actually, I'm not gonna shrink my view because I'm gonna show you another cool trick. I could go back here and resize stuff, but I want to really see some stuff that's below, and I don't have a lot of real estate because we're working on a small resolution for a television. So I could go back here into my roles, and there's these little dots. If I click on one of these dots, it will focus on just that. So I want to focus just on the effects. It made everything really small except for the effects one. So now I can see that nice and big, and I'm not distracted by the other elements. Okay, I can focus on a couple things at a time. So you can go ahead, actually, I won't do it that way. Do it another way, but I can definitely focus on what I want to do. So I'm going to go ahead to the effects. They're probably really loud.
I remember there was in America at Maryland Duke Valley.
You can't really hear them, but
and
that's what's on. So it is subtle enough. I guess I did make it subtle enough that it's just in background. It goes back to what I was saying at the beginning. You know, you might see some people walking in the background. If you hear a little bit of the sound, it justifies the visual. Okay, and you control things. And a lot of times, maybe when I recorded her, a couple things I do is, in addition to recording her interview, I try to record some empty sound just when nobody's talking before the interview and at the end. That's called room tone. And I don't do it on an empty room. I do it with everybody in place because the way audio reflects off a room with people in it is different than when it's empty. So sometimes I'll aim the camera at the microphone. So if I'm skimming through it, I know that this is room tone. And this is clean audio that if I cut out a word, I can put it in another layer underneath. And now it's nice and smooth because we can hear, if there's like less than if there's a 30th of a second, one frame of video of no sound, you'll actually hear the lack of it drop out. So, you know, yes, sometimes, you know, you bury it in the music, they don't hear it, but if you don't have the music, if there's no justification for it, sometimes you just need to get that room tone, and that's one of the things that you would bring in and bring up and down. And again, you would fade in and fade out so it's nice and smooth. You don't just put it in and cut it out. You would fade it in underneath and fade it out. So that's some ideas behind mixing audio. Any questions? You guys have been awfully quiet today.
How do you change a mono track to a stereo track? Like you recorded one of your interviews in mono, how can you make that stereo?
So if you've recorded something and it is not playing back the way it was intended, mono a lot of times should come out of the challenge isn't that you have a mono track and it should be stereo, so it's only coming out of one channel, which was a challenge with previous editing systems. We'll call them Final Cut 7. Really, mono should stay mono, but come out of the center channel. As it should be, dual. So if things were interpreted wrong, and here we have this music, we're going to do this with a couple clips. This one is stereo, so I select the clip in my timeline, I open up the inspector, and then I can click on this, and I can get a drop-down window and see how it's going to interpret it. So maybe I don't want this to be stereo. Maybe it really should be dual mono because I'm afraid that somebody might only have one speaker on, and they're not going to hear the other side of the music. So I can say, do that as dual mono, and it automatically turns these into single mono clips. If my mics were backwards. The other nice thing I can do here is if I recorded something dual mono and one track was completely empty, well, it should catch that when I analyze and say delete empty tracks. But if it doesn't, and sometimes there's like a low hum on one channel, so it errs on the side of caution and keeps that channel alive. But you know for a fact there's no waveform because it's just room buzz. Okay, you can uncheck a track and you don't even see it. It doesn't delete it. It just turns it off so it doesn't appear. Okay, by just clicking that. And I can bring it back. So this is very useful if we're in a case of, let's bring back our browser, the interview stuff. If you notice, for example, the audio only clip, that would be her. It's a quick way for me to find the actual interview sound bites. Click on that. It assumed it was mono. It's going to assume it's going to come out of the center. But I could control if I want to. And as a matter of fact, most of us will probably mix in stereo, but Final Cut has the ability to actually do a full surround mix. Ideally, if you're going to do that, you're going to do it in an editing suite where you actually have speakers in front of you and behind you and in the middle instead of guessing. But it does have that luxury if you wanted to. Yes?
Does Final Cut Pro have kind of like a old school mixing board where you can actually look at all the audio tracks and move it with a fader back and forth?
Not yet. We know it's on the horizon, but there is no traditional mixing board that you would see like in a traditional editing program with faders. The rolls, as a matter of fact, is something that's relatively recent. This is being recorded, obviously, February 2017. We can't hide that fact. But Final Cut was updated with all these really roll controls as recently, I believe it was October of 2016. And this was a big jump, and they've been very aggressive, and I wouldn't be surprised if the next rollout, if they focus on sound, you would see that. It's definitely a request. Okay, good. So that's some ideas with audio. It can go much deeper, but I think my goal was to open your eyes and open your ears on what you can do with sound and how you would mix it and how you would think about it. A lot of the techniques that we learned in this lesson, you would use from the very beginning all the way through finishing your show. And you don't have to just panic and do it all at once. Scaling, cropping, and positioning photos. What we're going to look at, scaling photos. We talked about that before. It's like, what if you have a really big photo and you want it to fit? Or what if you just need to scale something down because you want to do picture-in-picture or multiple images? We're going to look at trimming and cropping an image so you can actually change the aspect ratio, cut things out. Maybe you don't want to show the whole image. Animating with something called the Ken Burns effect. Ken Burns became famous for a documentary he did called The Civil War, where he did lots of moves on photographs, historical photographs and documents, and for something where you basically had a bunch of stills, it was a very, and this is not a pun, moving experience. It is a pun, but I really didn't intend on it. It just spewed forth, but it's a great documentary. He's done many since. He did baseball, but it's kind of known now as the Ken Burns effect. We did it in the old days before Ken Burns. He just did it so well, it got named. He got his name attached to it. You just scale something down because you want to do picture-in-picture or multiple images. We're going to look at trimming and cropping an image so you can actually change the aspect ratio, cut things out. Maybe you don't want to show the whole image. Animating with something called the Ken Burns effect. Ken Burns became famous for a documentary he did called The Civil War, where he did lots of moves on photographs, historical photographs and documents. And for something where you basically had a bunch of stills, it was a very, and this is not a pun, moving experience. It is a pun, but I really didn't intend on it. It just spewed forth, but it's a great documentary. He's done many since. He did baseball. But it's kind of known now as the Ken Burns effect. We did it in the old days before Ken Burns. He just did it so well, it got named. He got his name attached to it. There's also something called animating with keyframes. So the Ken Burns is like you set the beginning, you set the end, and magic is done for you, which I really like, because sometimes you just want to do things fast and smooth. But if you really wanted to do intricate moves, we have keyframes, and we learned about keyframing in audio. We did some simple keyframes where it got louder and softer and louder again. So keyframe with video, it's going to start here, maybe go there, maybe grow. So we'll look at that. And all of the things we're learning with still images, with photographs, apply to video. So you can also scale video. You can also fly video. You can also trim and crop video. You can also do Ken Burns moves on video. So even though we're going to be working with a still image, everything we're learning can be applied to a clip. So that's great. And then we're going to wrap up with bringing in Photoshop documents, just so you can see how Final Cut handles Photoshop documents, which it does very well. We're not going to do a lot with Photoshop documents because as we move forward, we're going to learn how you can build some great graphics with a few clicks directly inside of Final Cut. So a lot of times you don't even have to step out to Photoshop or to a graphics program. And that's what we're going to cover in the next 30 to 45 minutes. We'll see how long it takes. And let's, as we say, go to the laptop and start bringing in some pictures. Now, we didn't import a lot of pictures to start intentionally. There were a couple places we learned we could do them. I could, if I wanted to, import any pictures that are in my photos library. So I could go through here and grab an image, and I literally can find an image that I like. Look at these. And these were kind of just shot with a high frame rate camera. I think, let's see if I got a good leap here. Oh, that's a good leap, and it's small, so it gives us something to work with. So I'm going to just go ahead, and I'm going to drag that directly into a sequence. Because this is the first clip in the sequence, one of the things, and we learned this actually day one, lesson one, if you grab anything and drop it into a blank sequence, it asks if you want it to match the sequence, or in this case, do you want to go with a default? I want to stay in a default, 1920 by 1080. Probably want to do maybe 2997. We touched on that earlier just to refresh you. Most video in the US is at either 2997, or we round it to 30 frames a second, or 24 frames a second. That's like theatrical film. So people like to shoot and edit in both flavors. If you are working in other parts of the world, many other parts of the world, there's a format called PAL, which is 25 frames a second. So for those people around the world who are watching this, yes, it works in PAL, and actually, there's more PAL people than we are NTSC, 24 frames. Final Cut will work at any of those. One of the beautiful things about this, we talked about it earlier, we're going to talk about it again, I'm going to hit that one home. Final Cut will adapt. If you have footage that is different frame rates, if you have some footage somebody shot on their iPhone at 30, and then you have somebody shot on their DSLR at 24, it will match to whatever the timeline is. So you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to think, it does the thinking for you. Now, what will be different is when we bring this picture in, depending on which camera I use, it's either a 12 megapixel or a 24 megapixel image. And I'm going to hit OK, and then we're going to talk a little bit about megapixels again. So I bring it in, I'm going to hit Shift-Z so we can fit it to the window. And if I go back into my browser and I look at this clip, instead of looking at this in the list, in the icon form, or the thumbnail form, I'm going to look at it as a list form. And when I look at this clip, yeah, that's the one I want. I could scroll over and see a lot of information about this, such as possibly its frame size. There's the camera I shot it on. So I have a feeling what the frame size is. I don't see the frame size. This is my browser. If I want to see other parameters, I can simply right-click on any of the top names, and by checking it, it will appear. By unchecking it, it will disappear if I don't use it. So maybe I have never written any notes, and I don't need to see that, but I do want to see frame size. And so probably threw it at the very end. I can rearrange this by just dragging them. And so this was 24 megapixels, 6,000 by 4,000 pixels. Okay, I had mentioned in earlier lessons, television, high-def television is 1,920 pixels wide by 1,080 pixels high. 2 megapixels. So if you had an old iPhone, you could shoot something as small as 2 megapixels. Most of what we're shooting now, 8 megapixels, 10, 12 in our phones. Some of the phones, the Galaxy or the Google one, 40 megapixels. It's crazy. Cameras can do that. These are huge. If you put these in and you don't shrink them down, you'll see like this little part of the image, okay? So that was the question earlier. Should we scale these down before we bring them in? Depending on the show and how many videos you have, you can scale it down, because if you don't scale it down before you bring it in, Final Cut will do it. You're just making it do a lot more work than it needs to. So if I wasn't going to do any kind of zooming in, I might take it into a photo program and crop everything the way I want it, 16 by 9, because this is 3 by 2 probably, and export it maybe at 1920 by 1080, and I can just drop them in, and it doesn't have to do any extra math to calculate scaling it down, and things would be quicker. If I have a fast computer, I might leave it full size. If I'm going to do any kind of a move, maybe I'll do a multiplier. Instead of 1920 by 1080, I double each of those. 3840 by, I forgot, 1020, what did I say? 1920 by 1080. Okay, 2160. See, my math teacher somewhere is very happy as he's banging his head going, I finally got rid of that student. But so I double everything. Now, if I wanted to do a zoom in, I have the resolution to work with without things getting soft. That's what you want to keep in mind if you're going to scale it down. And one thing we're going to do with this image is we are going to zoom in. Okay? I always try to do any kind of correction to my photography in a photo program. You can do color correction to a still image in Final Cut. It's not the best use of the CPU, because what you're doing is you're doing color correction 30 frames a second for multiple seconds. It's a lot of work, where if you take it into Photoshop or Photos or Lightroom, you can tweak it exactly how you want, export it, and you don't worry. And maybe you want to tweak it a little bit to match the video so the colors don't change too much, but I do most of it. This is directly out of the camera. Who knows, it was probably bracketed. She was jumping, I probably was shooting it fast. But this is a huge image, and I just want you to be aware of that. If you bring in an image that's smaller than 1920 by 1080, you could enlarge it, but it's going to get softer, okay? And sometimes that's a necessary evil. People say, oh, go ahead, grab the picture off my website, you can use it. It's for the web, it's like 600 by 400, and you're like, so it's just things to keep in mind. And that's what we're going to learn, is how to manipulate these images now. So I bring that in, and it comes in at a fixed duration. With a still image, when I bring it into my sequence, I can always grab it and make it longer or shorter as needed. I'm just grabbing the edge and extending it. If I want to control what the still image size is, if I go to the preferences, and these are very simple. You don't have to get lost in complicated preferences. One of the beauties of Final Cut. I can go ahead, still images, duration is 4 seconds. If I know that every image I want to work with needs to be 10 seconds long for a video I'm doing, I change it to 10 because then I don't have to go back and change the 4 to 10 every time. But you're never locked in, it's just a starting point. And now let's get our head around how we can work with this image. Because I don't need this anymore, I'm going to go ahead and close that. Gives us a little more real estate to work with. And as a matter of fact, because we're working with a still, I want to make this bigger. So you can, of course, customize by just dragging corners. Now I have lots of real estate here in my very small laptop screen. And so I have the clip in the timeline. I have the inspector open, and we've used the inspector before. We used it in audio to turn tracks on and off. It's also where you would access things like your video and audio filters. But in this case, I want to work with something very specific. If I zoom in, you'll notice that under video, there is something called spatial conform. And there are a drop-down for 3 different options: fit, fill, and none. By default, it will do fit. So if I bring a clip into my sequence, it's going to shrink it so all the corners are there. Let me go ahead and bring in the next image, just because that's a vertical, that's a portrait size, so it's stills. I think it's this one. That's vertical. I'm going to grab that. I'm going to hit the E key to do an append edit. So I have this second clip here, and you can see that this clip is not filling the space. Now, it's hard to see on this screen. This is the frame of my television. And it's kind of black on black, so it's hard to see. It looks like it's really teeny in this spot. Let me go ahead and make this so that this is more like a television set. So what it does is it brings it in, and it wants to show the whole image. Okay, so it's going to squeeze it down what it needs to be. And that can be great. If I want to bring in everything full and just not cut off any part of my image, I can do that. I'll just have something behind it that's black. Okay? Or you think it's black because it's not. This is actually transparent. So if it's on the bottom layer, on the main storyline, yeah, there's nothing below it, so it is dark. But if I had another picture behind it, and I'm going to just actually throw one picture on top of the other one, because you'll be able to see, it really is transparent. So if I know that I'm going to cut away to this, it's going to be, this size, I want it to be this size, and somebody's talking, I'm going to have to put, some sort of a background in between, which you can get out of Final Cut. They have a generator. You can get straight colors, gradients, moving, flowing backgrounds. All of this is built in, and we'll get to that when we talk about generators in the generators lesson. But right now, let's focus on working with images. And as a matter of fact, I think to make things a little clearer, I do want to put something behind it so you can really see what the TV frame is. So we're going to cheat, and we're going to jump ahead a little bit and grab a generator. We're not going to talk too much about them. So I go to my Generators tab. I look at my generators, see all these great little backgrounds? So we want to jumping in clouds. You guys get to vote in front of a curtain. First one who speaks up wins. Industrial. Okay. Let's be under I. There we go, industrial. Going to go ahead, do industrial. Sometimes I forget I've zoomed in. I'm like, what happened to the rest of my interface? Okay. And I'm going to go here, and I'm going to attach this clip underneath, connect it. Oh, I actually did this twice. How did that get in there? There we go. You get to hear what's going on in my head. So now we have this lovely industrial thing. Should be showing beautifully behind it. It is. It is an odd color. It's dark. Lovely choice. Hard to see. Want to get me in trouble. Can I change that a little bit? That was just really dark. Industrial loses. Okay? We're going to go ahead and replace that. Here we go. Much easier to see her jumping through water through the aquatic world of Final Cut Pro. Okay? So there she is. That jump. Here's the other jump. Okay? We can see what the background is. A little easier to work with. So this is the default. This is the fit option. If I wanted this to fit and not have anything clear in the background, instead of going to fit and make sure I have the clip selected, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do fill. Fill will make sure that the narrowest edge touches the wall. So you see you don't have any background on this one. We'll do the same thing. We'll go fit to fill, and we don't see anything. It just blows it up as much as necessary. So that's nice for the first one, but this one, it doesn't really work much at all, right? No worries, because I can reposition this. I can crop this. I can modify this, and that's what we're going to work with. That's what we're going to do. So when I do fit, I want to shrink this image down, shrink the view down, so you can see what's actually happening. We're looking at filling the frame. I'm going to shrink this down. This little drop-down window lets me view my image at 25% of its original size. So this is all the stuff that's outside the television set. I'm going to go ahead, if I click on that, if I choose transform, just so you can see this, be good. I just basically opened up the frame so you can see the original image, and this is what's in your TV set. Okay, so that's how you have to think of it. It's actually still smaller than its original size. Remember, it's 6,000 by 4,000, but Final Cut has made it fit. Now, what if I do want its original size? Underneath fill is the word none. So now it's a 1-to-1 pixel relationship. It is now the full 6,000 by 4,000 wide, and if I have to zoom back even further, I'm only seeing this part of the image inside of here, okay? And what that allows me to do is this little spot is what my viewer sees when they're watching it. I can reposition this picture anywhere I want, okay? I've zoomed back. I've stepped really far back from my canvas on its easel, so you can see this. If I switch my view here, back to fit, so it's nice and big so we all can see it. This is what I'm seeing. This is a 1-to-1, and I can really leverage this picture, and it's crisp, even though I'm only looking at a small chunk of it. Same thing can happen here. Okay, I'm going to go in, it's selected, none, and there it is. It's as sharp as the original. Okay, I think this was pretty low light that I shot this. Okay, so there's how you can scale an image to the presets, but you can also scale an image to exactly the size you want. Okay, these are like all or nothing, right? You don't want that. You want to have full control. You're artists. So I'm going to go ahead and let me just zoom out. And so I have this image, and what I'm going to do is I can actually transform it. I'm going to shrink it again so you can kind of see what's happening. So we'll go here to say 50%. And I want to start scaling this. Actually, if you want to see the edges, I think I need to go a little bit smaller. There we go. There's my edges. So this is one of the downsides of something huge, is that you got to really kind of step back. But it's sometimes necessary because maybe I want to do a move on this and I really want to have some space to work with. So I have my image. To get to this point here, to get to where I can actually start working with transform, there's a little button down here, and there's also a keyboard shortcut. But if I go to the far left of this window, there's a little drop down where I can see transform, crop, and distort. Okay, so transform, and especially for those who are familiar with Photoshop, allows me to literally change its position and change its size. So if I grab a corner and move it in, it's going to get smaller in the frame, zoom back basically, or pull this way, I'm zooming in. It will always maintain the right aspect ratio for television. Okay, unlike Photoshop, where if you grab it and don't hold down a modifier key, you can change it. By default, it wants to keep the same aspect ratio so you don't mess up, because you don't want tall, skinny, or short, fat people that weren't that way originally. So I can start positioning from the corner. I can also drag it around. So maybe I really want to see her reflection versus her there, or maybe I just want it to fill the screen. So I can position it exactly how I want my image. I'm going to go back to full view, this little fit button. And I could, of course, adjust this here also. I want you to see that as I'm doing it through the interface here, I can also do it numerically inside of my inspector panel, make sure that the video clip is selected. And you can see right there, I have transform, crop, distort. But this is, again, a little confusing because I see no controls. Do you guys see controls? No. Okay. They're very sneaky. If I hover my mouse over this empty space, I see the word show. This is something you need to know, that if you don't know, you're like, how do I do this? If I click on show, I see the controls that I can then move with sliders or numerically enter numbers. So I can go ahead, I can scale it. In this window, I can actually scale my X and Y values, which is going to distort my image. Not necessarily something I want to do. If I do all this and I realize I've screwed up and I need to go back to the way it was, anytime you see a counterclockwise arrow, that's a reset option. I can reset individual parameters, or I can reset the whole thing with all the changes. So now its position is 0 and its modification is 0. So this is a graphical way of manipulating the size of an image. Bring it down full. So that's one thing you're going to want to do. You want to be able to just scale in size your image. You're not going to move it yet. But what about some of these other options down here? So let me bring this in to perfectly fit. I'm going to switch from none to fit. So we see the whole image. See more than the whole image. What did I do? I did my scales at 55%. There we go. So there it is. That's the fit. I have the bars. But maybe I just want to crop it and see her, but I don't want to make it any bigger. Maybe it's going to be a picture-in-picture or something. So in the same area that I found transform, there's also something called crop. And when I click on crop, you'll see these three little options pop up. Okay? Trim, crop, and Ken Burns. If you come from an environment where you're working with, say, Photoshop and you're used to cropping, you have to kind of rethink what Final Cut defines as cropping and trimming. Trimming is what some of us think of as cropping, cutting off sides of the picture's top. Think of it as you have a scissors and you're just cutting out the part of the picture you don't want to see. So if I'm in the trim mode, I can go ahead and grab any of these hashes at the edge and I can start cropping the image to just what part of the image I want to see. Okay? I can grab the trim and crop. See, I even used the words wrong. So I am trimming it, and I don't have to stick to any specific aspect ratio. Okay? I'm going to go ahead and reset that. I can go over here. I'm going to go show crop because I want to see this. I'm just going to hit my little resets, and I'm going to reset all of it. There we go. So that's trimming. Gives you full control. You can trim off whatever you don't want to see. If you switch to crop, it automatically switches to a 16:9 aspect ratio, and I'm assuming you're working in a 16:9 timeline. It will match whatever the timeline is. If you're working 4:3, it'll do that. But now, when I scale it up and down, it maintains the right aspect ratio. So really, I'm just reframing the image. Okay? So I've reframed the image, and as soon as I hit done, I'm good to go. So it's very quick. If you know, I want to just fill the image with one area, I don't want to crop, I don't need to scale, I could go ahead and I could just choose crop instead of trim, boom, pick my area, good to go. The next one is the Ken Burns. When you do the Ken Burns, and this is fun, we're starting to animate at this point, I see two bounding boxes, one green, one red. Green is go, red is stop. Okay? So what I want to do is I want to draw a box around where I want the image to start when we come to it. And then I'm going to take the red box and I'm going to put that, well, where do I want the image at the end of the move? And then if I go ahead and I hit the little play button, which is up here, I can see the animation, which is pretty quick because the animation is determined by the length of the clip. Okay, it's going to start at the beginning, finish at the end. If I want it to be slower, I could either make the move a little more gentle, or I could extend the duration of the clip. Next to the play button, there's another button which allows you to swap the start and the finish boxes. So instead of moving away from her, now when I hit play, it moves across. You'll see it's a little jumpy. It's because I'm really pushing this computer. So there's something called rendering. Rendering, and you can have this set up to do it in the background, so you don't even have to physically say render, but what it does is it figures out the math behind the scenes, so when you hit the place or the space bar, it plays nice and smooth. Because right now it's trying to calculate 6,000 by 4,000 pixels moving at 30 frames a second while doing a crop on a slow machine. Therefore, it's getting a little tired. So what rendering does, it says, okay, I'm going to look at this, calculate exactly what's going to happen, and save that information. So when Abba presses the play button, it'll play nice and smooth. Okay? That's what rendering. It creates another file to look at. And you'll use rendering sometimes when you're putting an animation together, when you're putting a filter on something or multiple filters. If it's too much for the computer to handle and play back smoothly, you may need to render. The other option you have, and this will vary, again, upon the computer, what you need to do, is in the view area where we switched earlier, you saw the proxy versus optimized. There's also an option between better quality playback, where it's trying to keep it really, really sharp, versus better performance. So if you don't want to go through rendering, you're just kind of playing around, getting a feel for things, but you're not happy with it being a little bit jumpy, you can go ahead and I switch to better playback. You see that was a little bit smoother? So I'm happy with that. I can go ahead and hit done, and I can keep editing. Since I brought rendering up, and I'll bring it up again, I want to go and tell you how you can control when it chooses to render in the background. Again, we go to the preferences. The preferences will always be located underneath the name of the application, under Final Cut. And if you go here, these are only a few options, you'll see that you have a choice when the rendering actually starts. It's under General, there we go. And here I am trying to remember which window it was moved into. I changed it once, I've never changed it again. Here we go, it's under Playback. and it is set to start rendering after 1/3 of a second of no movement of your cursor. Personally, I think that's a little bit quick. I'm still thinking 1/3 of a second. I don't even think that's the default. I thought the default was 5 seconds. But I usually make it about a minute or two, maybe 120 seconds, because if I haven't touched something for a couple of minutes, okay, start rendering in the background. It's going to be creating new files. And so you can actually choose not to have it render until you force it to render, until you choose it from the menu, because maybe you're on a computer, on your laptop, and you don't have a lot of space, and you don't want it to create all these files in the background. So you might turn it off. As a matter of fact, when I'm on a laptop, I usually do turn it off. And I only render when I need to see something if it stutters. Now, I'm using a 5-year-old Apple Macintosh. It didn't really stutter that bad. So think that if you have a newer computer, you really don't have to deal with a lot of this rendering issues that people used to deal with legacy editing programs. So I could go ahead, I could turn that off, close that, not a big deal. And then if I did need to see it render, because we also, in addition to the move, I put a dissolve in, I could go up here. If you can't find it, just type in render, and you can go render selection. Okay? This is going to be a real tough question. See if you're with me. What do you think the keyboard shortcut is to render? And it's not a trick question because I have it open right here. Okay? Who's wearing the hat? If you're wearing the hat, you're in Control. Control R for render. Okay? So that way you can just render whatever you have selected. If you want to render the whole timeline, you can do Shift Control R. Usually they try to do a modifier key and then an additional one that's very similar. And we'll look a little bit at keyboard shortcuts, how you can find them and do it. But if I wanted to see that, I would simply select it or hit Control R, and it's going to now render what it needs to in the background and should play back just fine. Okay, to the other still. So that's the idea of the Ken Burns effect. It's really easy. It's great on a big image. If I wanted to do it on this one, let's just go ahead and leverage that. Activate it, Ken Burns. So I see this as being full. You zoom back a little bit. I think my problem is I grew this. I should have fixed my transform first before I thought of doing that. Oh yeah, and zoom back. So there we go. Ken Burns, zoom back. There's my framing. A little bit crazy there. It's trying to do the whole image. Guess I need to go back even a little further. I think I confused it. I think I beat the system. I'm going to go ahead and reset this because it's trying to crop it the wrong way for the Ken Burns effect. I did something. I'm not going to blame it on the application. I bet I did something absolutely crazy. Let me go ahead, select my clip, and this is a great little thing. Lots of little secrets here. Under File, Edit, I can go ahead and remove my effects and remove my attributes. Okay, so that took everything off, and let's go ahead and bring our view back to where it should be. I make all these mistakes intentionally to make you feel better, and I'm successful at it. Okay, there's the image. I want to do the Ken Burns effect. I go over, select the drop down. Ken Burns is under crop. Choose it. I now can go here and I can say, I want to start at her feet. I want to end at her face. I want it to zoom in just a little bit. Okay, and then let me look and see what the playback looks like. I like the move. I want it to be a little slower. Well, it's the duration of the clip. If I stretch the clip longer, then I have more time to get from the first point to the second point. Again, probably would need to render. But it's pretty slick, isn't it? Yeah, I'm happy with it. I'm going to hit done, and I move on to the next clip. So that's how you would use the Ken Burns effect to animate still images, and you can do the same thing within video. Okay? So just to prove to you you can do it within video, I'm going to open a video clip and bring it into our sequence. Now, I've mentioned before that some of the footage I shot it at ultra high definition, 4K, which is the new flavor. HD is nothing anymore. Okay, now everything is 4K. So if you shoot at 4K and you're delivering just at high def, you have 4 times the area to zoom in and pan and whatnot, which is why I like to do it. It allows me to reframe after the fact. So I'm going to go ahead, and I actually was clever that I made a keyword of everything that's 4K. Okay, so this is theoretically 4K, but let me pick up something that's more static. I want to pick up something where I don't move the camera. This is a stabilized, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to use this anyway, even though it's a little bit shaky. We're going to learn how to stabilize an image like this. Threw it onto my timeline. Let's go ahead and close this window. So I have this zoom. My muscles hurt after I work with her. Okay, so barring the fact that it's a little shaky, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and do that same kind of Ken Burns effect. Click on this, choose crop, Ken Burns, see my 2 windows. Okay, I'm going to start here, and I'm going to go into a close-up. So let me start wider. it'll be the duration of this clip. This clip could be a little bit long. I didn't even mark an in or an out point. Yeah, we're not going to use that whole clip. Just go ahead. We'll trim that on that side. We'll trim it on this side. Let the camera get stable. There we go. And now we'll go ahead and we'll hit play. And I'm doing a push that wasn't in the camera. Okay? I have a better example for this, the interview shot. We're going to go to any of the interview stuff. Boom, interview. I have some 4K interview. It's from the Shogun. So I have this nice wide shot here. Let me pick a nice small clip of it. How can I pick a nice small clip? I can go ahead and mark an in point. I can pick an out point. That's be the duration. I can drag it down. Okay. So there it is. We have this wide shot. She's talking. While she's talking, wouldn't it be great if I could reframe and zoom in as she's getting more excited? Once again, I can switch over to the Ken Burns effect. Make sure that's selected. I start off. This is a lot of resolution, and I'm not going to get a softer image as I push in. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do a little cropping over here. And now, go ahead.
I had this fabulous idea to start making my own dresses, and
It's pretty slow. And you know, I did something wrong here. It's going backwards. It's zooming out. So let me make it shorter. Let me hit that swap button. And let's see this in action.
this fabulous idea to start making my own
So I'm doing a nice, slow camera move.
dresses to the fabulous for my first time. So
One thing you'll see, and it's hard to see here, is because I switched from the playback style, from best picture basically to smoother playback, when I'm watching it, it does look a little soft until I render it. But as soon as I stop, I see it at full resolution. If I export it, I do not have to render it. It does it automatically. So the render is just a convenience if I want to see it at full resolution while I'm editing. Okay? It never will put out anything at low resolution because it will always render in the background if it hasn't on export. Okay? So that's pretty cool. You could do this on other images too. You just, if it's the same size to start with and you zoom in, it's going to get a little bit softer. Okay? But if you start off with something really sharp, that's good. A couple of other things that we can work with an image. I'm going to go back to stills. Is in addition, I'm going to make this, let's get rid of this effect. We're going to go ahead and do a reset on this. And you'll notice right here, there's my reset button. It's in the Ken Burns thing. There's my trim and crop. I'm going to just go ahead, boom. It's back to normal. Let me get this dissolve out of there. So I have this image. And another option is something called distort. And basically what distort allows you to do, it allows you to basically pin something back and kind of fake perspective. So sometimes when you see people doing interviews and you have like the picture-in-picture, one of them might be, at a slight angle there. It just gives that appearance of three-dimensional because you can grab the corners and actually distort the image. That's really what it's all about. So that's one of your options for distort. If you don't like what you've done, again, go back, reset. Life is good. So that's animating it, that's cropping it, that's trimming it. Questions at this point? Mesmerized. It's cool at least, right? Does it look like something you can do pretty easy if you remember the 3 steps? Of course, the secret is, as soon as you can, try to get onto Final Cut and try it, because otherwise you'll blank. But the nice thing is you can go back and watch the video again, and then you can try it. And that's really one of the things I like to impress upon folks is the last thing you want to do is take the class and then have to edit a project that you have to deliver to somebody for a worker, because then you're stressed. As soon as you start playing with it, just play with some footage you have and you just want to have fun with. And if you mess everything up, nobody cares, because you're completely free to do anything. You can always hit undo, reset, delete, and start from scratch. And then you can have fun. So what we wanted to do is I wanted to be able to animate this, but I wanted full control. Maybe I didn't want to use the Ken Burns effect. Maybe I wanted to zoom in, or maybe even fly the image around, or maybe have it zoom into one area and then pan over to another area. We're creating keyframes. We're telling it where we want it to be at a certain point of time in our sequence. Okay, so at the beginning I want it to be nice and wide, then I want to zoom into her face, and then we're talking about, her toe shoes. She goes through them once a week, and I want to tilt down. Can't do that in Ken Burns because it's only from A to B. So maybe I have it positioned here, and I'm going to bring this, I want it to be full screen. So I'm going to cheat. I'm going to switch right over to fill. So now we're over here, and it already was off, so let me go ahead and reset my transform. So this is the vanilla image with everything, the way it came in, the edges cropped. So here's the trick, and I'm going to delete everything else in the timeline because I want you to be able to really focus on what we're doing here. Oh, want to get rid of that too. Don't want to get rid of the bottom one. As a matter of fact, I think this might be, I like the first image. I like this. This is me. I can be wishy and I can be washy. I can be both at the same time. Okay, so there we are. I have the background, though we're probably never going to see it because we're going to stay in the image. And what I want to do is I'm going to go into transform. Okay. And you can, by the way, there are keyboard shortcuts. If you don't remember the keyboard shortcut, you can type in the word. Actually, transform the keyboard shortcut for it. I don't remember, or do I? I'm crazy. If you don't remember a keyboard shortcut and you go ahead and you type in and you try to go, oh, transform, I don't see it. I guess there isn't one. You know, it should find it. If I type in transform up there, I know you guys are kind of squinting there. I go over here to Final Cut Pro and I go under preferences to something called commands. If I go to commands, I get this great little powerful dialog box that allows me to assign keyboard shortcuts to things that don't have keyboard shortcuts. Maybe I do something all the time. It also allows me to find the keyboard shortcuts for something that I may not see in the drop-down menu. So I'm curious, is there a keyboard shortcut that can very easily get me to the transform? So I'll type in transform. Shouldn't have capitalized that. And look at that. Transform tool. Shift T. Wonder what would happen if I typed in crop. Wonder what would happen if I actually typed the word crop. Shift C. I'm starting to see a pattern here. Shift T, Shift C. I wonder what distort would be. Option, we got you X. Option D. Nobody uses distort anyway. Okay, so very useful. Shift T, Shift C. So I want to switch to my tool there. Clip is, I go Shift T if it's not already selected, and now I'm in the transform tool. Shift C, and now I'm in the crop tool. There we go, see, crop. Okay. Undo, Command Z. So we're going to transform, Shift T, and I'm going to pick the first location. So maybe I want to start in a close-up on her face, okay? So I want to do a close-up, so what do I need to do first? I need to scale it up, right? I can either grab the edge. Well, that's not good, because it's distorting it. Am I in my right tool? Transform. Yeah, grab my edge. But if I can't see the edge, I could go over here to my slider, and I could go to scale and bring it up. I could also, I've been doing this before, I've been kind of stepping back from my canvas, and I'm going to go here to maybe 25%, and I could grab the corner and pull it out. So now I've positioned it where I want it to start. So I've positioned it. This is what I say in my head, okay? I position it, and then I put it in the playhead. I play to where I want it to start moving, so it's going to be static. So I'll go here and I'll play along. Playhead's over here. So from the beginning to this point, it stays in this framing. And at that point, I want a keyframe, because what do I want to do? I want to change its position like we did with the audio. Okay, so I want to create a keyframe. And there's a couple ways to add that keyframe. I can go over here to my transform area, and if you notice I hover over here, I get these little diamonds. Remember those diamonds from audio? So if I go ahead and I want to add a keyframe for scale, I can click on that. It creates a keyframe where it freezes it at that location at that point in time, and also the position. So I have my position, I have my time, and then I make my keyframe. That's what you have to remember. Position, okay, a time, position, keyframe. So the next thing is, what do I want to happen? Well, she's static there, and then maybe a little bit later, so I'm moving the playhead, time. I want it to go to a different position. I want it to go to her hands, because we're talking about the graceful hands, okay? And then I need a keyframe. It will automatically create a keyframe for anytime I move it after I create the first one. If I create the first one, it creates, anytime I change position, it'll create a keyframe, because I made a first keyframe on position. Because I made one on scale, it'll also do it on scale. Did I change the scale? No, I just repositioned it. So if you look at scale, there's not a full keyframe there. I could go ahead and force one, okay? Because I don't want it to grow at that point, because I'm going to grow it in a moment. And if I didn't have that middle keyframe, it will start growing from the earlier point, okay? So now I have my position, I have my scale locked in, and now I'm going to go ahead and I just want to see her more full screen. So I could grab the edge, I could grab my scale, I'm going to scale it down a little bit so we see more of her, reposition it, and I actually want to see her fully in the screen. So I'm going to go ahead and let's see if this will let me do this without distorting it. Okay, and I'm going to just bring it in nice and small. So I might have not remembered to move my time. I think I did this wrong. I teach and I don't, yeah, I did it wrong. I'm going to undo. So I set the second position. I'm doing well here, aren't I? So the first position, it's going to play. You can actually even scrub. It's going to go ahead, and we're going to go to the hands. And then it hits the second keyframe, and it stays there. Then I go to a new place, and I want to add another keyframe, because I want it to be static from point 2 to point 3. Go ahead, lock in position, lock in scale. Did it just jump back on me? Let's try that again. It's easy peasy when you know what you're doing. Okay, we pull back. I think I pulled back too far. So what I did here, just so you can see what's going on, I can jump between my keyframe points, backwards and forwards, and I actually jumped and then put the keyframe. So I can jump backwards to each previous keyframe, to the next one. If I need to add a keyframe, I can do that. So that's what's happening here that you can barely see. Jumping back. So there's my starting point. There's my next point. I kind of screwed that up. So I really want it to be kind of down there. Goes to the hands. So I have keyframes. I move it a little bit later because we're going to hold for a second so we can talk about our hands. And now we're going to put new keyframes in. Boom. I just hit the wrong button before that's what happened, on scale and position, and then we'll go down a little bit more, and we'll change the scale and position, and then we're going to talk about her toes. So what did we do? We started static. I'm going to do this again, by the way. This is one of those things you need to see a few times, and then you have the aha moment. But we start static. We go, as we're watching, we then go to the hands and zoom out, and then we go down to the feet. Okay? Let's go ahead and play that. Going to bring our view to 100. Start at the beginning. It's pretty fast, okay, because I'm moving a lot of real estate. But I want to point out that I can see what the animation's doing as I scroll through. That's my corner point there, right? If I right-click on that, I can actually start doing smoothing where I can get a Bezier handle, and I can start, oh, grab the wrong thing there. Grab the wrong thing again. There we go, there's my handle. Yeah. And I can actually smooth how we go into these areas, okay? So you can control that. I can control my timing. And this is how you control timing on here. There's the clip that we're animating. I kind of want to see the animation over time where it's happening. If you go ahead and you right-click on it, one of the options you'll have is show video animation. And I'll get all this animation for all the different parameters that I could have modified. So in this case, there's the first move, the second move, the third one, the fourth one. I can actually grab this, and if I wanted to, I can say, you know what? That should happen later. This should happen over here. So I can change my timing, okay? So you have a lot of control here. If I have an extra keyframe in, I could just take it out. So now I'm going to remove that one. I have a little bit of rotation. Play it. And now we smoothly move out, and then we go crazy again. Let's go ahead and delete that one. And we have a much more simple move. So that's the whole idea. And I said I would do it again, because let's try to do it with a little more clarity. Now I've given you the confusing version. Let's do the clear version. And in this case, I'm going to do something different. Instead of moving around inside of a picture, I'm going to move a picture around inside of the frame. Fly something into the frame. It's going to use the exact same strategy. So I would go back. I need to pick a clip. So let's look at our browser. And you can do this with a still, or you can do it with video. Let's go ahead and do it with video. I'm going to go ahead and remove her image. I want to remove her image, but not the background. So I'm going to just replace this with a nice video clip. Drag this one arbitrarily in. We'll just do replace from start. So now we have this clip. She's just sitting there. But I want this to animate. I want it to fly in. So maybe I want it to start off screen. So I'm going to go to the beginning, and I'm going to take this image. I'm going to shrink it. I'm going to move it out of the frame. At this point, I want to create a keyframe. If I look up here, remember those keyframes I had over to the right? It's another place I can get to them, okay? So I go ahead, I can click on that. It now creates a global keyframe for everything. I move my playhead over. I drag it to where I want it to be at that point in time, okay? Because there was a change, it should have created a keyframe. And let's go ahead and move a little further. I'm going to add a keyframe because I want it to hold there for a while. There's my second keyframe, locked into position, and then I go to this new location, and I want it to fly off screen perfectly straight. Let's see if our animation has worked. Flies in, hangs there for a little bit, flies out. Okay, if I want to be able to control that duration in the middle, I can right-click, I can say show my video animation. There it is. And I want this to happen a little bit later. Change my timing there, change the timing there, open that up, let's go back, play from the beginning, hangs a little longer, and it's down. Same thing, so you can set your keyframes, animate through them, and you're good to go. So I'm going to go ahead, I brought the Photoshop document in, and as you can see, it has some transparency. If I wanted to, I could, of course, select it and move around the entire animation, so I could animate it on, but I want to point something out. Let me go ahead and make sure it's centered again. Just like we did with multi-camera, it actually comes in with all those layers that we created in Photoshop, and I can manipulate those individually. So if I double-click, I will step inside, and these are all of my layers. Let me go ahead and I can toggle any of these on and off if I select it and hit V key, so I can see that's her name. Let me make this a little bigger so you can see it. So I can do many things. First of all, if I wanted to, I could reposition things. Maybe the artist put Anna Russell that way. I don't want Anna Russell that way. I want the name down here. I'm going to grab this one, and I want the name up there. So I can go ahead and reposition anything that they might have created. If I didn't like the bar that was created, I could go ahead and turn that off. Let me step back into the previous sequence, and you can see that the modifications I made have been updated. I now see her name in the middle without the bar. But what if I wanted to animate this or just have it fade on? I could once again step inside by double-clicking and then do a variety of different things. If I wanted to, I could add a transition or like a dissolve at the beginning to bring something up. So if I want to add a dissolve, I can do that very easily. You can use the keyboard shortcut, but since we really haven't gotten into them, I'm going to just type the word dissolve, and there it is, add across dissolve. So if I watch this, right, turn that off. There we go. It's going to actually fade on that background, and then her name's going to appear. So I could bring that on, and if I wanted to, I could even animate any of the text. So I could go over here, and as this is fading on, maybe I want the text to be off screen at this point. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to move it off screen. Lock in my keyframes of what? Position. Okay, we're not doing anything other than position, so position is locked in. And now at this point, I want it to be off screen. It's going to fly in to here. I drag it to where I want. There it is. Her name comes in. And if I watch this animation, it flies in. So I'm going to step back out to my original. There's the clip with the title over it. I'm going to simply play. Fades in. The name flies in. She flies out. Your audience gets confused, but you have successfully animated several aspects of your video clips. And that's a real quick overview. It's one of those things that the more you play with it, the better you'll get at it. And you can really do some nice things with moving on images. Photography, if you shoot 24 megapixel stuff, you could really do some beautiful moves. And you can also move images in and out easily. Let's move to some of the more finishing things. We want to do things that we might want to stylize or to smooth out our show. So we're going to be working with filters and transitions, and it's pretty basic. We're going to learn how to apply and modify filters and apply and modify transitions and animate them over time. So before I dig in, so tell me what's the purpose of a transition? I might flip-flop this. I think we'll do transitions first, just to keep you on your toes. What's a transition? Have we done any yet? Yes, Abba, we have. It's called a cut. Yes, so a cut is your primary transition. But then what are some other ones you see to get from here to there, A to B? Fade, dissolves, fade at the end of a show, fade up at the beginning, dissolve to smooth out a cut, wipes. I mean, ideally, you don't want to have too many transitions unless the program calls for it, because there was always the challenge that just can't put a transition on, you have to put a different one each time. How many times have you been to a restaurant where they made their own menu and they used every single typeface, every font that they could, and you're like, I just want to order a sandwich? Well, you can have the same challenges with any nonlinear tool. So there's a lot to choose from. There's a lot of great third-party plugins that even give you more choices for transitions and more choices for filters. And so we talked about what a transition is. Why would we use filters? Color temperature. That's a photographer asking that question. It's like people going, I don't know what color temperature is. Abba has a temperature, but that's a different color. Yeah. Color temperature, so light is different color temperatures. Daylight's actually blue, and you'll hear that it's 5,000 or 5,600 degrees. And then inside light's maybe more golden, and you'll hear that it's 3,200 degrees. So we don't see that generally because our eyes automatically white balance. I look at this white piece of paper over here, or this white board over here, and it looks white. But if I go outside, it might be bluer, but my eye says that's white. Okay, our cameras do that, but sometimes they mess up. So sometimes you have to correct it, and you'll use a filter to white balance. What other things might you use? Enhance the image. Improve the image. You might be fixing a problem. There's filters to fix problems. Maybe you need to brighten it up, or it's too bright. Maybe you want to stylize it. You don't want to give it a cool, like, retro 50s look, or you want to make it look like Instagram. No, please don't do that. But there are definitely, that's what filters can be used for. Make something black and white. A lot of different ways you can work with filters. So let's go to the program. We're going to work with a lot of the same footage we've been working on. I kind of simplified the timeline from where we've been for the last few lessons so we can jump to some areas. And actually, I'm going to work at the very end. So I have two clips. We're going to do a transitions first, because if you understand transitions, filters are easy, believe it or not. So I'm cutting between these two clips here. And I'm going to zoom into this section. One of the things we learned earlier, if I want to zoom into a specific section of a show, I would simply hit the Z key, Z as in zoom. And once I've done that, I can just simply draw a little box around the clips I want to work on, and it zooms right to those clips. Isn't that cool? So there we have our clips, and there's our edit point. We have two really short clips. She's jumping, and she's jumping again, and wouldn't it be great if I could have a nice, smooth dissolve between those, okay? So I'm going to go put a transition on, but I know already that there's going to be a problem with putting a transition on here. When I put these clips in, I used every single frame of footage that I had. So if I jump back and look at the original clip, I'm going to look at this, by the way, in a not the list view, but in our film strip view. And to look back at a clip in your timeline, you can find it with the F modified with the shift. So if I go shift F, it will find any clip that's in my browser area and select it. So I look at this clip, she's jumping, and I can see I used the very last frame of this jump. And then I go to this next clip, shift F, I use the entire clip. So if I try to put a transition on, it's gonna bark at me. Not literally. maybe in my mind I hear the barking. But when you do a transition, you need to have some overlap for it to dissolve into or away from, or transition into and away from. And the amount of media you need depends on how long you want your transition to be. Okay, because if there's nothing to dissolve to do that, they would have to actually bring the clips over, and now it's going to change the duration of your show and throw things off. So it's going to give you a warning. So the whole idea is that when you need to put a transition on, or when you're even shooting, always remember you want a little bit of handle, a little bit of fat at the beginning and the end, which gives you something to cross and dissolve between. And also be aware that sometimes you might have a footage that you got from another source, or maybe you actually videotape something where people are also taking pictures, so there's flashes and you do the edit right after the flash. And then when you put the transition in, guess what? That flash is over the dissolve, and all of a sudden, as it's dissolving, you see this flash coming up. So that's something that will happen. And the key is just to be aware of it. And after you edit for a little bit, it becomes second nature. So I'm going to show you where you will find your transitions. And then I'll put one on at the end of a clip, because it always likes to go on the end of a clip, because it's like a fade out or a dissolve out. It just uses the end of the media. And then I'm going to try to put one between these two, and you'll see the problem. And then we're going to fix it. And then we're going to go to some more of the advanced transitions, so you can see how you can leverage them and modify them to your specific needs. So the first thing we want to do to find a transition is we'll go over here to the interface, and we'll click over here to these two triangles pointing at each other. Okay, that's our transition from going from one triangle to the other one. It's a very complex keyboard shortcut. I never remember that it's Shift-Command-5. I just go to the button. That's a case where I go to the button, because I'm not getting to that window a lot. Now, it's really cool. I have all of these transitions available to me. Okay, this is built-in transitions. All of these are built using Apple's Motion application, which you can also get from the App Store. So the engine is naturally in Final Cut already. If you get Motion, you can build your own transitions or modify transitions. There's also the ability to get those third-party ones where you're basically downloading them and installing it. And there's some amazing things, some really cool things out there. Apple gives you a nice basic set, but it's very easy to get third-party ones and install it. And they're actually pretty cost-effective now. They're not crazy like they were back when I started editing with 2 stone tablets. And then you had to figure out how you're going to do a dissolve between 2 stone tablets. It was tough. So then I moved to the future. Okay, so here they are. I'm going to zoom in so you can see what our choices are. So I can look at all of them, or I can narrow them down to say, you know what, I just want to see the different dissolves we have. Okay? And if I skim over any of these, I can kind of get a feel for what that transition does. So I can test them out beforehand. And there's some pretty nice ones, like, the lens flare ones or the light noise. They're a lot of fun to play with, but let's go ahead and start with something very basic. We're going to start with a dissolve, and the default transition out of the box is a cross dissolve. That's a standard movie or TV transition. You use it for a couple of things. Sometimes it's a way to show a change of time. Sometimes you just need to smooth something out. I tend to try to stick to cuts as much as possible, but there's times when you want to get kind of a smoother feel. I thought the ballet stuff really lends itself on some of the leaps to these beautiful transitions fading out. But with the piano banging, I may want to keep that as all cuts. But let's go ahead and try to put a dissolve on the end of this clip, which should be easy. And to do that, all I have to do is grab it and drag it and drop it on. Now, the duration of this dissolve, or of any transition, is set in your preferences. So the preferences out of the box is a 1-second transition. So if I go ahead and I put this on, let me zoom out so you can see what happens. She's leaping, works for just fine, even though there were no handles. Fades out, takes a second. I can change the duration of any transition by simply dragging it. So if I want to make this transition longer, I just grab the edge like a clip. It's not moving the clip. It's not pushing it like we did when we were editing. It's just saying this is going to take longer. So now I have a much longer, slower fade out. Okay, so that's really nice. So I can control it that way. I can also control the duration of my transition by using a keyboard shortcut. How might I control the duration of my transition? How might I control the duration of my transition? Control? No trick questions. It's been 6 days. I haven't tricked you yet. If I hit Control D, this little box pops up here. Okay? This number has changed. My current transition is 2 seconds and 21 frames. If I go ahead and I hit Control D, oops, that was delete. Select it. That was Shift D. I hit the wrong keyboard. Control D. I can now type in a number. I want this to be 15 frames long. I just type in 15 and I hit Enter. Now it's exactly 15 frames. Think of your transitions in terms of frames. If you're doing 30 frames per second, a half-second transition is 15 frames. If you're in PAL or film, 24, 25 frames a second, 12 frames would be a half second. So you start getting a feel for this. And you get a feel for, okay, a half second feels like this, a full second feels like this, 2 seconds feel like that. There's times I actually do something called a soft cut. It's like a 4 or 5 frame dissolve. It just smooths things out a bit, and you really don't feel it, but it has a different vibe. If I'm cutting something that's more high energy, I use shorter transitions. If I'm cutting something to classical music and I want a nice flow to it, maybe I'm doing a slideshow, I might do longer transitions. Okay, so it's something that not only the choice of transition affects you, but also the duration of a transition. Now, speaking of duration, if you know you always want to do a certain length transition, you can change your preferences, and you can do this throughout your editing process, to change the default from 1 second to something else. So we go to our preferences location, and that again is underneath where it says Final Cut Pro and preferences. I click on that. This is an interface we've seen throughout the class briefly. Very simple interface. They don't try to confuse you with millions of different options. And one of the things that you have an option when editing. So we go through, and I'm on the second one because I'm editing. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit more here. The default duration is 1 second. Okay? If I want that to be less, I can either type in a number or I can just step it up. So I want this to be 0.5. And now all my transitions will be 1/2 of a second. Okay? 0.50. So I've done that. I'm going to close the window. And now I'm going to try to put a transition in this nasty place where I'm going to have a problem. And I know, because I did it, but I also know when I click on the edge of a cliff that there's no extra media because it is red versus yellow. Red means that I'm at the very end. I can't stretch it anymore. I don't know. I mean, if it's yellow, I could still have 1 frame, so it might not be, the end all, but I know for a fact there is no extra media between these 2 clips. So with the transition selected, I can either click or just drag it and drop it. I'm going to drag it and drop it to make a point. And it gives me this warning. It says, there is not enough extra media beyond the clip edges to create this transition. Do I want to overlap? Okay. So if you really want to do this and you need the transition and you're not as worried about the duration of your show changing, it will let you do that. Okay. The nice thing is, because of the magnetic timeline, because of connected clips, if your show gets shorter, because everything is properly attached to the places it's supposed to be, things won't go like out of whack. Okay, that's one of the really cool things. But your show will get a little shorter. So it's something to keep in mind. And I really like the fact that it does warn you. So I'm going to go ahead and say create transition. It will put it in. And it put in one that's a 1/2 second long. And I know it's a 1/2 second. If I click on it and I hit Control D, there it is, 15 frames. That was my default. I can still change this. Now, I can change it and make it shorter, but I can't make it longer. Okay? Because then, look, I hit the walls. If I had extra space, I could do a roll edit under my transition. We learned about roll edits last week, but I'll explore that a little bit more when we actually have some media that has some handles. So that's the big thing to keep in mind, is that if there is not enough handles, then you'll get a warning for your default duration, okay? If you have plenty of handles, that's fine. Sometimes you may want to control it, so I might do a trim like we learned earlier, and I might say, you know what? I'm going to shorten this clip, and I'm going to shorten the front of this clip. Now I have ample space to work with. Click on the edit point. We'll go ahead and we'll do a flow. I double clicked it. I had the edit point selected and I just double clicked on the transition and it knew where I wanted to put it. So I don't have to necessarily grab it and drag it, because for those of you, I know many of you have 2 60-inch monitors and it really is hard to bring that all the way over. But for those of us who have these little 4-inch monitors, it's easy, but you can just double click and it does the trick. Now I did actually a crazy transition for this one. This is a transition that you don't use for this. It's called flow. Flow is something else called morphing. We're going to actually spend some time with this. It's great if you're doing an interview and you need to cut between, do a jump cut, and you don't want to be a jump cut. But this will actually try to morph from one to the other, and that's just insane to try to do this with this clip. So obviously, I did that intentionally to teach you another thing about transitions. If I have a transition in place and I want to swap it out, maybe I want to use lights, I can simply grab it, drag it, and drop it on an existing one, and it will replace that one for whatever duration it was, okay? And I can go ahead and I can play that.
But when you were doing that demonstration, dragging over the replacement transition, could you have just done a double click again and automatically replace?
Right, so the question was, if this was already selected and instead of doing the light thing, I want to do this bloom, can I double click it and will it switch to the bloom? Absolutely. So, and I know you have the 2 60-inch monitors, so now you don't have to worry about getting that carpal arm syndrome. There you go. So let's go ahead and look at how we can continue to manipulate these transitions. As a matter of fact, I want to go back and I'm going to hit Shift Z so we can see the entire sequence. And if I wanted to put a transition between 2 clips on my second storyline, okay, so these are not necessarily related to each other, because remember, they're connected. We learned this earlier. They're connected to the clip that's right below them. So really, if I move this, it doesn't move the clip next to it. But I want them to be related. And I could go ahead and create a second storyline. I could make them their own grouping before I add the transition. But by adding a transition, Final Cut is intuitive enough, I'm going to zoom back so we see the whole thing, that it will actually create a second storyline where these will live together. So let's do something. We're going from to the piano. So I want something a little more dynamic to actually show a change of time and space. And we'll do some sort of a directional blur. These are kind of fun. These are really fun for sports. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to drag it on. And I'm going to zoom in and do it again. So we see that these aren't connected. the first two automatically became a second storyline. I do that again, and I could do this by clicking, but I want you to physically see what happens. As soon as I do that, these are now connected as a group because they're dissolving between each other. They're meant to be together. So if I move this, it's now a second storyline, and that's the way I want it to work. So that's just something I wanted you to be aware of when creating a transition. Now, what if I want to modify these? You don't have to go with just changing the duration. A lot of these have parameters that you can customize. So let's go ahead and leverage one of the transitions that we put in. I'm going to zoom in, Command plus plus plus. So this is the blur transition. If I select it and I open up the inspector, I can see parameters that I can modify for that transition. So in this case, I can control the angle of the blur wipe. So maybe I don't want it to go horizontal. I want it to go vertical. Okay. So, other than the dissolve, pretty much all transitions have things you can modify. Let's go ahead and pick something a little more complex for our transition. And you know what? I don't want to take up all this real estate. If I double click on my inspector at the top of it, I can go from full to half, and now I have a little more real estate to work with. And the other nice thing about transitions is I can find them by the group, but if I wanted to, I'll just go to all. At the very bottom, there's a search box, and I could search if I know the actual name of that transition. So if I wanted my glow transition, I could type in glow. It's not called a glow transition. This is where I get into trouble. Let's go ahead and do a, well, we know there's a dissolve, okay? We know there's a flow. So I can easily, and this is great, when you start getting I have a lot of third-party plugins. Finding one, sometimes I don't remember what group it's in, typing its name, or first remembering its name and then typing it, very, very beneficial. So we'll do something that has a little bit of movement to it. Go with an object. I actually liked the light movement. I can tweak that. So we're going to use the lens flare. We'll grab that, drop that on. And what I want you to see with the lens flare is I have full control, or the controls that were given to me when I click on that. My lens flare, I can control start, end, center, whatever this was designed. Now, the point is they were built in motion, and the ones that Apple built have certain parameters you can modify. But if somebody else builds one and sells it to you, it might say, something, you not only control the movement of the light, you control the color of the light. And there'll be drop-down options. If you own motion, you can actually step inside of that transition and customize it any way you wanted to in motion and then save it. So that's one of the nice things about that. So it's very easy to use all this. So play with them, but use them judiciously. Filters are very much the same as transitions, except you don't have to worry about handles. Okay? So I can stylize a clip a lot of different ways. Let's go back to the beginning of our show. I'm going to hit function left arrow. I'm on a laptop. If you're on a desktop, you can go ahead and hit the home button. And I'm a little zoomed out here, so I'm going to hit Command plus to zoom in, just so we can kind of get a little perspective here. There we go. Just want to put a filter in here. So I select the clip. And she's dancing. That's good. Actually, let me select this clip right. That's good. And now I'm going to go right to the left. You like that? Right to the left. Right to the left of my transitions. That is your effects browser. And I see little icons representing the different effects I can do. And there are a lot of them. And as we see, just like we discussed at the beginning of the class, some of them could be for color correction. Okay? Some could be to fix problems, maybe playing with things. Some could give you style. Also things like keying. We're going to have a lesson on green screen. And that's a filter or an effect that you put on a clip. How do we do it, and what does it look like, and what are our options? So I'm going to grab the end here. I like working with the end because I'm right next to it. So we have this shot here. Make sure that I'm on my selection tool. Select the clip, and then I can go ahead and choose what filter I want. So I have the clip selected. And then I want to see what this would look like if I use the bad TV filter, or black and white, or aged film, or one of my favorite, aged paper. Do you notice that as soon as I hover my mouse over the effect, for the clip selected, I can actually see what the default look of that effect is like. So I don't have to remember, it's like, do I like that? No, I don't have to commit to it. Oh, let's go with, something like broadcast safe, that so maybe I'll throw, high contrast, but I can easily zoom into an area. Maybe I want to do something nostalgic. Okay, so there's newsprint, there's security, stylize, aged film. I could go ahead and I could even play with some light on top of this, focus on things. But let's go ahead and apply one and see how our modifications can happen. So we'll go to stylize and we'll go to aged film. There it is. And to put it on again, I can just double click and it puts it on, or I could drag it and drop it on. Now look at all the choices we have to manipulate this filter to make it look exactly the way I want. So I can do how aged do I want it? How many scratches do I want? Maybe I don't want it to look so bad. Maybe I want to make it jitter a little bit. So I have all these controls to customize the way that it looks. And then I play it and life is good. Now, here's an interesting thing. There's a lot of math going on under the hood. Okay, when you put a filter on, I'm on a 5-year-old machine. I mentioned that earlier in the lesson. And most of these will still play back in real time without dropping any frames. Okay? There are some, and one of the ones that I do love is this aged paper that are so computer intensive that I do have to render. Now, if I drag that on, something interesting has happened. And that is, I have 2 effects on here. It's giving me both the aged film and the aged paper. So if you have both, and sometimes you do want to, maybe you like the combination, but I don't want both of them here, I can either toggle them on and off with the check marks, if maybe I want to put both on and I want to compare them, show them to my producer, or if I just needed to get rid of it, I can select it and hit the delete key, and it takes that effect off of the clip. Okay? But remember, unlike a transition, where if you drop a transition on another transition, it replaces it, you are always adding effects when you drop a filter on something. So this is pretty complex, and it even has, you know, a ridiculous amount of 2 sliders to modify it. But if I try to play this, that's crazy. I mean, they've tweaked this software so much that it should stagger and die, but it doesn't. So without even rendering, I can play that. I'm pretty impressed by that. So it's very easy. Now, what's a situation where you might want to combine maybe 2 filters? Well, let's go back to the beginning of our show. Function left arrow, and zoom back just a little bit. So maybe I want to stylize the beginning, and I want to do these as a group. I want to put a filter in all of them. Well, right now, I can't apply a filter across all 3 as a single filter across the cuts. I'd have to put a filter on each one, and what I really want to do is I want to have the same filter in all of them. Okay? So what I'm going to have to do is create a new clip or a new container and put them in a compound clip. Okay? Compound clip, basically, you are taking these 3 clips and you put them inside of a box, and then you can apply the filter to that box. Okay, think of it that way. To do that, I simply select my clips, right click. At the very top, it says new compound clip. Give it a name. It should be up here. I'm going to call this open. I'm going to hit OK. So now it looks like a single clip. It acts like a single clip. Okay? If I needed to get inside and change something, I can double click and I can step inside of that if I needed to tweak maybe the timing. I'm going to go back 1. And now I want to go ahead and I want to apply a filter across all of these. So I'm going to apply a stylizing filter. Maybe I'm going to try something such as, we'll go from aged to, we're just going to do it the aged one. Okay? So there is aged. And I have all 3 of these. But what I really want to do is I want to keyframe this because I want to go from aged to present. And just like we learned in audio, I can add keyframes to different parameters of my filter and have things happen over time. So I move my playhead to the point where I want the change to start. And then if I go over to the interface, this is going to be easy. I could keyframe all of these elements. I'm just going to go here, keyframe at 100% of the filter. I'll move down here to later on. And then I'm going to go to 0. And if I remember to have hit that first button, I think I did, when I play, it's going to very gradually go from aged to present. And that's the cool thing about being able to combine clips, and also you can keyframe almost every parameter of a filter as long as you see this diamond right here. You can keyframe. And just like we learned in the audio, if I wanted to, I could go to this, right click, and I could say, show video animation. And now I can actually see the keyframes above the clip. And if I wanted to, I could change the timing by grabbing it. I could also add new keyframes, as well as all my transform keyframes. So it's very nice. So I could go from aged to full. And just to show you stacking, maybe I'll throw in, starting it off a little bit blurred. So I'm going to go ahead in the bottom and type in blur. And I don't see it. I don't find my blur, but I know there is a blur. And the reason I don't see it is because I'm in stylize, okay? So if you're in a subgroup and there's nothing in that subgroup, you won't see it. Okay, I'll just do a quick zoom in for those who are watching. See, I'm in stylize. If I switch over to all under video, and I have blur typed, go away. Fascinating, as Mr. Spock would say. Let's try that again. You know what? Blur is the group. Blur is not the effect. They are specific blurs, like a Gaussian blur. Silly, silly me. Gaussian. There we go, Gaussian blur. All the photographers know about that. It's a nice blur, it's very fast. I'm going to throw it on this grouping again. It puts on a default blur. I'm going to go ahead and move my playhead here. I want to start off blurry. And we go here. We have a Gaussian blur. I can go up here and close this out if I don't want to see it. I can click hide. So now I've given myself a little more real estate. I want to start here with it very blurry. Okay, have that keyframe. going to go down here, drag my playhead. At that point, I want it to be nice and sharp. Bring that down to 0. And now I have both effects, both the aged film and the Gaussian blur happening at the same time. Okay, so you can start stacking these to get the exact effect that you want. And it's really cool. If I really liked that, I want to put it in another part of my show. All I have to do is select the clip. Let me close this so you don't have to deal with real estate. It's a challenging thing when you're presenting. There we go. I'm going to copy it, Command-C, standard copy command. And I want that to be applied to this grouping too. So I'm going to paste the attributes, okay? And normally, what's the keyboard shortcut for just a general paste in almost every application? Command-V. So Command-V would paste the clip, which is what you would expect. If you copied and pasted a clip, you would get the clip. But I don't want the clip. I just want what I did to the clip. So I can paste any effects that I wanted to, okay? That's Option Command-V. Okay, so I have options here for what I want to paste. So I go Option Command-V. And there we go. And I could go ahead and retweak it. Yes, question. Let's get you the mic.
Could you make that a preset?
Great question. So the question was, can I make this a preset? Yes, anytime you create any kind of an effect, you can save them as a preset that is your own and use them over and over again. And this is great for things such as color correction. So if I have that, and I want to save this as a preset. So I just typed in the word preset because this way you don't have to remember how to find it. And there we go, say video effects preset. And that is located underneath File. So I'd go File, say video effects preset. I get a dialog box, and it actually allows me a lot of control. It's like, you know what? I can save everything, or maybe I don't want to save the blur part, but I like the other part. Okay, I can also choose to save the keyframes, because maybe I always want to have something where it's going to transition. And when you're saving something, it will let you check a box down here which says maintain timing or stretch to fit. And so let's say I create a blur that takes 5 seconds. If I choose maintain timing and I apply it to another clip, it's going to come from blurry to clear in 5 seconds, no matter how long that clip is. If I choose stretch to fit, then if I apply it, if that clip is a lot longer than the first one, it may take 20 seconds. So there's times you want to be able to maintain the timing. There's other times that you do something where you want it to scale. Maybe you have something fly in and land, and you don't care whether it's a 2-second clip or a 20-second clip, you want it to fly and land. If you made it 10 seconds long, it works great in the 20-second clip. On the 2-second clip, if you said maintain timing, it's still flying when you're cutting away. Okay, and that's something that you can play with. So that's very useful. So yes, you can do that, and you can also choose where you want to save it. So you can create your own category of your favorites, and this is great. So that was a great question. You can do that very easily, and it's one of the things I do like about it, because why reinvent the wheel when you don't have to?
My question, oftentimes, like if I was to combine a bunch of clips like you did, I always want to know, how do I get out of that if what I was doing just wasn't good? How can I undo combining clips?
If I want to go ahead, and there's a couple ways that I could do it. I could step into it, and if I stepped into it, I could just double click, and I can modify the contents of the container. But if I actually want to remove the container and go back to the original clips, I can do that. Now, you will lose the filters that you put on the container because the container is gone. So I can select that, and I know that it's something I want to either do to a clip or a modification. So I can see that the drop-down window under clip gives me something that's break apart clip items. Now, G is like for grouping things. So Shift Command G is how I would break that apart. So if I click break apart clip items, they're back to their original 3 elements, and I can work with them that way. This lesson is on titles and graphics, which you can create directly within the application. You don't need to go any third-party stuff. You don't need to run out to Photoshop or After Effects or hire a graphic artist. There are some amazing things to be able to build titles and lower thirds from within Final Cut Pro 10. Easy to modify, easy to change. You can save these just like you could save filters, so you can use it over and over again. And also we're going to look at generators, and generators allow you to create something from nothing. So you can have backgrounds or just even a nice color or something, or, well, you'll see the excitement of generators in just a moment. But to build up that excitement, we're going to talk about lower thirds first. So here we have a basic cut, and there's a couple things that I want to add. I want to add a title when she starts speaking, a lower third, I should say, because that's something that you do in almost every show. And the nice thing is there's some really pretty ones right out of the box to work with. And again, just like filters and effects, there are some amazing third-party plugins, and these are relatively inexpensive. I mean, we're talking in the $10 to $50 range for a set, not, you know, there's thousands of dollars before. And there's just some beautiful ones out there, but there's some great ones already inside the application for giving a person a title or a lower third to identify them. So let's take a quick look at how we would do that. I'm going to close this window here. We're going to get to that in just a moment. But let's start with the beginning of our show. And right here is, I believe, when we first come to Anna, the first time she speaks. There we go. So she actually comes into this wide shot. Let's play this and see what our timing is first.
I'm a dancer from Crimea. I started dancing because in Russia, there's a huge culture for...
So I have to fix the audio on that, but we already learned how to do audio. But I probably wouldn't, maybe not bring the title in on the first one because it's so short. I'd bring it on the second one because it's not that far into it before we introduce her. Okay, I could put it across both, but sometimes I don't like my lower thirds to go across a cut if I can avoid it. So now I get to pick a title and pick what I want to say in the title. So to get to titling, we're going to go up here, and right there is the little button for our title and our generators library. So if I click on that, I can see titles, and these are all the titles that are already bundled in the application. Now, I could look at them all at once. I could search them. Look at that. That's a great title. I can't imagine any kind of a show that would use that. But maybe a long time ago, they would have used it far, far away. Who knows? So I'm going to pick a lower third. So I can go straight down to these presets here. Not presets, but there's my end credits or my opening credits. But they even have a special section just for titles, for lower thirds. And look at all these choices I have, okay? Which almost maybe too many choices. But another nice thing is they've broken these down into groupings so that these lower thirds all kind of have the same flavor. So it's already done. You have these groups already. And I want you to notice that I'm in lower thirds, and I see, for instance, in documentary, these three choices. But if I go all the way up to just all the titles, and I scroll down, they're even broken up now that there's scrapbook. Let's go to documentary. Scroll up. So not only are my lower thirds, but it also shows me my opening title options, and all of these thematically like each other. I don't know if like is the word, but they work well together, okay? Sometimes they argue, but then so do my children. And they do like each other. So that's great. You have a full set of things if you want to create an entire open, close, and lower thirds. So we're going to pick a lower third, and the lower third that I had originally put in, again, with the choices, it was down here, but I want to go ahead and zoom out because I can, let's give us a little more real estate here, just like with effects, if I skim over any of these, I can see how it animates on and how it looks without having to actually put it onto a clip. And I want to point out that I can customize these, and when we put this on, I will customize them because I can change the font. I can change the typeface, font being the size, typeface being the look. I can change the color. These are already programmed in. I can change whether it animates on or whether it's on immediately and animates off. So this is just a starting point for me to remember. And I can try a variety. Now, lower thirds, you put as a connected clip above a clip, because remember, as a way back on day one, when I described that, looking down through the building, this is looking down at the sign that's on glass. So everything around here is transparent except for that area. So we're ready to put this on Anna. I have a couple choices. I'm going to do it the wrong way first. Okay. Not the wrong way, but I'm going to show you a cool trick. So I'm positioning the playhead directly above where we got from the wide to the close-up. I might actually wanted to do it a little later, just so it doesn't come on at the same time, but I position it there, and I'm ready to pick my lower third. So I could go ahead, and I'll choose this paper one, because maybe, she says she teaches. So I can go ahead, and all I have to do is hit the Q key, and there it is. It's on. I'm going to go ahead and play it and see if I like it.
I started dancing because in Russia, there's a huge culture for...
So it fades on, it fades off. The timing is a default timing. That's the same no matter what, okay? So I would bring it on, and then I might have to go in, and we'll zoom in there, and maybe I have to stretch it out because I want it to last the whole duration. So I go ahead, and I can stretch that out to its full duration, and there is my lower third. That's nice. If I want to go modify it, I would go to the inspector. So I click on the inspector button, or command 4, and with that selected, I can go up here, and now I can control several parameters. If I click on the T, I can control some of the published parameters. So in this case, the only thing I can change is the color of the paper, okay? I can go in, and I can go to the text, and I can change the font and the alignment and the size. But let's go ahead and step back and pick something that has a little more dynamic options to go with. So I already have the same size, and I can go find another one that I find aesthetically pleasing. And I want something fairly simple. I kind of like that. So all I have to do is grab it and drag it, and I can drag it on, and I can do a replace. When I let go, I'll get my replace options, and I'm going to just retime it to fit, because I already know the timing that I want from beginning to end. It swaps that out, and now I have this animated title.
I started dancing because in Russia, there's a huge culture for...
So you see that it animates on, it animates off, but let's look at some of the controls we have to work with. I'm going to select that, and if I go up here to the published parameters, I can change a few things, more than I could in the last one. I could change the shape of what goes on, and I could also change the color. So let's go ahead, step back out. With this selected, I could say, you know what? I'd like some squares, okay? And blue doesn't work with my theme. Let's go with gold. Kind of matches the golden part of the image, and then I go ahead and hit play.
I started dancing because in Russia, there's a
So I already like what I have. Now I want to go ahead and I want to change the text. I go to the text pop-up, which is 1 over, click on that, and now here I can type in what I want to say. So I'm going to just say her name. There you go, under text, Anna Russell. And if I don't like the default typeface or the font, I think I want it to be a little bit bigger, I can go ahead and I can adjust that, okay? I can also reposition things if I needed to. I can justify it differently. And if I wanted to punch out, I can have all the controls that I would to modify any bit or piece of the text. If I wanted to change the color, I can. If I want to go ahead, so if we go down here, you see it says face. I'm going to click show, and I can pick the color I want for the face. So there's a lot of hidden information or information that's not there to distract you until you actually go down and hide or show different elements. So if I wanted to put a stroke on the text, I could go ahead and put an outline on there. So now I have a little bit of an outline. I don't want it to be red. I generally like my outlines to be black. And now this should punch out just a little bit more, and you can start tweaking and modifying this to your exact needs. And that's the beauty of how flexible the text tool is, because I can have it say anything I want. I can have, maybe I like everything, but I don't like the actual font. I could change that to something. Maybe I want Arial, because I tend to like that. Maybe that's what the client wants. So I'll go up here, and I'll go straight to Arial. Very popular font. And I like that much better, and it goes ahead and it animates on. So I've created the lower third that I want, and I can actually save this as a favorite also. If I want to save it as something I want to use, I can also use this to copy and paste to other areas of the show. So if I had another person that I wanted to use the same things that I built, I'm just holding down the Option key and dragging it, and maybe I'll put it here on the end. And now I have the lower third going here. And if this was a different person, I could simply select it, change the name. She got married between the time the show started and it ended. So she's Anna Russler. She's going to kill me for this. Okay? So there, now she's Anna Russler. Okay? Luckily, she married a guy with the same last initial. So it's very easy to not have to reinvent the wheel for our lower thirds, and there's a lot to choose from. And if I wanted to save that, I could go ahead, grab it. I always get myself into trouble here. My mouth is right up here. If I wanted to save that, once I'm there, I go into the inspector, and I could save it. So now I have it to access. Titles I can also create. And the nice thing about titles is sometimes titles can be over an existing background, so I want it to be clear, or it could have its own background, okay? And as you see, most of these animate on. So let's go ahead, we'll pick something that is a little more subtle than that. And I want to do a title sequence. So we're going to go down and we'll go to 3D Cinematic. There's some really brilliant ones here. Here we go, that's kind of nice, I like that. And I have a choice. I could, if I wanted to do this as a connected clip, and it goes over. And if you notice, I'm going to select it. I go over here to my options. I can control how it builds in. So this was designed with me having the ability to control the build-in. So right now, let's go ahead to the beginning function. But if I don't like that turntable, I could do a flip, okay? So I have a lot of control. I can control the color of the background if I want. If I don't want things to animate in, I can control some of that. Maybe I don't want to use their background. I turn it off, okay? So now it actually animates over here, and I can actually see her dancing. I can control how it works. And each title, just like each effect, you have lots of parameters that you can control. So you don't have to use what's straight out of the box and think, oh, that's my limitation. In some cases, I can even control whether it animates on at all. So here it's building in, and that's how it builds in. But in some cases, I could say, just start full, start on the screen. So you see there's a lot of controls here, and you just play with it, and you're good to go. So that's the important thing to remember with titles is, usually, you can put it over your own background. Maybe we'll generate one, or you can use what's already there. But just go over to where the T is, and that's all the published parameters when it was built in Motion. And as I said earlier, if you own Motion, okay, and Motion is on the machine, you can actually open a copy and modify it. So this is my open. I'm going to right-click, see if it gives me that option. I might not have Motion on this machine. I might not have remembered where it was. Here we go. There we go. So if I right click on any element, I can open a copy in motion, which is editable. And now I create my own custom title. I can also have a default lower third and a default title, so I don't have to keep going back over again. So if I click and say, you know what, this is the default title that I'll be using throughout the show. And now there's keyboard shortcuts to create a new title. Command T creates a regular title. So if I need to create that, why is it? Where's it putting my title? I'm going to cheat again. This is me fading. A lot of editing. D-I-T-L-E. Title. There's my default. Yeah. Control T, Shift Control T. Why didn't that work? Okay, so let's undo that. So we'll do this. I'll pick this up again. So once you make something a default, you can just use the keyboard shortcuts. So you can do Control T, wherever your playhead is parked. And that's going to give you your regular title. And then if I do Shift Control T, and let me actually put this on top of Anna. I'm going to delete that, bring this over. Shift Control T. It gives me my default lower third, which I hadn't changed, so it's just the letters over here. There's a lot more you can learn about creating titles. This is just the tip of the iceberg of what's there and how you can manipulate it. But you can actually go and create things from great detail. If you really want to start with the most vanilla title possible and start manipulating it, you can just go to a basic 3D title, even though it doesn't have to be 3D. And from this point on, you can go ahead and it has lots of ways that you can bring it on, animate it, don't animate it. So that's a good starting point if you want something vanilla. And as you can see, I'm going to go ahead and drop it here. So we have our basic 3D, which animates. But if I select it, I can go over here. And as I indicated, I can say, you know what? Don't build it in. Have it in already. Or if I build it in, I think the zoom is silly. Look at all those options. I can actually slide it right in. So I'm going to slide it in from the right. Now let's go ahead and there's lots of controls. As a matter of fact, the basic 3D is a great starting place, and you really can create nice titles with a lot of depth. So there's titles. This lesson is on titles and graphics, which you can create directly within the application. You don't need to go any third-party stuff. You don't need to run out to Photoshop or After Effects or hire a graphic artist. There are some amazing things to be able to build titles and lower thirds from within Final Cut Pro 10. Easy to modify, easy to change. You can save these just like you could save filters, so you can use it over and over again. And also we're going to look at generators, and generators allow you to create something from nothing. So you can have backgrounds or just even a nice color or something. Or, well, you'll see the excitement of generators in just a moment. But to build up that excitement, we're going to talk about lower thirds first. So here we have a basic cut. And there's a couple things that I want to add. I want to add a title when she starts speaking, a lower third, I should say, because that's something that you do in almost every show. And the nice thing is there's some really pretty ones right out of the box to work with. And again, just like filters and effects, there are some amazing third-party plugins, and these are relatively inexpensive. I mean, we're talking in the $10 to $50 range for a set, not, you know, there's thousands of dollars before. And there's just some beautiful ones out there, but there's some great ones already inside the application for giving a person a title or a lower third to identify them. So let's take a quick look at how we would do that. I'm going to close this window here. We're going to get to that in just a moment. But let's start with the beginning of our show. And right here is, I believe, when we first come to Anna, the first time she speaks. There we go. So she actually comes into this wide shot. Let's play this and see what our timing is first.
I'm a dancer from Crimea. I started dancing because in Russia, there's a huge culture for...
So I have to fix the audio on that, but you know, we already learned how to do audio. But I probably wouldn't, maybe not bring the title in on the first one because it's so short. I'd bring it on the second one because it's not that far into it before we introduce her. Okay, I could put it across both, but sometimes I don't like my lower thirds to go across a cut if I can avoid it. So now I get to pick a title and pick what I want to say in the title. So to get to titling, we're going to go up here, and right there is the little button for our title and our generators library. So if I click on that, I can see titles, and these are all the titles that are already bundled in the application. Now, I could look at them all at once. I could search them. Look at that. That's a great title. I can't imagine any kind of a show that would use that. But maybe a long time ago, they would have used it far, far away. Who knows? So I'm going to pick a lower third. So I can go straight down to these presets here. Not presets, but, you know, I could, there's my end credits or my opening credits. But they even have a special section just for titles, for lower thirds. And look at all these choices I have, okay? Which almost maybe too many choices. But another nice thing is they've broken these down into groupings so that these lower thirds all kind of have the same flavor. So it's already done. You have these groups already. And I want you to notice that I'm in lower thirds and I see, for instance, in documentary, these 3 choices. But if I go all the way up to just all the titles and I scroll down, they're even broken up now that there's scrapbook. Let's go to documentary, scroll up. So not only are my lower thirds, but it also shows me my opening title options, and all of these thematically like each other. I don't know if like is the word, but they work well together, okay? Sometimes they argue, but then so do my children. And they do like each other. So that's great. You have a full set of things if you want to create an entire open, close, and lower thirds. So we're going to pick a lower third, and the lower third that I had originally put in, again, with the choices, it was down here, but I want to go ahead and zoom out because I can, let's give us a little more real estate here, just like with effects, if I skim over any of these, I can see how it animates on and how it looks without having to actually put it onto a clip. And I want to point out that I can customize these, and when we put this on, I will customize them because I can change the font. I can change the typeface, font being the size, typeface being the look. I can change the color. These are already programmed in. I can change whether it animates on or whether it's on immediately and animates off. So this is just a starting point for me to remember. And I can try a variety. Now, lower thirds, you put as a connected clip above a clip, because remember, as a way back on day 1, when I described that, looking down through the building, this is looking down at the sign that's on glass. So everything around here is transparent except for that area. So we're ready to put this on Anna. I have a couple choices. I'm going to do it the wrong way first. Okay. Not the wrong way, but I'm going to show you a cool trick. So I'm positioning the playhead directly above where we got from the wide to the close-up. I might actually wanted to do it a little later, just so it doesn't come on at the same time, but I position it there, and I'm ready to pick my lower third. So I could go ahead, and I'll choose this paper one, because maybe, she says she teaches. So I can go ahead, and all I have to do is hit the Q key, and there it is. It's on. I'm going to go ahead and play it and see if I like it.
I started Nancy because in Russia, there's a huge culture for...
So it fades on, it fades off. The timing is a default timing. That's the same no matter what, okay? So I would bring it on, and then I might have to go in, and we'll zoom in there, and maybe I have to stretch it out because I want it to last the whole duration. So I go ahead, and I can stretch that out to its full duration, and there is my lower third. That's nice. If I want to go modify it, I would go to the inspector. So I click on the inspector button, or Command 4, and with that selected, I can go up here, and now I can control several parameters. If I click on the T, I can control some of the published parameters. So in this case, the only thing I can change is the color of the paper, okay? I can go in and I can go to the text and I can change the font and the alignment and the size. But let's go ahead and step back and pick something that has a little more dynamic options to go with. So I already have the same size, and I can go find another one that I find aesthetically pleasing. And I want something fairly simple. I kind of like that. So all I have to do is grab it and drag it, and I can drag it on and I can do a replace. When I let go, I'll get my replace options, and I'm going to just retime it to fit because I already know the timing that I want from beginning to end. It swaps that out, and now I have this animated title.
I started Nancy because in Russia, there's a huge culture for...
So you see that it animates on, it animates off, but let's look at some of the controls we have to work with. I'm going to select that, and if I go up here to the published parameters, I can change a few things, more than I could in the last one. I could change the shape of what grows on, and I could also change the color. So let's go ahead and step back out. With this selected, I could say, you know what? I'd like some squares, okay? And blue doesn't work with my theme. Let's go with gold. Kind of matches the golden part of the image, and then I go ahead and hit play.
I started Nancy because in Russia, there's a...
So I already like what I have. Now I want to go ahead and I want to change the text. I go to the text pop-up, which is 1 over, click on that, and now here I can type in what I want to say. So I'm going to just say her name. So there you go, under text, Anna Russell. And if I don't like the default typeface or the font, I think I want it to be a little bit bigger, I can go ahead and I can adjust that, okay? I can also reposition things if I needed to. I can justify it differently. And if I wanted to punch out, I can have all the controls that I would to modify any bit or piece of the text. If I wanted to change the color, I can. If I want to go ahead, so if we go down here, you see it says face. I'm going to click show, and I can pick the color I want for the face. So there's a lot of hidden information or information that's not there to distract you until you actually go down and hide or show different elements. So if I wanted to put a stroke on the text, I could go ahead and put an outline on there. So now I have a little bit of an outline. I don't want it to be red. I generally like my outlines to be black. And now this should punch out just a little bit more, and you can start tweaking and modifying this to your exact needs. And that's the beauty of how flexible the text tool is, because I can have it say anything I want. I could have, maybe I like everything, but I don't like the actual font. I could change that to something. Maybe I want Arial, because I tend to like that. Maybe that's what the client wants. So I'll go up here, and I'll go straight to Arial. Very popular font. And I like that much better, and it goes ahead and it animates on. So I've created the lower third that I want, and I can actually save this as a favorite also. If I want to save it as something I want to use, I can also use this to copy and paste to other areas of the show. So if I had another person that I wanted to use the same things that I built, I'm just holding down the Option key and dragging it, and maybe I'll put it here on the end. And now I have the lower third growing here. And if this was a different person, I could simply select it, change the name. She got married between the time the show started and it ended. So she's Anna Rustler. She's going to kill me for this. Okay? So there, now she's Anna Rustler. Okay? Luckily, she married a guy with the same last initial. So it's very easy to not have to reinvent the wheel for our lower thirds, and there's a lot to choose from. And if I wanted to save that, I could go ahead, grab it. I always get myself into trouble here. My mouth is right up here. If I wanted to save that, once I'm there, I go into the inspector, and I could save it. So now I have it to access. Titles I can also create. And the nice thing about titles is sometimes titles can be over an existing background, so I want it to be clear, or it could have its own background. Okay? And as you see, most of these animate on. So let's go ahead. We'll pick something that is a little more subtle than that. And I want to do a title sequence. So we're going to go down and we'll go to 3D Cinematic. There's some really brilliant ones here. Here we go. That's kind of nice. I like that. And I have a choice. I could, if I wanted to do this as a connected clip, and it goes over. And if you notice, I'm going to select it. I go over here to my options. I can control how it builds in. So this was designed with me having the ability to control the build-in. So right now, let's go ahead to the beginning function. But if I don't like that turntable, I could do a flip, okay? So I have a lot of control. I can control the color of the background if I want. If I don't want things to animate in, I can control some of that. Maybe I don't want to use their background. I turn it off, okay? So now it actually animates over here, and I can actually see her dancing. I can control how it works. And each title, just like each effect, you have lots of parameters that you can control. So you don't have to use what's straight out of the box and think, oh, that's my limitation. In some cases, I can even control whether it animates on at all. So here it's building in, and that's how it builds in. But in some cases, I could say, just start full, start on the screen. So you see there's a lot of controls here, and you just play with it, and you're good to go. So that's the important thing to remember with titles is, usually, you can put it over your own background. Maybe we'll generate one, or you can use what's already there. But just go over to where the T is, and that's all the published parameters when it was built in Motion. And as I said earlier, if you own Motion, okay, and Motion is on the machine, you can actually open a copy and modify it. So this is my open. I'm going to right-click, see if it gives me that option. I might not have Motion on this machine. I might not have remembered where it was. Here we go. There we go. So if I right-click on any element, I can open a copy in Motion, which is editable, and now I create my own custom title. I can also have a default lower third and a default title, so I don't have to keep going back over again. So if I click and say, you know what, this is the default title that I'll be using throughout the show. And now there's keyboard shortcuts to create a new title. Command T creates a regular title. So if I need to create that, where's it putting my title? I'm going to cheat again. This is me fading. A lot of editing. D-I-T-L-E, title. There's my default. Yeah, Control T, Shift Control T. Why didn't that work? Okay, so let's undo that. So we'll do this. I'll pick this up again. So once you make something a default, you can just use the keyboard shortcuts. So you can do Control T, wherever your playhead is parked. And that's going to give you your regular title. And then if I do Shift Control T, and let me actually put this on top of Anna. I'm going to delete that, bring this over. Shift Control T. It gives me my default lower third, which I hadn't changed, so it's just the letters over here. There's a lot more you can learn about creating titles. This is just the tip of the iceberg of what's there and how you can manipulate it. But you can actually go and create things from great detail. If you really want to start with the most vanilla title possible and start manipulating it, you can just go to a basic 3D title, even though it doesn't have to be 3D. And from this point on, you can go ahead, and it has lots of ways that you can bring it on, animate it, don't animate it. So that's a good starting point if you want something vanilla. And as you can see, I'm going to go ahead and drop it here. So we have our basic 3D, which animates. But if I select it, I can go over here, and as I indicated, I can say, you know what? Don't build it in. Have it in already. Or if I build it in, I think the zoom is silly. Look at all those options. I can actually slide it right in. So I'm going to slide it in from the right. Now let's go ahead and there's lots of controls. As a matter of fact, the basic 3D is a great starting place, and you really can create nice titles with a lot of depth. So there's titles. Right below titles are our generators, and generators can be used for a lot of things. Backgrounds is one of the most popular things. So you have backgrounds that are animated. Okay, you can fly through clouds. You can have bubbles and stars. There we go. Everybody loves bubbles, right? So these are general backgrounds. So if I wanted to, I could go ahead. I'm going to go to the beginning of my sequence, and I'm going to try a background that I want to put a title over. Maybe I want to start with the clouds. So instead of hitting Q to attach it, I'm going to insert. I'm going to wedge it in. We learned how to do an insert edit earlier. W. Okay, so if I wanted to squeeze it in at the beginning, I hit the W key, and it puts it in for its default duration. There it is. And I have these wonderful clouds now for my opening show. And the clouds will move as fast as the length of the clip. So I'm going to go ahead and shorten that. Got some long clouds in here. This is the slowest plane ever. Let's see if that's working. Yeah, we're going to speed this plane up. I want to go from 1920 to now. I think this might just need to be rendered to see that. But look, you have all these parameters here with the clouds. More clouds, less clouds, okay? How are we moving through the clouds, okay? Is it backwards, forwards? Is it faster? There we go. Is there some haze there? Look at this. Are these clouds more random? So you can really and this is just what a generator does. It gives you really cool stuff free, okay? So there's lots to choose from. Mostly I do simple things, but if I went to curtains is something I think is pretty cool. I'm gonna go ahead, I'll do a replace there, drop it on. It'll do just replace, and I'll keep it retime to fit. So now I have curtains that open. Oh, these aren't the opening, that's a transition one. So I have curtains that I could put my title over, and I could change the colors of the curtains to anything I want. And then I could go back, and using the wonderful titles we have, I could drag any title and go ahead. I'm going to mark an X. This should work beautifully. I'm going to go ahead and attach this title. Let's connect to clip. There we go. So now I have a title over a background. And they're very easy to use. So that is very useful. So that's just general backgrounds. That's the obvious, but I want to show you some of the less obvious cool things. So these are broken down into groups, once again, like text, where you have general backgrounds. And, you know, these like motion ones are really nice. There's an underwater one that I have found very useful. There's even, you know, these like bulletin board things, and there's a whole theme for bulletin board where you can have transitions that are like bulletin boards, and you can have lower thirds that fit the same motif. So keep in mind that if you find something you really like, go ahead and go to the all the generators, or go to all the titles and see if there's a family of things that you can work with. So, but I want to point out that in addition to these beautiful backgrounds, there's something called elements, and elements are actually really cool. And a lot of times you need things like counters. People have always said, I need to put a counter so somebody can, you know, I need to count down from something or count up to something. So I could go ahead if I wanted to, and I'm just going to drag this on so you can see, but I'm going to get rid of our title, delete. There's my counter, but I have a lot of parameters that I can modify with that counter. So I'm going to go over here. I can change the color. I can also change the format. Maybe I want to deal with currency or percentage, you know, so there we go. We have the dollar sign. Okay, so there's different things that you can modify, and then you can control how thousandths of a second or if it's random. And I only went here because I wanted to build up to other useful ones. By the way, timecode's very useful. If you want to give somebody a version of the show with a window burn, I could put a time code on there, and I could print this out, and they could say at exactly 1 minute, 13 seconds, 22 frames, I need to make a change. Or you just want to watermark it so that they don't use this because it's a rough cut. So it's very, very useful. And by the way, I can put that on there, and if I don't want to see it for the moment, I could hit V and I could turn it off. V for visibility, we learned about that. So these are all titles. I have it on. I want to point something out. We experienced roles when we did audio, okay? Well, there were the roles for video, and one of the ones was titles. And I think this is pretty cool because I can click on titles, and now all my titles will be gone, not my generators. Let me close this window. So if I want to put out something without any lower thirds, I could do that. These are generators that I have on top. And where that comes into play is sometimes I might do a show and I need to deliver to a client without the titles on it because they have their own local, like if it's network, the fonts and typefaces and overlays, or if it's multiple languages. So being able to just turn them all off globally, I could do that. I could also have assigned a role to my generators to do the same thing, very much like we did in the audio section. This is one of my favorite generators. So if I go ahead and put this generator in, I'm going to put it at the end of my show. So to put it at the end, I do an append edit. That's the E key. Throws it at the end, and it's like, oh, cool, it's these two little people talking to each other. Nice. But this is not nice. This is brilliant. This allows you to storyboard, because I can take this, and if I go into my inspector and I look at what parameters I have, I can say exactly how many people I want in my shot. It's a free shot. Oh, and you know something? It's women, because women should be in control, and I don't want them pastoral. They're business people. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to put them in an office, okay? And I don't want it to be a wide shot. We're actually looking at them, and now I'm doing a medium shot. So now I've just created a storyboard out of a generator, and I can go ahead and I can start piecing things together, and I can get, like, I don't have the footage, but I can put a placeholder in that fits the spot. So you can say, well, you know something, it's almost done, but let me put this in as a holding spot, and I can make this as long as I want. And there's a whole variety of these. It's very creative. And there's even some third-party plugins that have storyboarding specific ones for like cars and trees and whatnot. As a matter of fact, they look a little bit bored here. Let's put them in an interior, and it's kind of sunset, so we can't see unless they're a wide shot. Should be sun coming in. Maybe we'll put them outside. But that's a really cool little thing to do with the generators. So that's one thing I wanted to show you as a tip. Solids are pretty cut and dry, but if you look at textures and you want to look at how textures work, I'm going to close my index here so you have a lot more real estate. There's all these cool little textures: industrial, metal, natural. Let's go to the metal one. Actually, I like grunge. Grunge is one of my favorites. I'm going to hit the E key, throw that at the end just so we can quickly see it. So don't just think, oh, that's the only thing I have to work with, and the only controls I have is maybe to tint it a little bit differently. Okay? There's actually, in a lot of these, a little drop down which has a slew of textures. It's not just the one. There's a lot of hidden textures. So I could go down, I could find that. I don't like this green stuff right here. So look and dig, because you'll find some really cool stuff that you did not know was there. We'll do the same thing with metal. I'm going to throw that on top just to give you an idea, just to open your eyes. It's a great. I could make it into frosted chevrons. I could tint it and really create something that has a cool look that I like. And so these are things I can generate and put in the background. And I wanted to show you one last thing about generators before we wrap, or before I run to some questions. So I actually had put some photographs in here. And let's see if I deleted them by accident. I might have. In my enthusiasm, I might have removed them. Let me take away some of these extra items. I'm going to go ahead and bring some photos in, because I want to show you another way you can think about using backgrounds in generators. Let's go into our show. Let's go over to photos. So those should be under stills. And I'm going to bring in 3 stills. 1, command click, there's 2, there's 3. I'm going to hit E and throw them all onto our timeline. So there I have 3 photos. I want to make them a little prettier. So we're going to go back in time and throw a filter on them. We're going to go back and visit a filter. So I'll switch over to filters, turn that on, and cut my inspector in half so I can see things. And I know that somewhere in there, there's a border filter. So I'll type in border. There it is, simple border. Go over here. I have all these selected. Drop it on. And I wasn't patient, but yep, it came. There we go. I missed. So now I have these great images, 3 borders. I'm going to go ahead and shrink this down a little bit. But it's under a very boring background, right? So I want to add a background, but this is on my main storyline. And we learned earlier that, that's the bottom of the list. If I want to put something under it, our knee-jerk reaction is, oh, I'm going to have to lift it from the storyline so I have an empty space to put under it. No, it's pretty clever. I'm going to do a background, and I'm going to do a connected clip. So let's go and grab a background that we love, which I don't know what background that might be. Maybe stone is good. We'll do stone. Oh, I'm going to do something I don't have to modify much. That's pretty. I like that. So now I'm going to do a connected clip, Q. And you're like, Abba, that's not what I want. Well, guess what? Connected clip doesn't have to be above. It could be below. Okay, this is still on the main storyline. This is our main story. But look at that. I now have the background, so I'm not limited to putting my connected clips on top. I can put them below and see through them. And I can go ahead and select that. And of course, just like before, if there's published parameters, I could go ahead and modify, or even just throw a filter on it to modify that look. So that's a general overview of how you can do titles within Final Cut Pro 10, as well as generators in Final Cut Pro 10. we're gonna do something kind of unique. We're gonna do multiple camera editing, multi-camera editing. So I'm a big fan of this. It's so easy to shoot multiple cameras these days. You don't have to have all expensive cameras. I often use a second, third camera. Sometimes if I have a nice primary camera, I'll have a little pocket camera, I'll get some B-roll. I've used my phone, I've used my iPad. You can get really good quality stuff. And even if it's not your primary camera, it's great backup. You can always have a wide shot or a cover shot. You know, it helps you cut. So don't think that, oh, it's not the same quality, because we've learned that you can color correct and match them. And I'll tell you, phones these days, they can shoot ultra high definition. They can shoot 4K. You should take advantage of that. They're amazing. So don't put something aside because you think it's not the same quality of your primary camera. You know, I always like to sometimes put a little GoPro up in the corner. We use it here in CreativeLive because I can always run to that master shot. I can run for cover. And the thing is, and I'm going to say this throughout the lesson because it's the most important thing, always make sure the audio is recording on each of these cameras, because that's the easiest way to sync them up so they're all able to just switch live, which is what we're going to do. You can do it other ways, but let's go ahead and step inside of what we're going to do now. So we're going to organize our media a little bit. We're going to create what's called a multicam clip, which is going to get everything in sync. Then we're going to show you how you can edit it, and then even how you can fine-tune it, how you can refine the edit, using some of the skills that we've learned throughout the previous 8 lessons. So let's just hop right in, and I'll talk a little bit about what you need to do multi-camera. So we'll go ahead. I'm going to close out my inspector, give myself some space, close that out. I'm on a lot of real estate. So we've seen a lot of this footage before. This is the interviews I did with Anna, and I did have a few different cameras, and I was a one-man band, and I had some cameras that ran out of batteries, and another camera I forgot to hit play on, and another camera where it wasn't aimed right. So I had lots of cameras, but I also had a lot of mistakes. But I did achieve the opportunity, I was able to achieve getting pretty much 3 angles successfully, even though they didn't match, and we learned how to make them match. So I have this front angle, this camera 1 angle, and then I had kind of a wide shot here, where I actually shot this on ultra high definition. So what I would ultimately probably do is crop it a little bit so you don't see the people walking in the background. But because I shot it at ultra high definition at 4K, I can zoom in up to 1/4 of the screen and not lose any resolution. So it's one thing I like to do when shooting an interview. As a matter of fact, we're not going to do it here because time doesn't permit, but this is a great little tip. Sometimes, even if I only have 1 camera, but if it shoots 4K, such as my phone, you know, an iPhone 6S and beyond will shoot 4K, I can frame the person wide. And then I can duplicate that and zoom in on the same shot as a second angle, and now I can do a multi-cam of them together. Maybe I will give it a shot in the time that we have, but it gives me 2 camera perceptions from 1 setup. So let's go ahead and talk about what I did when I recorded this and one of the 2 ways that you might do it. First of all, I said audio is important. So I recorded all of these cameras with, make sure the sound was on. It didn't have to be good sound, okay? Because as we know, the sound on your camera can be horrible because it's a little pin mic. And if you have like an electric zoom and you're zooming in and zooming out, if any of you have ever done that, you hear that zzz. So what I do recommend, if you think you're going to get bad sound, is you can either get a microphone that you can plug into the camera. They make them, they're designed for the cameras with the little pinholes. You can get them from any, you know, I ordered mine online. And you can plug it in like a lavalier, run it to the person and clip it to them. What I did with this one is I actually had a lavalier that plugs into my phone. And I took an old phone, it's an old iPhone, and I used that as a separate recording device. And I got much cleaner audio because I could clip a lavalier on her. I just hit my lavalier, so there's probably big in the studio. And then, depending on the length of the cord, because I have a couple different ones, I could either have tucked it into her pocket, or in this case, it was a long enough cord that I could run it over to me to start and stop recording. Gave me much cleaner audio, and it was actually a very inexpensive solution. I mean, you can get a lavalier like that, anywhere from $20 to $60, maybe $80. And then there's different recording options. You could record with the regular Apple one, but most of the microphones have a recording app that you can download, and they also work interchangeably. So I highly recommend that to get clean audio. Because I'll tell you, if you get clean audio, people are much more forgiving about your image. If you can't hear the person, it's a challenge. We also learned how to fix some audio in the audio section of the training, in case she was a very soft speaker. You could also get a separate unique recording device. Like the Zoom H4n is a very popular one. It's about $180, $200, and it just records WAV files. And the idea is I want to take that good audio, sync it with the camera that has the mediocre audio, and when I switch, I'm really switching the picture, and I'm keeping my good audio there. So that's the trick, and that's important, and it's only a few dollars more and a couple more steps to get a lavalier on a person than trying to do an interview and trying to get it on the camera. If you're running and gunning, by the way, you can get shotgun mics that you can mount kind of near the camera, so at least you don't pick that all up, and you'll get better audio. So the goal is if you can find a way to shoot better audio, Final Cut 10 can help you cut it together. So I broke this down to unique stories when I was cutting it together, just because I wanted to isolate it. So I said, okay, here's the section where she's talking about the hello, here's who I am. Here's one of my first ballet lessons. Here's one about the fact I play piano or I teach other teachers, because I didn't want to have this whole big long thing. So it helps me organize it. So if you are doing a multicam, you don't want to do a multicam of everything. You want to do it into digestible chunks, okay? Not that you can't. You could have up to 64 different cameras that you can sync together. You could probably do 64 cameras that are each running an hour's worth of footage. That's a lot of media, that's a lot of syncing. You can do it, but just make the decisions before you get started. Sometimes it's as easy as 2 cameras. So what I would normally do, and I'm gonna get rid of this image on the right for a second. I'm just gonna close this out, get a lot of real estate here. I'm gonna pick my 3 angles. Now, if you notice, I did break this up with all the interview stuff, but then there's one where she's talking about Italy. I'm gonna go over here to the dance story. We'll just keep it simple. So there's 2 angles where she's talking about dancing.
Playing the piano and dancing, or taking another instrument and something else. And this was a huge culture.
And so that's one.
And I felt like a dancer had to be very quiet.
So it's
So being worried that I would be too loud.
So these have actually pretty good audio, but so if I have 2 cameras with good audio, I'll just select them, I'll right click on them, and one of the options from the drop down is create a new multicam clip. And I'll get this dialog box. You want to give it a name, so I would definitely name it for the section she's talking about. So this was from the dance story, so I'll name it Dance Story Multicam. Where do I want to put it? I'm going to go into the event that usually they came out of, but I could put it in any one of my events. Ignore starting time code, ignore all this. Most of the time, all you really need to do is check use audio for synchronization and hit OK. What it's going to do, it's going to use the size and frame rate of the clips to determine what the sequence is, and just use the audio. However, I do want to show you a little bit what's under the hood, just so you have a sense for what it's doing. So I clicked on Use Custom. So when you sync things together, there's a lot of different ways that you can sync things, and also how it assembles. So if I wanted to, if I had the metadata, I could go into each one of these clips and name the camera if the name didn't come through. I could say what angle it was, because, okay, this is angle 1, this is angle 2. And if you have multiple cameras and you start and stop them, so angle 1 starts and stops a lot, you can still sync them together, but you want Final Cut to know this is all from the same angle. So it will basically put it in the same storyline as the other angle 1s. Same with angle 2, same with angle 3. So that's the reason you might want to do it. So most of the time, it's pretty intuitive. And then how do you want to synchronize them? And it's going to go automatic, but I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the things that we used to do and some of the things it does. So automatic is probably what you want to leave at. But if you're shooting with professional cameras, there's something on them called timecode, where it literally puts a timestamp that's fixed. And usually it's a running clock for time of day on a 24-hour clock. So if you shoot 5 different cameras, this used to be the way that we could sync them up, because everything was like timed. You jam the timecode to like an atomic clock. And that way you could sync things up. And that was the only way to do things. Now there's more flexibility. Most people don't have that luxury, but sometimes, you know, if you don't have audio on a camera, if you have timecode, that's how you would do it. A lot of times it can reference content created. So if the date of the camera is set, that metadata is usually put into the video file. So it knows, okay, I'm going to put anything that was done within these 5-minute range or whatever. They're probably likely, I'm going to start using that as a reference for syncing. Okay? Started the first clip. So maybe you don't have the other 2 things, but you go ahead and, you know, each clip you put like an in point before you make the multicam, and it uses that as a guide. And then finally, you can put a marker, hit the M key at the same spot. Maybe you did a clapboard, and when the clapboard comes down, you put a marker. And what happens is Final Cut will then reference those markers to start the synchronization. And then finally, you have audio. Now, the reason I went down this list is that when it's on automatic, Final Cut's pretty smart. It actually uses all of these. So if it looks at your footage and it sees timecode, it may use that as a reference to get going. If it doesn't see timecode, it may look at the time and date stamp on the camera to kind of get things aligned. Now, of course, your cameras may not be perfectly set to the exact same times, but if it can get it close, it can then use the audio to refine it, and that's what it does. It actually uses some of this stuff, if it's available, to get things close, and then it can very quickly sync things up by the audio waveform, and that's actually pretty clever. And the same thing, so if you have a bunch of footage that's not syncing really well and you're using automatic, I may go in and put markers in at roughly the same time. I'm looking at the video and saying, okay, there was the clapboard, or maybe, you know, there's a flash of a camera, and I can put a marker there. So what Final Cut will do is it'll line up all those markers and then listen for the audio and make sure that everything is perfectly in sync. So you're helping it, okay? But generally, as long as you have relatively okay audio on all your cameras, it will line it up. If for some reason it misses and you do a sync and suddenly like 3 out of 4 are good and the other one's like way off, throw a couple markers in and it'll get there. So things to keep in mind. For the most part, automatic. The other thing you might want to do is it's going to base it on the clips. And I had some 4K clips here, so it's going to try to do a 4K. But I don't necessarily want that. I really want to do 1080p because that's my sequence. And I don't want to have to worry about if I mixed smaller footage with bigger footage. So I'm going to actually change that. I'm going to switch it to 1080p. That's standard high def, okay? And then everything else you don't have to worry about. So let's go ahead and I'm going to hit OK. It's going to do its magic. And it created a brand new clip. There it is. It's called Dance Story. And it says multicam. Now, if you start making a lot of multicam clips and you want to be able to find them, what I like to do is I like to create a smart collection for multicam. In a sense, you just do a new smart collection. You can get your dialog box, which should be hiding here somewhere. And then I would simply go with the smart collection. All I do is double click on it, add a parameter, type, and I would say multicam. There it is. And if I really wanted to be refined in my editing, maybe I have dozens or hundreds of them, I might do multicam, and then maybe I'll go ahead and I'll use a keyword. And there's all my keywords. I'll uncheck them all. But I'm going to keep the one that says Dance Studio. Or maybe, there we go. And then our interview. There we go. Do interview. And there we go. There's my multicam with the dance. Okay, so they didn't have a keyword. If I wanted to, I can make one and throw the keyword on. So I can find it very easily. Now let's take a look at that clip that was created. I'm going to go ahead and let's open up our sequence. And if I double click this, here are the two clips that it tried to sync up. One of them was a lot longer and one was shorter, but it didn't matter because it just aligned them as they needed to be. So if I go ahead and play this.
Remember, it was in America at Maryland Youth Ballet, and I was 8 years old.
I can very easily
And
switch
I remember
and see
walking up
which
the
one
steps.
I have. So this is what's inside of that. Remember we opened up a clip in color correction and stepped inside? So what it's doing when it creates a multicam, it creates a clip, but actually all the other clips are inside that, and the audio is also inside that. So I'm going to step back, and I'm going to open something new. Under View, where we found the scopes before, there's also an option to say Show Angles. And I'll click on that. With Show Angles selected, when I scrub through the clip, I actually can see the two different angles that I have. And I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. You should have a remedial class for grabbing the edge. There we go. So there's my two angles. And as I play through here or scrub through there, I can see them switch.
Felt like a dancer.
So now I'm ready to start editing. I want to make a new project to put it in, right? New project, Command N, because the project is where you're cutting. I could throw this into my existing timeline, works just like a clip, but to keep things simple right now, I'm going to throw it into a new project. We're going to call this multicam test. New project, take this clip, and if I can go ahead and I can just throw the whole thing in, I'm going to hit the E key. So there it is. And you'll notice that it's black at the beginning because that's my primary angle. Okay? Then over here, we switch to, that's selected there, so it actually turns on. What I want to do is switch between these two. To keep things simple for right now, I'm going to go ahead and just trim off the head. I'm going to put my space bar there. I'm going to go ahead and put my, I forgot what that's called, playhead. I'm going to go ahead and put my playhead right in the middle. I'm going to hit the Option left bracket key to trim off everything from the head. And now I'm ready to show you how I can switch. So if I'm playing, and while I'm playing, I can select which camera I want to use. So I won't talk while she's talking, but just watch what happens. Play.
And I remember walking up the steps, and I felt like a dancer had to be very quiet and not make a sound. So I remember to.
So literally, when I want to change cameras, all I have to do is click. As soon as I stop playing, take a look at what's in my timeline. I've switched cameras. Now, in this case, I've switched both the audio and the video at the same time because the audio was exactly the same. If I wanted to just switch the video and keep one channel the same, I can do that, and I control that up here. So if you have the far left button activated, that switches both audio and video at the same time. If I click this button, when I switch, it's only going to cut between the video, and the audio is going to stay on the same track. And then, of course, if you wanted to just switch audio with not the video, you can do that also. So that's really the key in being able to control this. And when we bring in some better audio on another one, you'll see that that's advantageous. So when I'm clicking now, I want you to see what just happened. It just switched the video. Before it was both, so it was yellow. But look at this. I'm only switching video. That's my active audio track at all times. So I'm getting feedback because there's yellow. Yellow is always my audio. Blue is my video.
And being worried that I would be.
So now I've done my switch. And I could look down here, and there's my cut lines. And you know it's a multicam clip because of this little square here. But what if I cut too early or cut too late? You know, I'm not perfect. I've proved that time and again on this. I can still make the changes using the editing techniques that we've already learned. So if I wanted to, if I click between two edit points, and let me zoom in just a little bit, okay? I can do a roll edit between edit points. Let me actually have an edit point where it's different. There we go. So if I thought the edit should happen over here or over here, I can do a roll edit, and it keeps everything in sync, which is very nice. The other thing you can do is if you're playing and you say, I want to make the edit at that point, as long as you have the edit selected, which it was, I can choose Shift X, and that actually does an extend edit and moves the edit to that location. So you can definitely leverage that to easily change where the cut is. Another thing I could do is, let's say over here, I wanted to cut to the other camera. When it's paused, if I go ahead and I click on the camera I want to go to, it'll automatically make a cut and swap out to the next angle. So I could just do it manually that way. There's the next angle. What if I did it well and I had multiple ones? I have control too. Instead of putting a cut, I just want to swap out the shot. I said, you know something, it's not a cut. I just want it to be a different clip right here. So that's where modifiers come in. You know, I have this shot, I'm parked right here, and I want to switch to here, but I don't want to cut. I want that shot just to switch. You'll notice that it's a razor blade now. But if I'm hovering over here and I press the Option key, do you see how it becomes a hand? Now, if I click, instead of making a cut and putting the next shot in, it just swaps out to the other clip. So I'll go back here to the beginning. I want to just swap this out. I don't want to do a cut. I go over here, instead of hold down the Option key, it changes to a hand. And then you can see down here that it switches. So it's very easy to switch between shots. It's very easy to add a cut and switch things. And you have a lot of control. If you don't want to go all the way up to the top, you can right-click on any clip. And under that, you can switch to what you want your active video angle to be. Or maybe you forgot to switch the audio at the beginning, and I can switch the audio angle. So I can go there and I can say, oh yeah, this should have been the audio. This should have been the video. It's that simple, which is brilliant. I can apply filters to this. I can apply, I can go ahead and color correct it. I can fix audio. It works at this point just like any clip. If I wanted to, and maybe I needed to cut out a piece, by default it wants to do roll edits. But if I swim over and switch to the trim edit tool by hitting the T key, I can actually do the traditional trim edit. And so I'm in the trim tool, I can do nudging, I can do everything that I want to do. If I want to put a gap clip in, Option W, gap clip. Okay? So that's the beautiful thing about it. Now I put this in its own sequence, but as you can see, I could have put it into my show. As a matter of fact, the first cut I did, I used the multicam because I didn't know which angle I would have wanted to do. Let's look at a couple of other situations. Let's look at what if I had separate audio. And also, let's take a peek at the 4K stuff to see how that works, because I think that's actually a pretty cool little trick. So I'm going to go back here, and we have audio for the interview. I'm going to go ahead and close my angle viewer for the time being, just to give me a little more real estate. Okay. Hide angles, Shift Command 7, and open this up a little bit. Now, one of the things I didn't talk about is that you saw me rearranging the workspace, and I did talk a little bit about you can save a preference for any workspace. There's some default ones. So the default ones are for organizing color effects. I might have touched on it a little bit. If I want to just reset it back to that, I can click Command 0. It just kind of is a great get me back to where I want to be. Command 0 resets my workspace. I can find everything. So I'm doing that, and I know these are the audio files that I want to work with.
How about music?
Yeah, tell me a little bit about music background. And these are long. I've recorded like 8-9 minutes where the clips are only going to be like 20 seconds.
And we were situated on top of this mountain with like little houses. And one house we would sleep in, one house we would eat in, one.
Okay, so this is the part of where she's talking about when she goes to Italy. And if I wanted to do it beforehand, if I needed to make sure this audio was good, as long as I selected in the inspector, I can make sure that it's been analyzed. It did increase the loudness. I'm going to remove some of the noise.
Just finished training at 17, 18 years old. Go immediately to.
And now we're ready to start syncing. So I know this is part of the Italy story. I'm going to go ahead and drop that onto Italy, because that now puts the keyword of Italy on my waveform. And if I click onto Italy, if I actually dropped it right, this should be everything I need for the Italy footage. Multiple angles. So take a quick listen. Is this the right story?
Meet my professor from Juilliard there.
There we go. That's one.
She would invite some of her best students.
That's good.
Invite some of her best students.
So it's like north, west on the west coast.
It's not on the west coast.
So this is a different part of the story. So it's these three angles are working. Command click the three video angles. And this is something you need to be careful of. This will bite you. I want to sync everything together. I had marked and just grabbed one little soundbite of here previously. If I leave this way, when I create the multicam clip, this will only use that very small part when it makes the multicam, so it'll be just nothing, a slug, black at the beginning and afterwards. And you'll be like, what happened to my angle? Okay? If that happens, first of all, you'll bang your head going, what's going on for about a half hour. Now you know. That's the secret. Ideally, before you do it, Option X clears it. Or if you know there's only a few sections you want, select that. But if you've already created the angle, if you double click on the multicam, we saw at the very beginning, you step inside and you can see all the angles. Well, you can see that it's only using a little part, and because the media is there, you can grab the edge and stretch it back out. So you might have built it already and you go, I don't want to redo this again. You step inside. As a matter of fact, let me intentionally make this mistake so you can see how to fix it. So I'm picking that and I'm adding my audio. So I'm command clicking. I have 4 areas. I'm going to say new multicam clip. We're going to call it 3-camera interview. I think if I put interview on it as a multicam, it should go into my smart collection. I'm gonna hit OK. I don't want that to be 4K because I'm mixing stuff here. Hit OK. And let's hope. Now, it's taking a long time because this story is only about 20 seconds because I trimmed it, but my audio was 9 minutes. I let it roll for 9 minutes on that phone, so it has to find out the right place. So as you see, I only had a stall for about 15 seconds. It's very, very fast. So now I have this. If I open up close this window here, and I open up my angle viewer, and I start skimming through this, you'll notice, first of all, there's so much missing because of the audio. I'm gonna actually delete everything from down here. We're gonna just work with the same timeline. If I threw this in, just so you can see, I'm gonna hit the E key for the append edit. Most of this is just the audio, and I don't see anything. As a matter of fact, there is where she started to tell that story, okay? There's my little piece. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna do a option left bracket, cut off everything, the head, fast forward to JKL. That's probably the end of the story. She's still talking. There we go. And I go ahead, option right bracket. Now Shift Z, I can see the whole thing, and I can start seeing where she's talking, but that's the one frame that kind of just comes and goes, okay? Double click to step inside. There's all my elements. And I can see, in some cases, that my video is not that long, and I have to figure out where that one is. Well, there it is. It's so small, I could barely see it, okay? So it could literally be a frame. How can I make that longer? Well, I can try grabbing the edge, I can try zooming in, and there we go, I get enough of it. And now I can start grabbing a piece and just stretching it out. So you don't want to have to do this, but if you did make the mistake, that's how you can fix it, okay? Stretch it all out. Now, a couple other things. Perhaps I don't like the order of the clips. Maybe I want that wide shot to be camera 1. I just like it that way. I can change the order on the far right side by grabbing any of these and bringing them up and down. So I can switch my angles once I've stepped inside of my multicam clip. So now that's gonna be angle 1. Okay. If I want this, I actually grabbed the wrong one. I want that to be 1. So there we go. And then there's all this other audio. So now I'm good to go. Okay, there's my audio. I don't want my audio on 1. I want that down, so I'm just gonna bring that down. So I've reorganized it exactly the way I want. I don't have to do any trimming here because when I step back out of it, that's just the chunk that I have in my timeline. Okay, 2 elements that talk to each other. Now I'm ready to start switching. I wanna make sure that I'm using the good audio. So there's a couple ways I can do this. I can either hold down the option key, switch to audio, and then click, because I hold down the option because I don't want it to cut, and now the good audio is over here. And did you notice? Gotta hit the right button to do that. Audio. Hold that down, option, click on that. What would I probably do? I could do that, but most likely I'd right click on it, I'd choose active angle, and I just choose my audio that way. So now my audio is nice and clean on the bottom. I go over here, I say I'm just gonna switch video. I'll go ahead, I'll hit play.
Like little houses. In one house we would sleep, in one house we would eat, in one house we would have all of our practicing rooms.
I've done my cut. This camera ran out of battery, so it stopped, but I still was able to go. And it just switched the video, and I have this nice clean audio. And that's really very cool. The other thing to keep in mind is that, let's say I really was doing an interview, and I had a mic on me, and she had a mic on her. So I could want to switch audio when I cut back and forth between the 2 people. Well, a beautiful thing, and this is one of the lovely things about Final Cut, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit here, is let's suppose I needed to do a split edit because I was talking and she was talking, and I want both mics to be live, but I want to make sure that I don't cut off one person or the other one because I wasn't being picked up. It's really easy to do. All I have to do is separate the audio from the video. We saw that earlier. So let's imagine this is me, this is her, and I can go ahead, grab this. Now this is longer. You can hear me talking. You can hear her answering. I didn't have to do anything tricky, and I don't have to worry about overlap. We learned in the audio, if I wanted to be smooth, I could go ahead, grab that little fader bar, and I could go ahead and fade that in. I gotta make this a little bit taller. But that's one of the really cool things about working with multicam. It is that easy. I'd like to say it's harder and give you a lot more complex instruction, but it is that easy. Let's finally go with the what I would do with the 4K, and that we should be good to rock and roll. So I have some images that are big, and I believe this is one of them. I have it labeled 4K. Let me take a quick peek at it.
To meet her at her music institute, and we were situated on top of this mountain.
Okay, so I'm going to work with this clip. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make a duplicate of this. I think I can. Let's see if I can do this. It's a little more complex, but I'll do it. I'm going to go ahead. I have the original clip. I'm going to delete everything from my timeline. select all, delete. I'm going to take this clip and just throw the clip by itself into the sequence. Okay? I want to make a new clip out of this. I want to have a different instance of this clip. So I'm going to make it into a compound clip. We saw compound clips really briefly when we did filters. Remember, I wanted everything to work as a group? So I made it into a compound clip so I could drop a filter on it. What I can do now is I'm going to take a clip by itself and turn it into a compound clip. We're going to call this Camera 3 Italy Close-Up. And we're going to put that into interview. Okay, so now I have a compound clip. It's a separate clip. It's right there. Where's my compound clip? Interview. Let me do a quick search for it. 3 Italy Close-Up. Okay. That's my new compound clip. Option X. I'm going to go ahead, bring it into ID it with the Italy stuff. Go there. It's Italy. Uncheck that. So that's that. And then this is the other same version of it. That one and that are the same one. So I have two versions of this clip. I can multicam them together. Right click, new multicam clip, make it 1080p. Cool trick, we'll call it. Hit OK. So now I have this new multicam. If I double click to step into it, look at that. It's basically the same thing on both angles, but this is where I get to have some fun. I can pick one of the angles. Okay, and I'm going to pick the close-up angle, and I'm going to go ahead and go into the inspector. And we learned in the photo part when we were working with still images about how you can have it interpret the spatial conform, and it automatically tries to squeeze things in and makes them fit. So I took the 4K and put it in and made it into a 1080p. I'm going to have it to none. And look at that. So now, this is going to be a close-up. I can simply go in. I do want to reposition it. I want to do transform. Shift-T is the keyboard shortcut, and I'm going to just reposition this to a close-up. So now, this camera's a close-up. That's the wide shot. I'm ready to start editing. I'm going to close this window here. I'm going to close this window here. Ready to throw it into a new sequence. Remember, I've stepped into my multicam clip. So I'm going to throw it into this timeline because we've been using this. And now, I throw the clip in. Cool trick multicam. E throws it in. And now I'm going to hit play.
I used to go study music, starting from 15 years old in Italy on my own. And I would meet my professor from Juilliard there, and she would invite some of her best students.
Probably wouldn't cut back and forth that quickly, but you notice I just had a single shot. I didn't lose any resolution, and it gives me variety that I can cut pretty quickly. It's a great little trick. And if I had a third camera to cut to, it would be. So the idea here is to think outside the box. Multicam is that easy. Once you know a few tricks, now you'll probably go out and throw up an extra camera while you're shooting. Worst case scenario, you don't use it. Get good audio, it syncs it up, try to get audio in all your cameras. With that, does anybody have any questions about multicam? Okay.
Are there any considerations with two cameras using different codecs?
The question was, is there any consideration with two cameras using different codecs? As a matter of fact, no. These cameras all have different codecs. As a matter of fact, one was AVC HD, one was ProRes 422, and I think the third one was an MPEG 4. So it wasn't a problem with the codecs. And as a matter of fact, you could, though you probably should not, have different frame rates. So if one camera was 24 and the other was 30, just like a regular edit in Final Cut, it will conform to the timeline. So that's the beautiful thing is your phone doesn't record perfectly 30 frames per second, okay? You might have somebody giving you footage at 24. It will work, okay? If for some reason your camera's really wacky, or if the camera was out of sync in the camera, when you go into a multicam clip, it's usually already in sync. But if it's not in sync, you could tweak it. I selected a clip. I would probably use the nudge command, period, comma. And I could move it left and right, a frame at a time, until it's in sync. And if the camera's drifting, which it usually shouldn't do, I could blade sections and just bring those sections into sync as the drift happens. And that is pretty cool when you're trying to share multiple cameras. Great question. Okay, you know how to do multicam. Let's do it. Finalizing, exporting, and archiving. The light at the end of the tunnel is a good thing as long as it's not an oncoming train. And with that, let's talk about what we're going to do. when I finish a show, that's when you kind of do the last run through, the final checks and tweaks. We'll do that fairly quickly. And then we're going to talk about sharing your video and how easy it is and how robust it is to actually export your finished programs for the web or for file or for archiving. And then how do you clean house? How do you organize things? You have all this stuff and you want to archive just what you need. We're going to talk about that and show you some tricks. And then at the very end, if you have any questions about anything that we covered in the course, feel free to ask them. I will do my best to answer them. And we'll be ready to go, and then you'll be raring to hop into Final Cut. So before we can finish, we have to get started, so let's go over to the computer. So this will be our finished show. This is just a short segment. The first thing I would do is I would play it through. I would play it through with my audio meters large, so let's go ahead and bring this to the beginning. And I want to point out that if I wanted to, I should be able to stretch this out if my eye is good. There we go. Almost got it. So you can make your audio meters wider if they're thinner. And I just want to make sure everything is, sounds right, looks right. A lot of times when you're editing, you turn tracks on and off. You want to make sure everything is balanced. So that's one key thing. So listen to everything. Make sure you actually hear everything, that you didn't turn something off, didn't accidentally delete something that was off screen because you weren't looking at what you selected. So a full view is a good way to start. The other thing I like to do when I'm prepping to finish is I'll always go back to the beginning of the show. We've learned to go to the head of the show by hitting the home key or function and the left arrow. And then I use the up and down arrows to step between every edit. And what this allows me to do is make sure that there's nothing that's going to pop up, like a flash frame where, I did some playing around with some clips and two were next to each other, but I had snapping turned off, and there's actually, something is wrong. Either there's a black frame or I see what's below it. Maybe I'll see her talking and then I'll be watching this distracting because a person can notice a 30th of a second. So I'll step through. Sometimes I usually do this while I'm editing, but I'll often go to a transition, especially a longer transition, okay? And with my playhead parked in the middle of a transition, I'll actually play that transition. And we learned that earlier, that if I hold the shift key and the question mark, it will play around.
And I remember walking up the steps.
So that way I can make sure that I don't have any surprises. You've worked really hard on a project. The last thing you want to do is have a mistake when you export. As a matter of fact, we don't always have this luxury, but it's a good rule of thumb is after I finish the show, I like to walk away from it for a day or so, if the luxury of time, if I haven't really gone to the wall for delivery. And if that's the case, I see it with new eyes. My eyes aren't tired, and maybe I'll see something wrong with the rhythm, maybe I'll see a technical flaw. It's an important thing. As a matter of fact, another thing I like to do before I deliver a show is I'll sit down and I'll watch it with friends or, working partners. And what's interesting is they don't necessarily have to give me any feedback, because when I'm watching it with somebody else, my gut says, oh, that's probably too long, or I shouldn't have done that. I'm forced to look at it with more critical eyes. They can give feedback, but it's amazing what you think you could get away with, and then you watch it yourself again with a coworker, and you're like, no, I have to fix that. So that's important because, you do hard work, you want it to look good. Of course, many times we're editing right up to the last minute, and we have to export, so, that does happen. But these are some of the simple things that I like to do, make sure the color is balanced. All the things that I've played with, make sure that I have the right version. I'm ready to export it. Now, there's a couple different ways that you can export. I can either, if I'm clicking onto my current sequence, my current project, I can have that selected. I'm going to go to the Share menu. Or I could share directly from the actual project up here in my library. And you do these one at a time. So I can't lasso like 3 different projects and say share. That's the export function. I have to do each one. They do queue up. I don't have to wait till they all finish exporting, but you have to do them one at a time. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to export the Final Cut. There are a couple places you can find for exporting. You can get it from the drop-down menu. It should be under File, Share. So you're not exporting, you're sharing. But I usually, by default, go over to this little button on the far right, because to me it's like, oh, it's the end of the day, it's the end of the show, it's the last thing in the interface. That's my Share button. Gives me all the same things in my pop-up. Now these are there by default. These are presets. So I can export out a version that can be turned into a DVD. It creates the file I need. It doesn't author, actually this might author, yes, it does author a basic DVD. Heavier duty DVD authoring, you need to export out a specific type of file. People aren't really doing that much anymore. As a matter of fact, I used to train people in DVD authoring all over the place 15 years ago. I don't even think I've actually made a DVD for a client in 5 years, and I probably haven't watched one because it's so much easier to stream things. But the technology is there. If somebody wants to deliver that, you can create a DVD. You can also create for a variety of other delivery formats. So you can create ones for Apple devices, and I want it to play at 720 because that's going to play on more legacy Apple devices. It'll play all the way back to an Apple TV 2 because they'll play 720, but if you do 1080, There's a lot of devices that can't do that that are only a few years old. Okay, and I'll show you a great little trick about that when you actually step through. I may want to send it directly to Facebook. I may want to send it to YouTube or Vimeo. If I do it to these, I'm going to have to add login information, and it will go right there, and they will create a file that is perfectly designed for those services because they have all the specs, they being Apple giving them to you. So a lot of times, you just go right here and you're good to go. You also can output a master file. So if you want to make an archival version of the highest quality, you can do that. Let's take a look what happens when you select one of these choices. We'll start with an Apple device. So let's say I want to put out 1080p, that's what I worked on, and I'll go ahead and I'll click on this. I get this dialog box, and this is my export dialog box. So what is it telling me? Well, I can rename the show. Right now, it's named after the sequence. It's named after the project. So I don't want to call it full cut. I could call this Anna Russell CV. Okay, that's her CV. And then I can write what it's about. Now, the reason I want to write some of this information is this becomes metadata that if I uploaded this to YouTube or Vimeo, okay, or Facebook, and somebody does a keyword search, this information could come up. So when I see that, so I wouldn't say this video is about full cut, I'd say this video is about Anna Russell and ballet. Then I have all of these tags. Where do these tags come from? Well, this was all the metadata that I put into Final Cut. It thinks I want all that. And maybe I tagged it and it would be perfect. But the truth is, I don't need somebody to search for a wide shot and find my video. So I would actually probably remove most of these. I can just highlight them and hit delete. Now I can start adding things that I want to have in the metadata. So if people are doing a keyword search, my video might pop up. So I would say ballet. And then I would add a comma. And then I would add something else. Maybe I would do piano. And then I'd add a comma. And you're seeing I can create as many as I want. So this will now be tagged. I could put Maryland dancer. So I could do this, and then I would make this and be ready to go. Take a look at the bottom. I'm getting a reminder. What's the frame size of what I'm exporting? Okay? And the frame rate. Is it stereo? Is it mono? What is the duration of what I'm exporting? And how is it going to be tagged? It's an Apple MPEG-4 movie. Useful. I want to make sure that this is the right version. This little picture is more than just pretty. I can put my cursor over it and skim through my show as a last check to make sure this is the right version. Okay? And then this little button's really cool. I'm going to scroll down so you can see what I see. If you put your cursor on that button, it's going to tell you which devices this will play on with no problem. Okay? Because it's 1080p, it won't play on some of these older devices because they don't play 1080p. The original iPad can only handle 720. Okay? So it's a great little check. So what if I wanted it to be a little more diversified for where it can play? Well, I can make some changes. I do want to point out, it also gives me an approximate file size. Now, I want to modify some things. So I click over to Settings. This is the default settings for what I just selected as Apple devices. Okay? There's my format, Apple devices. I can change things now. If I switch and say I want it just to go out to a computer, I could change that. Did you notice that popped to yellow for a moment? That's a visual warning that things have changed. My file size is going to be bigger. It's going to be less compressed because it doesn't need to be for a computer. And it's going to play on fewer devices because of the way that it's now designed. Okay? So you have control. As a matter of fact, if I go ahead, I need to zoom out a little bit so you can see. I said to computer, and guess what? It will play on a Mac and a PC, but not necessarily one of these because it's a huge file. Now, it's not like, black and white. It may play on some devices, but don't count on it without testing it. So that's really nice. I can change things. So what are some of these other options here? You'll often see one that says faster encode and better quality. Usually what happens in this case is they're compressing your video using something called variable bitrate, which means if there's more action going on, they give it more bandwidth because that's a lot of scene changes. If it then quiets down to two people talking, it doesn't require as much bandwidth to send that part of the video signal. So it varies based upon how much motion is in each frame of video. And that's what this H.264 video codec that we talked about at the very beginning is all about. It's a great way to compress things efficiently. Well, better quality, what it does is it also can be referred to as two-pass variable bitrate, which means it's going to analyze the entire movie first and then compress it, as opposed to compressing it and just looking a little bit ahead. Because it's done that analysis, it now can make a smarter encode, and you'll end up getting probably a smaller and sharper file. Okay? So think of that as two-pass. It will take twice as long. You worked a long time. If you've edited something for, 40 hours, and it's a minute long, why not take 2 minutes to encode it instead of 1? I generally always like to do that. However, the default usually goes to fast encode. But I can change that. I can confirm the resolution. It's 1920 by 1080. If I go to 1280 by 720, look, my file size changed. it's not going to play in any more systems, but I got a smaller file. And this is a best guess. So if I'm trying to make something small, somebody says, well, I need it to be under 100, I could look at ways I could do that. Maybe then I'm going to have to shrink it to 960 by 540. Okay? So this is something that you can set. Let's take it back to 1920. If I put chapter markers in, we learned a little bit about markers in the course, okay? One thing you can put in on your final program, and I'll show you how to do it once we step out, is I can go ahead and I can put markers in by hitting the M key. Okay, so if I send it out to a DVD, there'll be chapters. If I send it out as a QuickTime movie, QuickTime movies, you can embed chapters so people can jump to certain sections. Okay, so you can do that. You can include chapter markers. And then once it's exported, I can say, what do you want to open it or where do you want to add it to? So in this case, if I just wanted to look at it quickly in QuickTime, I would choose that. There are some iTunes libraries on this computer, so I could have it go into that iTunes library, maybe because I want to use that, because I want to put it onto my phone or into my pad, and I want to be able to sync it. So you have control where it goes. I generally keep my iTunes library separate, so I would probably put it as QuickTime, just have it open up. Or if you don't, you can have do nothing. I like QuickTime. It lets me look at it after I'm done. So there you're all ready to go, and then I would hit Next. It's going to ask me where I want to put it, and again, check my name. So I'm going to say, okay, save. And now I'm back into Final Cut. I can keep editing. If I want to know what's happening behind the scenes, the same background tasks will allow me to see what's happening. It's sharing this video. It's encoding it in the background. It's doing its magic. And I could go ahead and I could send it out with a different style. So let's talk about that. Let's look at some of the other options while it's working in the background. Another big option that we didn't choose on sharing is a master file. This is your archival version. If I click on that, it's going to automatically go here. Look, it's 1.35 gigabytes. This is going to be a ProRes, because what it's going to do, it's going to use whatever the project settings were, and it's going to use that as its reference. So because we were editing at 1080p with ProRes rendering, that's what it's going to default to. Again, the same information is given here. It says master file. If I jump over to settings, I can modify things. So if it's a master file, you'll see video and audio. I'm going to click on that. I could put out video or audio only. I've done this. As a matter of fact, you can export a clip. Not even a whole show. If you have a clip, you can export that clip, or even select the range of a clip and export that. Maybe you have a really long clip and you only want to save a little chunk of it. I've often exported that out and used that. Okay? Video and audio. I wanted to pull the audio off something. I recorded good audio, but it also recorded video, and I'm not using the video. So I just want to strip it off. So you can control this. Maybe you're doing a graphic and you need to send it to motion. Okay? You don't need the audio. So you can choose that. You can also, at this point, switch back to Apple devices. So basically, if you're here, it's a mastering, but if you need to switch something, there's your Apple devices, your computer, and your web hosting options. Okay, we'll look at web hosting in just a moment. We'll leave it at video. I can choose the codec. Look at all these things. Remember we talked about the lovely word of codec. Compression and decompression algorithm, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Different flavors of ProRes. This is just really high quality, uncompressed. That's the default. Okay, 422. It's going to be a big file. These are even bigger files. These are used for graphics and animations with alpha channels and, as I said before, blah, blah, blah. Okay? You can have a whole course in that. And these are smaller versions. H.264, that's what we generally do for the web. So you can control what codec, depending on what you need to deliver. These are all broadcast formats. So it's the same device. And then uncompressed. So these are some choices. The odds are you're ever going to use this, or you're probably not going to mess with that because it's going to be the default whether you pick web or Apple device or mastering codec. So there you go. H.264 will give you a nice smaller file, a little more compressed in size, but it will still be full 1920 by 1080. So maybe you want to put that on your drive so you can watch it on TV. But you can switch that, okay? Resolution is fixed because it's based on the sequence, the project size, okay? You can't change that. And then chapter markers, same questions as before. And then there is roles, okay? We talked about roles when we did audio. And I said we'd come back to it later. Remember we were labeling things? This is music. This is Anna's dialogue. This is sound effects. This is the piano. Okay, I can control when I export it my roles. So if I wanted to export, say, a multi-track QuickTime movie, it's going to give me options depending on what I check. And I could say, put in all dialogue as stereo. Oh, only used Anna's dialogue. You have a lot of granular control on the export. Now, you're probably not going to use this initially, but it's here. So if you cut something and you put 2 languages on it, remember I said you could do 2 languages? I could set it up so it exports with the language 1 and have a movie. I could also set up a preference. Our default where it exports with language 2. So I only have to build it once, and I can control what I export. I could say I want one with titles and one without, so one has all the roles, and one has all the roles but titles turned off. So the idea is that you can create presets, and I'm going to show you how to do that in a moment, but it's pretty powerful. So that's why those roles we've been talking about periodically throughout have become very beneficial. Okay, and those are only available with some different saving versions. Okay. And I can also save this as a preset at this point, but I'm going to show you another place to save it. Let's go back to QuickTime Movie. That goes away. So there we are. We're good to go. I could go ahead and hit next, and it's going to go send this one out. I don't think I need to export this, but you can see the difference. If I was going to do something different, such as I wanted to do web hosting, okay? There we go, faster encode, better quality, and it's going to do its best job. I'm going to hit cancel. I want you to look at what happens when I export this to, say, something such as YouTube or Vimeo, okay? So I've done this. I want to put it on Vimeo. The first thing it's going to do, it gives me this dialog box. I'm going to look at my settings, okay? We're going to go better quality, viewable by. So a lot of times with Vimeo, you can do password protected, so your client can see it, or people who subscribe to your channel can see it. The other thing you're going to have to do is if you'll sign in, it will automatically upload it to your YouTube or your Vimeo channel, okay, with all the metadata. One-stop shopping, one step, okay? So it's pretty cool. And you can control and say, what size is it going to be? I want it to be Vimeo, 1080p. As you see, 4K is grayed out because my main timeline wasn't 4K. Why should I upload it? Now, if I did 4K, I could upload it. It's going to play back 4K, and then, of course, those services will create the smaller versions automatically once you upload it, okay? So this is actually pretty cool. You can do these settings. So you can go through. It gives you a sense of what these are. But I want to show you how you can take a little bit more control. So that's simply export. But there's another option. You can either get it down here, add destination, or you can get it in your preferences under export, destinations. And as you can see, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. These are the ones you just saw on the list, right? I can add any destination I want. So if I wanted to create a custom one, I can add a destination. So let's say I wanted to do a Blu-ray DVD or one of these other websites. I can go ahead and I can grab that and say, okay, I want to create a Blu-ray, and now that becomes an option. I can also rearrange these because maybe I do YouTube all the time, just want that up on top, and maybe I never do DVDs, okay? So I can go ahead. As a matter of fact, I can go and probably delete that, and I don't have to be distracted by DVDs. So this uses the defaults, but I can make custom ones here. You know, I don't want to have to go in and change things all the time. So I can do one of two things. I could duplicate something. So now I have a new master file, and this new master file is going to be different. I want it to be an H.264 video and audio, and that's going to be that version. I'm going to call this master H.264. I'm not even going to put the dot in there. And now if I want, I can do a full one, which will probably be my ProRes, but with one click I can do that. I can also make this my default. When you're exporting, I'm going to close this for a second. File, share. Master, Command E for export. So right now the master file is the default, okay? Didn't mean to click that. I'm going to go back here under my preferences. We have the export, and what I want is I want this new one to be my default. I right-click on it. I make that the default. Now when I hit Command E, it sends out the one that I always want to use. Not done yet. The reality is I have a client, and they want 3 different versions. They want an archival version, they want a web version, and they want an email or a smaller version. So I can go ahead and do something pretty cool for my destinations. I'm going to add a destination. Click on the bottom. It shows me all my options. And I'm going to create what's called a bundle. Okay, I'm going to grab this bundle. I'll even put it up top. A bundle is a container of choices. So in that bundle, I can say, you know what? We're going to send out a file. So we'll put that in, an export file. And I can go ahead and define what I want that to be. That's going to be an H.264. I'm also going to add another destination. I want a YouTube destination. And it's going to ask for more my sign-in stuff, so we can just do it automatically. And then I can add the default settings here. So I want it to be 1080, automatic. Remember, I always like better quality. And you can change these, but these are my default ones. So we'll do this as private, and then we can put the category. And then I can even add one more. We'll go back to add destination, and maybe I also want to upload it to Vimeo. And again, log in, and different options. So this is the cool part. My bundle is there. And if I wanted to share directly to the bundle, I could go ahead and select it. But not only that, I'm going to make it my default. So now when I hit Command E, it's going to do everything inside that folder. It's going to make me 3 versions of my show with one click. Okay, so I'm ready to go. All I would have to do is File, Share, Default, and there's my bundle. And as a matter of fact, the only thing I didn't do that I would do is I might name that bundle because I might have bundles for different purposes, different clients. So this could be, you know, this is my bundle for the people at National Geo. This is my bundle for, you know, Major League Baseball. Who knows what it could be. So I can have these presets, and I can fill it up with a variety of ways to compress it. If you ever need to get into really more detailed compression, you have a client that has a specific requirement that you need to meet. If you have compressor, it's a $50 application. I talked about it before. You could choose that as a destination. Let's go ahead and under share at the bottom. I can jump right to those preference presets. I could have a compressor setting. And when I click on compressor, these are the compressor ones that are built in. It's actually less than there should be because compressor's not on here. But I could go in, select something that I designed, and really can compress it any way I want. And it's a pretty powerful program. If you find you need that, it's a great $50 deal. And it's an app thing, so it runs on 5 computers. So think of that, $10 a computer for a compressor that, this was big dollars 10, 15 years ago. And it's as simple as that. So I can share it, I can have it pop open. As a matter of fact, did the other one finish and pop open? Yeah, it did. It was in the background. So there's my final that we put out. I'd watch it.
I'm Anna Russell. I'm a dancer from Crimea. I started dancing because...
So I hadn't fixed the audio. Yep, you see the idea. You watch it, it's good, and you knew where you saved it because you remembered. No, we didn't remember. What I usually do, once it's opened, if you right-click on the head of any document, it will tell you the path where that document is. So it's like, oh yeah, I threw it in the documents folder. So I'll click on that. It's like, yay, I found where I put it. How many people in the room have saved something and have no idea where it was afterwards? Yeah. If anybody doesn't raise their hand, they're lying and they have to leave. Okay, or they've never used a computer. So that's as easy as it is to share your documents. And it's very powerful. And once you kind of get used to it, you just go. It's the easiest thing. So we have that done. I do want to point out a couple things I mentioned. I talked about markers. So if I want to put chapter markers in here, in the timeline in my project, I hit the M key to create a marker, and I hit the M key twice to now name it. So I did it twice. It opens up this box. I'm going to call this Anna Open. And right now it's a generic marker for like if I wanted to take notes. If I want it to be a chapter marker, I'm going to hit this little button. It's going to turn orange, okay? And then I'm done. So I can go ahead and put chapter markers in, and when I export either a QuickTime movie or to a DVD, it'll have that little drop down that they can click and they can jump to different areas. So that's a very nice feature. The other thing I pointed out is I did have some longer takes. So I could pick a range here. I'm going to hit the Option key. So I can just grab, oh, that's a project, so I can't go through that. Let me grab a clip. Let me get out of the projects folder. That would be a smart way to start this. There we go. So I want to export just that section. I grab it, selected, share, file. Now I've just taken out a little piece. This is useful for 2 things. One, I could do a part of a clip, or maybe I have a 60-minute show and I just want to send out maybe like 1 or 2 minutes to show somebody what's happening. I can mark an in and out point in my timeline. We know this was 1 minute, 10 seconds. But if I go down here and I mark an in point to here to an out point, and I say export, first of all, I'm going to select that. I'm going to hit Control D. 16 seconds, 1 frame. Let's go and see if we export that. I'm going to do this as a master file, H.264 with a preset. Go down here, zoom in, 16 seconds, 1 frame. It is only going to pull out that one little section. So you can put out smaller pieces. So don't just think that the share function is for a finished show. You can do that to break down clips into smaller versions. If you have one long take and you really want to just archive small chunks, you can do that. It's a way to, I sometimes cut things up before. I have clips, and we talked about that. If the clips are on your hard drive, you have to bring the whole clip in. If it's on a camera card, you can pick segments of it. But if you have one 60-minute clip of maybe a concert, and there's 30 minutes in the middle where they're on break, but the camera was rolling, I would probably go and open up that whole clip in Final Cut, chunk it into 2 sections without that middle piece, and re-export it. And now work with that, because why do I have to have that middle stuff? It's just going to eat up space. I'm done with my show. I want to clean house. Okay? I have a bunch of options. First of all, remember, you have the potential to have multiple libraries. We only have one. So each library is a unique container that has all of your media, that has the blueprint for your show, and probably has any render files, and any proxy files, and any optimized files all inside it. Okay? So I could just, if I wanted to save everything, I could grab that library and drag it onto another hard drive. And wherever I go, I can just click, open it up, and ready to go. I could also say to myself, you know what? I can always re-render things. I can always reanalyze things. I can always retranscode things. So maybe I want to just remove those elements. So I have a couple options here. If I click on my library, I have some good options and some grayed out options. We'll talk about these. So what does consolidate library media mean? You might be in a situation where you grab stuff and you never really brought it in to the library. You were looking at external files. Okay? So if I grab that folder and dragged it out, I might actually have some stuff that were in another location. And now I open this up and files are offline. If I consolidate, it will copy, if it's on another drive, all the media into the library. It will move if it's on the same drive. So you need to be careful there. Now I can throw it onto another drive and I'm good to go. There's a lot of variations on this. But that would be what consolidate does. So if I go consolidate, I'll get a little box and it will say exactly this. Original media will be consolidated into the library, tells me the library. And if I've actually stored my optimized or proxy media outside of the library, because that was one of the options, and I'll show you that again as a refresher as soon as I get out of this dialog box, I can choose to bring those in. I'm going to cancel right now because I want to remind you how I would do that. I'm going to select my library, and then I'm going to go over to the inspector. My inspector is over here with the library selected. So there's another option, some of my options here. Storage location, modify settings. So I chose this when I created my library, but the point is you probably don't remember that because you just were trying to figure out what a library was at that point. So I can change this at any time. But I'm having media stored in my library, I'm having my cache in the library, my motion content, my backup, but I could choose to have things stored in other places. And that's why maybe I want to consolidate, okay? My cache files, my render files, my analysis files, maybe I want those stored somewhere else because I want to keep it small. Easier, I don't have to throw them away at the end, okay? Another thing I mentioned was if I had motion content that was like I bought some third-party plugins or I created some custom motion from, I took something and modified it that I liked it and saved that motion template, well, that gets normally saved in a motion templates folder. But if I wanted to, when I make something new, I could say save it in my library. So now if I move that to another computer, all the content from that graphic, that animated graphic, lives with my show and I don't get this media offline. I don't have this. Okay, and that's a new feature actually that came out in the most recent release. And then of course backups is just where you have in case it crashes, which it does occasionally, and it automatically by default goes into your probably in your movies folder. But that you could have that go into the package if you want. Okay, so that is a refresher that you can set this at the beginning, throughout, and at the end you can see what's there. I'm going to hit OK. Hopefully I didn't change anything. Another way to reach consolidate for my media, it would move all media into here if it wasn't, and it's going to say that same dialog box as before. And there wasn't anything because I've already moved it in there, so I'm going to say OK. If I did not move my motion templates that I used in before, I can consolidate that and bring those in after the fact before I go ahead and archive it. So now it's going into that library, into that container, okay? And then this is the cache. This is all the stuff that it's created. So this is what's in there if you ever want to get a sense of things, okay? And then it gives you all the details. I'll go down here. There's my original media size. My optimized is bigger because some of it went to that ProRes because it was easier for my machine to use. And I don't have any proxy in here. So I can actually see a lot of details. So that's all over there. So I'm ready to do some housekeeping. Let me go ahead and go back over here with the project selected. Go under File. And you'll see very similar things with Consolidate, Library Media, Consolidate Motion Content. If I selected that, it would say there's nothing to move. I didn't use anything new. Okay? In fact, there might be a title, but yeah. It exists in the selected location. In other words, I used a default one. And then there's also a delete generated library files. So what that's going to do is it gives you the option to save space inside of your library. I go, you know what? I don't need any of my render files because I can re-render things again. I don't want to bring in those 15 gigs of optimized files, okay? And if I had proxies, maybe I want to get rid of those because you know something? I'm putting it on the shelf. Maybe I'll take it back 6 months, a year later. I can redo the proxies. I can redo, if I even need to. Maybe I just needed them to have faster editing while I did it. So I can remove all of these very easily. Okay? So if I'm going to go ahead and do that, delete unused renders, I'm going to delete all my renders. I can always re-render. Hit OK. Watch what happens when I switch over and look at the detail for this library over here, and I'm going to double click this to make this nice and long. I should have, look at that, that 16 gigs is gone. Okay? The cache is minimal. Okay? So it just kept some thumbnails and audio waveforms, but the render files are gone. Okay, so I've immediately dropped this thing from probably 25 gigs down to 4. And that's something that's easier to back up. But that's going to back up everything, okay? And that could be great, and that's sometimes a great first step. But oftentimes, maybe you're working on a program, and you have multiple projects, multiple sequences in it, and you just want to get rid of one, not get rid of it, but just take all the media associated with that and put it onto another library. You just want to back up everything that's in that one project, right? Because maybe you want to just archive that or send it to somebody else to look at. You're doing the cooking shows, remember? And in the library, we have all these different meals, and you just want to save macaroni and cheese with double bacon, okay? Got to get that in at the end. So I can select a specific project, okay? If I want to just do what's in a specific project. So I'm going to go ahead and pick the finalized project. I have multiple lessons, but I think I have one called Final. The easy way to find it, full cut, is to I should be able to control-click on it and say reveal, but I'll erase. There we go, full cut. So I selected a project this time, not my entire library. So with that selected, I have this option to copy the project to a library. So if I have another library already on my drive, I could copy it to that. If I don't, I could create a new library. Okay, so what I'm going to do really is I'm going to create a whole new container, and I'm going to make a copy of that with just the information, just the media I used in that one sequence. Because maybe I have all these other cooking shows. I want to pull it out. So I'll say new library. It'll ask me to name that library. Put it into movies. I'll call this Final Sequence. I'll hit Save. It's going to ask me When I save all that, do I want to save any of the optimized media that I might have created? No. I can always redo that, and I'm going to hit OK. And it's going to actually create a library, and it should open it up. So now I have 2 libraries open. So this final sequence has literally 1 project in it. And that project has all the media. So if I go over here, I'm going to just show you. I'm going to reveal this library, reveal in Finder. There it is, final sequence, 1.14 gigabytes. It's not the full 4 because I only took the images that I did. Don't necessarily do this at home. I'm going to step inside of my library to show you what's in it. But you can see you don't need to do this. It's just so you know what's going on. Okay? Show package contents. And this is all the stuff that makes up your magic. But inside there is the date, and there's the original media, and those are the clips, the only clips that I used to cut that together, and I have that all archived. These other folders should be empty, the render files. There's no render files, there's just the peaks, that's the waveforms. But let's go ahead, and because I'm running into dangerous territory, I'll jump back into movies, and let's go into one of the bigger ones. Now, of course, I did delete most of the contents, but if we go into this test one, and I show the package contents, and I go into the actual, this is an event. You like that? That's the date. If this had a name, so the events really are little folders of stuff. And I look in there, I can see, there's my original media, there's my render file. If I hadn't deleted it, I would also see proxy, a folder of proxy media, and a folder of optimized media. And it's deleting it. You don't have to go inside. But that's an idea of how everything is stored inside. Motion templates. This would be the case if I needed to save a motion template, and I said consolidate, it would go into that folder. The point is, you never need to go inside, but that's where things all live. And it's as easy as that. So that's one way to consolidate, okay? And you can just archive it, you do that, you put it into another location, it's a lot smaller. You can move things between libraries. And again, I wouldn't do this as an initial experience, okay? If I had 2 libraries, okay, so I have Final Sequence and CreativeLive Bootcamp. I can drag things back and forth. So in this, I didn't use all the media, so maybe this green screen media didn't go from one to the other. So if I click on this and I drag it up to this other area, I could let go, and it's going to ask me, do I want to copy everything again? I'll say okay. So there's my green screen, and now that should live inside that library. You'll notice sometimes, and you'll say now, if you don't see the plus, okay, you copy stuff between libraries, but what if you copy something between events? So when you see a plus, it actually makes a copy. That's important, okay? It doesn't want to get something out of one library and suddenly it go offline because you move to another one. So library to library, it copies. So now you have 2 instances of the media and everything that goes with it. I can also move things between events. So if I'm in this event with the close, okay? And there's a green screen, I could go ahead and grab this clip, and what if I dropped it into green screen? You'll notice I don't have a plus. This is all in the same library, it's all in the same big container. So if I move it around, it's not gonna duplicate the footage, it just says, oh, I'm gonna move it from that one folder inside the library to another one, okay? So you have to be careful of this. That's good, it saves you space. If for some reason you do wanna have duplicates, you do want to have another version, if you hold down the Option key, you get a little plus, and it actually makes a copy into the other event library, okay? So there are ways you can move things around. Just be careful and watch for that little plus so you don't get yourself into trouble. So now in green screen, there's also that piece of video footage, okay? So that's many ways you can do things. Let's take a quick look, see if there's anything we haven't spoken about under that cleaning house. We've deleted generated media, consolidated motion content. You can merge events if you want to. Let's say you're building things. So let's say, I build all this stuff and, Hannah Dance Media, the interview, really that should be one event. I could select both of those and I can merge those events and it becomes one event and I'm cleaning house. So look for those little tricks, those little techniques. And as you see, there's also an option to move things to a library. So if you choose move to a library, okay? So I have 2 open, but I'm gonna go here to, let's say this clip right here. I'm gonna go File, Move Clip to Library. If I say Final Sequence, it's gonna give me this warning. I want you to take a close look at that. The original media will be moved to the storage location Final Sequence. So it physically will move something out of one library into another. So you have to be careful with that. You generally want copy. If you are going from a hard drive to another hard drive, your internal to your external, it will always copy. That's just how the Finder works. But be careful if you go to move something, that if you move it, it will physically move the clip on that same, it does get moved on the hard drive, but it doesn't have a reference to it anymore. So it's pretty powerful, and I just wanted you to get a sense of that because a lot of times you want to clean house, I might have done a show where I had all this extra footage in there, and I just want one with just all the footage I use for all my projects. I can select my projects, and I can just copy those, and I don't have to worry about unused media. As a matter of fact, if you ever want to find unused media, this is all the bonus answers and stuff. I could go here, and we learned that you could sort this stuff by rejected and new and favorites. If I click on unused, it's going to show me every clip that I haven't used. Those are my projects, okay? So I can see my unused media, which is also nice when building a show. It's like, have I used this shot before? Good to go.
So I see a lot of discussion about this out on the web. Do you actually do all of your development work and rendering on a local drive, or do you do it on a remote drive?
So the question was, I always like to repeat the question, even though everybody's mic, because it also verifies that I understood the question. Do I do it all on my local drive, on a remote drive? I actually do most of mine on a remote drive. However, I do use solid state drives and USB 3, which gives me relatively fast throughput. If you're using a slower drive, a spinning drive, you might get some performance issues. If I am doing that, I may transcode everything to proxy, so it goes back and forth. I'm going to throw a little piece of bait at you, because it opens up a can of worms, so I'm throwing a worm. There are an interesting workflow where I will store my proxies inside of my library, but I store my media and my optimized media outside of the library. Now, why would I do that? Keeps my library small. When I'm working on it, it knows where the media is, and it just looks in those folders outside the library. So what? I can take that library now that has just the proxy media and throw that on my hard drive on my laptop, get on a plane, and keep editing the proxy media. I'm cutting my whole show. As soon as I get back, I plug the computer in. It sees the original ones. I switch my settings from use proxy media to use original, and now I can edit with the full resolution stuff and export it. So the reason I put everything outside except for the proxy is it's now very portable. And it's a really great workflow. It's commonly referred to as an offline, online workflow. So being creative, and as you get more experience with Final Cut, you will learn some of these tricks. Okay? So that's my answer. There are times I keep it internal again to keep mobile, but generally I do it outside. The new Macs can actually handle the solid states are ridiculously fast. The internals are the fastest SSDs I've seen on a computer. So that's what I do. Was there another question? There was a question earlier that I didn't quite have the answer to, and I want to address that, because as soon as the class ended, I had an epiphany and the light bulb went off, and then the light bulb broke. But before it broke, I figured out the answer, and that was, could we invert the mask on the color? And you can. I just didn't click. I clicked on the right spot. I just clicked wrong. Now you saw it. Click wrong. So let's jump into my color grading one. I think I have this open. Color correction. There we go. So the question was, can we invert the mask? So the answer is yes. Let's go back here. I think this was one we also did. I'll zoom in where I picked grabbed the blue. There we go. So I grabbed the blue here, and I was able to make the leotard isolate that color. And so, again, to remind you what I did, I grabbed this eyedropper, and with that grabbed, I have to actually grab it. There we go. I was in my transform tool. So I grab it and I click. And I'm going to zoom in, because when you're doing something with that small, so I grab it and click. If I wanted to add another range, I hold down the shift key and I grow it again. And I don't want to grow this outside of the leotard, because then it would pick up other colors. So now I've theoretically isolated this. Let's try a little bit more here. Okay. And if I go over to this side, I can see what I've color corrected. I'm going to actually click on the mask. So I'm going to say, view my mask. So I got pretty much the whole thing. If I wanted to, I could actually increase the softness of it, so we can make sure it's nice and smooth. And so what I've done now is I'm going to switch back from the mask, and I'm going to go here, and I can go to my color board, step through, and I can pull out the saturation for everything. Okay? So I'm making that from its original color to black and white. But what if I want to make everything black and white except for that area? Let's step back out, and I'll show you what I was doing wrong, and I'll show you how to do it right. So I had viewing my mask. There's the mask, and I was right-clicking, okay? And nothing was happening, and I'm going crazy. All I had to do was a regular click. Silly, silly me, I was doing it too hard. So there I can go ahead, I can choose invert the mask, and now you can see it's all black and white except for the leotard, which is blue, and I can play it and get this really cool Pleasantville kind of look. So that's the secret. Don't use two fingers, don't use the control key, it's a single click. While we were there, there's the other thing I wanted to point out, and I know, maybe you didn't notice, but when you watch it, when I changed this color, look at that. I wasn't really good, and I'm getting a piece of the piano is changing color, and that's not good. So I used a mask for the color. But I also can add another mask that's a shape mask that will isolate just that area. So what I can do, let me zoom in to show you what happens. We have the initial mask, same location. I can click, not right click, I can add a shape mask. And then I get this circle. Well, the shape mask is in the middle, but if I move it where I want it to be over the skirt, only what's inside the mask, that is that color, is what is modified. So the piano is fine. So this is a great little feature. Maybe you have a field of poppies or a field of roses Roses don't grow in fields, but we'll just pretend they do. And I want to change just the color of one. I could isolate the color. Now all the roses are going to change, but as soon as I put a shape mask around it, just that one is going to be affected. So that's one of the tricks. So yes, you can invert it. Just don't let your fingers get carried away. Okay. I thought there was another question that might be coming.
Talking about the the use of the external disk in the program, it's better to import everything organized before start everything going looks.
Organize everything inside the Finder before you ingest?
Yeah, that's what I want.
6 of one, 1/2 dozen of the other. So the question was, is it better to organize everything before you import or bring it and import it and organize it later? The advantage of organizing before is you're going to do a couple of things. You can look at the clips, if they're already on your hard drive, and you can name them at that point. So you don't have to worry about renaming them when they come in, because it'll look at whatever name of the clip is. If I didn't rename it, they're like clip 001 or some strange series of numbers. So if I wanted to, I can rename them before I import them, and I can also organize them into key folders that will apply keywords when I import it. So I could put all the dance stuff together. And as a matter of fact, one of the projects people will get so they can practice ingesting, I've organized things into folders with just a couple of clicks. Then I can bring it in. And then if I need to, I can add more keywords and further organize it. And I can also go in and change names if I need to. That's if they're on the drive. If they're coming in off of a camera card where it's immediately copied, I don't have the luxury of doing that pre-organization because they're just going to come in one fell swoop. And then I would organize it inside. Sometimes it depends on the complexity of the show. I like to keep some things organized before I have the time. Other time it's running and gunning, and I really don't have that many clips. So my goal is just to get them in, start editing, and go. So try not to lock yourself into one way of doing it. Do what ultimately will be best for each show. Does that address your question? Excellent.
Can you describe your backup strategy?
You want me to back up? That's the strategy when somebody's coming at me. Usually it's pretty quick. Yeah, and then I turn and run. So backup strategies. That's actually a really good question because, and I apologize for not covering it. I've had many people call me and say, my hard drive crashed. I lost my show. And I said, have you been backing it up? They go, no, I wasn't done yet. Big mistake. You should be backing up from the moment you start. So my strategy is this. I always like to make redundant versions of my cards, whether I'm going to make them as a camera archive or just clone them or do them as a disk image using the disk utility. So I have a perfect copy and I keep that separate. And then I also have a version on the show. So now I know I have all my cards. If I erase them, they're safe. They're in another location. Okay? If then my project crashes, I can go back to that original media. So that's one backup I have. Lots of backup strategies. The other thing is it creates automatic backups. You saw that when I went to the inspector for the library. I can choose where that goes. I can choose for it to go in the library. I can choose for it to go in my movies folder. I can choose it to go on a different drive. Okay? And that's what I like to do. If I send my backups to a different drive and my main drive, whichever drive that is that has my media, has a catastrophic failure, at least I have the blueprint for my show. Okay? That didn't go down with the ship. And on another drive, I also have my media. Okay? So that's one strategy that I've used. Another one is to, while I'm editing every night, I may clone and copy that library. And there's a lot of third-party applications that can do it. There's something called SuperDuper that's really good, and it just backs up what's changed. You can do that. There's a carbon copy cloner, so you'd have a physical copy, and I put that on a separate drive. So it depends on how critical. I have more and more redundant backups. And it goes back to an earlier question, which is, what kind of drives do I use? The reason I like using SSDs, because I get big files, is I can copy and clone things so much faster. 12 to 20 times faster than sometimes on a spinning drive. 500 megabytes per second versus 20 or 40 on a cheap one. So I can do it, and I can do it quickly. And if it's overnight, it can move everything. Half a terabyte, a whole terabyte. That's why I like it. It's a great insurance policy, and they are coming down in price. So sometimes it's a matter of just cloning drives or copying those elements and updating any changes. The other thing you can do is if things are in a small library and everything is external, make sure the external folders are redundant somewhere, and then your actual library is relatively small, so that's easy to copy. Okay? As a matter of fact, if everything's outside, you can even email that to yourself. And finally, because I'm giving too many options, wherever you store those backups, you can set that up just to copy somewhere. So if the backups are local to where everything else is, if you have a copy of those backups somewhere, you can at least have that. So there's a lot of different places. And one of the things that if it does crash, you'll notice, let's see if I can find this quickly. Why do I have a little hand? You can go ahead and open up a backup. I'm going to cheat with this, B-A-C-K. Open library from backup. It's under file. So even if that backup is not in a place like in the library or something, and I know where it is, I've emailed it to myself, that folder, set it up to that folder automatically gets backed up in Time Machine, I can find it and open it up. And that backup is basically the blueprint for your show. And even if all your media is gone, if you have a copy of that media, you can rebuild it. So the idea is to set up a workflow that has redundancy built in from the beginning, and you'll be a lot happier. And trust me, I've had people who've worked on something for 3-4 months, their films, and I'm like, why didn't you back it up? And literally they said, I wasn't quite done yet. and then we had to like find stuff and rebuild it, and so I really try to emphasize that, because that's the art. That's it. Because it's all that brain power that went in. So backup, redundant. Usually there's a 3-2-1, 3 backups, 2 locations of the original. I back up stuff in the field also. When I'm shooting on cards, and I said this earlier in the week, I use USB 3 card readers going into SSDs, and I can take a 64 gigabyte card and in 6 to 7 minutes have it backed up. So I don't even wait till the end of the day. And then if you're on set, you have double backups, right? You have one hard drive, back it up to another hard drive. You do not put both hard drives into a FedEx thing and send it off. Then they both get lost. Give them to 2 different PAs, put one in UPS, one in FedEx, send them in opposite directions. Keep those things as far apart as possible, because that's your critical stuff. You can't go back and reshoot. And this is when I tell people, you know something? You save $200 on a drive. You just spent $3,000 today on a shoot. If you have to do that shoot again, can you afford $3,000 for a $200 insurance policy? And you can reuse the drive if you need to after the project's done. So that's my thinking. Pretty forceful there on backup. Okay, other questions? Well, if you think of any questions, and if the people out there who have gotten class think of any questions, post them on the Facebook group. Either I'll answer them, or sometimes I'm not fast enough, and other people answer them, and all I get to do is like. But I like to say like, and let's build a community. And I want to thank you guys for your time. I want to thank everybody who's been watching this. Hope you're enjoying it, and I bet you're watching it over and over, because I speak really fast. And with that, let's close the class and start editing in Final Cut Pro. This is going to be a fun lesson, because we're going to do some of the things that a lot of people have been asking about throughout the course. We're going to look at color correction, how you can fix colors in an image that are slightly off. Maybe you have a color cast to them, or you want to match them to one camera to another camera. So we're going to get deep into color correction, as deep as we can get in the time that we have allotted. Speed changes. So there's a lot of times you want to slow something down, speed it up, play it in reverse, do variable speed, where it starts at one speed, ramps up or ramps down, and then comes back. And then we're going to end with a green screen, which is great because it's so easy to do green screen, to chroma key something in Final Cut Pro 10. And with all that, you'll be able to take, again, your program up to those next levels that you want to have them at. So with that, let's go over to the tape, or go over to the computer, and take a look at some of our challenges and talk a little bit about color correction. So I have a couple shots here, and I'm just going to show you both of those. Neither one of these is truly neutral in the color. It was intentionally shot that way, so I could do this. I'm a horrible camera person, but hopefully not that horrible. But there are times when you don't have your white balance set right. And for those who are not familiar with that jargon of a white balance, when you shoot something on video, the camera needs to know what is considered white. And light has different temperatures. We talked about that at the very beginning of the class, very briefly. So daylight is a little bluer. And these inside lights, these incandescent lights, are warmer. They're more towards the gold side. And there's variable colors in between. Sometimes you might be in a situation, maybe you're shooting inside of a warehouse. They have mercury vapor lights. Those actually come across as purple. Just for the people out there, I have a couple people in the audience cringing because they've shot in warehouses, and mercury vapor lights are horrible to shoot under. So most of the time, the camera can do a good job figuring out what's truly white. Now, you may say to yourself, but I go to these places, it all looks normal white to me. No, our brain automatically white balances. If we look at something white long enough and we know it should be white, we do it. If you ever quickly look outside from inside and your brain hasn't adjusted yet, you gotta be real fast, it might look a little blue, but the camera would get confused. So if you have like an open window and you have lights on the inside, it doesn't know which one to compensate for. So either the window is gonna be very blue, or if it compensates for the window, the interior is gonna be very golden. That's harder to fix because you have mixed temperatures. But if the camera has been set up wrong, maybe you set it for manual, you forgot to change it the next day, or maybe you have just a large cast because of an open window. I had a horrible experience getting color balance. I shot an event under a big red tent. So everybody was tinted a little red. They all look sunburned, so I had to color balance no matter what I did. I tried balancing the camera. So you can fix some of those things. So that's one of the things we'll be talking about. We'll look at, as I said before, just taking a shot and manually adjusting it so it looks better, and then matching some things. So these are the two shots we're working with. And you could go into the color correcting tool and finesse it, but sometimes you just want to do something really quick. And there's a great feature in Final Cut, and that is the color balance option. You can get to it a couple of places. So I have the clip selected, and directly under that viewer, you'll see there's the little magic wand. We saw that earlier in the audio section of the class, where you could do audio enhance or match audio. But there's also these 3 areas here. Now you'll notice, and you'll get frustrated, you go, well, wait a second, I can see the color board, but why can't I do balance color or match color? Well, even though my playhead is parked above this clip, color needs to have the clip selected. So you could go down and click on that, but I'm already over here and I'm lazy. So I'm gonna teach you what I do. Wherever, and I mentioned, I think this once before, if you are parked above a clip and it's not selected and you want to select the clip, the C key will select the clip that's below it. Now with it selected, I can go to this drop down and I see the other 2 things are now no longer grayed out. Okay, so if it's grayed out, it's probably because you don't have the clip selected. So I could go ahead and I could say balance color, and it's going to make its best guess. As a matter of fact, it already balanced color once. Command Option B, and it did do a best guess here. Okay, and I'll tell you, sometimes the best guess isn't great. Now, to me, that looks a little bit pink. Okay, so then we did the balance color. So it tries to compensate, and this was the challenge. I had blue light coming in here. I had the interior lights of the studio in there. So I now have to take that to the next level. So it's a good start. Sometimes it's perfect if you're dealing with consistent light, but in this case, we have mixed light, and I have a similar problem here. I'll go ahead and hit the C key, and I go balance color. And it's probably good to learn the keyboard shortcuts for color, which is Command Option B for balance. We'll do match color, and that's going to be Command Option M for match. But I do that, and it kind of did a better job. It still's a little more gold. I can play with that, but it's trying to neutralize this area. So sometimes that's all you need to do. You just go to an image, you say, you know, it doesn't quite feel right. And when you hit balance color, it does a couple of different things. First of all, if there's a color cast, it tries to neutralize it. So if it takes the red, the green, and the blue, and it tries to adjust it to get a neutral gray. The other thing it does is if the contrast isn't right, if the blacks aren't as rich and the whites aren't as bright as it should be, in other words, it's low contrast, it will actually try to improve the contrast. So it's fixing two things, the contrast as well as the color balance. So for instance, if I went to this clip here and I tried to do that, I need to hit C to remember to do that. And I'm going to go back and we're going to choose color balance. I'm not going to cheat with the drop down. I'm going to use the real thing, which is Command Option B. And it goes ahead, puts it on, does its best guess. Again, it would have balanced it, but this was a tough shot. She's too dark there, probably a little pale there. Bright light, studio lights, those are some of the challenges. So it can get you to a certain place. Sometimes it does a great job, but you usually need to go to the next level. And the next level is actually opening up the color board or putting the color corrector on. So the first way that you might think of doing it, and it is okay to do it this way, is you might go into the filters. So you open up your filters, you type in the word color at the bottom, C-O-L-O-R, and you see the color correction filter. And I can take that and I can drop that on a clip. And with it on the clip, it now appears up here. Select the clip first. That would be a good thing. Zoom over here. There it is. Color correction. So you could do that. It's a very manual way of doing it. The other trick is if you have the clip selected and you don't want to go all the way over and open this up and keep this open, there's two other ways that you can get into it. Okay? You could say Show Color Board, which is the drop down, or Command 6 would automatically open the color board, and as soon as you make a modification to the clip, it puts the filter on automatically. So really, that's the best way to do it. But I wanted to show you where the other color correction filter was found, which is the same one, because you can stack color correctors. So you could use it to fix one element, and then you might step inside to fix something else. Usually that's referred to as secondary color correction, where you're just focusing on a specific color or luminance value and trying to improve that element. So think about that you might be doing multiple color correctors. So I'm going to hit Command 6. Automatically opens this up. And let's take a look at this by itself and what can be done here. There's three areas that you're working with. Color. This is like the hue, how it's tinted. Okay, if there's a color cast. Saturation, the richness of the color, or the subtleness, closer to black and white. And exposure, how bright and how dark the image is. You'll notice there are 3 pucks on each of these. They work differently in each one. So let's start with exposure, because usually when I color balance something, I work with exposure first. One thing you need to be aware of is that if you make something darker, the colors will appear richer with the way they're broken out in an RGB color space. It's a little jargony, but if you have worked in color spaces before, you'll be aware of that. So if you make something darker, the colors will get richer. If you make it lighter, the colors will seem a little more washed out. So that's why I work with this first. And also sometimes you just correct exposure, you don't even see the color cast. Now, you can do this with your eye, but ideally you should use some sort of a numerical represent, something that's neutral, that's guaranteed better than your eye, because your eyes can be tricked. So there's something called scopes. And you might have seen them in a studio, and they have scopes in here, and I'll show you how to turn them on. To turn on your scopes, what you need to do is you go to this View drop-down menu, and you say, Show Video Scopes. Keyboard shortcut is Command 7. Now, a way that I remember this is Command 6 is my color board, and the next thing I probably want to look at is my scopes. That's Command 7. I'll run through 1 through 6 shortly. So there we go. And it opens up a scope area. Now, when I'm color correcting, I generally don't need to look at my library. Okay, it's not an efficient use of my real estate. So up here, and I think we saw this at the very beginning, there's a few buttons. This we know turns on our inspector. This will show or hide our timeline, which we turned off the timeline, so when we imported, we could have more real estate. This one closes the browser. There we go. Now we have more real estate. So we can see our image here, and we have one scope. But you can look at multiple scopes, and I'll give you a real quick overview of the primary scopes you might be using. So when you click on the View menu, you'll see there's a couple options here. First of all, how many of these scopes do you want to see? Well, let's go ahead and open up 2 scopes. And the 2 default scopes are a waveform and a vector scope. I'm going to zoom out and make this a little bit bigger. I don't actually want to see my timeline as big because I don't need to. I want you guys to see it better, so I'm just going to pull that down. And we're good there. So I have 2 scopes, and one of the things you can do once you have your scopes out is if you need to see them brighter, you can use this slider. If you want them dark, you can do that. Now, why would you make them brighter or darker? Well, when you're color correcting, you kind of want your eyes to be neutral to the ambient light in the room. So if your room's really bright, you might want to bring it up. But if you have a dark room, you don't want these to be so bright that it's distracting you, and all of a sudden you're not really seeing colors the way they should be seen. So that's why it's there. But these are the 2 basic scopes. You can also choose if you want to see them in color or black and white. So I'm going to go ahead and explain to you these in color. So the ones on the lower side, this is your vector scope, and it's a scale of between 0 and 100 that we're working with. 100 is the brightest white, the brightest area that you ever want to go to, because anything above that is not considered broadcast safe. You lose all the detail, okay? And you never want to go, 0 is absolute black. So if I was looking at this and it was low contrast, I might only have my traces, these are called traces, between like 40 and 80. And if you look at a low contrast scene, like on a cloudy day, and so that's a situation where you might want to make the blacks a little richer and open up the whites, okay? And we're going to show you how to do that. So this is really talking about the luminance value of your image. And technically, if you looked at the image, you could see that that's probably the wall, that's probably her, I think that's a edge of the wall, and then that's probably the back wall with the window. Let's zoom out and see if that's the case. Yeah. So it's kind of a visual representation of what's going on. If we take a look at that on another clip, which is much darker, you see a lot in the shadows here. Okay, and again, that's the black wall behind her. There's the dress, there's the piano, so you can kind of see that. You can look at this either in color if you want to, or you can look at this in black and white. So I'm going to right click on it, I'm going to choose to look at that just as black and white. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to switch to black and white because right now I don't need the colors. I just want this to see 0 to 100. Now what's this? This is my vector scope. Vector scope tells me if there's a color cast and how saturated my image is. So the further out things go, the more saturated they are. There's some little squares here. These little targets. You should never have colors exceed that area. That's over a super saturated. It won't look good, and it's also, again, not broadcast safe. So that's the guide. And then you'll look at this scene, and you can see there's skin tone that's kind of between yellow and red, and there is something closer to the red. That's probably the skirt. There's a lot of black there. So I can kind of see what the colors are. Now, we're not going to get super deep into the color balance here. We could do a whole day on color correction, but there is a line here in the left quadrant at about 30 degrees, minus 30 degrees. That's actually the color of skin tone. So you can actually color correct based on a person's skin tone when you get really experienced with this. And the cool thing is, skin tone all reflects color the same way. It's just luminance values. So somebody who's very fair-skinned and somebody who's very dark-skinned, their skin tone would be along that line. It's just a matter of luminance, which I think is actually pretty cool. So that's an idea. We saw it on this clip. We also have it over here, and we can look there. These are more balanced. If I turned off my auto balance here, okay, do you see how the scopes have changed? It actually opened this up a little bit. It made it a better image, okay? If I looked at the next one, again, would be good if I actually selected that. Okay, so it did its best guess, but I may want to do more. And that's when I'm ready to use my scopes and use the color board. And let's explain how the color board works. So let's go back, and this looks like it's a little more challenging of a shot. I may keep my balance color on, so a lot of times I'll try that. You don't have to do balance color to do the color board. They're mutually exclusive, okay? And the order where you apply them, it always puts the balance color before the color board so that you can't switch the order of these because it's trying to do the best guess, and then you can start tweaking it, okay? So it did do its best guess. It did fix it a little bit, but now I want to work in the color board. So one of the things I did, but I wasn't zoomed in, so I'm going to do it again, is when you're in the regular video tab, if you want to see that color board again, you have to hit this little arrow, and that slides over and you see the color board. Command 6 will also get you there. And then when I went back, it's this little button right here. Okay, that's how you go back and forth. Now, let's look how we would work with this. We're going to work with exposure first. So maybe I want to open this up a little bit. I want to bring the blacks down to where they hit the 0 point. So I have 3 pucks. The far left puck works with my shadows. The middle puck works with the mid-range of my light, and the white works with the highlights. So if I go ahead and I bring this down by just dragging it, I'm adjusting the darkest areas, and I can bring that down so my image is a little richer, okay? And a lot of times, you know, if it's not rich enough, you pull that down. It didn't really affect the middle or the highlights. I try to be very specific here. There is a global puck on the left, and this actually affects everything. See how it's moving the whole line up and down? So you can move the whole line up and down. So maybe I brighten the whole scene, and then I bring this back down again to hit 0. And then I might go, do I want to open up my whites? And I could, as long as I don't hit 100. It's getting it pretty bright. And then I could play with my mids until it visually looks the way I want. So I've done that. Really, all I've done here is expanded the contrast. If I want to see my before and after, I can simply step back and toggle the color corrector off and on. So there's a little more punch to the scene. Now, additionally, I haven't, if you notice, when I made these changes, it didn't affect the vector scope because I was only dealing with luminance. This is color. This is luminance, okay? So we'll step back into the color corrector. And now I want to work with this. Well, I can see there's a blob, and that's more towards the red there. And I can see there's some towards blue, because there's my blue, that's her outfit. So I can see what's being affected. So I'm going to go over here, and I can switch over to color. And this board can be a little confusing at first, because some people are used to seeing a wheel when color correcting. So it's a different way of looking at things. I can affect color, and this is for color cast, globally with this big puck. So the way it works is, if I wanted to add green, I'd bring this up. If I wanted to remove green, if there was a green cast, I would move it down, okay? You don't always have to deal with green. If I move this left and right, I can pick any color I want to add or subtract. So if I wanted to bring this over here and bring out some red, I can just notch that down. It's already better. Okay, I got rid of that red. I hate it when things work too quickly. It doesn't let me show anything else, okay? I was surprised by that. But let's say that's the case. Now, I can also control the color in just my shadows, my mid-range, and my highlights. So if I wanted to, this wall might still be a little pink, so I could go over here and pull this down, making it a little green if I do that. But I move it left and right to pick the color I'm changing, and then up and down to add or subtract. Do you see what's also happening to my vector scope? It's moving its primary. So if that was on skin, I could see exactly where it needs to hit at that minus 30-degree line. So we're good to go. If I have a puck and I moved it down and I want to reset that, with the puck selected, I hit the delete key, and it goes back to neutral again. And that's true of any puck anywhere here. If I wanted to reset the whole thing, I have to step back into the actual filter, and I would just do the reset right there, color corrector. Should be a reset button. There you go. Reset parameter. Does the whole thing. But over here, you do it one by one. So those are two things. That is my color cast. I do want to point out, and this is a pretty cool thing that I don't think a lot of people are aware of. If I select a puck, I can use my left and right arrow keys to move it horizontally to the color I want, and I can use the up and down keys to very precisely add a little bit or remove a little bit of color. A lot nicer than actually dragging it. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and reset that puck by clicking and hitting delete. So that's might be how I tweak the color. Now I go over here to saturation. Works pretty much the same way. This will globally saturate the image or desaturate. Notice the vector scope, the circular scope. Okay, when there's no color, there's no traces. As I bring color back in, you see it's getting bigger, and then as I start saturating it, it even gets crazier. Okay, and that's obviously oversaturated. It looks a little better on the TV than it does on my computer, but I think we're pretty good. So again, like with luminance, like with the Q, I have multiple pucks. So maybe I want to bring the saturation down of the wall, and I know that's in the highlights. So I can go ahead, and I'm just desaturating the brightest areas. Okay, so her leotard is still blue. And then maybe I want to bring down the saturation in my blacks. Pretty much black should be neutral with no color cast. So I'm kind of happy with that. So as you see, with the balanced color, with this color grading, I get something that I like. It's a little bit better. And let's step back. We'll go back here. And if I want to see the before, I could go ahead and uncheck it. And this is something important to do. When you're color correcting, a lot of times you get 95% of the way there. And then you spend the next hour thinking you need to tweak it. You need to go back and remember how far you've come, because you can spend hours and hours on a shot. Funny story. Not funny. Story. Good story. I was teaching a color correcting class to a bunch of professionals that were going to go out and teach other people to color correct. We went around the room. There were 8 people in the room. First guy says, yeah, I've been using this editing program for years, blah, 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 all this experience. Go through each one of these guys, 10, 15 years experience, you know, as an editor and as a teacher. And this last guy, we get to the last guy, and he's like really quiet and shy, and he's like almost embarrassed, and he goes, well, you know, I'm not an editor, and I really haven't taught a lot, but what I do is I'm a Da Vinci color corrector. And at the time, that was like the color corrector. I mean, and we were like all turning to him going, we're not worthy, because I mean, it's an art to really color correct. And you definitely need to have, you know, if you're gonna go to a theatrical or a film and you wanna really do it right, you have to have the right room with the right monitors and everything balanced. So it was like suddenly we were the ones looking at him asking questions. And the best question somebody asked him was, so when you're color correcting, how many shots do you have to usually do in a day? And he goes, I usually do anywhere between 400 and 600 shots a day. And we were like, so you now know how much time he spent. And this is a guy who does it professionally. And part of it, yeah, he knows what he's doing, but he knows how much time to spend on that, because you can spend 3 weeks color correcting something that, and you just, it's a rabbit hole, okay? So the best thing is always see where you came from by turning it off. The other thing is when you're color correcting, If you start staring at an image too long, guess what your brain does? It white balances. Okay, so sometimes you have to just like look away at something neutral and then look back and you'll see the actual colors. One thing I didn't say at the beginning is when you're color correcting off of a computer monitor, it's not truly always a neutral monitor. Okay, you can use a spider to balance it, but realize that your scopes sometimes are more accurate than the way that computer monitor is presenting colors. Maybe you have the luminance turned down, and so you're making everything too bright. Or maybe it has a pink tinge on the screen, so you make everything too green. So that's why your scopes are important, and that's why if you're doing serious color correction, you need to actually have a monitor that's color balanced and neutral. But with that, let's continue, and we can see we can work with that. So color balancing an image is nice. We're going to turn these back on to where we want to be. There's also something called secondary color correction that I mentioned. And I'm going to work with this shot, and maybe I'll show it on the next one. Sometimes you get the image right, but then you need to isolate and fix one area. Maybe the color of her leotard has now changed a little bit, and the team she's dancing for, it needs to be more of a teal, okay? So I tweaked it, so they're going to say, that's a problem. So I can put another color corrector on there, and this is an instance where I will go back to my filters and drop that on, or I could have just double-clicked it. So I have a second color board that I'm working with. But before I start working with the color, I'm going to hit this button right here. That is a shape or a color mask. If I click on that, I'm going to do a shape, and then I'm going to take it off. But if I click it, I now can draw a shape. And I can scale it, and I can soften it. And what I can do is anything inside of that space will change colors. So if I quickly step inside to this second color board, and I'll do something just with the saturation, I basically can bring down the saturation inside that space. This is really good if you need to focus on a little area, but you're dealing with a physical drawing space, which a lot of times you do want to do, but sometimes you want to deal with a color. So I'm going to go ahead and step back and undo all this. I think I can actually... I deleted my shape mask, and what happened? It made the whole thing black and white because I dragged this down. Select my puck, hit delete. I want to focus just on the blue. So when I choose the mask, instead of doing a shape mask, I do a color mask. So I'm going to click on that, and now I get an eyedropper, and I can go over here, and I click and drag, and I can see where it's trying to pick up the blue. And if I hold down the command key, I should get a plus, and I can add a little bit more. So ideally, I've just grabbed the blue area. I can see right here that that's the blue. I can also control the softness of it, but I've isolated the blue, or at least I hope I have, because I'm kind of running and gunning. But if I jump over to the color board, and let's just work with saturation, if I saturate this, it's only picking up the part of the blue that I grabbed, okay? I could also go in and start tweaking the shade of it, okay? So I didn't grab that much. I'm going to go back, grab some more, step back, hold down the command key. And rushing through this. And sometimes if I have other blue around, I might actually go with a second mask of a shape and a color to find it. All I'm going to do is jump to the next one because this is really easy to see. I tried that one, and I could get it, but I don't want to tweak too much. I have this shot here that I'm correcting. And so the first thing I might do is put on my basic color corrector, and I'm going to immediately go ahead, step into the color board, and what I want to do is just deal with exposure. I'm going to actually open up the blacks because they're a little crushed, a little bit, bring up my mid-range, so now we can start seeing the rest of the room, which I like, and maybe I'll bring down my highlights so her skin doesn't get too blown out. So this is a little better. It's not exactly the greatest opportunity, but I really want to work with that red dress. So I'm going to go back. It's too red. It's blowing out, the scene. It's too distracting. I'll throw another color corrector on it. With this next color corrector, I'll go to the color board. Oops, got to go back. I need to select the dress. So I choose my mask. I'm going to do a color mask. I'm going to go ahead, grab it, and expand the area. And let's do another area. I think I hit the plus key. Oh, you know what? I wasn't hitting the right. The plus key is the shift key. I was doing it wrong. See, even somebody who edits all the time can make these mistakes. Okay, so now I've expanded it. Okay? So, because I've isolated the red dress, I can go here, step into my color board, and I'm going to go to saturation and just bring down how red that dress is. Okay? If I needed to, and I wanted to change the tint of it, I could go into color and change its color. Okay? So that's how, and you notice, this is pretty cool because I'm only dealing with that, and she's not changing color at all. Okay? So that's the idea that's how you use the color board and do some basic color correction with first balancing a color board, and if you need to, secondary color correction. Only go as far as you need. And if you do any of these and you're going to another shot that was shot on the same camera, you can copy and paste. Okay? We learned how to do that earlier. Command-C, Command-Option-V can paste the attributes, and you can paste those color changes if it's something you're going to use a lot. So let's say I made this change. I can actually go over to this color corrector, and depending on if you have the full inspector open, it's at the bottom of the screen. If you've double-clicked and you only have the inspector at half height, it's right here. But you see presets. And under presets, there's the option to save a preset. So if you're working on a show and you are color correcting one camera shot, then you can keep going back and revisit that. Or if you make a specific look with a color corrector, maybe you design something, you want it to have a certain, maybe you're tinting everything a little bit blue because you want it to look like night or cold. Like New York, when they shoot in New York, if you look at a show, everything's like blue and cooler and more contrasting. Then you go to Miami and everything is saturated and normal. And then you go to Hollywood and California and everything's golden, So you can create a mood with the color. So maybe you want to save that for something you want to use for the rest of a film that you might be using. So is there any questions at this point?
So I've got a video, about 20 clips, all shot with a 3200K light, and there was enough daylight coming through that it just greened it up. So how would I go about applying those changes across every single clip and making it, and just
So you globally have this entire reel is
exactly,
is
the
off.
entire reel is correct.
So let's go here and go to this clip. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit Shift F. Shift F is actually a match frame of the clip in your timeline back to a clip that might be in your browser. Okay, so I'm in my clip in the browser. And under this, I have to remember, because this is, and I do apologize, I have like 19 different applications in my head. But I believe that you can do a color balance inside, but I'm not sure. You might have to bring it in. Oh, it did come to me. If I talk long enough, it comes to me. This is kind of a really, really kind of cool thing. I want to color balance this. You saw I could not do that because I can't throw it on a clip that's in my browser. If I select this and I choose Open Clip, watch what happens. It actually opens this clip in its own timeline. Basically, it's a clip of the video and the audio. It's all the elements inside. Think of it as a package. Now I can select this video, and because I'm inside the clip, I can add a color corrector. And with that color corrector, I can go ahead and finish what I want. I'm going to actually just do a real quick finish here. I'll do a balance color. It balanced it. I'm going to step into the color board. In the color board, I'm just going to pull down my saturation a little bit, probably in the mids. I want to leave a little bit. I think it's a little oversaturated. And maybe under color, I want to bring down the gold in the highlights. So I'm going to grab this, go to gold, and pull that down. Okay, I did that on a clip that I said open the clip in a timeline. Now I can go ahead and close it. When I go back to this clip now, Shift F, and I bring this clip into my show, the correction is already there. Okay? So now I can do it so if they're all one continuous take, I can do it. If it's a lot of clips, I'll create a preset or I'll copy and paste them on all. But the trick is stepping inside by saying opening the clip. Now I do want to point something out. I fixed that clip, this clip right here. Let's take a look at that clip here. If I had done nothing, I want to go ahead and make sure there's nothing on this clip here. Gonna remove that. Okay. So what happens is, even though I fixed the master, any clip that's already in my sequence doesn't get affected. Because as soon as you drag a clip from here to here, this is a new instance of that clip. Okay, so any future ones I bring in will be corrected. How would I fix that? Okay, why not learn how to fix it? We kind of learned to replace that much earlier. So if I wanted to fix this, I would select the clip. We learned how to find it in the browser. Shift F is a match frame. And then I can go ahead and just do a replace. And now I've replaced it with one that has it applied to the master. Great question. Luckily, my brain worked. So we're good to go. Still have to remember how to invert that, but I'll post that to the Facebook group if it comes to me after the class. So let's talk about matching. So I have two scenes that are pretty close here. As a matter of fact, I think they're almost too close to be illustrative of what I want to do. So I'm going to go ahead and grab another clip, which we know is oversaturated, and let's go ahead and wedge that in. We'll do an insert next to another shot. So I have this clip. I'm going to hit the W key, and we have this clip that is not color corrected and this one that's not color corrected. But I like this less saturated look. And they're back to back, and I want to very quickly see if I can get close to matching them. So what I might do to start, and I don't have to, is I could just see what a balanced color will do. And it pulled down the saturation, and it did take out some of the warming of the scene. But that's not really close enough. There's definitely a different feel as I cut back and forth. So I want to match this to another shot in my program. So with this selected, I can go to that drop-down. We talked about that you should remember Command Option B to be able to automatically balance color, Command Option M to open the match color option. You don't have to remember it on day one, but if you're doing a lot of color correcting in one day, learn the shortcuts. So, match color, I click on it, my interface changes. This is the clip that I wanted to match. It's been balanced a little bit, and now I can scrub over any other shot in my timeline or anything in my browser, and I can say, I want the color palette to be as close to this as possible. And I click on it, and it will automatically adjust. If I don't like it, I could try another one. Okay? When I get the one that I like, I hit Apply Match. And it's going to be, I matched it to the dance thing, so it's not a match, match it to this one. So I didn't like that. I can click it again. I'm going to do Apply Match, Command Option M, opens the dialog, pick this shot here, Apply Match, and you can start tweaking them together. So apply match is pretty easy. It doesn't always get you there, but it can get you close. Sometimes it works brilliantly, and sometimes it's confused because maybe it's another angle, and in this angle there's a lot of red on the wall, and in that angle there's a lot of yellow in the sky. I don't know why the sky is yellow, maybe it's sunset, okay? So, it's not magic, and that's why you have these other elements. But I do want you to notice that balance color happens first, then match color, then if I put the color boards on, they come below. So to put a color board on, just to show you, it is Command 6, and as soon as I make any change, it adds that. And if I step back, you'll see that my color board comes next, and you can start stacking these. And remember, you can toggle these on and off to see your before and after. So in a nutshell, that's color balancing, color correcting in Final Cut Pro 10. We learned in filters all the different cool filters they have. They have a whole bunch of filters that are stylistic, so that if you're doing something and you want to give it a look, you need to bring that full screen. Let me go ahead. We're going to go here. I'm going to delete the word color so we can see all of our filters. And then if you look up here, there's stylize, and you have a whole bunch of different feels here. And as you step through, some of these are different looks. You also, in the color board, effects presets. I don't want to save. Oh, no wonder that's been open this whole time. Cancel. There were a bunch of presets that I can open it from a drop-down. Next thing we wanted to talk about was speed changes. Speed changes is pretty cool too. So I have these all lined up. There's different projects for each one, different timelines for each one. So if you get the class, you'll see those. So this is the one where I opened that up. Let me step back, back, back. Put them away somewhere. So I need to find my projects. I'm going to go to my Smart Collections, click on Projects. Now I can see all of my projects. If I was smart, I would have labeled these. I was smart, I labeled them. So here are 3 images that we're going to look at and talk about changing the speed. Since we're working on speed exclusively, I can close this side, I can close that side, and give us as much real estate to look at as we want to. So I'm going to close the inspector. I'm going to go ahead and close the filters. I'm going to hit Command Z, so that's wider. I don't need my scope, so I'm going to go ahead and hide my video scope, so this is much bigger. And the truth is I don't need that, so I can go ahead and close my library. And now I have a lot of real estate that I can work with. And let me even make my picture bigger. There we go. So here's our first clip. Our first clip is normal speed to start with. So that's normal. She's spinning around. So let's talk about speed. We have this great shot. This is normal speed. I can do a lot of things. I want to speed it up. I can slow it down. So the first thing I want to do is I have the clip selected, or if I don't have it selected, actually, as long as the puck is there, I should be able to go over to here, and underneath where we saw the color before, next to it, there's a little speedometer, and that's speed changes. And I can automatically slow it down or speed it up on a certain default settings of 50%, 25%. So let's go ahead and make this 50% normal speed. So as soon as I do that, you'll notice an orange bar. So anytime you see an orange bar, it means the clip is slower than normal speed. And if I go ahead and play that, she slowed down, which is kind of cool. Now, there's a lot of different presets there. Now, once I put this on the first time, I actually can click right on the clip to a drop-down and choose the other presets. They want slower, 25%. So now it's even slower. But a lot of people stop at this point and say, well, that's great, but what if I want to do something other than 50, 25, or 10%? Well, if you've already slowed it down, if you grab the edge right up here, and I'll zoom in, and you start stretching it or shrinking it, it will adjust it. So you see that says 25%? If I grab the edge, making it shorter, now it's precisely 35 or something. So I have those controls to be able to globally change it, and this is a constant speed change. I still have my drop-down menu. I'm going to right-click on it, and I'm going to fast. I'm going to get twice as fast. Doing this for a reason. Twice as fast, you notice the color changes to purple. Purple is faster than real time. If I go ahead and I play this, that's quite the caffeinated ballerina. If I want to go ahead and reset this, there's normal. So that's nice basic stuff. If I just want to get into this, and start doing some correction, you'll also notice that in addition to the slow and fast and normal, there's also just the option to show and hide the retime editor. So the retime editor is now open, so Command R for retime will close that little green thing. But if I go Command R again, it opens it up. So a lot of times people are like, I don't know how to get rid of this. Command R opens and closes it, and once you're in it, you can actually just start, modifying it as you see fit. You can also customize things. So you saw this custom, and once we're inside here, you can get custom from both those locations. You get this dialog box. Here you can choose if you want the clip to play backwards. Okay? Maybe you did a zoom in on something and you really needed a zoom out. you can reverse it. Now, if you do that, make sure you don't have dogs walking across, then suddenly walk backwards. But you can do that. You can also type in a very specific speed. If you wanted 62% speed, you can type that in. Now notice, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. They have a thing here, box it's checked. It says ripple. So if I slow this down to say 50%, we saw that. Let's do 60 because we already have 50 as a default. If I hit return, it pushes everything downstream. Okay? I'm going to undo that. If I have this unchecked and I say go to 50% and I hit return, did that ripple? I don't think it did. Oh, there was a gap clip. Silly me. Okay. I'm going to do this without a gap clip. Ripple is unchecked, 50%, 5-0, enter. It didn't push the clip down. It slowed it down, but anything that was at the end just kind of went underneath, went away. Okay? So maybe I wanted to slow it down, but I did not want to screw up everything in my timeline. And then your question is going to be, well, what if I don't want it from the beginning, right? Well, guess what? We learned the slip edit. I saw our microphone come up and go back. I can read minds. So yes, good mental question. Now you're making me control my mind. So I go to the Traumatic tool, T. I'm now in that mode, so I can do a slip edit, and I can move this back and forth. Look, left side is where she starts, right side is where she ends, so I can have it slow mode, yet perfectly timed within the space that I have. So that's actually pretty cool. Now, that's regular speeding up and slowing down. What if I want to do what's called a speed ramp, where I want to start at a certain speed, slow down, and then speed up again? I can do that. Let's continue to work with the same clip. I'm going to go ahead, right-click on it, and I'm going to set it back to normal. And I'm going to go ahead and hit Command-R. So this is how it would be if you just came up to this clip brand new. Okay? So I wanted her to jump, and then right there, I want it to slow down, and then normal speed. So there is another function. I think I want her to, it's to slow down right here as she leaps. If I go under that same drop-down menu, I am clicking and nothing is happening. As I've been saying all week, for 2 weeks now, I make mistakes intentionally. The reason nothing is happening is because I switched to my trim edit tool and I can't select it. So if you're finding you're clicking and nothing is happening, make sure you're in the right tool. A for arrow. Arrow is your selection tool. Now I can actually do things, he says, hopefully. There we go. So under this drop-down menu, I'm going to zoom in so you can see it. There's something called blading speed. Shift B, useful one to remember. If I do that, and I'm going to go ahead and do that with the keyboard shortcut. So I position where I want to slow down, I hit Shift B. It cuts the clip speed-wise in half. They are still physically attached, but now you see the 100% and the 100%, okay? And so over here, when she lands, okay, so she jumps and down, I want another one, Shift B. Now I can go inside and maybe I'll drop that to 25%. And look what happens. Look how easy that was. If I want that to be slower, I can go ahead and grab the edge, zoom in so you can see. So I'm going to grab this edge and I can stretch it out and you can see it's slowing down to 20%, okay? And I can even go inside there and blade it some more. I want to point something out that it does automatically. It actually eases into the slow motion. It just doesn't jump there, and this is on by default. You can see there, that's my slow, green is my normal, and then I have these like brown areas. That's the transition, okay? So I can see it slowly go into it. But the nice thing is I can even control how quickly it eases in, or maybe how quickly, I have the wrong thing grabbed here. There we go, I grabbed the right thing. I'm looking at the audience, I'm grabbing the wrong thing. So this is gonna be a much more aggressive changeover from normal speed to slow motion. So I can control that. So now let's see if we can see her jump. Okay, you see it's not as casual, it's not as nice, but it does exactly what I want. As a matter of fact, one of the other things you can do is if you get that right on the right spot, you see how I see it? Hopefully I'm gonna zoom in a little more. There's the little clock is right there. So if I click on that, I should be able to deactivate this. There we go, there's my, nope, that's not it. Clicking and zooming. Please do what you're supposed to. I can completely turn this off. There we go, double click. Double click. You like this? I intentionally forgot things so you guys can feel better and know more than me. So I double click on that, and if I uncheck speed transition, that goes away and it's abrupt. Actually, I didn't want to say edit that. It's abrupt. The other thing I clicked when I double clicked on it, I clicked on frame. I have to get back in there again. Lost it. Go back over here. I can also, if I miss the exact spot where I want it to happen, if I click on frame, let me turn this off, go to edit. See how this is now a little strip here? I can actually pick the frame if I've missed it before, if I haven't done it with the blade tool. So that's pretty cool. So you can speed up and slow down. If you totally mess things up, go back to normal 100% and glue it all together. So that's pretty cool for the speed change. And they have built in some kind of silly ones. And maybe I shouldn't define them as silly because maybe you want to use them. But there's things like instant replay where it plays forward and then it does like what looks like a fast rewind and plays it again in slow motion. So these are, you know, some great little things. You can have it do a speed ramp from all the way to a freeze frame or back from a freeze frame up. And if you do that, what it's really going to do, and let's go ahead and do that to this fun clip over here. And I say it's a fun clip because I end up looking like a crazy person. I thought you'd just enjoy it. So I was shooting her with a little gimbal Steadicam, and I run into the wall. Okay? Okay, jump, 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 jump. And somebody put a mirror there. So if I want to do that, and I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to make it a little bit shorter. Zoom out here. A little shorter with the trim. But if I apply that, speed change, and we're going to do a speed ramp all the way to 0, what it does is it puts in a bunch of slowdowns with nice smooth transitions. And if you play it back, and we're progressively slower, 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 bang. So it's great. You don't have to do the work. And these are still customizable. So if you wanted to change something here, you can still grab any of these edges, modify sections of it, or even make them more abrupt. So that's the basic speed changes to be able to go faster and slower, and you're good to go. Let me zoom back out. So when you slow something down, there's a few ways that it can fill the space. It can repeat frames, okay? So it plays the same frame multiple times. It can do dissolves between the frames, or it can use something else. I'm going to show you where you find it. So if I've slowed something down, and I want to control the quality of this, there is a choice for video quality. The first normal default is it repeats frames. If you're slowing something down just a little bit, it could be fine. When you're speeding up, it doesn't really matter because you're just removing frames. But if you want to look a little better, if you choose frame blending, it will dissolve between them. If you are slowing something down dramatically, if you use optical flow, it actually will look at the pixels, see which directions and vectors they're going and speed they're moving, and literally create new frames. It is amazing and clean. It takes a lot of processing power, so I would recommend do it and then go get a sandwich, okay? But if you do slow something down, you want it to look pretty. If you slow something down, it's blurry to start with, the optical flow is not going to fix that. I do want to show you one more speed thing before we go because there is a clip that you guys get. I mentioned that we shot some stuff at a 10 times slower speed, shot it at 240 frames a second. And I did this because I wanted it to be really sharp. And I didn't want to have to do the thing. And my camera could do it, so I really wanted to do it. And by the way, this was done with a little pocket camera, not some big expensive camera. It was done with a little pocket camera. That's a nice little pocket camera, but it can shoot up to 960 frames a second. So I like this, but what I really wanted is I wanted to start at normal speed, slow down, and then, so even though my original is slow-mo, I can fix that. So I'll go ahead and choose my blade. Okay, so right there, I want to slow down, Shift B. And then when she comes down, Shift B. And now I'll switch this to 8 times normal speed. Switch this to 8 times normal speed. It's a nice quick way, even though we shot at 1/10, it should be close enough. And now I have very clean slow-mo, and I'll go back to normal speed. So somebody had asked, actually, I believe yesterday they called in, what's the advantages of shooting 30 frames, 60 frames, 100 frames, 120 frames a second? That's a perfect example. If I knew I was going to slow it down, I could shoot it at a higher frame rate and then speed up to normal speed, the slow-mo stuff, and I get really, really pretty clean slow motion. So now we're ready to look at another solution to a problem you might have, and that's if you need to stabilize a clip. Let's go ahead, make sure I'm zoomed out. I want to go back to my browser, so I'm going to open that up. And I have a project, which we've called stabilization. Let's open that up. And conveniently, it is also the ones I shot at the same time with the bad light. But we know we can fix the light, but I did this handheld. And there are times when you shoot something handheld, but you really want it to look like you're either smoother or even locked down on a tripod. And it's really easy to do with any clip inside of Final Cut Pro. I'm going to select this clip. I'm going to open up the inspector. Command 4 was the keyboard shortcut, still is for that. And when I go in there, if I'm on the video part of the inspector, at the very bottom there's a button that says stabilize. I'm going to click that, and it starts analyzing the shot for dominant motion. And I can keep editing because it's working in the background. I can't stabilize it quite yet because it's still thinking, but I can do other editing. That was quick. So if you want to see how to do the fine controls, click on the show button. Now I have some things that I can adjust. But by default, it's automatic. Let's take a look at what it did out of the box. Now, this is what it was before. Me holding the camera, not very smooth. So what it does is, again, it looks where all the pixels are moving. It tries to keep them locked into a certain X and Y grid. And what it does is it blows it up a little bit because, if you go like this with the camera, you're going to have some black so that it blows it up the minimum it needs to, or the maximum it needs to, and just so you make sure the edges. If I was like flying up and down and things were in and out of the frame, it doesn't work that well. If my image is fuzzy, it's not going to make it any sharper when it stabilizes it. But if you're in a situation, you're in a moving vehicle, you're walking with the camera. I did some stuff where I wanted high angle stuff and I was using a stick. Great for stabilizing. There we have our stabilization, and it does automatic. And I can go here, and if I want it to stabilize it a little bit more, I can just move it over to the right. If it stabilized it too much, I move it to the left. And you'll notice that when I'm moving that slider to the right, it blew up the image a little bit, because if I want it more stable, it's going to have to blow it up because it's moving more. And you'll notice the camera doesn't move much at all at this point. Sometimes, if it determines that it can really stabilize it, you will get an option here, the checkbox that says tripod mode. Let's take a look at the previous shot. I'm going to select it, and I'm going to hit stabilize. We'll see. If it can't stabilize it well with tripod mode, the option will be grayed out. And this is really based upon its analysis of the shot. So it did its best guess through automatic, and it chose inertial. And I could slide that, but if I switch over to smooth cam, I actually get some additional sliders. I can control transitional, rotational, and scale, not transitional, translational. So translational says I'm controlling the stability of the X and Y axis, okay? Rotational is if the camera's turning this way, I want to have less of that. And then scale is if for some reason I've moved forward or backwards. So the nice thing is it does the best to do it globally, but if you want to get very specific, if you know for a fact that you just want to get rid of this, you could play with these sliders and adjust it. And if it does determine it can stabilize the image completely, you'll actually see an option here when you're under inertial, which will be tripod mode. And it is locked down. And this was hard because of the window and the vertical lines and whatnot. There's also another button that comes into play, and that's called rolling shutter. And what this is for is that a lot of cameras like GoPros and whatnot, if you start moving them too quickly, the way they're actually reading the image is they're reading it in lines. And if you move the camera on a pan too quickly, you almost get this like jello effect on any hard vertical lines. So what rolling shutter, if you check that, what it will attempt to do, it will attempt to compensate for that. And it's not magic if you have if it really is, but if it's just a little bit, click the rolling shutter and see if it'll solve your problem. And that's what it's there for, and that's why. So that's how easy it is to stabilize an image. It will only analyze the beginning to the end of the image. So don't put a huge image in knowing you're going to crop it later. Okay? If you do change it, if I do make this longer, let me park over here, and I make this longer, it will do reanalysis. Okay, so it only does what it needs to. Otherwise, if it did the whole clip, it would be crazy. If I made this shorter, I'm really curious if it's going to be able to give me tripod mode. This is called trimming it off the screen. We have no tripod mode. Okay. Any questions on stabilization? It's cool stuff. Don't tell your cameraman you have this. Then they'll never use a tripod. I do recommend using a tripod to start with. But if you're given a scene, it can work really, really well. And I'm really a big fan of it. We're going to finish off with green screen. So we have 2 shots. I have both a still photograph and some video. And my biggest challenge in demonstrating this is that it is such a good keyer that a lot of times I can't show up how to do anything because it's already done. But I'll give you a little bit of a hint. So I have a still image here. Let's go ahead and open this up. So sometimes you might have a photograph you want to key. And the idea is you're removing a color, in this case, a green background, because you want to put this person over a different background. So maybe you have a photograph, and people do this in Photoshop. And so you say, well, why would I do it in Photoshop? But maybe you need to keyer over a moving background, put in the corner or something. So I want to do it with a still. And then I also have a shot here of video. And it's a challenge because she has very fine red hair. So how do we do that? Well, the first thing we want to do is we want to put them over some sort of a background. We learned earlier that there's the generators tab, so let's go ahead and generate a background. I'm going to make this hard on me. I'm going to choose wood. And the reason I'm going to choose wood is because it's a very different color. It should show all the bad parts. I'll probably get myself in trouble for that. So I learned that I could either use the Q key or I could drag it. I'm dragging it below. Even though this is on the main storyline, I need to put something behind it. Okay? Normally we connect clips above. Now we're connecting it below. So I will see through the green to her. I'll select the clip. I'll go over here to my filters. I'm going to type in the word key. And you'll see there's a couple things. There's a keyer and a luma keyer. We're using the keyer that allows us to deal with color, luminance, and saturation. Luma you would use if you're doing it, really want to key out black or white. Sometimes you might be given, like fireworks, you might want to take out the black. You can also use a screen mode, a blending mode. Or maybe you're given a graphic and you want to take out the white or the black so it's transparent. Luma keyers are great for that. But we're going to use the regular keyer. So I have it selected. I'm going to double click. And immediately it applies it and does its best guess, which it did a pretty good job on. So let's show how it does its thinking. So here we go. That is the filter on the clip. And you can control, there's a bunch of sliders, you know, how much it's kind of transparent, how hard it's going to, the threshold of that. So you can work with that. But what's important is, and I'm going to switch over, this little button here is the mask. So what we ideally want to do when we're keying is we want to have solid black and solid white. Anything that's solid black, you'll see through it and you'll see the background. Anything that's white, the image sticks to. I think of it as like if you threw cheese at the moon. I throw cheese at cheese. Where do I come from? But if you throw something at the moon, and whatever hits the moon sticks to it, and the black of space, it just keeps going, okay? So the white stuff is what you always want to work with. And by the way, you can invert this very easily with a button. Referencing my earlier part of the class where I blanked out, but there is an option to invert your matte. Invert matte. But I'll still try to get the other one. So the idea is you want these to be pretty clean edges. If they're too sharp, too clean, you might get that like helmet head. She has a pretty, you know, her hair is already pretty, you know, matted down. But if there's a gray area, that's going to be translucent. And sometimes you actually like that. I mean, I've had like a glass of water that I shot on a green screen, and you want to be able to see through the glass, but not completely. So ideally with her, solid black, solid white. You don't want anything in the middle. If she had green eyes, and you'll need to compensate for that, or if there was like a green element on her shirt. So that's the idea. Let's go ahead and switch that back to our original. And if I needed to adjust this, I have little boxes right here. I want to tell it what to take out, what color to take out. So I would click on this, and I would draw a box and say, remove that. And then if I want to do another box, I could go ahead and draw that. So it's looking at these areas and determining how saturated the area is. And by the way, I'm going to turn this off. It's really looking at this, which is what I should have done because I went out of the box. But it's looking at all the variations of green, how saturated it is. And ideally, when you shoot a green screen, you want it to be as even as possible. So if you're shooting a green screen, here's the 30-second tip. You want the person to be as far away from the background as possible so it doesn't bounce on them. And you want your camera to be as far away from the person and the background as possible. So here's your camera, here's your person, here's your green screen. You can light them individually. You light the background by itself, and you light it evenly. Get rid of the people in the camera for a moment. Sorry about that. And when you're lighting the background, that was pretty funny. And when you're lighting the background, what I like to do is I'll light it, and then I'll use the iris on my camera, and I'll dial it just so I start seeing either the zebra stripes or the blinkies. And now, because I can see exactly where it's at 100%, I can start relighting it so I see consistent blinkies, consistent zebra stripes, and then I'll iris back down to where it should be. Bring the people back in, okay? They're well lit. The reason I put the camera as far away as possible, it does two things for me. It reduces my field of view, so I don't need a real big green screen. The second thing it does is I can control my depth of field, so that green screen, if it's a little wrinkly, is out of focus, so it's smoother. So there's the 1 minute how to shoot green screen to do better thingies here. So the idea is I can draw that, and I tell it what colors. Let's go to the video one. It's the exact same thing, and actually do this. So here we have another one. And again, she's not covering the whole image, so we not only have to fix the green screen, we'll also do a mask. So I grab the keyer, drop it on. Once again, does too good of a job. Let's go ahead, close this window, get this nice and big. So if I play this, it's pretty good, but I do see some issues there. First, and then she escapes. So let's go ahead, select this. Shift, go trim that out. So we have this area here, and I want to look at the mask. So I'm going to click on the mask, and I can see if there's a problem. I can see that actually that's not really getting keyed out that well. Okay, that's a little opaque. We get rid of this other one so we don't jump to it. Oh, I'll just be good and not get to it. But when I play that, you may also notice some things kind of shift. There's a little bit of noise there. So that's when I would come back and I would start selecting the area. Now, it doesn't have to be back on the original green for me to say, this is part of what you need to figure out, okay? And then I select here and say, this is also part of the color you need to figure. It guesses green first, or blue, if it sees those colors. If it's another color or something, you didn't quite get green, your client came up with a green tarp from the hardware store and said, well, just use it and I'll pay you your $100,000 fee. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot for $100,000. But this is how you choose the colors. Once you've done that, and you notice it's actually started picking up her green eyes a little bit, but before that, if I switch back to the actual key, it's gonna be a little cleaner because I'm not having that area over there. The other thing is sometimes you have areas where you have a lot of fine stuff happening. I'm going to switch this over to 100%. I lost her. I moved it somewhere. These chroma key models, can't keep them straight. Okay, so there we have that. And if I'm getting a lot of like edge issues there, there's an edge option. And you should use this and make it a pretty short line, but you're like, okay, this is an area where it's hard to read the key, okay? And you need to start making sure, and then this will allow you to play with your edge a little better so that you can get a nice smooth edge. And let's go ahead and switch that back and scroll up a little bit. Okay. So this is going to give me a little bit cleaner of a key. That's what it's for. So your primary areas, the squares, the big chunks, the edges, and that's going to be just for smoothing. You want it to be a relatively small area. You don't want to go from like here to there, because that's going to give you a threshold that's much more too soft, and you'll just see things coming and going. And then what you can do, and I'll zoom into this area, is her eyes were green, and actually we're seeing a little bit of the, if I go ahead and I go back to this, it's actually going to be cutting through there a little bit, and I need to up my threshold. So for now, find my little thing here. Let's take this and delete that. So I have her eyes. So the other areas here that you can work with, for instance, is there's a fill holes option. So that's going to do its best job to kind of find things to make that solid. Okay? So now her eyes should no longer be yellow. They should be the green color that they are. Okay? And then you also have edge distance, and that's going to be like another term that we use is not edge distance, but not feather. It's a word. I'm out of words. I've used too many words this week. It will come to me. But we'll just call it edge distance from now, because that's what they call it here. But basically, it brings it in a little, the mask in a little tighter to the person, or lets it out a little bit. So sometimes you do a mask and you see kind of a halo sometimes. It just tightens it up. Okay? And then you also have the option to soften it, because that is more natural, so you don't get the hard line. The other things it does is there's something called spill, and it does this automatically. So when you're keying, often the background does get onto their edges. So what they do is they pick the opposite color of green, and they apply that, and then they basically make it so it's black and white, so that you don't see like this green halo, and you don't have to squeeze it in so much. So spill is automatic, but you can play with that. As we go down here, you saw the invert button. Basically, if I wanted her to be the wood, I could go ahead and invert that. Okay? It's also a good way to see what's disappearing if you have fine hair disappearing. And don't worry about color selection. Color selection is if you wanted to manually choose this range of color, and you say, okay, it's going to be this variance of green, it's going to be this luminance level, and you can manually dial it in, but it does a pretty good job there. So I'm going to go ahead and close that, but I just want you to be aware of what that does. Again, this is the matte, shrinking and expanding it, tightening it so you can go this. There's your feather, okay? Spill suppression, but what's really cool is at the bottom, and it's light wrap. And what light wrap will do is on the very edges, it will look at the background that you're putting under it, and it will take that, and that light will affect the edges of the person to make it more natural. Okay, it's kind of, it's as if they were getting hit by the light of whatever that source is. And that's pretty nice. That's a pretty advanced feature. And you can play with that to smooth it out. Now, one thing to keep in mind is if I was keying her over something other than this wall, like if I was putting her into an environment, it's important that the background and the foreground kind of look the same. And one of the things is gamma. You heard the term gamma. That's basically how black is red. Okay, so the gamma needs to match. So you might need to color correct the images so they match. And that's what really sells a key, is that the lighting needs to be right and the colors need to match the background. If the background has rich blacks and she's like gray, not gonna work. But it's great, it's really easy to do. I'll tell you, 9 times out of 10, it's drag and drop for me. I never need to go into anything. I switch over to just looking at the mask and play so I can see if anything pops up. And if it does, I'll fix it at that point. So it's a good thing to keep in mind. And that's how you would key something in Final Cut Pro 10. So there you go. There are some great advanced skills, and hopefully you're excited about trying these out.